on Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. This is Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. No traffic this morning. No issues getting here on time. That's nice.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't, it was still like a little bit of, I still hate the 635 traffic read off of the Google Maps, but it was at least free this morning.
Okay, that's good. Peyton is here. Aiden, Sam. But we'll see. Maybe he'll get here today at some point.
He shows up when he's supposed to. He actually shows up here earlier than
he usually is earlier than he's supposed to be. So maybe he's not supposed to be here now, and I just don't know. Sean's back tomorrow, I think. Supposed to be. He'll be back tomorrow after his Easter weekend staycation with the fam and the friends who flew into town. I'm
going to tell you now I'm going to destroy the studio again if I brought us. The thing he does to this mic every day just drives me nuts. Look at him. He cranes it back and then pushes this up, and then it's at this weird ass angle. That's why this little thing is broken now.
He's also like a half a foot taller than you.
No.
And he may sit at a different angle.
We definitely have a different angle, but him doing that as much as he has is what's broken this little housing, and why all these mics do this flimsy thing. It's because he keeps moving it.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
No, you're not. I don't think you could care less.
I could not. I've never had that problem. You know, my mic. It's just
your mic does fall.
It just falls this way, side to side. Yeah, that's because I don't think it's supposed to be this way. I don't know, but it's not the housing. The housing's fine. This thing here is fine. Oh, though it breaks on Sean's?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just, he gets turned around. So, not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. Weekend good? You made it through?
Yeah, I'm alive, other than the damn thing here. Although, I don't know, yesterday was a swinging mess. You ever have those weekends where the wife has had a couple cocktails?
Yeah, all the time.
And you're like, hey, this has the chance to go pretty well tonight. But then there's the law of diminishing returns. Now there's this bell curve, and she's crossed the line to where now the chances increasingly get worse. That's what happened this week.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I didn't have that problem.
I did.
No, not at all.
So it was not a happy Easter.
I got some photos to share with you.
I don't think I'm the one who would want you to share the photos. I think there's somebody else.
Just messing. There's no photo. All right, good deal. So did you? Were you able to watch? Did you see the games on Saturday?
The completely uninteresting
blowouts.
Final Fours.
God. Yeah. And now they're going to expand. And it's going to be awful. It is going to be an awful mess. We're not going to want any part of that. But we've got our final tonight. And it is it's a big point spread. It's 7.5. Michigan's favored by 7.5 over UConn, which is the same number that Michigan was favored over my team, Tennessee, in the Elite Eight, in which they won by 30. I think it was actually 33. If I'm being completely exact here,
they're a powerhouse. They are a force to be reckoned with during this tournament. Michigan has been so freaking good. So I think that's a fair 7.5.
I think so too. I don't know that. I mean, if all things are equal and Michigan is fully healthy and Lindenberg is completely healthy, doesn't have a sprained MCL, I would probably sit here and be like, yeah, I'll take Michigan in the 7.5. But him being compromised, and I know Solo Bowl was walking out with a walking boot on, so that's a problem for UConn. But they're expecting him to play, and in terms of the status of Yaxel, it's like, okay, he's going to try, but good luck with that on a sprained MCL. All things equal, I take Michigan in the 7.5 easy, but now it's like I don't know what to do.
You're not sure what to do. They have just been molly-whopping every team along the way. They're probably going to do it again.
It's UConn, man.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's frustrating is UConn has been a little bit underwhelming this year at times.
All year. I mean, they got destroyed by St. John's in the Big Ten, Big East title game.
Yeah, this is and they've had a little bit of a run of just like, how are they still going? Like even them beating Duke, they shouldn't have beat Duke.
I love Duke.
And then they completely were in control against Illinois, which I didn't expect. I thought Illinois would win that game. But I mean, this whole tournament, I've been waiting for them to lose. I put UConn out in the second round against UCLA in my bracket.
Yeah, I think I had them losing to Michigan State.
There's a little bit of Kansas City Chiefs to them.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Last year or 2 years ago, whatever it was, when it was just like, I keep waiting for them to lose. When are they going to go? But, I mean, if Hurley does this, he's going to, again, allowed to be as loud as he wants to be, and he will be.
He's allowed to right now, man. I mean, he's in the final again 3 times in 4 years. He wins this thing again. He wins again tonight. Got to have a whole different discussion on this team, on what UConn is, on where that dynasty sits. Because it's now this is like different than all the rest of them, because all the rest of them, from Wooden to Krzyzewski, any of them, they all had the same roster for the most part. You know, Wooden had 2 main rosters. He had one with Walton and one with Kareem. There should be 3 completely different rosters in 4 years. It's amazing. It really would be remarkable. But, you know, that's tonight. And we have an update on the morning show Bracket of Death. And we have a loser.
A winner.
We got a loser. Peyton Phillip Russell.
Man.
Again, gracing your presence. Drake Toll, see you later for a day, buddy.
Thank God.
Well, we think. You know, we run this by the bosses. I don't know. This could be, Drake Toll could be paying to go the extra 30 minutes. I don't know.
Listen.
I might have to do 6 to 6:30.
Oh, that'd be better.
Oh, that'd be even better.
That'd be a big one for us.
Even better. Forgiveness is always easier than permission. Always remember that.
Is that the saying?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's easier to ask forgiveness than ask permission or something like that.
That's it. So always just do what you want to do and then apologize later. That's my philosophy on life. Just apologize for it. Sorry.
Why does this guy behind you on the TV, Andrew Womack, look like the dad from Seventh Heaven, Stephen Collins?
Because I think it is the dad from Seventh Heaven.
No, the dad from Seventh Heaven is in prison, I think.
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why?
Jared Fogle crimes. Yep.
On the set?
I don't know. I don't think he was there, but like he's.
Oh God.
He was in trouble. He confessed to him in a recorded clip or something. Anyway, not to divert too far from that.
Way to bring the room down.
Not to divert too far from that.
Segment's over.
Peyton, what is your plan for hosting? That was very broad of me to just like divert off of the topic of something on the TV behind me. Well, it's this mic. It's the when he sets the mic up like this. It
smells like
Peyton, what are you going to do?
Well, the good thing is I've been able to plan since about halftime since that game, because I knew it was over by then. I knew it was over probably 10 minutes into the game.
I was going to say, you had like the first run of the game you probably could play.
Yeah, it was 10-2.
I was like, all right, RJ's not texting much. He knows it's over. I mean, the good thing is, look, I'm a loser.
Can I put in a request?
I'll take request, yeah.
I want him. I think the greatest thing we could do, at the very least, even if it's just one of the 10-minute segments, I think the greatest thing in the world would have him pick a topic and do a Paul Harvey commentary. Like,
you know who Paul Harvey is?
Dear listener, and then he like sits there and just like
Page 2.
I want him to have something like written out, like a full script that he's just reading from, that he's prepared from his heart. I think that would be a great content.
No, what I want to do is all the audio that Sean has said, and all the stories I've sent that Sean has said don't do, I want to do it. I'm just not telling him.
in the morning.
Pee in the morning.
The Fred and Blake audio that Sean shot down when I sent it on one of their segments. They were making fun of, not really making fun of Stephen Hawking, but they were doing impersonations.
Oh, that was a great segment, actually.
I want to play that so bad. I've already written down in my notes. I was like, play the Fred and Blake audio.
He thought we'd get canceled or something. I don't know. I mean, even though we didn't say it.
We didn't say it.
They didn't get canceled for saying it.
They didn't get canceled for it either. Okay, well, we have the audio limits, right? 2 minutes?
Yes.
2 minutes of audio.
We will have Fred and Blake audio at 6:40
at
today.
6:40 today. Yeah, because
you enraged them.
I did enrage them, and I'm going to enrage them some more here.
Oh,
it's the return of rage?
No, I'm going to enrage them some more because I'm going to pull rank on our Pluckers events.
Oh, yeah, this at 6:40. I'm texting them that they need to listen if they're not up. Anyway,
because there was a mix-up on the scheduling. And they got the one that I'm supposed to do on for the draft, and they sent me like an hour away.
I like that he says there was a mix-up when it.
Well, there was.
When that very well could just be that they wanted to assign you there. You're like, there must be a mistake.
Wait, so are you in Mesquite or something?
No, I was scheduled. I'm supposed to be in Alliance, It's where I live in Alliance.
That's right by your house.
And they sent me to City View, which is like kind of near Benbrook. And there's nothing wrong with that, but during rush hour and then having to get up so early the next day, I'm not going to get home at 1 a.m.
The first round ends at what, 10:30?
God,
I feel like it's later than that.
It's like 11:30.
Oh,
I've gotten out of there at 11:45 before, and I'm like, it's an hour drive. I'm not doing that. Fort Worth is so big. I mean, it might as well be in Waco.
That is what I miss so much about doing the actual broadcast is I don't get to do a Pluckers. And every year I want to. It feels like
They're great.
It feels like it's the best
Why
party.
don't you come with me to Alliance?
I wish I can't. I have to be on the broadcast.
No!
Come on.
Just
Aisha's
call
got
in.
you, dude.
Just call in, man.
I wish, man.
So I'm going to say it right now. I will be at the Alliance Pluckers, even though it's not confirmed yet, but it's going to happen.
Boy, you really are filling in for Sean today.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
Just like Sean, I even texted the bosses about it, and I said I'm gonna do this here.
Where are we with the Pluckers?
Why am I the wrong Pluckers?
So what is your plan for being on the air now that you are a loser? And does this cause you to change your perspective on being so chalky in your bracket next year?
Nope, because you guys think it's a loser mentality to keep losing this bracket. I think it's impressive to go back to back. And I mean, look, I get a free 30-minute show. I mean, come on, like that's my dream. And this is
Alec
a payoff.
has been begging for that.
This is a payoff. That's right. And he needs to focus on booking the guests. Okay. Look, I mean, it's a dream come true to get a 30-minute show. And to have it my way, do whatever I want.
Happy about this.
And look, this is a payoff that it only works if I finish last. So, but until we change it up, I think I will continue to get last.
So here's the suggestion I had to Sean, is that in the event that one of us loses next year, the payoff has to be the 6 a.m. hour has to be one of us running the board.
Oh yeah. That's a good one.
See, but then it's like,
oh look, now he doesn't like us getting into his world.
Well, no, it's just because that would be fun. Not the whole 6 a.m. hour. I think maybe a segment or two. But it has to be
worried about money.
It has to be a segment of full audio and everything. Like Sean's audio bomb he sends.
I think him having to run a board like cut to a live read in the middle of the segment, and no training either. You just got to figure out wide orbit when you sit down.
Ooh.
But see, I know wide orbit a little. So
now, would I sit in one of y'all's spots? Would I just play host? I guess for
you'd just be able to sit here and be yuck monkey.
Yeah, you would just say things and say it with authority and make it sound like you know what you're talking about.
That's right. That's all you got to do.
Yeah,
stay with your chest.
This right here, this tells you how bad the tournament's been right now. We've spent 90 seconds on these games, and the rest of the time on Peyton having to
because it was. I mean, look,
it was a bad weekend. It was a bad weekend.
I was just looking this up. UConn won their region, their East region, those games by a combined 22 points. Michigan won each of their West region games by 21, 23, 13, and 33.
Okay, so now, and they won this game they won by 18?
Yeah, their point differential is something like 600.
We're going to see for the second time actually for the third time in 3 years, third time in 4 years, if they win this one again, if they win the night, that'll be 3 teams that have won every game by double digits if they do it again. That's not good.
Nope.
That's not good, man.
NIL.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I was glad we did get. Yes, it is NIL, but I was glad we got these regions produced for us. Duke versus UConn, which is 1-2, but UConn winning. It gave us Iowa and Illinois, which is 3 versus 9. It gave us 1 versus 2 Arizona Purdue. That one was chalk. But then in the Midwest, it gave us Michigan and then Tennessee. And then Tennessee just got run. But, I mean, we got a 6 into the Elite 8.
6.
We got a 9. We got a 3 into the Final 4. And we ended up with a title game that didn't have both ones being in there. So this was better than last year's chalk. Last year was
very chalky. Very chalky. It was all ones, right?
Yeah.
It was all ones. So very chalky. So this is a little bit better. But still, it's not a great weekend at all. All right, Sean
Michigan
and RJ
by
here.
20.
Tonight?
Michigan by 20, yep.
Even if Yaxel is a little bit compromised.
Yep.
Oh, boy. That's going to make for an interesting night. Hey, play it.
I'm going to underdog it
Play
right now.
7.5, I think, is the number right now.
Maybe.
7.5.
Can I get alternate lines on underdog?
Yes.
Check it out. I'm sure you can. I haven't tried.
Okay.
Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt Payton alongside. Let's get you caught up here on some trade rumors that are swirling in the NFL with this Cowboy team maybe making a move on the draft or in the draft. So let's see what it could take to move up or down. That's coming up next. Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. After we get you over to Zerorez, get that carpet professionally cleaned from Zerorez, the clean way, the green way, the Zerorez way, the best carpet cleaner in the business. They don't take anything for granted at Zerorez. They are going to take your carpet
811.org for more. Safe digging starts with one simple step.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Inside the Star here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. We get into that big Rangers weekend coming up at 7 o'clock. And by big, I mean disappointing over at the ballpark. And perhaps the ballpark is to blame. More on that at 7 a.m.
And 9 o'clock,
Sandman.
the Sandman is here.
Yeah, I said, hey, Jared, how about 8? He goes, can't do 8. How about 7 or 9? I said, you pick.
And then he said, love you, babe.
And then he said, don't care. And I said, all right, 9 o'clock.
Hopefully that wasn't a don't care about coming on. So
he said don't care which time, so he said 9 o'clock.
Right,
so we will get into Rangers at 7 o'clock this morning here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. But it is Inside the Star. And, you know, we have the draft coming up in a couple of weeks now.
We do. You'll be at the Pluckers Benbrook location.
Well, I'll be one of the. I'm already saying it's Alliance. I'll be at Alliance.
The Fatties will be at Alliance.
Now listen, Alliance may have a crowd because we'll all be there.
It's just going to be a standoff.
That's it. It's going to be a standoff here. My table over here, your table over there.
But it'll be a good time. And there's a question out there that's beginning to build, Chop.
Yeah.
Which is, do the Cowboys say, let's roll the dice and let's go up? Which, there's a thought process here. You do not have a second-round pick, okay? You've added a third finally, but you don't have a second-round pick. You've got your 2 firsts. In a weaker draft, do you say, well, then I think the pressure is on to trade up even more because you got to make sure you get one of the guys? Or do you say in a weaker draft, no, you need to bail out of there then so that you don't get stuck with bad value at 12, and you just try to pick up as much capital as you can to try and spend to get you as many pieces as you can so that you can get a decent class from all the picks you've spent?
I've always been of the mindset of trading. I'm a seller. I want to sell. I want to sell at the trade deadline.
ABS?
Yeah.
Or ABC. Always be closing.
Always be closing. To me, if you were to go back and look historically, sellers win, buyers lose.
Yes, typically in draft trades they do.
Yeah. So I always want to be the one selling.
So that would be you would want to bail out of both picks or one?
I would like to bail out of both. I would like to go for 12 to 16 and 20 to, probably not to the second round. But if I go back to, 29 and pick up an extra whatever, yeah, I think that's how you really build your roster.
So there have been some suggestions out there in recent days that...
And by the way, if I stayed at 20, I'm fine with that too.
There have been some reports that maybe the Cowboys could be interested in going up a little bit. Todd McShay even went as far as suggesting, did not report, but suggested maybe 3. Maybe the Cowboys go up to 3 for David Bailey.
Arizona, right?
Mm-hmm. And the Cowboys, there have been reports out there that they have had visits with Arvell Reese and visits with David Bailey.
So to go from 12 to 3, you're going to have to give up 12, 20, and next year's...
I don't know. Let's take a look at that, see what it is. So here's the thing. The 30 visits that teams get, these are like really strong indications of guys they want to get answers about or guys that they're interested in or whatever it may be. The fact that they're interviewing Arvell Reese and David Bailey, as reported by Ian Rappaport on Friday, those are 2 guys not supposed to get out of the top 3.
Right.
That sounds like a team that's wanting to go up. And there's rumors that the Cowboys could go up to 3, could go up to 6, could go up to 9. So what exactly would that cost? Because we've all heard about the trade value chart, the very famous Jimmy Johnson trade value chart,
which has been changed a lot. Now it's more based off of position and not
it's still used sort of like it's applied in the same sort of way, which is every single pick. For those of you that don't know, every single pick has a point value on it.
Right.
All the way down through from pick 1 all the way down to pick 251. And pick 1, for instance, is worth $3,000. Pick 2 is worth $2,600. Pick 3 is worth $2,200. And you keep on going down, and then you started top of the second round. Top of the second round, pick 33 is worth 580. Then 560. And by the time you get into the fourth round, you're under 100 for a point value. By the time you get into the seventh round, everything's under 5. So that's the way that point values have generally worked. And it's something that people reference all the time. When a trade goes down with draft capital, they go, okay, let's take a look. Let's see, did the points match up? Who won? Who got a good value there? And I was curious over the weekend how much teams have followed that. Like, how much is there actually a commitment to this point value? And if it's not a commitment to the trade value chart consistently, what do we need to adjust? And what do we need to change our expectation for? Well, no, just because the point values match up there, that does not mean you can go up and get that.
Right. Like, to me, if I was looking at this, my interpretation of it is if I was a team, let's say I was Arizona, and let's say, for example, this is a draft where there was multiple quarterbacks in the draft, and you're wanting to go from 10 to 3, I know you're going for a quarterback, right? Mm-hmm. I'm going to charge you more to go from 10 to 3 to get a quarterback than I would charge a team going from 10 to 3 that is just going to take an edge rusher.
Maybe.
That if I was
right.
the team that was at the third spot, like, oh, look, I know you're getting a quarterback. This is worth, a top flight quarterback is worth 3 edge rushers, so I'm going to charge you more for this.
So I took a look at teams in the last 5 years. I've got data from further back, but I really sorted and organized everything from the last 5 years. And I only did trades that involved, that were first rounders, and I only did trades that involved picks. So I did not include, for instance, the Bears trade with the Panthers because the point values don't match up, but DJ Moore was also thrown in there. So I don't know how much they would have valued DJ. We could speculate, but then we're inserting speculation instead of just looking at the value.
So you're taking away trades with players.
Yes, right. Which is not a ton of them, but there have been 3 or 4 of them that have existed. And then what I've got is the value return. So the value return is going to be, you take the total number of points. Let me try to explain this in as simple terms as I can. If you're Dallas at pick 12 and you're trying to go up to pick 6, pick 6 would be worth 1,600 points. Mm-hmm. So we would take the 1,600 points you have coming in and then the total points from your picks that you gave up, and whatever the difference is, if you gave up 1,800 points, for instance, and you ended up receiving 1,600, that's a 200-point difference. So the difference in the points there is then a percentage of the team's outgoing value. So basically 200 divided by 1,800, what is that percentage? So if it's or minus 200 by 1,800. So you then get an idea of percentage-wise how far.
By the way, I said but that math went right over my head.
I know, but what I'm saying is basically you don't want a negative number. A negative number here means you overpaid by a percentage. A positive number means you got good value back. Mm-hmm. And then what I did was I eliminated from this anything that was between 3%. Okay? So if, for instance, if you acquired something that cost 1,000 points, if you were either in the positive or the negative within 30% of that 1,000, then I just went ahead and said that you were following the trade chart because you're not going to match up points exactly. So 3% there, if you're 30 points on for every 1,000, I'm going to say that you're playing within the chart, and so that's just a 0 value difference. That's you followed the trade chart. So all that to say, in the last 5 years, the most expensive trade up, the one that cost the absolute most by a ridiculous margin, was not for a quarterback. It was actually last year when somebody valued a certain Tennessee Volunteer a great deal.
James Pierce?
The James Pierce trade up from the Falcons is the most expensive trade up in the last 5 years by far.
And they went, what was it, 30, 29?
They went up 20 spots. They went from 46 to 26. And what they offered up was, let me see what the exact, because they traded their first rounder this year. They don't have one. So they traded a first for a future trade up. I'm trying to think, the only other one that I can think of in recent history that's happened with for an edge rusher was Sean Payton did that for Marcus Davenport, where he traded up and dealt away a first rounder. But they gave up a ton of capital there. The second biggest trade value trade up where they lost the most points on it. And this, by the way, for Atlanta to the Rams, the biggest trade value, minus 22% for Atlanta on this trade value return.
Wow.
The second highest one is actually Chicago to the Giants, which is Justin Fields. That's the Justin Fields trade up, so we had a quarterback involved there. But the third highest one is Detroit going up to Dallas last year when Dallas traded back for or 2 years ago when Dallas traded back for Tyler Guyton.
Oh, wow.
And Detroit had moved up for, I can't remember who they went up and got, but it was not a quarterback.
It was, I don't know who it was. It was, no, never. I thought I was going to say it was Jack Campbell.
I think that was Terrion Arnold.
Maybe.
Is who that was. And then the third biggest trade up, or the fourth biggest trade up, Miami to Philly going 12-6 in 2021 to take Jalen Waddle. And they gave up 10.9% on the deal. So 3 of the biggest 4 trades don't even involve quarterbacks. Which is
That's surprising to me. That's surprising to me.
Now, out of these 28 first-round trades that I've looked at, 16 of them were either 0 on the trade value chart, like they matched up the trade values, or they were actually the team that traded up 1 points on it and actually won value in trading up.
Oh, wow.
Which just sounds like somebody screwed up. But those instances, that's only happened 3 times. 13 have been done. But that means 12 out of the 28 times you're overpaying by some amount to go up.
Yeah, I suppose when they trade up and they get the people who trade up actually win the deal. I think part of that is that team that was trading back didn't have a whole lot of takers. They're like, look, I'll just take 75 cents on the dollar.
Yeah,
because I've seen that spot. I was if I was a team that didn't want, if I was picking third and I'm Arizona and I don't want to pay a super high priced lotto ticket, right? Because that's what it is. With it, whether it doesn't matter who it is, right? That person's going to be a high priced lottery ticket. Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, I'll trade down, and you don't want to give me, and it's worth 1,000 points, and you want to give me 900 points. I'm like, all right, fine, that's close enough.
History has told us basically, so let's take a look at this. Dallas does not have the capital to trade up to 3 based on this history. If the league is telling you this is what market value is,
You mean in this year's draft?
they don't have the capital.
So they
to
don't have to give up 20 and then next year's 1.
Probably.
And that's just a no for me, because then like you trade Micah for just
in fact
2 players.
Next year's 1 doesn't even. No, next year's 1 gets you close. Probably about that. Yeah, it'd be 20 and next year's 1 to get 3. It's a lot.
It's a lot, man.
And I wouldn't want to do that. So Cleveland at 6 is a really popular one. And we had talked about 12 and 20 for 6 and 39. If you trade your 12th pick and your 20th pick for the Browns 6th in the first round, and then they're 39 in the second, that's even trade value. So you're like, okay, perfect. I can go make that swap. History tells us you're paying about a 10% tax to go up that high and to make that sort of a deal. So that means what's actually likely, Chop, is that Dallas would more likely have to go 12 and 20 for pick 6 and then 70. So you would not be getting that second rounder in all likelihood. You would be going up to 6 with 12 and 20, and then what you'd be getting back to kind of even the count would be their third rounder. And is that nearly as attractive to go up there and lose that extra first?
Again, I don't think so.
And then
Now,
Kansas City, if you were to do
well, they 2 spots
12
up
to 9, and you were to let Kansas City come up from 29 to 20. So you basically just trade your firsts. 12 and 20 for 9 and 29. That trade right there gives Kansas City about 50 points on you. Like they get the value by about 50 points. But that's
a fifth.
That's about what it costs. To go up even 3 spots would be just a small, basically you got to eat a small cost that says, all right, you've got to eat a little bit of that. So Dallas, in all likelihood, is not just going to get even trade value.
From the 401, I don't know where that is. In my opinion, you have to go up. You have no difference makers on defense. Downs would change a lot. Sounds stupid trading up for a safety, but he's going to be vital.
I don't think it does sound stupid, 401. I think that he is a difference maker. And in today's NFL and in Christian Parker's defense, those safeties, those hybrid nickel players are massive pieces.
I love him. I don't know that I'd trade up to 5 or 6 for him. That's a lot. Because like you said,
I do think 9 makes some sense. If it takes just you swap your firsts with Kansas City, I think going up 3 spots to ensure you get one of the Mansour Delane, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, because there's probably one of them left there.
Yeah.
I think that's worth it.
All right. Well, that's good stuff, Bobby Belt. Good stuff. A little trade value rumors swirling. We got some Cowboys news that we will get to a little bit later on about they might be playing in the game out of this country.
Woo!
But it turns out that I created a beef between us and the Fan After Dark boys, Fred and Blake.
Way to go.
And we will get into that next here on Sean and RJ 105.3. The Fan, after we get you over to Base Power. BasePowerCompany.com.
This is the place for Rangers coverage, right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Peyton at 8 will be here in a second. Man, I'll tell you this. I thought going to the weekend, we got, the Stars, best chance of winning a title.
Stars.
The Rangers off to a good start. And I came away from the weekend thinking, man, maybe the Mavericks are in the best position of all of them.
Yeah,
After
I don't know
Cooper
about
Flag,
that. Not after as embarrassing a display as the Dallas Mavericks put on. And I'm not talking about on the court. I'm talking about on their social media accounts.
We'll get into that.
Into.
We'll get into that at some point. But I thought, man, the Rangers offense stinks. Stars are going to blow the second spot and maybe get the third spot in the conference. They have to start on the road at Minnesota. And then here's Cooper Flag putting up 100 points in 2 games or close to it. And looking great. And we'll get into more of that coming up here on Sean and RJ.
By the way, last night, did we get So the Blues beat the Avalanche. So last night, if Colorado would have won, that would have locked in Dallas and the Wild, wouldn't it?
Yeah, look, it's basically locked in anyway. But the Wild are only 2 points behind the Stars now. They're like, what? It's 102 and 100.
Yeah.
And, you want to stay ahead of them because you want to have home ice advantage. And then, by the way, all you people out there in the world, if you're a moron if you vote Con Kneppel over Cooper Flag for Rookie of the Year. And we're going to get into this, but those voters, some people in Vegas who think that Con is the favorite, stop. Stop. He's a nice player. Cooper is generational.
Cooper. All right, we need to talk about you pissing somebody off, which doesn't happen very often.
I try not to, man. I don't like to upset anybody.
Choppy usually doesn't. Choppy, if you want to talk about the least...
I've got a lot of faults. This isn't one of them.
You will now if somebody wounds you, much like a wounded animal, you may snap back a little. So like when Broadus took shots at your guest booking, you had to take shots at G-Bag's merch.
Yeah.
Which a lot of people don't even know exists.
Right.
But it does.
It's not out there on the streets. Ours is.
Yeah, exactly. But you generally try to keep the peace. You try to keep friendly with everybody.
I'm a peacemaker, man.
Well,
I'm a pleaser.
I don't. No. I try to stir us up.
Yes.
So last Thursday, when I heard you take a random side swipe at the Fan After Dark, I had to clip it and I had to send it to them. I said, guys, I'd be interested to hear you guys weigh in on this. I did not expect the 4.5 minutes of station class warfare that Fred and Blake took up. Great show. Fan After Dark in the evenings. Think they do a great job. It's a hilarious show. But this is, and we'll just kind of stop and start this a little bit. This is Fred and Blake clapping back against RJ Choppy.
And we thought we were friends. We thought he was one of our friends. We thought he was a supporter of the Fan After Dark.
But it was just pocket watching. He was just spying.
He was
double agent.
He's a double agent, the Mossad man himself.
Mossad.
RJ Choppy is going to be at the Fort Worth City View. And you may be saying to yourselves,
that's the secondary Fort Worth location.
Yeah, that's the White Settlement Gypsy location. No, we're excited about all the Plucker locations.
Hey, by the way, hang on, stop this.
Pause.
Fred is one of 3 people at the station who even knows what Mossad is. Okay. That's it. And I'm one of them. I'm one of the 3. It's him, it's me, and maybe Dawson.
I know what Mossad is.
And Bobby.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one of the other 3. So now there's 4 of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
really
think there are probably 2 others who know.
Whoa. All right, continue.
That's the secondary Fort Worth location.
Yeah, that's the White Settlement Gypsy location.
Such a good line.
No, we're excited about all the Plucker locations, by the way. We're excited about it, and you should be too. But why the beef with RJ Choppy? Well, you got the audio? This is clip number 8. This is from the morning show talking about the prices for tomorrow's home opener for the Texas Rangers and the exorbitant prices that apparently different socioeconomic levels here at the Fan. Some can afford and some can't.
I'm looking on the Game Time app at the ticket prices. The cheapest I see is $95, $99, and they're just jumping around $135, $150, $163. This is all in the outfield.
And that those $95, that's not the Sean Sharif seats. That's the Fred Blake seats.
Hey, man.
Okay, pause.
It didn't even cost Fanta.
Pause. So, before they set off on this, would you like to defend the context of what you said at all?
Yeah, Sean would only sit right behind home plate.
So you're saying this wasn't an attack on them necessarily. No. This was more talking about Sean being a snob.
Yeah, like
him being snob Sharif.
He's not even as a snob. It's like, okay, so you remember the movie Mr. and Mrs. Smith, the Brad Pitt, where Vince Vaughn's laying in bed and it flashes up. It's like $400,000 to go take out Brad Pitt's character, and he's like, I don't get out of bed for $500,000. And then right after that, it's another $400,000 to take out his wife, and he's like, oh, I'll get out of bed. Sean's vehicle doesn't go past 360. It doesn't go west of 360. The ballpark is just west of 360. It doesn't go west of 360 unless you're going to get like commissioner's level seats.
Sure.
And quite frankly, and I called in at Fred Blake are the men of the people.
Okay.
They don't want to sit. They don't want to sit in the snobatorium down there.
The
glitterati.
Let's see if they took it that way.
Didn't even cost Fanta dark seats.
No. I mean, he did. You know what? I do appreciate that he at least mentioned it. I'll take Fred and Blake versus Fan After Dark.
Okay.
I mean, we do love the Fan After Dark. Don't we love the name. But I will take the Fred and Blake mention. But I will take umbrage with the unnecessary pocket watching shot.
He could have thrown $1 in the tip jar while he was at it. Come on. He was at a remote.
Look, here's the thing. Okay. I mean, I think, it doesn't take a Harvard trained economist to understand that the difference in pay from the morning show to the nighttime show is a great disparity. But he don't know what we do in our spare time.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what kind of jobs and what kind of money.
Is he suggesting they deal drugs?
That's exactly what I was thinking. I think he's suggesting that they do something that untoward.
It sounds to me like he doesn't know what kind of
we don't know what we're doing.
Untaxed income we have.
No tax on tips, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's why Blake said throw $1 in the tip jar.
Yeah,
that's probably code.
That's right.
All right, pick it up.
But he don't know what we do in our spare time.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what kind of jobs and what kind of, money and revenue we have coming in during the day.
Correct.
Okay. I could buy those. I'll buy that. I could buy that ticket right now if I wanted to.
I'll buy the section.
Done.
We'll buy the suite.
You know what? I will pop bottles. Okay.
We'll buy a suite and invite everybody but the morning show.
Oh man.
Okay. Everybody else can.
You know what? This is now.
Why is it the morning show? Why is it not you?
Right.
Why is this extending to? I've always been a friend to the Fan After Dark. Now,
I call him Fred and Blake.
Peyton hasn't always been a friend to the Fan After Dark. But
no, I love those guys.
And if you want to extend the morning show to outside just the studio here, Reetma hasn't always been a friend to Fan After Dark.
Well,
but I've always been a friend, so I guess keep it going.
You know what? This is now 2 out of 4 people on that show have taken shots at us. And we've always loved up the morning show, okay?
Yeah.
All right? We've always loved up the morning show. But apparently, the love has not been reciprocated.
One-way street.
You got Peyton saying I'm a creep. And nothing to solidify and or support that other than I just think that he would be one, okay?
Wow.
And now we got our boy RJ Choppy.
Sean's next.
Pocket watch. I don't think Sean
didn't invite us to his house.
Sean invited us to his house.
He texted me on the side.
Was cool to me when we left and appreciated the work we've done for the nighttime show. And look, I thought RJ Choppy was cool with this. When he came out and supported us at the event the other night.
But that's what double agents want you to think. They want you to get close.
Man, a double A.
They want you to get close. Hey, can I go backstage with you guys where you have the numbers? Taking pictures.
I'll tell you what. Head on a swivel, boys. Yeah. Head on a swivel.
But do you think it's the show that maybe doesn't hear the most about us because the time difference? And the G-Bag obviously interacts with us?
That's irrelevant. I mean, you basically hauled us broke. It ain't got nothing to do with anything. You are calling us broke.
And RJ Choppy and Sean, they got power. So you would think they'd use their power for good. But they used it to
slander us.
Slander and bully.
Pause.
Slander.
This is twice that Blake has dropped Sean's name when Sean had nothing to say. But just watch out, Blake. I'd be careful roping Sean into it by saying they used it to slander us, because that's not, I'd watch out. You don't want to make Sean an enemy.
Man, I'll tell you, for the 469.
You don't want the Grim Sharifa coming after you.
From the 469, this is a tough one. It's a tough sentence to read. Fred is giving off son of BTK vibes. Oh God!
So
come on, man.
That's the bit. That's the bit. That's his dad.
That's his dad.
Yeah. All right. Wrap it up here.
But they used it to
Slander us.
slander and bully.
Slander.
Slander and bully. Is that your idol?
And I thought,
Is that who you want your kids to follow?
mean,
Set an example, you know?
Wow.
I mean, if y'all want to break off some of the morning dollars and
Everything
spread
can
them
be all
out,
good.
spread them out amongst these shows. You know what I'm saying?
I heard nothing.
Throw me a Blue Chew commercial. I'll talk about making your little guy big again. Okay,
I'll do wild
we were
for
talking
it.
about Whopper balls last night. What are you talking about? I could use some bass power at the crib. That's
a good line.
All right,
Good line.
But hey. Best morning show in the DFW, RJ, the Sean Sharif.
SpacePowerCompany.com/the fan, by the way.
Are y'all good then?
I called in.
Did you?
I called in as soon as you sent that text to me. I called in and I made peace. I don't do beefs. I don't have beefs. I don't have radio. I don't have beefs with
So
anybody.
do you think this is settled then?
Oh, it's settled.
So where are you going to be for Pluckers?
I'll be at the one that I was supposed to be at, which is at Alliance. Which is the one that when they asked which one you want to be at, I said I want to be at the Alliance.
Okay.
one.
All right.
And,
well, I guess we'll have to hear it tonight and see if they think that you guys are good.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'll tell you what, that's where I'm going to be.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to be. So hey, listen, I got nothing but love for them, and I called in and I said it straight. And my first thing was, look, I just wanted to hear my own voice on the commercials.
214 here. Bobby is getting out of it scot-free for stirring us up.
I know. See, that's what you are. You're the guy in the locker room going from one player and saying, I thought that interception was on him. And then you go to the other player and say, well, he said it was on him.
Did you hear what Jessica said about you?
Yeah, that's exactly what you are. You're a child. You're a child. I like Fred and Blake.
I did too. Good show. Fan After Dark is great.
Dark. Big Rangers weekend. Big in the sense that the offense disappeared in a big way. Diamond Cavs next. Sean and RJ 105 through the fan after we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist own store. Gilchrist Automotive, they're going to hook you up on that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV, PlatinumFord.com, right between I-20 and Highway 80. It is worth the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more on that brand new vehicle. And you can go see my buddy Adam Vinci. Adam's a good dude. He's a Tolo. Tell him I sent you over there. Tell him what you're looking for, and they're going to hook you up on that brand new vehicle. You want an F-150? They've got them on the lot, ready to go. Tell Adam that I sent you over there. Mention my name, RJ Choppy, or mention that you heard about it on the fan, even Fan After Dark. Even mention that you heard about it with Fred and Blake. And they're going to hook you up with a free bed liner when you buy that F-150, free window tint when you get that SUV. A little thank you just for our listeners over here at the fan. But largest selection of Super Duties in the state, F-450s, 350s, 250s, full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. PlatinumFord.com to customize it. And then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
When sports news breaks, these guys break in immediately. You're getting your sports fix and sharing some laughs. Ha ha ha. With Sean and RJ on 105.
Oh, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Burke at the belts. He lets it fly. And there's a swing and a miss, and the ball game's over. Got him on a fastball at 99.7. And I know he did not have that when he pitched for the Rangers. 1, 2, 3 go the Rangers in the bottom of the ninth, all on strikeouts. The Reds have swept the series. They win today 2-1.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about starting 4-2 and then 4 runs later you're 4-5?
Can I?
What a defeating final call that is from Nadell.
Can I reboot your tease there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Peyton, can you just go to the you're an idiot, you don't know baseball again, and I can intro it for Chop here.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about Eric Nadell entering his Brad Sham bitterness era? That was
holy cow! I know he didn't throw that when he was here.
Nadell,
oh my God!
I love it. See, I love it. Cracks me up whenever.
And I know he did not have that when he pitched for the
Rangers. It always cracks me up with Brad.
God,
Brad is at,
he's at DEFCON 2 when he's doing a game.
IDGAF stage where, Brad will be like, if he sees something on a field that just disgusts him, he'll tell you right there to disgust him. I love it.
What a call.
I love Brad. Nadell's always been more a little Eric's just kind of it's a little bit calmer. He's big into the music scene and stuff. He's just kind of a chill guy.
That was amazing.
I heard a creeping of the bitterness there.
Yeah.
I know he didn't have that.
Yeah. And Cole Reagan's the same way, right? Cole didn't have that kind of heat when he was here. I don't know what they don't teach for. They do arm care. They do long toss in the minor leagues. I don't know, what are they doing? What's going on? What are they doing down there? But that is a great call, boy. That's a bitter call, boy. And I know he didn't have that when he was here. Rangers lose 2-1. They lose the series. They get swept at home. They score a grand total of 4 runs. And that caused the Dallas Morning News to write an article about the ballpark. Basically saying this thing is a problem. And it might be. It very well might be, because if you look at what's going on now, they cannot hit at home at all. They don't hit well at home. You see... They're looking for ways to manufacture runs. The ballpark is swallowing fly balls. How many hard hit balls they have over the weekend? They had, of the balls that were 95 miles an hour or more, they had 33 balls in play that carried an average exit velocity of 95 miles an hour or more. Only 11 of them land as base hits. You know how hard that is to do? And now it's like, what do they do here? The only offense they had yesterday was Jock Peterson, who's going into that at bat. His batting average was literally less than the weight of an acorn, and he blind squirreled this thing up because he closed his eyes and swung at that.
Dude,
and he hit it. He crushed it, and it went 2 rows back.
And he wanted to make sure
everybody knew he hit a home run.
That stunned me yesterday. I understand, being pumped up or whatever. Some of the lip reading that's going on social media right now, trying to project what he said. If that's what he said, which was filled with expletives and basically keep talking your trash, you felines.
Mm-hmm. Whoa.
And he's yelling it towards the dugout, but I assume he's yelling
he's yelled to the fans, the media.
Yeah. I'm assuming he's yelling it to anybody with eyes who has watched and evaluated what Jock Peterson's been the last 2 years, which is awful. Then that's a ballsy way to react to the first hit.
Yeah, when we're 9 games in and you get your first, you were 0 for your first 8 games. I know he didn't play every game, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know that I want you throwing the bat and basically jawing at the crowd. Whatever. It was a big moment, so I'm not gonna fight with him. It was a big moment. I'm happy that he did it. But that offense was putrid this weekend.
Yep.
And it's not like the Reds' offense was great either, but it was good enough. They manufactured some runs. They were able to do that. The Rangers did not manufacture anything. The one run, the go-ahead run the Reds had yesterday was a manufactured run. It was just, they find a way to get them on, get them over, and get them in.
Yeah, this is an instance of if I tell you opening weekend, you allowed 3 runs per game on average, and you were at home for weekend.
I would assume you're going to win 2 of those.
Yeah, and I tell you didn't win a game. That's bad. And what was the? I got to look here. So it was obviously they had the shutout on Saturday. They scored the 1 run on Sunday, and then what? It was their final run had come in. They had 2 runs in the second inning on Friday, which means they finished with. What was that? The last 25 innings, they scored 2 runs.
2 runs.
2 runs in 25 innings.
Nothing on Saturday, then 1 on Sunday.
When Mackenzie Gore strikes out 9 in 6 innings and allows 3 runs. When Jack Leiter gives up 1 and strikes out 9 in 5 innings. And
think about that. Your starters on the back-to-back day struck out 18 guys.
Well, that was a back-to-back. Kamar Rocker was in there too.
Yeah, but okay, so you strike out 18 guys between the 2, and you don't win either game.
And you're at home. Just nothing.
Yeah.
That looked like last year's Rangers. Now, the question becomes, because their offense looked solid the first 2 series of the year.
Go on the road.
And that's the thing, like you mentioned. Is this just a reverse Amari Cooper situation? You just can't do it. You can't do anything at home.
Yeah. I don't know, because, Booney kind of hinted at it with us that the ballpark may be in their heads a little bit.
Yeah.
Because the Reds hit a couple of home runs out.
It is one of the most pitcher-friendly parks in baseball.
It is. It's the third. I think it's got the 3rd lowest park factor in the sport. And the park factor is how easy it is for or how much offense the park generates.
It
basically,
feels so big.
It does.
Like when you see
Evan Carter crushed that ball yesterday.
When you see a ball get hit, and then you watch it getting tracked in the outfield, it's like, how is it this big? The walls are not that far out compared to the rest of Major League Baseball.
No,
how
they're
does
the same.
It feels like dead center at the Polo Grounds.
It does. That their center field. 410 is not that deep. There are plenty of stadiums out there that have a center field right around the same distance.
Yeah, theirs is 407.
Yeah, Boston, I see. Boston has, at least it's listed, at 420 in center field. Yankee Stadium's 408 in center. The Dodgers is I think, a little less, but the ball doesn't travel well there.
Let's see here. So right now they are 329 to right field.
That's basically, that's fine. That's fine. Maybe league average, maybe like 325.
It's a little further. Barely. But it's a little further than most. Most places are about 320 down the right field line. Left field, they are, they look like they're one of the shorter left field porches. They are. Like, they're shorter. They're in the bottom 10 in the league in terms of left field distance.
It's not the distance of the fences. It's the carry. For whatever reason, the ball doesn't carry.
There are plenty of indoor parks that the ball carries fine in there.
There are
what? So there are plenty of indoor parks where it doesn't just get. So I don't know. Somebody's got to explain to me. Somebody smarter than me in how the setup of an indoor park compared to another indoor park could kill the ball like that.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I know the Metrodome used to have these fans that would blow, and they shut the fans off, and all of a sudden it became a little more cavernous. The offense, though, is being offensive. And it's only a handful of games in. We're only 9 games in, so it's way too early to make any snap judgments. But it's clear some of the players are pressing. Wyatt Langford goes up there in the first inning, hacks at the first pitch. I got no problem with that. But Wyatt's not tearing the cover off the ball. He's trying to get a good pitch. Jock Peterson, I mean, look, I think you can't have him hitting 5th. You cannot have him. That is criminal to put him in the 5-hole. I'm sorry. You go around the rest of the sport. The Reds team we played yesterday, Suarez had 49 home runs last year. He's in the 5-hole. The Dodgers have Will Smith, the World Series hero. He's in the 5-hole. The Yankees have Stanton, who's going to hit 500 home runs either this year or next. He's in the 5-hole. The Royals have Jack Caglianone. He's in the 5-hole. He's hit nearly 400. The Red Sox have Wilyer Abreu. Their offense stinks, but he's a much better hitter in the 5-hole. You just can't have a hole hitting 5th.
No, you can't. And this is wild here. Wyatt Langford now has 40 plate appearances, which is second on the team behind Brandon Nimmo. I didn't realize he has not walked this season.
He's trying to get his hitting legs in under him. I mean, he's
a little too much.
Yeah.
0 walks to 11 strikeouts.
That's surprising.
Almost 10 games into the season.
That's surprising that we're this far into the season. And he hasn't had a walk yet.
Obviously, you're kind of picking and choosing here, but I mean, Danny Jansen with 24 plate appearances, who's been decent at the plate time.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with him.
But he also hasn't drawn a walk this year. So, I mean, you're talking about you've got 64 plate appearances between those two with 0 walks at this point. And that was supposed to be a big focus for them, was more plate patience, working counts, which I feel like, I don't want to just destroy them. I feel like they have worked some counts and gone deeper into counts. But, man, it's to be where they're at right now with just such.
Well, and then we haven't even gotten into what to do at the back end of the bullpen.
Yeah, that's its own problem.
Because the bullpen itself, they have the 3rd best bullpen ERA, or at least they did yesterday. It's not indicative. The numbers don't match up to what it is, because this is a couple of games now where it's been in the balance and the bullpen has let them down. The first game against Philly and then this one, it sucks. It really does. I don't know what you do about Robert Garcia in those high leverage situations, but he's our high leverage guy. Shout out to Jack Leiter. 9 strikeouts, 85 pitches through 5 innings. I love the 9 Ks. The sport is going to have problems with pitchers that only go 5 innings. It's just the way the game is. I know fans on social media were like, "Yeah, this is great," but what do you do about the other 4? It's the way the sport is, man. They're gonna go max velocity for as long as they can, and the moment that starts to die out at 85 pitches, and probably in 3 weeks he would go out for another inning, and he'd stretch it out. Now, not the time. They're gonna let him get his 85 pitches and get out of there.
And one little bit of positive shout out to American League MVP Brandon Nimmo.
Guy's awesome. If he's not the one you're buying a jersey of, I mean, it's gonna have to be Wyatt, right? But Nimmo
doesn't have to be Wyatt. Not until he gets a walk.
Not until he gets a walk. Nimmo's great. Nimmo is great. One other baseball note I wanted to touch on. This took off yesterday. If you haven't seen this, man, shout out to Joe Adell for bringing the athleticism back to the sport, man. Holy cow, that's awesome. 3 home runs he robbed in the Angels game on Saturday night. We're gonna sit here and break down the catches, but this is what the sport has needed. It has needed athletes and athletes in the outfield, quite frankly.
Angels in the outfield.
Athleticism was robbed from the game. It became static. There's a bunch of guys taking walks, swinging hard, and you forget to have athletes out there. This is awesome.
I will say,
Devon White. I miss Devon White. I miss Bo Jackson and Ken Griffey and Jim Evans. These great athletic center fielders that made awesome catches.
How many times do you even see 3 baseballs that it's possible to rob them in a game?
Rarely.
This is the record. So infrequent.
This is the most ever in one game.
And so, it's like, it's incredible plays by him, but also, how fluky and odd that you would have 3 balls that barely were just right over the fence for somebody to be able to rob them in the same game.
I think this was I think nobody had ever done more than 1 in a game. I think nobody ever robbed more than, which seems impossible. That nobody in the history of the sport had ever robbed more than 1 in a game. I thought that's what the stat I saw.
I felt like Torrey Hunter robbed 1 every game.
I think he did. But I thought I saw a stat that nobody had robbed 2 in a game. Okay, fine. This is 3. This was awesome. This
incredible.
Was such a go check it. Just Joe Adell. Joe without an E. Joe Adell. Google it. Check it out. And you'll be happy if you're a baseball fan. All right, Sean and RJ here. 105.3 The Fan. Best and worst of the weekend. It's the commercial-free Expressway, and we're going to get you set for the madness tonight, the college kegger. Next on Sean and RJ on 105 through The Fan.
Let me talk about the greatness of Wild Fork Foods. What is it? It's not a restaurant. It is a specialty meat and seafood
to the national championship game, their 8th trip to the title game in dominant fashion. A wire-to-wire win, 91-73 over Arizona.
He threw it away. He produced. Did we just see what we think we just saw? Wow!
Confetti! We got our 2. It's tonight. Thankfully, the fine folks over at the NCAA have changed the time of this game, so it's not going to start at 8:40 p.m. this year. It'll be 7:50.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, because it makes no sense to start that late. But 7:50 tonight, it'll be Michigan and it'll be UConn, and it'll either be a dominant run solidified, or we're going to have a discussion about where UConn and Dan Hurley sit in the all-time greats, because they win 3 in 4 years.
And it would be 2 where they are defying like analytics.
Yeah,
in terms
really
of they should not have been the national champion.
They're barely in the trap. They're in the trapezoid of excellence, but not the way that Michigan is, and they're not in the dog category on Ken Palm. They're tremendous, but not like what Michigan or Arizona were. But 2 bum games.
Yep.
Blowouts. 2 blowouts. I guess UConn wasn't a blowout technically, but
no, but that was it. Never felt like it was in doubt.
Never did. Never felt like it was in doubt. And the Michigan game was literally never in doubt at all. Even though Yaxel barely played the first half because of foul trouble and an injury, never looked for a second like that was in that. And that the game literally never was in doubt.
That's why it doesn't bother me when you're asking about like, well, what if he's compromised for the game against UConn? Doesn't matter. They whooped up on the team that I thought was the best in the country.
And I'll tell you this, as a Tennessee fan, this game made me like, okay, fine. I don't feel nearly as bad
about it.
You felt better about it.
Yeah.
I don't feel nearly as bad because I didn't think we were going to win anyway going in. I was like, all right, fine, whatever. I mean, we got beat by 30. Arizona was down 30. Mm-hmm. That game was not an 18-point game. That was a 25-point blowout that masqueraded as an 18-point final outcome. And now you get Michigan and you get UConn and we get – I'm sorry, you the Tolo, get Peyton Russell for 30 minutes.
Nice. Oh, baby.
This is the way everybody wanted it to be.
Yeah, this is it. You know, me doing it, whatever. Bobby doing it, whatever. Sean doing it, whatever. Peyton, this is going to be fun. Wheels off, baby. Let's go.
Now, the leaderboard over at ESPN under their men's tournament challenge bracket. Right now, the guy who's leading over there and has correctly picked a UConn-Michigan final.
No way.
He has the tournament champion as UConn. So if you want to just talk about a guy who correctly had UConn over Illinois, Michigan over Arizona in the Final Four, like picked it all the way down to that, he picked UConn to beat Michigan.
Man, I'll tell you, my nephew's a big UConn fan. My best friend growing up is a big UConn fan. I'm surrounded by them. And I'll tell you, UConn fans do not stop talking.
Oh, my gosh.
They do not. They are such trash talkers. What?
This guy had everything, like from, gosh, what was that? He had everything from pretty much the Sweet 16 on. Really? The only thing he had Duke over KU instead of Duke over St. John's. He had Connecticut over Michigan or over Louisville instead of Michigan State. And then that was it. Everything else he had Tennessee over Iowa State. He picked Michigan over Alabama. He had Iowa over Nebraska. He had Illinois over Houston. Like, he picked all the Sweet 16 teams correctly, basically, and has picked every winner right.
Man. See, you go back and you look at your brackets, like, all right, I could have seen that. I could have seen that.
So if this dude's been so right so far.
Yeah.
That would say UConn.
Yeah. Well, maybe say I did this, and I posted this on Twitter over the weekend. I said take the over in the Arizona-Michigan game, and I took UConn plus 550 to win it all. That was the only good odds. Nobody else had good odds. I don't think it's going to happen.
And now you sell that ticket.
I should. I should. I wonder if I could cash out. What the cash out is on that.
The ticket.
I wonder what the cash out is.
What are they tonight? Probably like plus 300. I mean, they're 7.5-point favorites, aren't they tonight?
I didn't look that up. See what they are. See what UConn is on the money line for that one. But Michigan is a wagon right now. Dan Hurley. Look, I know Dan gets a lot of grief. I got to hand it.
Rightfully so.
He is a great coach.
Plus 240.
Plus 240. All right, so it's half the odds. I think he's great for the sport. I think the sport needs villains. I think all sports need villains. He is the villain of college basketball. Great coaches, though, come with great lines. And I think Dan gave us a great line.
We got a shock. I mean, listen, I've been shock coaching since really Tuesday. I had to let everyone enjoy it. I couldn't come in on Monday like a cold, damp blanket and just start destroying people on Monday. I mean, that just would have been just a cruel thing to do to people's spirit after such an incredible victory. But Tuesday, you just got to bring everybody back to reality. Like the reality is that moment's over. It's an incredible moment. You'll have that the rest of your life. But we came here for rings, not watches. Everyone that comes to the Final Four gets a beautiful watch. But only one group's going to get a ring. So get off social media, stop injecting the dopamine into your arm, and get serious about the preparation and the practice, because we don't hang banners for Final Fours at UConn. We hang national championship banners, and if you want to hang a banner, you got to get your eyes off social media, get your face out of the phone, and get locked in on Illinois, because Illinois is one of the best teams in the country, and they're as big a threat to winning this tournament as any of the 4 teams.
Man, I love him.
No.
He's so coachy.
He sucks, dude. He's great, but he sucks. He is so.
If they win the night,
yeah,
you're gonna have to have a top 5 coach discussion with him. You're just gonna have to.
It's very impressive. It's incredibly impressive what he's done so far. Even if with them not winning tonight, it's impressive what he's done. He's also just there's some phoniness there that exists. Take for instance, he always did the hype up the crowd crap at UConn or whatever.
And they was trashed the crowd.
And then he trashed. He's like, I'm not going to do that ever again, because our crowd has been so awful this year. I'm done. If you're not going to get fun. And then the other night he's sitting there doing it with Illinois. It's like, you damn fraud. You're just going to say whatever you say in the moment.
Yeah, we're looking though. I mean, you compare him to, if they win the night, even if they don't, but let's say they win the night, you're going to compare him with Coach K for the 90s, those Duke teams, and Billy Donovan's Florida teams and the aughts, and Wooden's are different, but John Thompson's Ewing teams at Georgetown, that 5-year or 4-year stretch they had, it's up there. It's up there, and Michigan's in their way.
Yeah, no, I mean he's like you say, he's right there as one of the. I mean, in modern history, he's at the top pretty much.
Yeah, he really is. Maybe my favorite all-time announcer or color analyst is Bill Raftery. This might be the last time we hear from him tonight. We don't know, but he said that the reports that he's 82 years old are not true. He is older than that. And he goes, I don't know when CBS is going to tell me to go away, but whenever they do, I'm not going to be ready to retire. But this is such a wild thing. I can't imagine the year 2026 that we have people that we don't even know their age. It's like you see this in baseball. There was always rumors that Albert Pujols was older than he said he was.
Yeah, it's the Danny Almonte factor. Yeah,
there was always rumors about that, but you see it in certain sports, but you never see it with Bill Raftery. It's an old man. My grandma was like this though. She had no idea when her birthday was.
So
she just made it April 1st.
We talked last.
She had no idea when she was born.
We talked last week about Benny Binion from Binion Horseshoe Casino, and who was a organized crime legend here in Dallas.
Yeah,
I believe he was one who they didn't know the exact day he was born.
Yeah, they knew the year. They didn't know the day of my grandma, so they just said April 1st. And they just put you see, she used to say so many people were born January 1st back in the old days. They just didn't know. They just put it Jan 1, which I find a little strange.
Nah, you gotta just throw some day on there.
Yeah. Bobby, what is the Alabama athletic director saying about the future of conference championship?
I love the SEC collective arrogance that exists. It's one of my favorite things to just look at and shake my head at, because their whole issue is they believe that the SEC title game in football, that should be the title game to them. That's what they think. They think that should settle who the champion is. And because it doesn't settle who the champion is, it has a tendency to then affect who gets into the CFP or where you're seated in the CFP. And Alabama doesn't like that. They don't think that they should be penalized for losing the SEC title game. Or they don't think, even though it rescued them before, where winning the SEC title game got them into the CFP one year. So they are very much, a lot of the SEC teams are just like, we shouldn't be penalized for playing each other when we're so awesome. We should be lifted up. Even our 500 teams should be in the CFP. And Greg Byrne is now saying that the SEC championship game is dead. He goes, nope, that's over. And this is something that has been talked about where we've all assumed that eventually it was heading this direction. But in an interview with USA Today, Greg Byrne says I think the ship has sailed, it's run its course, and that the SEC at this point, he doesn't believe that their championship game is going to continue into the future.
I don't think that any of them are or should. It's a moneymaker. I think they should be playing games maybe if you're going to get the fourth team in from a conference, maybe have the third and fourth team play it out.
But why shouldn't it exist?
Well, look at this year. Texas Tech plays BYU. They already beat BYU once that year. If BYU beat Texas Tech, BYU's going to the tournament. Tech isn't. But they didn't because Tech was right. Tech's good. Right, Tech is good, but they could have slipped up. We saw it with the previous year with Clemson and SMU. SMU slipped up. They still got in. They got rewarded with getting in, but it also allowed another team to get in. We saw Miami this year. Miami didn't even make the conference championship game. The conference championship winner didn't even get in. Miami got in.
So that doesn't sound like it hurts you at all.
Well,
all of those examples you just used made.
What did everybody do? Everybody complained, about Alabama this year. Like, Alabama lost this game. History shows that game doesn't hurt you, right? And everybody complained that Alabama got in. And then they go on the road and they beat Oklahoma. So they justified getting in. But you're still going to have people. I don't know. I just think it's stupid. Like,
I don't know. All those examples you just used, the team didn't get hurt.
Oh, but I'm not saying it's good, but eventually somebody is going to get hurt by it.
Who? The only people who get hurt by it, I think, are the ones who are probably on the waffling of do they deserve to get in or not, and then they lose and then they don't get in.
To me, if you're already in the top 12 the week before and you lose that game, you shouldn't be penalized for it.
It's a thinning of the herd. If you've got a problem with, all right, we got we're kind of jumbled here in this group of teams that we think could be in or couldn't be in.
You're creating a situation where you're going to have a guaranteed loser, and those other teams don't have to go out there and fight. It's just not. It's not.
They're more solidified.
But they're not more solidified. They didn't make their conference championship game. They're being penalized for making the game.
No, I think if you look at it, I don't think there's been an instance yet where somebody's the closest you could say to somebody getting burned by it was when Georgia lost to Alabama.
Yeah, let's say Texas makes the SEC title game this year. They play Georgia. And Ole Miss is third in the conference. And Texas loses. Ole Miss doesn't have to play. Texas already beats Ole Miss during the regular season.
Yep.
And now Ole Miss jumps Texas. I have a problem with that.
Texas law. They had an opportunity. Like, you have an opportunity to do something about it and you lose.
See, that's football guy. That's football guy right there.
I think that's
football
the game
guy.
That is the game of football. It's the results.
Yeah. Not the game of fairness.
This is just the SEC again, like thinking they are so high above everybody else that the CFP should just be their conference.
It should be. All right. I wanted to save enough time for this. Are you familiar with Handshake Gate?
I don't think so.
Gino and Dawn Staley.
Yeah.
Did you see this?
Yes.
This was on Friday. Boy, South Carolina got destroyed yesterday. UCLA wins the title. This is on Friday. This is Gino and Dawn Staley. Now, Dawn is obviously the coach of South Carolina. UConn gets destroyed by South Carolina. Gino is not happy, but he's not happy because apparently Dawn Staley did not meet at half court for the pregame handshake.
He waited a whole 3 minutes.
Yeah.
For 41 years, I've been coaching and I've been, 25 Final Fours. And the protocol is before the game, you meet at half court. Anybody ever see that before? Two coaches meet at half court and they shake hands. Correct? You ever see it? They announce it on the loudspeaker. And I waited there for like 3 minutes. So it is what it is.
Okay. Apparently there's two pregame handshakes that they have to do. I didn't know about the pregame handshakes.
I didn't either.
So he waited for the second pregame handshake. He was not happy. He went into the game already, pee and vinegar.
Yeah.
Already.
Mind games worked.
Mind games worked. It took him to take him off his game. Because then he gets into the halftime or the in-game interview with Holly Rowe, and he is not happy with what's going on.
Coach, a kind of wild turn of events. Sarah Strong's jersey is split right down the middle. I saw you speaking to the refs about it. What message did you try to convey?
Right. There were 6 fouls called that quarter, all of them against us. And they've been beating out of our guys down there the entire game. And I'm not making excuses because we haven't been able to make a shot. But this is ridiculous. Their coach rants and raves on the sideline and calls the referee some names you don't want to hear. And now we get 6-0, and I got a kid with a ripped jersey, and they go, I didn't see it. Come on, man. This is for the national championship.
Did you see the video, though, of what happened with the jersey?
Mm-mm.
She ripped the jersey Lucas style. She's out there. She's by the cheerleaders, and she goes
because somebody had started the rip. She finished.
Right.
It's like a frayed line, and you just pull it out.
That's what the speculation is. That's probably the case. Is that the jersey was already a little ripped, and she just gave it a little bit more of a tug. But Gino's like, no, they ripped the jersey. They ripped the jersey. He's not happy. Not happy. At the end of the game, Dawn and him meet. They don't shake hands. I mean, they are like Dan Hurley and Roger Ayers eye to eye.
Yep.
I mean, they were forehead to forehead here. And Gino looks terrible in all this. He looks bad. He's always looked like a bully to me.
He may be right. I don't know.
He may be right. I don't know.
It doesn't matter. It's not going to matter in terms of just it's a losing optic, and so it was silly to do what he did. Because you're not going to win that. There's going to be no explanation that the masses are going to accept for him doing that. And so he played it right when speaking to the media after, and he was like, there was no excuse for what I did. Congratulations to South Carolina. Let's move on. Like, that's all he's got to do.
Yeah. At the end of the game, after the game, he talked about the moment he complained to the refs about Dawn's body language in all this.
I just want to make sure there's not a double standard. I'm of the opinion that if I ever talk to an official like that, I would get tossed. So I just want to make sure there's not a double standard. That some people are allowed to talk to officials like that, and other people are not. That's it. So, yeah, that was pretty frustrating.
You see videos of Dawn saying, after this exchange, I will beat Gino's ass.
Okay, shut up.
I was like, oh, baby, let's go. We got to fight. Because I'll tell you this, I can't stand Gino. But he is on the Mount Rushmore of sports villains for me.
Is he?
Yes.
I don't know that it would rank for me.
Really? Man, he's such a villain. I mean, he got...
By the way, Gino is 6'1", and Don Staley is 5'6". I'm just saying.
I'll take Don.
Chop.
I bet you Dawn is. I bet you Dawn's stronger.
Chop. Stop it.
I know.
Stop doing this.
She's an athlete.
Stop.
She's an athlete, Bobby.
Stop doing this. Don't do this.
I'm just trying to draw you upsides. I'm not taking. I'll take the 6'1".
This is not.
I'll take the 6'1".
This is not
Gino.
Bobby Riggs.
Stop. You stop. You stop. So anyway, he's on the Mount Rushmore, easy of sports villains for me. There's your little Gino. Dawn Staley handshake.
940. Gino's just tired of Hurley getting the attention at UConn.
Boy. Now, Dan stood up for him. Dan stood up for him in one of his press conferences.
Yeah, because Dan would do the same thing.
Yeah, he would. He would. And Gino's apparently given a lot of, a lot of advice to Dan.
Do you know what Gino's birth name is?
Eugenio?
Luigi.
Really?
Luigi R.E.M. I didn't realize he was actually born in Italy.
I think I knew that.
I didn't.
I think I knew that. All right. It's Monday. It's the commercial-free Expressway. It's Sean and RJ. Without Sean, he'll be back tomorrow. Let's talk about the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
This is where every single week we talk about what we did over the weekend. And Peyton Russell did make a little trip out of state again.
I did. I went north. That's all I guess I can really go, unless it's east or west. But
you could go east, west,
south too.
You could go south if you wanted to. There might not be a casino there, but no, Lake Charles.
If you're just talking about traveling, though, you can go south.
Yes, Lake Charles. You get a casino down there.
I could. Yeah, I could.
Yeah.
But no, I went north. Went to the casino. Look, I've only been once since November.
Oh, wow.
And that was to Vegas, and that doesn't count. That's just that was a bachelor trip.
Yeah, going to Vegas doesn't count at all.
That's just a trip, not to an Oklahoma casino. So I had an itch, and I gave it. Look, I talked to Mackenzie about it, and I said, look, it's up to you. If you want to go, we can go. If you don't want me to go, we don't go. Because my friends didn't want to go. I'd asked them Friday night. They were like, I don't think we want to go Saturday, blah, blah. And so I was like, all right, whatever, But I had Mackenzie, and so I asked her, and she was like, you know what, fine, I'll be nice this weekend. Let's go. But it's the last time you're going until after the wedding.
Oh,
so
baby.
I was like, do I want to go now? Do I want to use my one freebie up this time, or do I wait? And I was like, you know what? I'm feeling the itch. I'd been watching the YouTube videos about gambling, so I was like, you know what? Let's just go up there right now. Whatever, screw it. And so I went up there, and it was super easy. Craps was, I had never high-fived so many people playing craps in my life. In Vegas, I was booed off the table because I kept losing all these people money, all my friends' money, and I was so worried. I tried to pass up my shot. I told the guy next to me, I said, you want to shoot? You want to be the dice roller? I'm not going to do it. And he was like, no, you got it. I believe in you. I rolled for like 40, 45 minutes.
Oh, that's the best. Did anybody tip you?
No. And one guy had $25 on each of the bonuses. Bonuses. And I hit one of the bonuses. He got paid out almost.
What are the bonuses?
I have no idea.
The make 'em all. The all tall, all small.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I've never called them the bonuses.
I have no idea.
I've never called them bonuses before.
Well, Bobby Wolf, go one day and I'll show you. Yeah. So this guy was. I probably made him close to $5,000.
So you hit every number. You hit every number on the board.
But one. Everyone but one. So I just got like the all tall. I hit all the tall numbers, the big numbers. Yeah. So so a lot of people got paid out on that. But so I was up like close to 300. I think at one point. Then I tried to play another game afterwards and lost some money. But I still walked away up 130, 140 around there. So like what, I'm fine. Went there for 3-4 hours, so I was fine with that.
Nice.
So that was good. And look, gas up there. It was $3.04 in Durant, Oklahoma. $3.04 I filled up for.
That's like 70 cents less.
I know, right? I was like, no, that's got to be wrong. I'm going to get to the pump. It's going to be like $4.12 or something like that.
I live about 40 miles from there. Why don't you...
I think it's worth the drive.
Yeah, Bobby, is it worth the drive? How much money am I saving? Or how much money am I losing in gas going up there to drive up to Oklahoma to get gas to drive home? And is it worth time value of money, which is the answer
for the truck?
Yeah.
What's your mileage like? I don't know.
I have a 33-gallon tank. I get like 580 miles.
I think you're losing money. How much is it? What's the difference?
It's 80 cents.
At least 80
gallon.
Man, see, so this is my.
So I'd be saving like $30 for a fill.
You might as well just go gamble, try and win, $50, and then you're guaranteed a profit.
You would not. No, not $30. How big is your tank?
It's 33-gallon tank. I'm be saving 80 cents a gallon.
33-gallon tank.
Yeah. You're saving almost $20.
Yeah, it's what?
You're saving them over $20
easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't even get the extended tank. The extended tank's close to 40 gallons.
See, this is my gripe all the time. People go like, "Oh, I found the cheaper gas," which is fine. But like, Kristen will like go out of her way to like drive further, or like, no, I'm going to get gas over here because it's like 6 cents cheaper.
Yeah.
And I'm always like, if you're driving a sedan, for instance, and it's a 15-gallon tank or whatever it is, you're saving like less than $1 to go drive that far on a full fill up.
Yeah.
And so I've always thought it's a little bit exaggerated when people are like just going for the absolute cheapest price instead of just what's convenient. I'll pay the 6 cents convenience to fill up right there. But yeah, if it's $1 cheaper, that adds up. But for one time, I don't know. I would think that the amount of gas you'd use, if you get 18 miles a gallon, then how many miles is it up there?
It's about 45 miles to get up there. Maybe 50.
Yeah.
People say for the 903, you're saving $26. It's just not worth it. It's just not. And the time I'm spending to get up there is not going to be worth it.
Yeah, because that'll be 6 miles. If you're going, that's probably 6 gallons back and forth right there. So, that alone is going to, you end up, I think, netting $8.
Not worth it.
Oh, I don't know.
But with the time I'm spending, it's 2 hours.
Go with your kids. That's bonding time. That's bonding time.
My kids have no desire to be in a car for that long to talk. I have their attention for maybe 90 seconds. Maybe. And we'll get into that here. Actually, go ahead.
Are you able to? I don't know because I don't go to casinos often enough. What are the rules at like Choctaw, for instance, or WinStar, whatever it would be, walking in with the children? Are the children allowed to be down there, or are they not even allowed on the floor?
No, they can be there. They got to be with an adult though.
Yeah, you can walk through.
If they're playing games, and
I would think Julian would like to be.
I think he would.
Your eyes and ears to maybe help you win.
Yeah.
So I would think you could convince them of that trip if you just tell Julian, like, hey, I need you to signal me on some stuff and things like that.
That's an idea. Like in Vegas, they can walk through because you got to walk through to get to anywhere you go. WinStar, you could, or Choctaw, you could just go to the hotel. The hotel desk is different. It's not in the same spot, separate entrance. All right, best and worst here, Bobby.
So it was a pretty quiet weekend. Didn't really do much on Friday or Saturday. Sunday yesterday we went and did like an Easter egg thing it was like a kid's Easter egg hunt with Sean. And Kristen had some beverages and I needed to go back and do my prep email. And so I was telling her, all right, I got to get going. And she was like, what if I Uber back? And I was like, that's going to be like a $60 Uber. That seems like a lot. I was like, how about you Uber midway? And then when I'm done with my email, I'll come scoop you up from where you get dropped off. She's like, okay. She's like, you'll pick where we're going? I said, yeah. I said, I'll call for the Uber when I'm ready, and then I'll meet you over there. So I pick between me and Louisville, Sean and Sunnyvale, I pick Firewheel as like a middle point.
The golf course.
Just the Firewheel Town Center. So like I pick AMC Firewheel.
It's not anywhere close to you.
It's not a total midway point. It's like 20 from Sean's and like 28 from me. But it's close enough that I was just like, all right, we'll pick that. So I call for the Uber and I tell Kristen, who's buzzing at this point. I tell her, hey, you are going to go to AMC Firewheel. That's where the drop-off is. She goes, okay, cool. Sounds good. So she texts me, we're in. And she says, driving now. Then she texts me, he keeps going longer. And she sends a screenshot of her Google Maps. She goes, it was 12 minutes, now it's 20. I said, the app has him on the right path because I had called for it. I said, the app has him on the right path and 9 minutes away. She said, nope. Then she sends another screenshot and it says 21 minutes away now. And I said, okay, that's your app though. It doesn't know, I guess, which path he's taking through Waze or something. And then she sends another screenshot. It now says he's 25 minutes away. And she's like, he's going the wrong way. And I look at the app and I'm looking at it and it's like, no, it looks like he's going the right way. Unless he's just duping this or something. And she goes, where are we meeting? I said, is your app screwed up? Do you have tolls turned off or something? And I said, AMC Firewheel. And she goes, oh, effing hell. I thought it was AMC Mesquite.
Oh.
And then I just like said a bunch of crying laughing emojis. She says, F you. She goes, I thought we were being kidnapped. I was about to throw the girls out of the car. So she thought she got scooped up, and this guy was just going rogue and going like, no man with her. I'm gonna kidnap her. And in reality, it was just her inebriated self not realizing we're going to the wrong spot.
Good story.
But ultimately, did not end the way I wanted.
No.
The inebriation, we had reached the bell curve. It was starting to go down. Law of diminishing returns.
Yeah.
So pass out with no cereal.
Best and worst of the weekend here on Sean and RJ 105. I hate hearing that no cereal. The best, we were adults on Saturday, Peyton. I didn't think we had it in us. We finished an entire project in one day, and we got a later start.
Oh.
But we went to Home Depot, bought 5 new plants for the front, new weed control liner, the tarp to lay down, ripped up the old bedding, ripped up the old soil in the front, the flower bed in the front. Which, by the way, there's no soil, it's all clay. It's all clay under there. Laid down the new tarp, dug the holes, got all 5 plants in the ground, 3 new agaves, a yucca, a cordyline. Sarah's a beast. She does not care about getting her hands dirty. She was digging in that ground. She's like, I need nails this week anyway, so why not?
Mm-hmm.
Now we got to figure out what to top it with. We want to do we already had crushed granite, but she doesn't like the color of it. I'm like, we get a darker color. Also get lava rock, but I did not think that we had it in us. And I was like, the soil.
You're not lava rock people.
I was like, the soil is soft. Anyway, this is the time to dig. This is the day to dig after the downpour we had. The worst, I got to have it out. I had this yesterday morning. It came to a head. I get a phone call about 9 a.m. from Julian, my youngest. And he says, Dad, I want an e-bike.
No.
I'm like, why? He goes, all my friends have them now. I can't keep up. We're riding around the neighborhood. We're going down the street. We're going to go to, this park, that park. We're going to go to school. We're going to cross the highway. I can't keep up, and they dust me. I can't keep up. I'm on a regular bike, or he's on his e-scooter. He's on those little electric scooters. And it's Colleyville parents, because we made a pact. All the parents on this group chat got together and said in December, hey, guys, we're not getting the e-bikes, right? No one's getting e-bikes. We're holding firm. One by one, the dominoes fell. Who's the last one standing? Jon Snow right here. I'm Jon Snow.
Just loading up.
I'm pulling the sword out. The horses are coming down.
Not the horses, the e-bikes.
The e-bikes. And, he's like, I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it myself. He's like, I have the $700. I'll pay for it myself. And I'm like, that's not the point. That's not the point. You got kids getting run over. You got kids getting in, going into traffic. They're not paying attention.
It's cheating too.
It's also cheating. Pedal. Just pedal. How hard is it to pedal? This is the e-bike is the laziest thing out there.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything that's worse, and it's in terms of just a complete portrait of being laziness and trying to cut corners than the e-bike. No. And it's really tough to come up with one.
And he just fell off his scooter the other day. He accidentally hit it to cruise control, which I didn't know these things had cruise control on the scooters.
Do they really? Wow.
I guess he held it down at full length too long, and it automatically just, after you do that, it automatically just goes on cruise. So he thought when he let go of the thing that it was going to slow down. He was coming around a turn, and it didn't. And he just like fell on the side, like scabbed his whole side up.
Look, I will say, the electric scooters, like the Lime ones we ride in Indy, they are great.
They're awesome.
They're fun, and then they're a nice change up. But I feel like an e-scooter is a little different than an e-bike. Like I feel like the bike is supposed to be more like user engagement, because you're already on a scooter a lot of times, just shuffling it and then standing and coasting anyway.
How much are these bikes, by the way?
But the cheap one is about $700 to $800. That's the cheap one, and it goes 28 miles an hour. And I'm like, that's too fast.
You tell them you want a new bat, new glove, or do you want a bike?
940.
Yeah, right.
I'm an ER nurse, and we see a lot of e-bike accidents. Yeah. So if you get this, you want that on your conscience, maybe? I wouldn't do it.
Man, and a young girl in his school passed away over the weekend in a 4-wheeler accident.
Jeez.
And it's terrifying. I found out about that yesterday morning. It's so awful. There was a girl in Fort Worth, a 5 or 6 year old who died on a scooter.
Jeez.
A couple weeks ago, we saw the kids in Frisco during the snowstorm. Remember, they were on a sled. They were being pulled by a vehicle.
Oh, yeah, by a car. Yeah.
It's so sad. It's so sad. I want to let them go.
I'm voting hold firm on this.
I want to let them go and experience life, but I also am like, no, man. I gotta rein you in here a little bit and protect you.
Yeah,
I'm holding firm.
You can teach them, you can let them touch the stove and find out it's hot. But you can't let them necessarily walk into the incinerator.
Right.
You're not going to learn from that, so come over here.
Yeah, so, all right, that's best and worst here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden is here, and we got to talk. Bobby is hot about the Cooper flag celebration. We'll get into that next, Sean and RJ, 8 o'clock hour, 105.3 The Fan. Let's get you on.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Flag on LeBron. Now the switch. Flag goes. Gets and won. Give him 34 points.
That is Tarico with the call. At NBC, huh? We get the little Mavs Lakers last night. I do think their score bug might be the best in the league. The NBC
the best in the league or the best in,
it might be the best
in sports?
It might be the best in sports. I really like the NBA on NBC scorebook.
Yeah, it's good.
I think it has everything in it. It's not too busy, but it's got everything you need. It's neat. Colors, the way the color. I think it's the best one. That was another tremendous performance from Cooper Flagg. And if you don't vote for him for the MVP, you got to have your vote revoked.
Rookie of the year.
Rookie of the year. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say not MVP.
If you don't vote for him for Rookie of the Year, you got to lose your vote. It's the reality of it. And I'm sorry. If you're in Charlotte, you can vote for Con. If you're in Raleigh, and you have an MVP, a Rookie of the Year vote, you can vote for Con. Durham, right? That whole Duke area. If you're a Duke alumnus, which, by the way, if you're a Duke alumnus, why are you in media? But if you're a Duke alumnus, you can vote for Con. But also, if you're a Duke alumnus, you should be voting for Cooper Flagg anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it. That's the criteria. If you do not have Charlotte Hornets on your media bio, there is no excuse for voting for anybody but Cooper Flagg for Rookie of the Year. It's over. It's over. Unless he gets hurt and doesn't play a game. That's the reality of it. It's over. Con's had a nice year. Setting records for three-pointers. Cooper Flagg is a different animal. Just the reality. You can say what you want. You're wrong.
I mean, he's been. It's one of those things where if you look at what they've been per one, like if you just do the per 100 possession stuff, like Kneppel's been either right there or higher.
Shut up, Bobby.
I'm just saying. Now that may not matter, but I mean, it's.
How many 51-point games does Con have this year?
I believe that's 0.
How many 45-point games does he have?
I believe he's at 0. I will say his offensive rating is 126, Cooper's is 110, and their defensive rating is exactly the same.
All right, just shut up. Just shut up. Bobby hates Cooper Flagg.
No, I love Cooper Flagg. It's just I'm saying I don't think it's such an obvious, egregious error if you do vote for Kneppel.
All right, so you have an issue with what the Mavericks did.
Yeah, this is not an issue I have with Cooper Flagg.
Over the weekend.
To be clear, this is not a problem that I have with Cooper Flagg. This is a problem that I have with the Dallas Mavericks organization.
All right, let's hear it.
So we saw just an amazing performance from Cooper Flagg on, what was that? Was that Friday night?
Mm-hmm.
Friday night. He scores 51 in 34 minutes. 51 points in 34 minutes. Absolutely just wrecks shop. Goes 19 of 30 from the field, 6 of 9 from 3, 51 points, 1 turnover in this effort. Was fantastic. Now, it happened to come on a night where the Dallas Mavericks, as has been the case at times, get their asses kicked. In fact, they are trailing by 19 entering the fourth quarter. They ultimately lose this game by 11. Just handled by the Orlando Magic. Now, that to me sounds like a pretty good outcome. Cooper Flagg puts up 51 points. The Mavericks lose another game and continue to inch themselves closer to a better spot in the lottery.
Mm-hmm.
The problem I have is that, and this is something that split a lot of people on social media that I saw. Cooper Flagg gets back to the locker room after they lose by double digits, and they are celebrating in that locker room like they just clinched the conference title. They're like doing these Gatorade baths, basically, just going nuts as if, like the same sort of thing that happened when, you remember Josh Hamilton, after they won their series, goes in there and he got the ginger ale bath and they're going nuts. That was the reaction in the locker room after just losing by 11 at home to the Orlando Magic. And I understand he scored 51. That's great. And it was cool to see, and I'm happy about it. That's no other word for it to me. That's pathetic. 2 years ago, you're in the NBA Finals, and now you're doing Gatorade baths for losing by double digits because somebody put up 51.
Wow. I don't have a problem with...
And they put up a post on social media, Coop with like the towel draped over his head sitting in his locker, and they basically, like, the Mavericks put up a post that was basically like the Wilt holding up 100 on a sheet after they just lost.
I don't have a problem with the fans applauding, loving,
I love that
cheering,
they love it.
rooting for this.
Uh-huh.
I don't have a problem with the players doing that.
I don't have a problem with the players being excited for him.
I don't have a problem with the players celebrating like that. I don't like the Mavs posted it.
It's such a bad look to me.
To post it, I think, is a bad look. I don't have a problem with the players doing it. I don't have the problem with the fans, going crazy over it.
I have a problem with the players being like, man, you were great. That's fine. That's whatever. I have a problem with the players doing a full-on, like, water bottle, like, crazy celebration.
I mean, they celebrate winning a play-in game.
Because they won.
Yeah, but that's
winning. They didn't win.
I know, but we're beyond winning at this point. We're past it. We're past the record.
Right. We are past it.
We're past the win or loss.
Which is why, fine.
Rookies don't put up 50. I'm fine with the players doing this. I'm fine with the fans going crazy about it. I don't like the Mavs posting about it. That is organizational. Organizationally, you cannot post a celebratory act in a loss. The players could celebrate it. That's a big moment. They get how hard it is to do that. The fans could celebrate it. I don't think the team can.
That looked like
that's
a celebration of winning a playoff series.
And that's why I blame the team for posting it.
He scored 50. That's great. He was fantastic. I love it. If I was Cooper Flagg, I'd feel embarrassed. Like, why are you guys doing it? Like, don't. And especially him being, and he may have felt that way. I have no idea. It was such a weird look. Like, you post that and you go, hold on, let me look this up. They lost by 11? And the fan text is already split on this one. You've got 619, loser mentality from the Mavericks organization. 214, the celebration was absolutely dumb. 214, Bobby, you're an idiot. Rookies don't put up 50 points worth celebrating. 972, tanking season Rook with a historic game. Calm the F down. Rookie star player, what do you expect? No one is trying to win, Bobby 972. That's exactly the point, though. You were 2 years removed from being in the NBA Finals, and now this is your NBA Finals, essentially. I just think it's sad. And it's such a bad look. It's such a pathetic look from the organization.
I think it's a pathetic look for the organization to post it. The players, it's like, what are you going to do? They're going to be miserable all day. For the 3-2-1, Choppy's fine with it the same way he's fine with his team losing by 30. It's a loser mentality. What are you going to do? Be angry, be upset all off season that Tennessee lost by 30 to Michigan?
Kid Muse says,
no, you got to find ways to cope with things.
Kid Muse on the text says that Cooper Flagg admitted to feeling awkward with it.
Of course you're going to feel awkward with it.
940, another bad Bobby take. Okay, well then tell Cooper Flagg he's got a bad take, 940. It doesn't matter that it's first time ever by a rookie either. I don't give a damn.
Yeah, my issue's not with players.
It has nothing to do with Cooper Flagg to me. This has everything to do with the mentality of an organization that just has slid so far down that they think that that's a good. I don't care if this was the Mavericks or whoever else. This could have been done by anybody. It's equally as bad. And you can make an argument that it's more permissible to do yesterday what Jock did. But Jock, having been 0 for 15 to just S-talk everybody in the stadium after he finally gets a hit, like, yeah, what are you going to say now? Well, you went 0 for 15, dude. That was equally as goofy as this is. Probably even less, that's probably even more permissible because that at least was a big home run that tied the game late. I just think that this is such a lame realization of where they are. Celebrate it, fine. The way you celebrate matters, though, and that was celebrating like you just won a playoff series. It's scoring a touchdown down 20 and doing a ridiculous touchdown dance.
Yeah, the touchdown dance down 20. I mean, if it's your first touchdown, you're Justin Jefferson. It's like, whatever. What are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I get. I didn't have the problem with the team doing it. I didn't have a problem with the fans. I had a problem with the team posting it, like the organization's social media account posting it. So that's just my take on it. I don't know, but it is a polarizing topic because now you're looking at it like, all right, it looks bad. It looks like the team doesn't care. And I understand what you're saying, and that's where I blame the franchise for putting that on social media.
And this is an aggressively split fan text too. Half of them are saying it's ridiculous to complain about it, and half of them are saying it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
4-6, as Kid Muse points out, that is the same celebration they gave to Luka for beating Minnesota in the playoffs. It was that they were reacting the same. That to me says that they don't have the right priorities.
I don't think it's a priority issue with the players. I think it's I wouldn't do it with the.
I think the biggest. I think
account.
the biggest offender here is the social media team.
I think so.
But I still think the players celebrating it like that was ridiculous.
LeBron James he was here last night, and the Lakers and the Mavericks win. But LeBron, we didn't get to play this on Friday. LeBron tells Bob Does Sports. I love Bob. That's a good social media account he's got going there. He basically tells the Memphis Grizzlies to get the hell out of town.
I am at the Hyatt at 41 years old. You think I want to do that shit? Being in Memphis on a random ass Thursday? I'm not like the first guy to even talk about it in the NBA. Like, we all like, you guys have to move. Just go over to Nashville. You got Vanderbilt over there. You got the NASCAR. You got a stadium. Don't they got a hockey team too?
Yeah, Predators.
Like, they got everything.
Doesn't look like LeBron's going to be on the Grizzlies anytime soon, so Grizzly fans out there.
Yeah, they know. Their only chance was in 2003 if they would have won the lottery to get me there. And I might have pulled a Eli Manning and not showed up.
Man, tell him to get out of Memphis. Go to Nashville. I don't know if it's going to happen. My buddy in Memphis, that's never going to happen. He's the media guy there. He's like, there's just no chance it happens. I don't know what their lease with the city is in terms of their newish stadium.
We drove through Memphis last week.
I drove through in October.
Did not feel like a professional sports city.
No.
And that's not an offense. The city's fine. I'm not dissing the city at all. I'm just saying it definitely didn't feel like a city where a professional sports team was.
No, Nashville's a much better. It's a global city now.
Nashville has big city feel to it.
Yeah, it's global. It wasn't. When I was living in Tennessee,
the gun wasn't mine.
25 years ago, Nashville was. I mean, it wasn't rinky-dink, but it was a much think city. You go to the airport, it's like a dozen gates. Now it's much bigger than that, and you can go. I think Nashville, you go to Mexico or Hawaii. You can barely go anywhere out of Nashville. I think you can go anywhere now. So it's just changed, and Memphis is it's fallen on hard times. Luka is out for the rest of the regular season.
It's a bummer.
Austin Reeves is out 4 to 6 weeks, and Lakers now are cooked.
Yep,
they are cooked. And J.J. Redick is catching heat for keeping Luke out there in a 30-point game. I mean, there's 9 minutes to go in the third. What do you want to sit in the entire second half?
Man, he was limping before that.
He was. If this is mid-fourth quarter, but I don't have a problem. Just in a vacuum. The guys are healthy and they're out there in the second half. I don't have a major issue with it.
But that's the thing. I don't think it's a vacuum. I think he was limping pretty bad.
So now he's catching heat, and Luka may be back. Maybe. For the playoffs. They would obviously with the playing game, it's going to add an extra couple of days to the whole schedule, but they're still going to be playing there pretty quick once the playoff season gets going, which is going to happen here in the next 10 days or so.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the issue with the Lakers, who were in town last night. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. Below the Belt coming up at 8:40, but one more day of Sean out, which means one more day of blind rankings. And we are going to get into that coming up next year on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, it is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist owned store.
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider, will join the show at 9 a.m. today. It is Sean and RJ 105. The fan below the belt coming up at 8:40. Bobby's got some good stuff for that. But, we like to do this. This is a fun game.
Yeah.
And we'll do this when Sean is out because he doesn't like to do the show when he's here or do this segment when he's here.
He's done it once. I think he likes it.
I don't think he loves it. That's my guess. That's my guess. He doesn't love it.
I think he comes around to it. I think he enjoyed it when he did it.
He'll come around to it. He's got I see it on social media a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe it hasn't, graced his algorithm.
Look, Sean's a boomer. And sometimes he needs time to come around,
Okay. Well, just like Green Day, when I come around.
When I come around.
Let's go with, let's get it going, Peyton, with the blind rankings. There we go. Now, Bobby sent me a lot of categories that he wanted me to do.
I just sent you some suggested ones. I thought we could figure out some of them.
I'll do two of the ones that Bobby suggested here.
Yes.
You want to start with holidays or workplace faux pas?
You can pick, Peyton.
Let's do holidays.
All right.
We're coming off of one.
Yeah, we are. We're coming off of Easter.
Mm-hmm.
So I was going to put that on there, but I figured I would do holidays. You know what? Let's keep Easter on there. We'll keep Easter because...
You're not supposed to tell us what it is. Now I know that Easter's going to be in there.
All right, never mind. All right, well, leave it off. Easter's gone. Maybe it's not gone. Who knows? Labor Day. 1 through 5, 5 through 1. That's how you do it. I'm going to give you a holiday. That's how it works. You don't know what's coming next. You're going to blind rank it without knowing what's next. Labor Day. 2.
2. It's a day off with no social expectation.
Wow. Okay.
There's no there's always expectations around other holidays, and sometimes it's worth it for whatever you're getting in return, but I like that one because it's a breather, it's time off, and nobody expects you to be doing anything specific. So I'm going to say it's 2.
It's always the first weekend, I believe, unless you count week 0, but college football is Labor Day weekend, right? It's that start, and then usually that next Wednesday or Thursday is the start of the NFL season. So it's important, but not important to me. I have it at 5.
5?
Don't care.
Wow, 5.
I mean, I want it. I want
drink.
it. Trust me, I want the day off, but
All right.
I feel like there's 4 more better ones than Labor Day.
Thanksgiving.
I got to work it every year. It's not important to me. I work the Cowboys game every year with it.
See, there's a lot that you have to weigh here. I'm going to say, for me personally, I'm going to say that's 5.
It's 5.
No.
I don't like it.
It's not my favorite. It's not my favorite.
I enjoy the food, but you're talking about can be an expensive holiday, can be an expectation to interact with some people that maybe you don't want to interact with consistently, and turns into a social event with now everybody has to say something they're thankful for thing, and the money you're dropping there with Christmas coming up in a couple weeks. I feel like there's more negatives to it that turn it into a stressor.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Thanksgiving's 5.
Speaking of being with family, last night, man, my eyes are still hurting. I had a laugh. I haven't laughed so hard in so long. My Aunt Surrection, bless her heart, she told us some stories about her past lives.
Like she's telling you she's been reincarnated, or the person she used to be?
She was at the pyramids. She was making...
Yeah. But where was she on January 6th?
I don't know. Bobby, I've never laughed so hard in my life. And
did she tell you what? Did she give you the conspiracy of the pyramids of Giza?
She knows exactly how they were built. My son, my young son Julian, was trolling the hell out of her, asking her all kinds of follow-up questions. And I'm dying laughing. I haven't laughed, so I'm going to tell you about what she was doing. I'm going to tell you all these stories. It's unbelievable, and I cannot wait for Tuesday because we've got another party. We have another family gathering tomorrow night.
Oh, good.
And I cannot wait I cannot wait for this.
You better be recording on your phone.
Hopefully I'll be recording this.
You better be.
All right.
All right, so I got Labor Day 2, Thanksgiving 5.
Thanksgiving number 3 for me.
New Year's Eve.
Man, when I was younger, this was higher.
Oh yeah.
Nowadays,
this is an age thing.
Yeah, this is 3. It's fine.
I'm going 4.
I think you and I are kind of, cuz bros on this one because I'm not a big New Year's Eve fan. I would probably have it 5 or 4.
Like I like it, but it's not really a holiday for. I mean, we work that day. We work New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
It's the nighttime. It's going to New Year's Day that we don't. But so I got it. I got it at 4. Like I like it. It's a excuse to get together with friends, no matter what day of the week it is. It's all right, but
yeah,
4.
Memorial Day.
Oh jeez.
This one changed for me. When I was younger, like in the Northeast, like Memorial Day is still cold. It's not a summer holiday. It's like the weather could suck. So it was always different, right? It was just a holiday about observing. It was a sad holiday. Here, I feel like here, like it's still a sad holiday, but it's sad with sun.
1
and warmth. 1. I love it.
I intentionally got married right around Memorial Day. So my anniversary turns into a holiday weekend as well. So it's a celebration of my wife, Kristen.
It's not a cook a hot dog day.
So I'm saying it's number 1 because it's a holiday that reminds me of my wife.
Okay.
Very nice. Very nice, Bobby. I have it at 2 because I only have 1 and 2 left, so I got to get number 2 here.
So you're leaving out number 1.
Yeah, I'm hoping this is like
he's
Christmas
gonna throw us Christmas here. Go ahead.
I'm leaving Christmas off. It's too easy.
Oh, okay.
July 4th.
Oh, okay. I can do that. Number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I only have 4.
Oh, Bobby's screwed. Oh no,
Bobby hates America.
The birth of America.
It would be, if I could re-rank these, it would be 3. I know everybody loves July 4th.
I love it.
It's hot as hell, dude.
Oh, it's brutal.
It's so hot. And so it's a little bit like again, the older you get, the more it's like, I don't feel like going out somewhere today and sweating my ass off. When I was younger, it was just like, yeah, let's go crazy and let's go to the lake and let's do this and that. It's changed for me. So I ended up with Memorial Day 1, Labor Day 2, New Year's Eve 3, July 4th 4, and Thanksgiving 5. I don't totally hate the rankings.
I would have Memorial Day 1, July 4th 2, Labor Day 3. Memorial Day I would have 1 because it's like the beginning of. It's like I love summer. It's my favorite holiday. It's the beginning of it. I know the day means way more than that, but New Year's Eve 4, Thanksgiving, I'm just not a whatever.
I went July 4th 1, Memorial Day 2, Thanksgiving 3, New Year's Eve 4, and Labor Day 5.
All right. Workplace faux pas. Talking salary.
And now, hold on. I should be clear here. On workplace faux pas, are you saying, because something like that, is that a faux pas in terms of like, if the bosses, like from a boss's perspective, or just from your own feeling of like how comfortable you are around these faux pas or how much this bugs you?
I guess they'd be frowned upon by coworkers.
So this wouldn't necessarily be how I feel about it in the workplace.
Yeah, just like in general, like is talking, if you're bragging about how much money you make while the other person 3 cubes down.
Bragging about it is bad.
Yeah.
If you're just discussing it, I don't think that's that bad.
Okay.
I'm going to say 4.
4. Okay. Peyton?
I'll go middle of the pack here. I'll go 3.
All right. Okay. Next one. Stealing food from the fridge.
Ooh.
Pre-labeled food.
Ugh.
That's bad.
That very much feels like it should be number 1. That's a worthy number 1. I think you're probably going to give me something that's worse. So I'm going to say it's 2.
Man, I want to go 2 as well. That's really bad. You know what? I'll go with number 1. I'll take it as number 1.
Okay.
Number 1. Okay.
I think it's a worthy number 1.
All right. Microwaving smelly food. Like Brian brought us his burnt popcorn.
I was going to say, this is the JT Springer question, right?
Well, he doesn't even microwave it, I don't think. That's just his kitchen that he brings. He brings a Snap kitchen in or whatever.
For us, in general, it's a big time sin. For us here, I'm just going to look at it from the perspective of where we work. I can hide out from it. Like, we're down here, so I'm going to say this is 3.
Yeah, Bobby makes a good point. I was going to put 2, but I'll go 4 here. I can deal with it. I like a lot of foods, but yeah, smelly food, I'll go 4 here.
I got 1 and 5 here left. I got best and worst as we do blind rankings.
All right. Scheduling a late Friday meeting.
That's 2. I have to do 2.
A 3 p.m., 4 p.m. Friday meeting.
That's 1.
That's a big one. That's a big one.
That's big for me, especially because, I mean, we're basically prepping. We're working Sunday.
Right.
So you're eating into
weekend.
To like really a lot of my time.
Our weekend is 10 a.m. on Friday till, 10 a.m. on Sunday?
Yeah, probably.
I usually try to get up early on Sunday and do most of my work before like 11, so I have the rest of the day. And then I'll just go back and look. You got yours, Peyton?
Yeah, I went number 2 because I just had 2 and 5 left, so now I have 5, so I hope this is a bad one.
And Bobby, you only have 5 left?
Yep, I've only got 5.
Blowing up the bathroom.
Okay, so is this a faux pas? There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, you can. You can go out. You can go downstairs.
Nah,
go outside.
I'm gonna say that's 5.
Hold
yeah,
it. You can't hold it.
I feel fine with that being 5. I would have put it at 4 and put salary talk 5, but
open the window and you go across the street to the gas station.
Yeah, I'm going. So I end up with the late meeting 1, stealing food 2, smelly food 3, salary talk 4, bathroom 5.
Stealing food 1, scheduling Friday meeting 2, talking salary 3, smelly food in the microwave 4, and blowing up the bathroom 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that one. It was all right.
I mean, I could do
Throw
others.
us one more. Throw us one more.
You want to do non-alcoholic drinks or alcoholic drinks?
Alcoholic drinks. Let's do it.
Okay. Now these are going to be
cocktails.
These are going to be cocktails.
Okay.
Mojito.
Oh, gross.
I like the mojito. I think it tastes good. I'm gonna say it's up there. It's 2.
I went 4. Not a fan.
4.
You don't like the mint?
Yeah, just I mean I had like the canned ones. I guess maybe that's my problem. But
mojitos.
Yeah.
Wasn't that what Russo called them?
Yeah, mojitos. Pina colada.
Yeah, I don't have any use for those. That's 5.
I'm going
They're
2.
too sugary for me.
I'm going 2.
You going 2?
I like them.
Margarita.
The 1 seed.
The margarita's good. I don't think it's 1, and I already put mojito 2, so I'm gonna say it's 3.
Tequila Sunrise.
I don't think I've ever had one of those. Let me see what's in it.
It's just orange juice and tequila, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
So it's like a screwdriver with tequila.
Yeah, it's like a screwdriver.
I don't love screwdrivers, and tequila is not my favorite. So yeah, 4.
I don't have a problem with it. I'll go 5. There's got to be a middle ground.
Yeah, you better
somewhere.
be giving me a good drink here.
Martini.
God.
I mean, look, you should love the martini. It is nothing but straight vodka and vermouth. Or
Can I
gin.
say espresso martini? Can I
Sure,
change?
yeah, whatever kind of martini you want.
That's 3. I like those.
I mean, it's just straight alcohol. It's the most potent drink there is.
Yeah, so if I'm just like if I'm doing shots, fine. Like I do want straight alcohol. When I've got a cocktail that I'm drinking on, I don't want it to just be.
Do you like olives?
No.
Oh man, see, you get a dirty one, olive juice in there. Mm-hmm. It's good.
I hate this. I ended up martini 1, which is disgusting. Mojito, margaritas, tequila sunrise, and pina colada.
Number 1 margarita, 2 pina colada, 3 martini, but I put espresso martini there because those are good. Mojito is 4, and 5 tequila sunrise.
All right, there are little blind rankings for you on Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. What do we have coming up next to Below the Belt?
We've got some brand new scenarios for the Dallas Cowboys in the draft. That's next in Below the Belt here on the fan.
After we get you over to baseball.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
What to do about the NFL draft coming up. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation. Your Dallas Cowboys are just a couple weeks away from the NFL draft, which you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan, coverage all the way through the weekend. You can also go check out Night 1 out and about at various Pluckers locations. And RJ Choppy is certain of which one he'll be at, even though I don't think he's on there listed for that one right now.
At the moment, I'm not. At the moment, I'm listed for the City View location. But we are working.
Great location, by the way.
It's a great location.
They're all great locations.
They're all.
I wish I could be at every single one of them.
We're just looking to change that to Alliance.
That's it? That's what you got there?
Yeah. Oh no. Listen. I don't ever. I don't rock the boat.
Rock the boat. Don't rock the boat.
I'm not a rock the boat guy. I'm gonna rock the boat on this one.
This is a line for you.
This is a line. It's not even a line. It's more like it's a line in the street. Like I literally crossed the street to one of them, and I have to cross the city for the other. That's really what it is.
Well, either way, it's going to be a great time at all of the Pluckers locations, and you can hang out with your favorite fan hosts there. It's going to be a great atmosphere, and hopefully it'll be a great night for the Dallas Cowboys and their NFL draft solutions to fix this football team. Now, before we dive into the specifics of what's going on with the Dallas Cowboys and what options they may have, as things stand now, how far away do you believe we are from this team being competitive? Can this team, given what we've seen from them so far, make up enough of a difference to be able to, like in one draft, to be able to make this a competitive football team, given what they have right now?
Competitive to win the Super Bowl?
Yes.
I mean, I don't think so. That's a lot. I think they're more than one player away.
But they have more than one player. They have more than one pick.
I think they're more than two players away. Especially two rookies. See, that's why I'm not necessarily I understand the whole need of getting like an impact player right now. I don't think an impact player impacts it enough. This team is 2 drafts away. So, to me, I'm like, we got 3 years. When you have a 3-year window, they have it's a 3-year window. I think they're playing. Realistically, this team is playing for 1 year, 1 Super Bowl.
So you think they're building?
Year 3.
So you think they're building towards something?
They're building towards year 3.
So this is not a 3-year window. This is a build for that takes 3 years to get.
It's a build for a 1-year window. Because look, are they better? Do you think right now they are in better shape than the Rams, than the Seahawks? Just
no.
Hey, here we go. Speak when I come across a team. You've seen this on social media.
Yeah.
Blind right. Speak when you hear a team that they're in a better position than in the NFC. Seahawks, Rams, San Fran, Detroit, Green Bay, Chicago, Philadelphia.
I just don't know about Chicago, I guess.
Fair. You could probably say the same thing about Carolina, too, right? We don't know about them.
I feel like they're probably in a better spot than Carolina.
Because I would say this. Carolina beat them last year.
Yeah.
And Carolina's better this year than last year, right?
Yep.
Are they in a better position than Tampa?
Yes.
Washington.
Maybe.
New Orleans. You love New Orleans.
I like New Orleans, but New Orleans, you're still not certain they have a quarterback. So
Minnesota with Kyler.
Yes.
Okay. But still, we mentioned Rams, Seahawks,
yeah,
Niners.
They're still not like a clear. So they've got
Green Bay, Detroit, Philadelphia. That's 6.
The problem is, are they? Even though they're not necessarily better than those, and they're definitely not better, or they're not in a better position. A number of those teams, they're in like similar waters with maybe.
I can see that,
or could quickly get up to a point where they're in similar waters because the quarterback setup in the NFC right now is not as dominant as it's been in the past. It's not as strong a group as it's been in the past. So you feel like maybe that alone can give you somewhat of an advantage. So, but I agree with you. They are in a spot right now where they've got some work to do to be able to open things up. So Joe Hoyt over at Dallas Morning News has his latest Cowboys mock draft up. He has an entire NFL mock draft posted. And at pick 12, he has the Dallas Cowboys selecting Miami edge rusher Ruben Bain.
Okay.
He says Cowboys owner Jerry Jones was talking about how rare it is to find an edge rusher who could chase the quarterback and drop into coverage. It's something they want in Christian Parker's scheme. They get one of the best options with Bain, whose power and bend ability is enough to ease concerns about his shorter arms. This would be a huge win for the Cowboys. Go down a little bit to pick 20. Cowboys select Clemson quarterback Avion Terrell. So the Cowboys really missed Jordan Lewis last season. With Terrell, they find his replacement. This would also allow them to keep Deron Bland outside a goal, according to Schottenheimer. He's not doing trades in this mock draft. Joe wasn't, but if the board looked like this and a team called wanting to move up, he could see the Cowboys moving back and acquiring more draft capital. But right there, you address corner and edge rusher, and you get one of the guys who's near the top of the board in a lot of instances with Ruben Bain. And then you get somebody who can play inside and outside, give you some various flexibility. You feel good probably coming out of that draft if that's what you get.
I do feel good about it. I just my thing is with this draft.
The biggest problem is you haven't picked a linebacker yet, and you still don't have a starting linebacker in that instance.
Yeah. Look, I would love to come out of this draft. I've said I would love to come out of this draft with two corners. If that was in the first round. That's my number one dream. I would love to trade down. I would love for them to get, if the best player at 12 happens to be an offensive lineman, I'm fine with that. To me, this team has so many holes. I don't say so many holes, but enough holes to where I could look at 4 or 5 scenarios and come away from this draft like, cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of things, but to me, I think you can't come away from this draft feeling good about anything if you don't address linebacker in some respect.
So it's Bain and who else did you say?
Avion Terrell from Clemson, cornerback.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Okay.
I wouldn't walk away from this being... Now, again, I mean, who's available at 12? Who's available at 12 that took Bain?
It would
just
be
McCoy?
No, let me look here. So it's...
is McCoy gone?
The players that went immediately after that, McCoy is not gone in this instance.
I would take McCoy over Bain.
I just don't.
I get it. I get the injury. It's there. Do you buy the arms at all? The arm length on Bain? Do you think that's a big deal?
I think it matters. Because look, here's the thing.
But you think it matters less than McCoy's potential risk of injury? Not risk of injury, but risk that he's never the same.
Yes. Yeah, because, I mean, here's the thing, though. His arms are so short. And I know some people are like, what's the big deal? He's a baller. Yeah, but you do have to ask the question. You got to tap the brakes and slow down a little bit and say, why? Why have we never seen, as personnel people tell you all the time, why have we never seen a player who looks like him?
Never.
It's just never been the case.
People are saying Bain needs to play a 3-tech like Aaron Donald. Is he big enough?
He could play 3-tech. He'd have to bulk up a little bit more, probably. He'd have to add just a little more size. But, I mean, on passing downs, he may be playing some 3-tech.
Okay. For the 901, trade future picks, get back in the second round. For the 214, I'm trading up all day long. Pick number 20 has a high chance of busting like Taco and Mozzie.
Man,
they all do.
We've talked about this a little bit earlier, the idea of trading up and what it would cost. It would cost the Cowboys a significant amount to go up. Now, I don't know if you feel like, hey, it's worth it to go up there and get a player who can make a real difference for me. Maybe you do that. But it's just... there's so many holes, and you have to address linebacker, and you're not trading up in all likelihood to get a linebacker. Lance Zierlein over at NFL.com, he had his mock draft updated and released as well, and he has the Dallas Cowboys standing pat at number 12, and he has them getting Sonny Styles, the linebacker. He says, jackpot, Styles could go much higher. If the Giants don't take him at number 5 overall, he could be a potential trade-up target for a few teams, but if he's still on the board at 12 spot, the Cowboys should be very excited. I'd agree with that. And then down at pick 20, he has them taking Colton Hood, the cornerback from Tennessee. to see. And to me, that's a dream scenario. You get Colton Hood to be in here as a Quinyon Mitchell physical type in Christian Parker's scheme. And then you get Sonny Styles, who can be a big-time interior linebacker for you, somebody who can play forward, can drop back, can do some stuff in coverage. That's a really versatile collection that I think right there, boom, instantly makes you a more competitive defense than pretty much any combination that you could potentially draft. To me, if they can get that and clean that up, that would be huge for them. Now, I don't think it's super likely right now that Styles would get to 12.
Tough.
I think you'd have to make a move.
Styles and Hood at 12 and 20.
That would change things.
That'd be all time.
In a big way for them.
That'd be big. I think if you walk away, if you were to tell me I am definitely taking two players, I am definitely picking at 12 and I am definitely picking at 20. And you told me I get either Styles or Downs at 12 and Hood at 20, cartwheels.
Yeah, I mean, for me,
I can't really do I don't know. Can you do a cartwheel right now, Peyton? When was the last time you tried?
A long time ago. Enough drinks in me, I bet I could try one.
You know I bet could do one?
Do you go left first?
Reitma.
I bet you Hagee could do one. I know Hagee could do one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 100% Hagee. He would do those.
Would you go right first or left?
I'd go left on the ground first.
Yeah, I think so too.
Left. Yeah,
I think I would
can
too.
swing it more.
Yeah.
But see, my feet aren't going straight up in the air. It's like my knees are going to be bent and everything. I mean, my feet are getting a foot off the ground. Maybe
it's a half. There's no way I would get my legs all the way up at this age. I'm 46 years old, man. I ain't getting up like that.
I'm definitely not able to do it. I know that. I know that answer.
These people who do a one-arm one, I mean, who are you?
Freaks of nature.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you Medford can do a good cartwheel.
Yeah, for sure.
Do a cartwheel right now.
Compact,
you got a little space right
tight
there.
Tight little core.
Yeah.
Oh.
Small. 5'2".
Yeah, exactly.
4? 5'4"? 5'7". Oh, boy.
Oh. So you were trying to cheat him there.
I was trying to shame him. All right, B-Lo.
D-Belt.
Right here, Sean and RJ, 105.3, The Fan. Tough weekend for the Texas Rangers. Tough weekend for the Rangers at the ballpark, the Globe, I should say. Sandman, Jared Sandler, joins us next here on Sean and RJ. 105.3, The
HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Garcia checks second, comes home, and there's a swing and a base hit through the right side. Rounding third and heading home is McLean. Here's the throw by Nimmo. It's up the third base line. Diving in head first is McLean. It's a 2-1 Cincinnati lead.
Eric Nadell with the call. The game you heard right here. We are the home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden alongside. 9 o'clock hour. We are fist pumping our way till 10. Got the national championship game tonight, Michigan and UConn. Peyton is already the loser of the morning show bracket, so you're going to get him one morning from 5:30 to 6. We're going to knock Drake Tull out of there for a minute. Let Peyton do his 30-minute segment, but we need to talk to the Sandman, Jared Sandler, about this Ranger offense, which was offensive over the last 3 days, the home series, where they were swept by the Reds and scoring 4 runs in the 3 games. Morning, Sandman. How you doing today?
I'm great. Hey, quickly, before we get into that, just a shout-out to my guy, Devin. I had a blew out a tire Saturday driving home. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the name of the tire shop. I don't want to get anyone in trouble. I'm happy to if it's not going to tick anyone off. But anyway, they were listening to you guys. They had it on at like the counter where you check in and pay, and they try and upsell you like every which way.
Yeah.
My guy Devin took care of business this morning. I didn't tell him that I was about to be on the fan. If it would have taken a few minutes longer, then I would have been on while I was checking out, and would have been But I don't know if Devin's listening. He probably is taking great care of all the people over there. But if he is, Devin, I appreciate you, man. I asked him for his name. I was like, hey, what's your name? Just because I thought it'd be funny, like maybe if he was listening, he'd be like, oh, holy crap, that was. But he was like, hey, my name's Devin, but not if there's anything bad going on. Because it was kind of those like, what's your name so I can report you to your supervisor?
I get you.
I didn't mean it. I never do that.
Okay. What did you? It's a ball tire. Do you get a flat? You just don't know how to change it. What is it?
No, like the whole thing busted. I had my spare on, and I needed to get a new tire.
That's the worst. That's the worst. All right, Sandler. We'll start off with this. I don't even know what to do about the offense. 33 balls hit 95 miles an hour or higher this weekend. That's a great thing. But only a third of them come out as hits. Is that a bad luck weekend? Is that a ballpark situation problem? What was your take on that?
A few things. One, when you score 4 runs in 3 games, it's obviously tough. Sorry, I think I just had a little weird Bluetooth thing. When you score 4 runs in 3 games, it's a tough sell to Rangers fans listening right now to say, well, hey, maybe a little bit of bad luck. A couple things maybe that counter that one. Hard hit balls on the ground, while they have a better chance of getting through because they're hit harder and it's less reaction time, they're not going to do as much damage as hard hit balls in the air, line drives, fly balls. Where are you hitting the fly balls? If you're hitting them to center field at Globe Life Field, well, you better be super strong because it's tough to get one out to center. If you're hitting a fly ball pull side fly balls tend to do more damage. If you're hitting a fly ball to the opposite field, if you're hitting it hard, then it'll do damage. But typically balls in the air to the opposite field don't yield the same type of results. And being a fan, you want the immediate gratification, right? I don't know what percentage it is, but we spend time in our world looking at the now and the future. But for most fans, 90%, 95%, they just want to win that day, right? It doesn't matter to them that a guy's hitting the ball hard, all that stuff. So it's tough. The Rangers lost 4 straight, and they scored 4 runs over the last 3 games. So I can't just sit here and say, well, process. But what I can tell you is that they had a lot of stretches like this last year, and they would have stretches where they just wouldn't have base runners. They've had opportunities. They didn't do a good enough job with runners in scoring position. I don't think it's time to press the panic button yet, but I understand why coming off of last year, people are like, oh, here we go again. I totally get that. I'm not ready to say that this is going to be the norm in 2026.
Jared Sandler joining us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Jared, right now, what is when you're talking about getting things back on track, and obviously it's very early. I mean, it's 9 games into the season or whatever it is. But when you talk about getting things back on track, what's the top priority of like, hey, this has got to get fixed right here? Is it just getting Wyatt Langford on track? Is it getting some more consistency out of other guys? What is it?
Yeah, I mean, they really in the last 2 games of that series, they didn't get much from Corey Seager or Wyatt Langford, and I just don't. That's not something that to me needs to get fixed. It's just eventually those guys are going to get back to it. I mean, Corey had a great road trip. We're still waiting for Wyatt to get going. With the way Brandon Nimmo's getting on base right now, you'd love to take advantage of it with Wyatt, being able to do a little more damage. And Wyatt got off to a slow start last year, especially after the oblique stuff in Chicago. He ended up as a 5-WAR player, 5-win player in a 2020 season. So I don't have any concerns that Wyatt's going to be productive, but that is one reason why maybe the Rangers haven't been able to take advantage of Brandon Nimmo basically living on the bases. I think one thing, Bobby, just from a more analytical standpoint, I guess, the Rangers need to do a better job at taking advantage of being ahead of the count. I tweeted some numbers last night, I think. I forget exactly the specifics, but basically in hitters count. So, 3-0, 3-1, 2-0, 2-1, the Ranger 1-0. The Rangers are getting there a decent amount. They're middle of the pack in terms of getting there. But when they get there, they're really not doing a whole lot about it. They're in the bottom 5 in terms of batting average and slugging percentage in those situations. And so, I want to spend some time today talking to people to better understand, what to make of that, because maybe it's just small sample. But, and it's not like their hard hit rate or some of their peripheral data is terrible in those situations, but they're just not taking advantage of being in hitters counts. They have better approaches this year. They're more disciplined than they were last year. Well, a part of the advantage is that you get into these favorable counts where you're able to do more damage, and they're just not capitalizing on that just yet. So that to me is one area where I think they could, an easy fix, easy adjustment in terms of just the results, and it could change the complexion of things.
Do you think the ballpark is a factor? I know the Morning News wrote something about this.
Yeah, I think RJ, I think every ballpark is a factor to some extent, right? Whether it's hitter friendly or pitcher friendly.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but in 2023, it's weird. In 2023, we weren't having these conversations at all, right? I mean, if anything, it was wow, this is actually more of a pitcher friendly or a hitter friendly ballpark. In 2024-25, it was it was definitely a little bit of a different. Hold on one second, guys. 1 second. It was a little bit more of a different setup, in terms of the results. I do think that the ball doesn't carry tremendously well out to left field and center field, but. I'd like to see what it looks like at the end of the year if the Rangers have a little better progress or a little more production offensively than they did last year. I still kind of think this is more of a middle of the road ballpark, just because it's tough for me to forget 2023, where there were no thought to this is super pitcher friendly. I think the pitcher friendly narrative has kind of coincided with this offense maybe taking a little bit of a step back. And when the team that plays there, they're 81 games, that means there's 162 teams. Well, the Rangers make up 81 of those 162 teams at Globe Life Field. And when their offense isn't productive, that's going to very much influence the metrics. So, yesterday the roof was open. It was super windy. That made it more pitcher friendly. But when the roof's closed, which is the majority of the season, I'd want to see what another year looks like before I commit to, this is definitely a pitcher-friendly park.
Jared Sandler joined us here at 105 through the Fan. Heard some boos. The Boo Birds out for Jock, and then he silenced them with a home run, but it was a tough start for him. How long can they keep him in the 5-hole?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. I wasn't surprised he was in the lineup yesterday, but I thought maybe there's a chance he would hit 7th, 8th, what have you. But, they went back to the 5-hole. I sent out a tweet that, ticked a lot of people off, which happens from time to time, just trying to explain why, he would be in the lineup and why perhaps they would, leave him in the 5-hole. And that was, that when we're talking about the exit data, the hard hit rate, the exit velocity was actually really good for him. And maybe they felt like he was about to turn the corner. Now, yes, he hit that big home run yesterday, and then he had a really good plate appearance afterwards and drew a walk. Does that mean he's going to turn it around? We'll have to wait and see. I don't know. But I do think that, there are guys, frankly, who maybe had a hit or two who have not looked or profiled as well as Jock has. But also, Jock is coming off a really bad 2025. And so I totally understand that, again, much like we talked about a few minutes ago, where I get why Rangers fans are frustrated after these, that 3-game series, and here we go again. Well, when you as an individual didn't have a good year in 2025, and it's your only experience in a Rangers uniform, I get why fans are frustrated. So, I don't think that Jock Peterson has this, marathon-long runway. I think he's got to produce, and, we talk about, guys need a month for the results to kind of fairly represent or fairly warrant a change in plan. And so if, on May 1st or April 26th, whatever the month point is, not that it has to be exactly a month, but around there, Jock has not turned it around, then I think you're going to see a change in usage or, a change in execution of the plan. But I think because he's been hitting the ball hard, I think they feel like, all right, well, we want to give him that chance. And here's the thing. The best version of the Rangers lineup is one in which Jock Peterson's hitting. And so you can't just punt on that a week and a half into the season. If the Rangers had Connor Griffin in AAA and Connor Griffin played the same position as Jock Peterson, which, Jock obviously is a DH, and Connor Griffin, for people listening, top prospect in baseball, is just called up. If the Rangers had that guy, then maybe, all right, you can have a different conversation. But it's not like there's a DH or someone who can fill that role in the organization who's just not with the Rangers right now, who could, hit 25 homers and give the type of production that if Jock Peterson gets back on track, he could give you. So the best version of the team as the organization is constructed right now is one in which Jock Peterson gets right. It's obviously not the 2025 version of Jock, but I think they need to figure out whether or not they could tap back into that, because we see in this sport all the time, guys have career years and then guys also will have these down years that they bounce back from, right? It's your previous year is not necessarily going to define the next year for you. And so I think they've got to try and figure that out. But I understand the frustration. I'd be blind to not get the frustration. I totally understand it. Hopefully yesterday was a springboard for Jock to kind of get back on track.
Jared, one of the areas where there've been, I wouldn't say like big concerns, but somewhere where you're hearing fans going like, okay, is there anything off here, a little bit wrong? Is these first couple starts from Nathan Eovaldi? No real concern for you there on that front, right?
Not yet. Again, Father Time is undefeated, but when you got a guy like Nathan Eovaldi who he is, as best as we know, he's healthy and he, works his tail off. Those are the guys who typically can win the battle of Father Time a little bit longer than, the average person. And the other thing too, Bobby, looking at some of the peripherals, is the velocity down? No. The movement profile for pitches? No. Nothing like that's concerning. It's just, I think he has not located pitches with as much precision as he typically does. And it's, he doesn't have 99 miles an hour to get away with it. Like, I know we always talk about, like the cliche thing that people like to say is, like, I don't care how hard you throw. If you throw it down the middle, it's going to get hit. Yeah, but there's also a lot more margin for error when you throw it 99 compared to 95. And it's crazy that we're in an era where 95 is not considered hard, but that's just the reality. And so, Nathan Eovaldi's got, great, what people like to say, pitch ability. His split finger is a really, really good pitch. But a part of what makes that pitch so good is his ability to locate it, his ability to throw it for a strike more consistently than the average person who favors a split finger, the ability for him to throw, any one of 5 pitches as his kind of go-to pitch in a given start. it's not because he throws 99 with a 93-mile-an-hour slider like the guy we're going to see on the mound today for the Rangers and Jacob deGrom. And so, I think that precision, that control and command for Nathan Eovaldi is of premium importance, and it just hasn't been, tip-top shape, through 2 starts, but not ready yet to say like, hey, let's press the siren because we're concerned.
DeGrom and Gilbert tonight should get you out of there by about 8:45. You can catch the second half of the game.
Yeah, man. This is a big series, and it's going to have. I mean, listen, if you're Chris Young and Ross Fenstermaker, you're getting ready to play the reigning AL West champs for the first time this year, and you've got DeGrom, Eovaldi, and Gore lined up. I mean, that's kind of how you built your team, right? So now the Mariners have pretty good pitchers themselves, and yeah, that matchup tonight. Couple of Stetson Hatters, Jacob deGrom and Logan Gilbert should be a fun one, but hopefully the Rangers can snap this losing streak and get back on the right track.
6:30 tonight, man. Talk to you then.
See you, fellas. Thank you.
Jared Sandler joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Red Zone next. Shots fired at the NFL's Golden Boy in the Red Zone next on The Fan.
When your friends...
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Shots fired at the Golden Boy.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Shots fired at the Golden Boy. Who is the Golden Boy, do you think, Bobby?
In
the NFL? No, in the NFL.
Currently?
Currently in the NFL.
Mahomes.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess Mahomes. No?
My wife is calling. She knows what time we're on the air. I don't know why she...
No, answer it.
I'm not answering my wife's phone call on the air. Okay, I'm just going to tell you that right now. Not Mahomes. Chris Ballard. A man who has done absolutely nothing as the general manager of the Indianapolis Colts. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Why is he still employed?
Because, I mean, he's done some good things. It's just it ultimately hasn't resulted in anything.
He's been there about 10 years, got one playoff win. Now, what is Chris Ballard, what is his claim to fame? Well, Eric Ebron tells you his claim to fame is forcing Andrew Luck into, did you hear this?
Mm-mm.
Forcing Andrew Luck into retirement.
Andrew then decides that he's so tired of, he don't tell nobody this is the backstory. He's so tired of injury and he just doesn't want to do surgery. You know who the man is around there that gets on everybody's nerves. Big draws over there behind that desk. He tells Andrew, this is word, bro. He tells Andrew, you're either playing this year or we're moving on. Who the would tell Andrew Luck that? Right?
That's crazy. I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Andrew Luck now says, I'm not going to be ready. I'm tired of playing with pain. I retire.
Holy cow. If that's true,
I can't.
That's a fireable offense.
I can't say I blame him. I really can't.
You have Andrew Luck, good player, great player.
Yeah, and look, I totally understand it, but I mean, he missed
a lot of time.
All of 17, half of 15, and was trying then to sit out 19. So I get Ballard being like, dude, we've cleared you. You're playing. And if you can't, we got to move on. I don't think that
you think they cleared him?
I mean, if he's saying you're playing this year, he's saying we believe you're good enough to play. But Andrew, I don't blame either side. I don't blame Andrew Luck for saying, well, screw it, then I'm not going to do it.
Because if Andrew's saying, man, I can't throw. Like, I need a surgery. I can't throw.
Well, he said he had pain or whatever. Yeah. And that's fine. Like I said, I don't blame either side. I don't blame Luck for saying, screw this, I'm not putting up with this. I don't blame Ballard for saying, we need somebody to give us results here. Is that crazy?
No, it's not crazy. But here's my thought is, like, I look at it, there's a couple of kinds of ways a GM can look at it. Like, you have a quarterback. That's the hardest thing in the world to do is find a quarterback. You got one.
You didn't, though. You didn't have him for half of 15. You didn't have him for all of 17. He didn't want to say that. Was every other year you didn't have him.
Right. He's not healthy. You got to get him healthy. But you can either be the GM that knows you have a great player and knows that player is the face of the franchise, or you can have a GM that thinks that they're the face of the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have the latter. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want the GM to be the face of the franchise. Ever.
Sure.
Ever. You want your quarterback or your head coach. Right? One of the two.
Somebody, yeah. You want the front-facing person to be, the person either in charge of your players or your biggest.
Mike Tomlin being the face of the franchise, not a problem. Bill Belichick for years being the face of not a problem. Tom Brady, not a problem. Not a problem for that. It's a problem when it's like the GM. And Chris Ballard's like, I think he now it may be Carly that is the face of the franchise there.
Not a bad face.
Not a bad face. Not a bad face, but I don't know. I think it's hard to tell your quarterback got to go away, either retire or play.
I know.
I get what you're saying. I understand.
Well, he said either you're playing this year or we're moving on. So it wouldn't even be a retirement thing. They would just say, we're going to deal you.
Like, would you be okay if the Bengals did that to Burrow?
If the Bengals were at a point where, like I said, you've got a guy who was wanting to miss a third year in 5 seasons, I could understand them being a little bit like, we got to know what we've got here, dude.
Yeah.
And so, fine if you want to do that, but we would just move on. I can't blame them for saying we're going to move on if you set out this
right. Yeah, I guess so. It didn't come as a surprise to you that he retired.
I mean, it did at the time because I didn't know this was being propositioned to it. But given that ultimatum, I'm not surprised Andrew Luck decided to retire. I'm not surprised.
So you believe what Eric's saying?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Are the Cowboys going to be playing south of the equator this year?
Well, yeah, we knew that.
Actually, I don't know. Is Rio south of the equator? I think it might be. All right, go ahead.
That's a bad question to ask me. No, I don't.
What was that chime?
I think I misclicked the space bar.
Yeah, they are going to be playing in Brazil. We already knew that. The report out now, you're starting to see it trickle out a little bit, that their opponent will be none other than the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, baby. Now, the same guy who sent me the fan power rankings, the Fanos power rankings, Q, our boy Q, he sent me this. He's the one that sent me this. He sent me this from a Reddit post. He goes, is this true? And this is like last week. And I was like, I've never heard of this guy. I looked on the comments. Everybody's like, no, this guy's a bum. It's from the Baltimore Banner. Isn't that where Sean used to write for?
I think so.
And
one of them.
I was like, I don't know. I've never heard of this guy. And it turns out this might actually be the case. Think of the Ravens.
Yeah, and so this is something that there's been some chatter. You're starting to see more outlets leaking and talking about. Now, here's the thing. It makes the most sense that it's the Ravens. Because you've got every year the way the schedule stacks up is you alternate playing different conference divisions. You alternate playing different like AFC and NFC divisions. So the Cowboys, for instance, will play, all right, we've got the NFC West and the AFC North. And then it's the NFC North and the AFC South. And like they're all on a consistent rotation of if you play the AFC West in 2020, the next time you will play the AFC West is 2024.
Right.
Other than outside of that makes up a lot of your schedule. Then you play your in-division games. That makes up a big chunk of your schedule. And then in the past, to get to the even 16 games, you would play whatever conference division you weren't playing. So if you weren't playing the NFC West and South, you would play whoever finished in the same spot as you.
Same spot in the division.
So if you were third, you would play the third place team in those divisions. So that made it all simple, clean. Well, that was complicated a little bit by going to the 17 games. So by going to the 17 games, you have this extra game that they assign and do different things. Baltimore's the extra game next year.
And that has to be a neutral site? Or?
Well, no, it makes sense to me that if they were going to play at a neutral site, that would be the one they would pick.
Okay.
Because, you end up, because there's a equal rotation of, if I'm an AFC team and I played the Bears 4 years ago or whatever it was, and I was at home, they get to be at home this time.
And they
so
alternate.
So you don't want to take that from a team that it was their turn to be at home.
And they alternate which league plays the 9th road game?
What do you mean?
Because 1 year you play 9 road games and 8 home, unless you're doing a neutral.
Or
they alternate leagues, so the NFC played.
I don't think that has a firm rule to it. I don't think so. But it can vary. So because of that, Dallas, their extra game this year is against Baltimore. In the past, it's been New England or some of the others. So I think this one makes sense, obviously, that it'd be the Ravens that you get to play in Brazil. But, man, it's apparently going to be scheduled for the rumor right now. We'll know more when the schedules come out later. But the rumor right now is that it'll be week 3 against the Baltimore Ravens.
Week 3.
Yep. And this also comes on the heels of another announcement. Another game being announced as being played somewhere. We found out last week, RJ Choppy, Super Bowl 63 will be hosted at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas.
We knew this anyway, right?
This is another L.
Oh, no, I love it.
Nope.
The Super Bowl should be in Vegas every year.
This is another West Coast Super Bowl. Next year, we've got it in Inglewood. We finally get a glorious East Coast time zone Super Bowl in Atlanta for Super Bowl 62. But then it's right back to the West Coast next year. And the NFL is on a kick for West Coast Super Bowls that they have not been on in a very long time. This means 6 of the last 8 Super Bowls will be in the West Coast time zone. Before this 8-year run, where 6 of them were in the West Coast,
they were never there, man.
Only 6 Super Bowls had been played on the West Coast in my lifetime.
Yeah, the last one. Okay, so Phoenix always has been, but Phoenix is not really
Pasadena.
West Coast.
You get but on the time zone by that point it is, I think.
No, doesn't start until March.
Or is that what it is?
Yeah.
So
it's
Pasadena was always the one that got it.
Yeah.
But now they've started throwing L.A. Super Bowls and Vegas Super Bowls, and
San Diego used to get it.
Now it's completely throwing things off.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't matter to me. I don't mind it. It's like I look at it as like I love it anyway. But you also can't beat the weather. You know?
Yeah.
We went to New York. It was snowing.
But give me just an East Coast indoor one. Like, you're going to give me Atlanta. Give me more of those. Let us get up at 7 a.m., dude.
That's fine. I'm fine. I'm down with that.
Give me an Indy one. We love the Indy trip
love the
for
Indy
Combine.
Trip. It's great. It's
the
easy.
Indy trip for Combine is so great.
So great.
And just give me, I want a little bit of that for the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Look, it is early. There's no doubt. It is early. But it's worth it. I think I have a fun time that week.
Vegas was a fine Super Bowl trip when we took it.
Oh, Vegas.
I didn't mind it.
Vegas is where it's at. Plus, we won so much money at the tables, Peyton. So much money.
Or at the slot machine. You remember Ruben won like $1,500.
Old Rube, man.
Ruby Tuesday.
Ruby Tuesday. All right, there's a little red zone for you here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Let us crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next.
Let me talk about the
last segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Crosstalk, the K&C masterpiece. Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan Morning. Good, happy Monday to you.
Happy Monday to you. Did you ever aspire to be a judge on a court show? I think that would be entertaining as all get out.
This is the defendant.
I think I always aspired. I think I would be a good president. Good congressman.
Oh, okay.
Good senate. I think it'd be good.
Yeah.
A man of the people. Bring the people together.
You're definitely more congressman than senator.
Senator, yeah, I wouldn't want to be a
congressman. There's a million of
6
them.
years, yeah.
So here's the thing. I definitely you're touching on a very narrow area of interest for me.
I would,
which is the makeup of like the various individuals in government. Like I definitely think there's a difference between a congressman and a senator, not just in their powers, but also in like what you generally, who you are as a what you present out there. And definitely the congressman, there's 500 of them or whatever.
435.
There are some, if you really started to dig into every single one of which one of them are there, you'd look at them and go like, how did this dude got into a position?
Yeah.
That seems like that's not possible. Meanwhile, the senator, you're just so forward-facing stuff. Usually they're going to be the squeaky clean ones where it's like, I have done everything I can to keep my reputation in place.
I support you for Congress.
Look, if I ever get fired from here, that's the first thing I'm going to do is run for Congress.
I think there are more wheels-off individuals in the House than you.
Oh, yeah.
So, Senator, I think you'd be the odd one out, where it'd be like, how did he become a senator?
Could I be your campaign manager?
Please.
Hell yeah.
Please.
That's
you willing to do some House of Cards stuff?
Sure.
Okay.
Did you give me my puppet master?
That's been a dream of mine to be a
puppet
master on a political level.
You're going to have your hand up and, a puppet. Or are you pulling strings like?
Probably the pulling strings one, but whatever it takes. We joked about that if my wife got elected to public office because she's infinitely more likable than I am. And then she was like, yeah, and you could just tell me what kind of stuff would help the country.
Okay. So look, I guess that's the thing. Without getting into policy decisions, we're just talking about you being I'm curious for you as the manager of like, I'm in charge of your style and the way you approach things, not necessarily the policy part. What kind of things are you wanting them to put forward? You want to put forward strength, like be the guy that tells everybody off there on the microphone, or be the like stately individual? What do you want now?
Yeah, no, Choppy's going to be the compromise candidate because I feel like that fits.
I could be bought?
Yeah. Well, not necessarily bought. You just think you're very personable.
I couldn't tell if that was a question or a mission.
It was a question.
So you're not throwing him on the opposing cable news network for whatever party it would be. You're not throwing him on there to like, hey, go get in a fight with that host.
No, he's bringing people together, and he's like, you know what? I would like to fulfill my party's needs, but I think I can help you out as well. I
could definitely do that. I think
that fits the Choppy
bill.
That's
what I do. I would not. I could not be bought because I know as a congressman, I could just play the stock market.
That's a good ass point for now.
Create the economy that it exists in.
That's right.
I can do that. Yeah,
that's still
legal.
legal.
Do that. I know I can do that.
Is it?
I mean,
it's not. It shouldn't be legal.
They haven't strictly prohibited it yet.
It should be.
You know who I could see as a senator out of anybody at the station is Sandler.
Oh yeah, he dresses nice.
He looked super sharp with you guys the other day. Dresses nice, thoughtful in the things that he's going to say. Can definitely filibuster. You can have him on there to do a lot of. I think that I think he could pass as a senator.
I think I offended Jared the other day.
Oh, no. Was it with y'all's Good Friday discussion? That was awkward.
Thank you. I thought it was
very awkward. Kind of around his holiday.
I know. I just mentioned that his answer was not as long as usual, but still long, and I forgot what the question was that Kevin asked. And we've made jokes about Jared's long answers, and then he started giving short answers to everything, and I was like, oh, no. And he even said, he was like, I need to be better at that. And I was like, no, it's always great because you can
like
get
his
Sam
detailed
Laurent and he'll
answers.
just go.
Yeah.
See, but then that also recirculated the video somehow of Wolchuk and Broadus
it was great.
calling in to the post-game show, which I think is one of the funniest effing things, man.
It's great.
Oh, sorry, you don't like in-depth answers for other people waiting in line.
Look, it's very funny that they back-to-back called in and said, you took too long answering these questions. That was funny. The funnier thing about that to me is that they both asked him after that, can you explain the catcher's interference ruling from today? And then he just explained it, and then Broadus goes, can you explain the catcher's interference?
He's like, all right,
He's
so
going, okay,
we have
got
a bit going on.
I like bits. Yeah, it sounds like you like bits.
What do we have on the show today, boys?
Guys, we start the show with some Rangers conversation. How'd they do? Plus,
bad.
When does the Easter Bunny come to your house? We do that at 10 o'clock. At 10:20, we dive into Cooper Flagg's now greatest treasure, Rookie of the Year, and what kind of career he will have.
Imagine how they're going to celebrate that.
Yeah, wow. I am calling.
Did you argue with people this morning?
Not so much. We had our take, and then the fan text agreed. Half of them agreed. That's why it's a good topic. Because, I mean, like, it really does seem split.
Yeah.
So I'm curious for y'all's opinion on Cooper Flagg scores 51, which is great. They lose. They really do get beaten down. Is it just embarrassing to then post video on your socials like the Mavericks did of them celebrating and doing like Gatorade baths like they just won the Western Conference Final?
Is there any chance they were celebrating because they kept their lottery position?
I mean, look, that's something to celebrate.
If they were doing that, I would give it more of a pass.
Okay.
But doesn't it feel weird that you're 2 years removed from celebrating like that because you beat Minnesota to get into the finals?
I hear what you're saying. Who do you think's
it's a long
idea
season.
was that?
I
think
don't
it's
know if it was
social media.
I would not be surprised if social media said, "Guys, do this when he gets in here," because they had the tracking shot. But
Okay.
I think it's.
Oh yeah, they did.
I think it's just I looked at that and went like, I'm really happy he scored. I'm also happy they lost and they can continue their odds. That just is not the optics I want.
Is there any? Sorry,
I don't care that the players celebrated.
Okay.
Like, it's a long season.
You just don't want to post it.
You can't be miserable all year. I just don't want them to post it.
I get you.
Yeah, the players.
Yeah, how do you celebrate that? How do you celebrate an accomplishment?
I was about to ask you, like,
Enjoy
small
it.
victories, but I hear
Yeah.
it. So your beef is more that it got posted.
Yeah, I don't care that they did it. Just enjoy this. Keep it quiet. It's just like when
can see that.
it was like DeGrom with the stiff neck. I don't care that he misses a game for a stiff neck. Just don't tell me that's why he missed the game.
I still have a little bit of a problem with the.
Tell you diarrhea. Make something up.
That is what you
a stiff
prefer?
neck is like, that's
You don't
a
think
little
people
soft.
call them soft for
It's a
that?
little soft. Like, just don't, I
Well,
don't care that you missed a game.
Something was soft, that's
All
for
right.
sure.
I don't care that you missed a game with a stiff neck. Just don't tell me that.
I have a problem with definitely. I think posting is just a bad optic. So that's definitely the top line
hear
item.
you.
But under that, I still also think. What do we do? Like, if you want to like be pumped for it, and even if you get a video of them like applauding him and like patting him on the back, whatever, I wouldn't have had a problem with that. It's the like locker
All-out
room hooting
celebration.
and hollering
Yeah.
and throwing water everywhere. Where it's like, okay, this is the standard here, I guess. Then
What if they love the guy? What if they all really do
that's
love
great.
him that much?
I'm glad to hear Cooper Flagg said pregame the next day that he was a little uncomfortable with it.
Okay.
Because that's the reality. He should be uncomfortable with that, and I'm glad he was.
He just wants to win.
Yeah. Like, to me, that it's
Hopefully in
just,
the
it's like I said, that is the same celebration of Josh Hamilton going into the clubhouse when they won and they gave him the ginger ale bath, or like when they beat Minnesota and everything. You gave that for 51, which is great, in a loss.
And you said it was about 50-50 on the feedback?
Yeah, Fantex was about 50-50 on saying, shut up, y'all are being old man on my lawn. And the other half going, yeah, this is embarrassing.
Oh.
Hagee, how did you, if you did, because that was a crushing defeat Duke took, how did you take in Saturday?
Yeah, I didn't watch the UConn game because I already knew what was going to happen.
Oh, you did?
I already know what's going to happen tonight.
Hang on.
It's done.
Hit me up with that, because I was torn in that game. I would have taken UConn on the points. They were getting a point and a half, I think.
Yeah.
And now you're taking the 7.5 tonight, or 6.5?
Yeah. Or you already really know what's going to happen. You take a look at that money line, and it's creeping up around, I think, 2.7 to 1.
You know what I did last week? Took UConn plus 550 to win it all.
Oh, see?
Yeah.
And this is the thing.
As soon as they beat Duke,
I took them because I knew they were the biggest long shot of the four.
That's smart. Look,
and they were the only ones.
And then tonight,
and they have the best coach.
Yeah.
Although May's really good. He's got the sport by the you know what's right now.
But they're 6-0 all time in the final. Michigan is 1-6 all time in the final. Yeah, I know Michigan has been a juggernaut, and if they win tonight emphatically, they only have 2 losses all season. This would be an incredible, historic, destruction of the tournament field. But I just have this terrible feeling that UConn always figures out a way to win. And you're right, Dan Hurley is a heck of a coach, and I think UConn's going to win, even though I will very, very much be rooting against them. So I watched the Arizona-Michigan game because I was really excited. I was like, I think these are probably the 2 best teams. But then, obviously, that one didn't end up being close whatsoever.
I don't know. If we come in here tomorrow, if UConn wins tonight, we're going to come in here tomorrow. I was talking about, we're going to have to figure out where Hurley is all time.
Okay, then do you think, because that would be 3 titles in 4 years, and I don't think he's ever lost past the round of 16, if he gets there. So do you think he revisits the NBA then? Because a couple of years ago, the Lakers wanted to make the move and stuff. Do you think he's like, man, I kind of feel like I don't know if conquered is the right word, but I have shown that I can rule over the college game. Then do you think he revisits, maybe now it's time to move up?
I mean, he might, but then you can go down the road of all right, if you've won 3 and 4, do you want to be like Billy Donovan, just be like an anonymous NBA coach, or do you want to be the best coach that's ever lived? And I'm not saying he will be, but
I mean, if you win 3 and 4, that's a hell of a.
I don't remember Krzyzewski doing that.
Krzyzewski did not.
He won back to back.
I'm looking at it up now.
Wooden did.
Yeah.
Right. Wooden did.
And when he won back to back, when he won back to back, he had lost in the finals the year before, and then 2 years after the back to back, he lost in the finals again.
Arkansas.
Two people have done it. It's John Wooden and then Adolph Rupp.
Of course.
Right.
Rupp Arena, Kentucky.
And
Ruppy.
It's. You start getting, and that was a totally different, it was a field of 32. And
I think with Wooden it was 16.
And nobody played.
Or 24.
Yeah, nobody even played. Half these schools didn't even have, they were such an early adopter.
So it kind of reminds me, I don't know if you feel this way, it kind of reminds me of the women's tournament now, where I realize that the women's tournament obviously is...
Obviously what? Tell me.
In that field of 64.
Oh, okay.
But it does not feel like there's any level of parity there whatsoever.
There's 5 teams.
Yeah, that can win. And so that kind of reminds me of the Wooden UCLA.
Yeah, there's no upsets. Who are the upsets in women's basketball? You don't have any. How many 8s over 1s have you had? 1?
I couldn't even tell you.
I think Stanford lost. I don't know why I know that, but I think Stanford.
Harvard. That was a 116. I think that is right.
That's it. So you just don't have that. And plus, they're playing home games. Top 4 seeds all play at home. So I think if he wins tonight, we'll have a talk.
Okay. Is that preview for Crosstalk tomorrow?
Preview for Crosstalk tomorrow.
Well, Sean will be in charge then.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you think he's going to win?
We got hijack it.
Well, it'll be Tuesday, so he'll say, let's finish up Ask Reddit.
Which is good. I love that.
Okay.
I
do like Ask Reddit. It's a fun segment.
Ask Reddit tomorrow during the commercial-free Expressway. Have a good show, boys.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey. 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, Corey Majors.
That's me.
And of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
I'm good. I'd be better if my teams scored. You know,
yeah.
Dallas not scoring against Colorado kind of beat me up this weekend.
And I know people were mad about the refs, but I'm like, also, you had 0 goals.
Yeah.
Until then. So.
The Rangers, had a tough one. And also, Disney Plus. I know they warned me, but I forgot all about it. When I was looking for ESPN this weekend for that Stars game, and then they were like, by the way, it's going to cost $44 a month. I was like, 44? My brother-in-law, it says 35. Why are y'all charging me $9 extra? So I got to figure that out. So
Sorry, man.
Scoring runs and scoring goals.
So you're not doing great?
I'm all right. I'm good.
Okay.
My teams, I need them to wake up a little bit.
All right.
It was a home opener weekend, bro. You didn't score enough. You didn't win our game.
No.
You had
That's true.
Some really good pitching outings, too.
Absolutely. Alec, how are you doing?
I'm sad because my teams aren't good right now, but also I saw a movie on Friday night that altered my brain chemistry a little bit, so I'm still trying to recover. I saw The Drama with Zendaya and Robert Pattinson.
Oh.
That movie's weird, man.
Is it?
It's very weird. Like, it's very good, I think. I really don't know, but it is so weird. A24, they always make movies that mess with your head. They mess with your head. And I went into it blind, not knowing anything about the movie. I didn't pick it. So I was like, okay, cool. Zendaya, Robert Pattinson, I like them. They're cool. And within 15 minutes of the movie starting, I was like, what in the hell is happening?
Okay, man.
That's my review. Go see it.
I was not particularly familiar with this movie, but now I'm very intrigued.
I also started watching The Pit this weekend, Kevin.
Oh,
If
that
you haven't
show's
watched
very
it,
popular.
It is the first episode. Wow. And then from there on, they remind you that in emergency rooms, people die. And it's just like, oh my gosh, what's happening?
Sure.
There's so many sad moments.
Oh.
But it's so good, I can't stop watching it.
Okay.
So I did tell you to be prepared for me to be a little depressed over the next few weeks as I try to finish this show.
Okay, well,
I think we're 2 seasons in.
We can talk about any of those things. We can do our best to avoid the Rangers for as long as possible. Or I can ask you this question. When does the Easter Bunny come to your house?
Ooh.
Like, whether that is a current thing, whether it was a thing of the past. When did the Easter Bunny come to your house? Because I am now discovering that perhaps I am on the wrong side of this. I had a discussion with my wife where I specifically used the phrase, the Easter Bunny is not Santa Claus. And then this morning, well, she disagreed with that. And then this morning, Corey said the Easter Bunny is like Santa. And so now I'm realizing that perhaps we did it a unique way, and I'm wrong about this. So I want to start with y'all. I want to start with everybody else. 877-881-1053. And let's all try to pretend for just a couple more minutes that the Rangers home opening series didn't happen and they didn't look exactly like the team from 2025.
Alec, for me, it's always been you wake up in the morning and your basket is there with chocolate bunny in there. Somehow this year, our baskets had more interesting things in them than usual.
Oh.
I don't know why. But it's always been that way. It's the next morning. Now, he is like Santa in respect that he's able to do this. He's not like Santa, though, in that he doesn't have a bunch of elves helping him out. So he's one bunny.
So you're more impressed.
I'm far more impressed by his
Easter
ability.
Bunny.
Yeah, and he's the only bunny on the planet that lays eggs, and that's amazing.
Okay.
So an egg-laying bunny, which was funny because I was like, Lucy, I was telling her, I was like, Easter Bunny lays eggs. How many rabbits do you know that lay eggs? And she goes, chickens lay eggs, Dad. And I was like, okay. Because Lucy's now very matter-of-fact about stuff. So...
And I need to know the timing, not what the Easter Bunny does. I need to know the timing from the 469, the 214. The Easter Bunny comes during lunch. And so that was kind of similar for us. The Easter Bunny came while me, my mom, and my sister were at church.
Okay.
And I felt like it was
nice.
I felt like it was that extra little incentive to get you to go to church that day.
Yeah.
Just like I've always thought, at least part of the incentive with Santa is you need to go to sleep. Because Santa's only going to come when you go to sleep. And so that was it for me. But now when you say that, I'm like, oh, man. And that's what Jess said. And I'm thinking, have I been... in the minority of this all along?
I know that we all love to wake up on Christmas morning and go out there and see what Santa's brought. But could we make a deal with Santa to show up a little later? And be like, he doesn't get here until 10 in the morning on Christmas Day. And that way the kids sleep in a little longer. What do you think about that?
I think that is doable.
Okay, we're going to let Santa know from now on how that goes.
Alec, what about at your house?
It was definitely an overnight appearance for the Easter Bunny.
Gun.
It was, yeah. I saw somebody texted in, you leave the baskets on the coffee table the night before. They're empty. You wake up, and they are just plentiful. There's all kinds of stuff, and there's eggs all over the house. There's mystery eggs everywhere. Some of them are golden and had very nice stuff in them.
Ooh.
Some of them were just basic and had some of our favorite candies. But yes, he knew us very well. So yeah, it was one of those holidays that me and my sister definitely woke up way too early because we knew that he made his visit overnight.
Okay.
That's fascinating because our baskets randomly are always in the attic or somewhere high up in a closet, and the Easter Bunny is able to find them randomly in that attic the night before whenever he's told to go find them.
Bunnies are smart.
Yeah.
Oh, man. If you want to know the true nature of Santa, the Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy, etc., see the documentary Rise of the Guardians.
Oh, I love that. It's such a great, it's a great understanding of how they all work together sometimes. And the Sandman does some amazing things in that. Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Does the Easter Bunny have to make its list and check it twice? How do we know the Easter Bunny is a dude from the 817? It does lay eggs after all. Whoa, politics! And apparently the Easter Bunny is voiced by Hugh Jackman. Is that the movie Hop? I still haven't. Okay, I still haven't seen that movie.
Kevin, saw a text come in a few moments ago. It said, I hate Globe Life Field. Can we go back to Choctaw?
I mean, it's still there. I'll pass on those afternoon games, though.
You can sit in the Comerica backyard and look out the window and see your old girlfriend sitting across the street. Just saying, hey, do you like the jet stream? And that's what I'm thinking. Is that why they left it built there, just in case they need to go back to jet stream games?
I think it's because they thought they could monetize it.
We need to come up with retro night when they're like, we're going back to the other stadium.
Yeah, fine, as long as it's night, like you said, because there was a time where if you got past May and somebody in maybe even April at times, and somebody invited you to that Sunday afternoon game, it's because they didn't like you. It wasn't because they were like, here is a generous Rangers ticket. They actively disliked me. And now other people are dropping in Easter things that I had never even considered. I will readily admit, yes, I am white. But somebody asked, is this a white thing?
Okay.
Because they said that they are Mexican and the Easter Bunny never stopped at their house. I don't know. I have to admit, I have been white my entire life. So that is the experience that I have. So I don't know that to be the case. I have also seen more people saying, yes, the Easter Bunny came by in the lunchtime or afternoon or after church. So it does kind of feel like it's split, but I'm fascinated by this.
From the 512, dude, the Rangers are going to be fine. I think overall it's a decent start, just not at home. It's going to be a long season if you're going to be like this, and they say be as in female dog version, this early when they are doing okay, and the rabbit has S-loads of rabbit help. So they added that part to the text. I always appreciate texts like that are like, I'm going to gripe about something and maybe yell at you, but also be involved in the other part of the conversation that you're having on this show.
And then this is a logical question because I was actually just reading something about this from the 214. If the Rangers did reconfigure the fences to match the fences at the ballpark in Arlington, would that really help with having more home runs? I don't think if you matched it exactly. In fact, I feel like the science is quite clear early on that would not be the case. But then the other thing is, the Rangers, I feel like they've been pretty upfront about the fact that they have no short-term plans or plans in the short term, I guess would be the better way to say it, to alter the dimensions of the ballpark in response to that. Now, will that ever happen?
It's a pitcher's park now.
And I can't say that that's going to change, or at least that the Rangers would artificially try to change that. But at least for now, it seems like that they are not going to.
Yeah, and I think that's why they invested in pitching the way that they did. Like, doesn't that make a lot of sense to say, look, if we're going to be a park that is for pitchers, let's get some of the better pitchers out there.
Sure.
Give them these best opportunities. Now, obviously, if you're going to be that kind of team, you need to be a doubles hitting team. Like, that's what I would just, and I know what Chris Young told us on Friday when he was like going through how each one of these guys has a specific role in their lineup. Some guys need to get on. We talked about this a lot. Get on base early. Brandon Nimmo, that's what we're asking of you. Clean the deck. That's what Berger and Corey Seager are for. And then those guys at the 7, 8, 9, we need base runners. So make sure you're getting on. They're just not doing that right now. They're not stringing that together. That's what happened last year, too. The year before that, they didn't string together enough hits within innings. And you need to be a doubles hitting team if you're going to be in this kind of a stadium.
And I think that's why the reactions to this series, it's not the losses. It's really not. Like, it would suck either way if you lost all three of those games. But let's say you lost those games, you would have still had the 2-0. But in the other games, you would have lost 8-5 and 7-6. I feel like the reaction would have been somewhat different. Now, it might have been more focused on the bullpen in that case. But I think the concern is you look at those first 6 games. You scored 32 runs. So that's 5.33 runs per game. You look at the first 3 home games, 4 runs, 1.33 runs per game. And I think the concern is that you're going to see a reflection back to last year offensively where you have somebody who will stand out, but you still have Jock Peterson bringing the whole thing down. You have Josh Young bringing the whole thing down. You have, at no point do you see like back-to-back-to-back-to-back games where people are really flowing in the offense. Now, I kind of felt that way to start the season. That's why it felt like this homestand to start was such a punch in the gut because they were like, no, we could still do the exact same thing.
From the 214, I'm black. No Easter bunny at my house, just Easter egg hunt after church.
And that makes a lot of sense. I feel like, and maybe it is just a way that you grow up. Is it based around like you get it all in the morning, or is it based around church? Because that's kind of the similar experience I had. Is you would always have the church egg hunt, which eventually organizers at the church realized that you had to stagger. I like to think back to the initial Easter egg hunts that I never saw, but they existed, and they let everyone loose at the same time, and there was probably chaos and carnage, and they were like, we can't do that. You need to make a field for the younger kids and one for the older, or you need to stagger it, all right? Yeah, I don't know if that stagger is 2 minutes, 30 seconds or whatever, because if you let the older kids go at the exact same time as the younger kids, those younger kids are getting trucked by a bucket.
Yeah. And that happened at the Arboretum, Kevin. Whenever I was a child, we went to the Arboretum. It was the largest scale Easter egg hunt I've ever seen in my life. I was dressed in something nice, too. And I hit that hill, Kevin, and I rolled down that hill so fast.
Yeah.
Head first, just tumble. Eggs flying everywhere.
Oh, no.
And just taking one kid out after another down that hill. Just bam, ba-bam, ba-bam, ba-bam.
Oh, okay. I thought there was more. My apologies.
You got to be careful with those hills.
Have you ever been to the helicopter
No.
drop.
Dude, I've always
I went to one of
wanted
those
to
in
be
Paradise.
one.
It was really fun.
They just drop eggs?
Yeah.
And you just go under there and just catch them
But
in your
they
shirt?
had like a safe zone that you're supposed to stay out of, and I kept waiting to see if some bold kid would break away and just try to catch, like lift his shirt out or whatever and try to catch them all, or have a couple of buckets and try to catch them all.
Yeah, there's some girl, she's in her little
nobody did
dress, and
that.
she can just be like, bam, all of them.
Yeah. Nobody.
All the eggs.
I didn't see that happen whatsoever.
The 817, I'm a tan white person, and I didn't have any Easter egg hunts growing up until I grew up. Met my wife, who is brown, and they have Easter egg hunts still to this day.
Dear. Okay, look. Maybe it is a specific religious thing. Maybe it is a race thing, but I'm learning all kinds of new stuff today about cultural norms when it comes to the Easter Bunny.
817, growing up, we had nearly full contact Easter egg hunts. We also had to make the older kids get tied together like a three-legged race against the younger kids.
Awesome.
That is smart. I like that one.
See, I could see some old school parents are like, yeah, we're not staggering anything.
Yeah.
You're not searching in a different place. You're going for
You're
it.
just gonna
I
be-
want to see how tough you are,
it's gonna be more
Johnny.
difficult.
And Johnny's like, I'm 3. And like you're like, get out there and get some Easter eggs. I hope that's not the case, but it could be. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Cooper Flagg's amazing nights, and are you invested in him winning Rookie of the Year? Or probably maybe still some more Easter stuff. I don't know. Next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live.
been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, no teenager has ever scored 50 points in an NBA game. There's a chance for it right here, right now. It's happened.
Man, I love, because you heard it again right there, the Derek Harper calls where he goes, there it is, ahead of time. It was it the three-pointer when he goes, got it, before it went in. I love those calls so much. Cooper Flagg's amazing nights. And are you invested in him winning Rookie of the Year? Let me start with that. Do you care in what's been a crap season otherwise if Cooper Flagg wins Rookie of the Year or not?
I do. Here's why. For what I predict is going to be many superlatives to add on to this kid, whatever they're going to be, and many superlative awards, if you will. I think he's going to have an MVP in his career. I think he's going to have lots of good, positive things in his career. I don't know. I just don't know because I have no clue what direction this team actually is building towards. It looks like they have everything in order. But, man, we see how this falls apart so many different times. Philadelphia's never won.
Sure.
Since they were like, trust the process. So all these things being said, I think that he's going to have a very good career, and I think that Rookie of the Year puts the stamp on the beginning of it, and then everything else comes with it. So Rookie of the Year is very important to me.
Hey, Jason Kidd said something kind of similar, so I want to see if it's unanimous here. Alec, are you invested? Do you care if Cooper Flagg wins Rookie of the Year?
100%. Because as a Mavs fan, we lost our one thing that always gave us something to look forward to during Mavs games, even in a lost season, even in Luka's rookie year when I knew there was no expectations. I was like, this kid is special. I'm still going to watch. So, yeah, I do. And especially considering that he missed time, a good amount of time, it's even more incredible to me if and when he does win because I'm like, he missed time. He was inconsistent to start his rookie season, and now he's looking otherworldly. It's just an even cooler story to me at this point.
Yeah, and we had talked about this a couple months ago. Could Luka be a top 30 player? Could Cooper Flagg be a top 30 player by the end of the season? And now it's looking like that is very possible. And we'll talk about the ceiling for him another time. But it is wild to see how much these odds ebbed and flowed in the span of 72 hours. So when we did the show on Friday, live from Globe Life Field, by the way, thank you very, very much. And Corey, I know you feel the exact same way.
You're welcome.
To everybody who stopped by, said hello, wanted to take pictures, brought stuff. It was so cool to see the Tolo love.
And I had another media member show up and tell us how much of a Tolo she is. And then she went to high school with me. That was awesome. I had a great week, dude.
The show of the people.
Great Friday.
And on Friday, see, I like that. On Friday, they put out the straw poll that 80 of the voters would vote for Knepel for Rookie of the Year.
Are we still using straws?
Yeah, I don't.
Do they really have? Is there a short straw in this situation?
No, they're paper now.
Yeah, that's a good question. All right. Whatever
what kind of straws are we using in these polls?
If you want to come up with another way to say it, I'm willing to adopt it. All right, I don't know why I did it like that. All right, anyways, the point is Knepel was ahead of Flagg 80-20. And I know all kinds of people were posting Adrian Brody from Winning Time telling Magic Johnson how he got 3 votes for Rookie of the Year against Larry Bird. And he was like, oh, the hell with that. And they were like, that's exactly what happened with Cooper Flagg. And so because of that poll, whatever you call it, you got up to minus 1,800 for Knepel to win Rookie of the Year, which means you would have had to bet $1,800 to win $100. So
Dang.
It was overwhelming. Then Cooper Flagg goes out there and he has 51 points, surpassing his previous career high, the Mavericks' previous rookie record. He became the 10th rookie in NBA history to score 50-plus points since the merger in 1976-77 and became the only teenager to score 50-plus points. Now, all of a sudden, it's 68% for Knepel, 32% for Cooper Flagg. And you're like, ooh, okay, got closer. Still about a 2-1 margin. But then give me cut number 5. You get Sunday night for the Dallas Mavericks, and Cooper Flagg is right back at it, and he scores 45.
Flag on LeBron. Now the switch. Flag goes. Gets and one. Give him 34 points.
And now he is the favorite to win Rookie of the Year. 72 hours ago, it was minus 1,800 for Kneppel. And now Cooper Flagg is the favorite, although I believe there's a 3% play out there right now that it'll be a tie. And I actually think that would be really fascinating because the Dallas Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd, he also tied for Rookie of the Year with Grant Hill. And so I just think that would be...
He tied with a dude that he demolished in one of the NCAA tournaments.
That's fair. All right. And then we go...
Now he'd be tied with a teammate. That's weird.
Yeah.
They're all three of them from Duke.
It is weird, for sure. Now, Najee Marshall might love Cooper Flagg the most. He tweeted out after the 51-point game, hard to appreciate greatness while going through hard times, but that boy is one of none. Not one of one of none. And then he followed up. He might be the best rookie ever, to which P.J. Washington jumped in and said no cap. So you have his teammates talking about how he could be the best rookie ever. And here are some comparisons.
I just go back to, Kevin, the first 5 shots I ever saw from him were whenever he was in the practice room against Team USA.
Right.
They showed 5 shots essentially of him just destroying Team USA, and all the players that came out of that room were just like, that dude's insanely good.
Right.
Like, this guy's
and
already... He was 17 at the time.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh my gosh. But all these professionals were already doing what P.J. Washington and his other teammates are doing, and that is, we've never seen anything like it. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, look, and I kind of like this. My Cooper Flagg numbered card out of 250 cares about him winning Rookie of the Year. From the 469, whose game style do y'all like more, Cooper or Luka? And I mean, I'll say Cooper just because I think he has the opportunity to be more well-rounded, but there's no doubt, obviously, before Luka got hurt, which that's a whole nother topic that we need to discuss, he was playing out of this freaking world offensively. But these are the comparisons stat-wise, just stat-wise, not to say he will become any of these players, but that is crazy to me. Cooper Flagg, last 2 games, 96 points. Oh, by the way, he also had 14 rebounds total in those 2 games. And I will argue, this might sound crazy, I will argue the biggest number from those 2 games is 50. In terms of 50%, not 51 points, it's 50%. In those 2 games, he was 5 of 10 from 3. Shot 50%. And as we've discussed, his three-pointer has not been good this year. If he ever gets to a 39-40% consistent three-point shooter, look out. He will be every single year in the discussion for best player in the NBA.
Yeah, but will he ever have a triple-double, you know?
Is that what's really holding you back?
Yeah, those triple-doubles are important, Kevin.
Are they?
Yeah. That's how you win MVP, Russell Westbrook.
Well, I mean, that's true. But I was going to say, Nikola Jokic is about to have a triple-double for the season. He's not going to win MVP.
You see that shot he made over Wemby, though?
Oh, my gosh. Wemby is still in disbelief about that. That was a terrible-looking shot until it went in. And I don't think Wemby should feel bad. His defense was exquisite on that shot.
I saw somebody post, they were like, if Wemby can't defend it, then it can't be defended.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how you defend that shot. Now, Cooper Flagg, last 2 games, 96 points. Here's a fun way to look at it. In a 2-game span, do you know that's only the 6th most points ever scored by a rookie? The top 5 are all held by Wilt Chamberlain. So he scored the 2nd most points in a 2-game stretch behind only Wilt Chamberlain. He has more 40-point games than the rest of the rookies combined. He has multiple 45-plus point games this year. The last rookie to do so since the merger, the only rookie to do so, Michael Jordan. and he just surpassed Luka Doncic for the second most 35-5 games by a teenager in NBA history, behind only LeBron, but now ahead of Luka. Those are crazy comparisons, and we'll talk some more about the Allen Iverson comparison tomorrow. But the statistical category he's next to is Iverson, Wilt, Luka, and Jordan.
And doing it while being on a winning team. And
no. They are not a winning team.
From the 4-6-9, I'm sorry, Cooper's great. Don't be sorry about that. But I don't think he puts up these type of numbers if Kyrie's playing. I don't know if he will be able to share the ball with another dominant player. I disagree.
I do too.
The guy that and first off, we've watched Kyrie around here for a long time. He loves the fourth quarter. He's like, hey, give me the ball in the fourth quarter, then I will dominate games for you.
Sure.
And that's kind of been the vibe. But that was a problem, right, with when Luka was cold early. It was like, well, who do we turn to offensively? I think Cooper is more of a pass to get to the shot. You know, he might not get the assist, but he'll have the play that sets up the assist.
Yeah,
a lot of times, and that's what I think about Cooper. He's a very team-oriented basketball guy,
and good off the ball,
and really good defensively too when it comes to the try-hard part of the defensive side. But also, Kyrie has proven when he was with Luka that he can defer and be a 2.
Yeah.
And then you add into that the mindset of what these two can do together. And I think that they will work very well together if Kyrie's still, the whole process of when he's ready next season and all of that. I think he and Kyrie will be just fine together.
Yeah, and it also, I will, just to be fair, it depends on what kind of numbers you mean. Scoring 96 points in the span of 2 games, that is probably not something you're going to see a whole lot. But for the season, he's averaging 21 points. I definitely think he can average more than that if Kyrie is the point guard, because Kyrie is the perfect person to control the point for Cooper to be off the ball.
Yeah, they can play a 2-man game together for sure.
100%.
And then I go back to what Rolando Blackman may have accidentally spilled the beans on, but he told us, and I think they're very honest with this mantra. That is, right now, Cooper has to learn that it's his team. Right now, it looks like Cooper's learned that it's his team. When Kyrie comes back, and this is Rolando Blackman's words.
Yeah.
And this is Rolando Blackman talking as he was talking to Kid and everybody else on the staff. When Kyrie comes back, it's still Cooper Flagg's team. And that's what the process of, hey, I am going to be the guy that they're building around. Kyrie's going to be on this team, and he can run with me. I want superstars to be on the court with me. But it's still, whenever it's time to go get it, Cooper Flagg's the guy.
In the meantime, you have 4 games left, just 1 home game left, and that is on Sunday against the Bulls. Obviously, long ago, the Mavericks were eliminated from playoff contention, and I just saw somebody ask about... sorry to break that news to you.
No.
If the Mavericks could pick up Austin Reeves, I still think you would have some more financial maneuvering to do to truly make that happen, but you have the potential to bring in a really good free agent player, and then
has to be from Duke.
No, not necessarily.
We trying to be the Dukiest team out there?
I mean, they already are in a couple of different ways. And then, depending on how high you get up into the draft, you have an opportunity to really help jumpstart this thing for next season. And I just think these last 2 games have been incredible to watch, because I think you see the potential that we talked about in terms of, could he be in the conversation to be the best player in the NBA? Like, not at this second, but eventually down the road, could you see him and Wemby just battling to determine who advances to the NBA Finals? Well, Wemby's already doing his part, and so now we'll see if Cooper and the Mavericks can do their part. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's tough for baseball nuggets, and I mean this without hyperbole. Was this the greatest defensive performance in MLB history? Next, right here on The Fan.
market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Murakami into center. Back goes Varsho. This ball is gone. Murakami with his first home run in front of White Sox fans here at Wright Field. A 2-run shot that gives him the lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't worry, we'll get to Mr. Adele. But right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. And I want to start with the by God Chicago White Sox. I know. And that's why when I asked for audio for this for Alec, I had to put yes, for real, because I could see how he would have thought it was a joke.
Yep. Feels like a joke.
The Chicago White Sox completed a home sweep of the Toronto Blue Jays. Last time they did that, they finished the sweep on September 3rd of 1995. It has been more than 30 years since the White Sox swept the Blue Jays at home. Back then, Bill Clinton was president. Seinfeld was the #1 TV show. Mortal Kombat was the #1 grossing movie. And the White Sox swept the Blue Jays. Now we move all the way forward to this past weekend. They did it again. Congratulations to them.
I wonder what is the Rangers' longest not sweep.
You know who will know?
Record is.
I think we just need to ask Jared. I feel like he just knows that information.
All right, I'm on it.
All right, perfect. Now, let's go from that to, hopefully it's going to be okay, Mike Trout. Mike Trout got hit on the hand, and x-rays were negative.
Kevin with all his is Mike Trout back, baby.
But
trying to get those Trout cards back up.
He is listed as day-to-day, and that makes me nervous, and I realize that's not his fault, but at a time when he gets hurt year after year, anything that happens, you're like, yeah, I could see that. So I hope that does not end up being problematic, but it just might. So let's keep an eye out for Mike Trout. Now, I just want to see if you think this is a good name. Clearly, this was stolen from the Rangers. The Colorado Rockies have unveiled a 2-foot-long hot dog for the 2026 season. Sounds familiar?
The boomstick?
No. What else do you think they could call it?
The 2-foot wiener?
Yeah, I was going to say, if you don't know the answer, I doubt you would just randomly guess it.
All right.
They're going to call it the Glizzilla.
That doesn't sound like the right thing to call it.
That was my... Never mind. Never mind.
You almost went too far.
And you know what?
On your own radio show.
I heard your voices in my head. And unlike WWE, it wasn't a really stupid reveal. Oh. And I decided to just keep that to myself. But yeah, they're calling it the Glizzilla. Your thoughts?
I don't love the name.
I do.
Oh, I thought you might.
Freaking rules, man.
Explain more why it rules so much.
It was my nickname in high school.
See? Hold on. Why is he allowed to do that? But if I said, he'd be like, oh, it's too far. There's the line, and you went so far over it.
That was fantastic, Alec. I'm proud of you.
I'm in a mood today. I'm sorry.
You guys are jerks.
He said that was his... There's something about the word glizzy that doesn't sit right with me anyway.
It's for the young people.
And now we're acting...
I bet Aiden likes it.
People were like, let's put mayonnaise on our glizzies. And I'm like, no. It makes it sound even worse. And now they're like trying to throw it out there as if it's...
What is a glizzy?
Look, I'm an old person. Feel like I've been really upfront. I'm white and old.
Seriously, though. Help me with how this word became it. How did glizzy...
Look at Alec. Don't look at me. You know there's no way I know that.
Slang for hot dog.
I have no idea. It just started happening.
Okay.
And I went with it. I like Corey's idea for it better, though.
Every chef in the world out there has two thoughts when they see the triple shaboing boing.
That's what we need at the ballparks.
The triple shaboing boing.
Let's go back to the Angels.
Glizzy. Okay, Kevin, hold on real quick.
Have you done the research?
AI is
Hold
telling
on.
me
This
something
feels
real
like a
quick.
hasty research project. that
Well,
you've
AI
done.
overview. All right.
Okay.
Hot dogs are called glizzies.
Mm-hmm.
That was in quotes, by the way. Due to Washington, D.C. area slang where glizzy originally referred to a Glock handgun. The term, popularized in rap music, evolved to represent hot dog because its long, cylindrical shape resembles an extended handgun magazine.
Oh.
This is what they say.
Okay. Oh, wow. I learned something
Rapper
today.
Shy Glizzy and the Glizzy Gang.
That's not a real thing.
Shy was spelled with a $sign.
Okay, I'm in.
The term moved from local slang to national popularity via TikTok, where users made videos about glizzy dispensers, ice machines, or glizzy gardens, as noted in their things. So there you go.
All right.
Now we know more
Yeah.
about Glizilla.
Okay. Well,
you started it.
Congratulations to all of us. I would be careful typing that into your Google search. All right.
What, Glizilla?
Yeah, I really would. Let's go
Did you learn that on your own?
No.
Okay.
Thankfully.
Well, that website's blocked in Texas.
Okay. Oh, good. I don't know what that means. Actually, never mind. Go to Cut 7, my Cut 7. And
we should use mine.
Is this all right? Use Corey's Cut 7. Is this the greatest defensive performance of all time? Let's go to Joe Adele, because that's what you're going to hear. Is a mashup of him taking 3 home runs away in a game that the Angels beat the Mariners 1-0.
No balls and 1 strike. And here's a drive out to right from Raleigh. Adele's back near the wall. He leaps and he caught it. Joe Adele.
That was in the first inning.
There's a drive to right. Adele is back. He's at the wall. He leaps up. He got another one. Joe Adele. What a night. Lead. And here's Crawford with a fly ball to right toward the corner. It's Joe Adele again near the foul pole. Leaping up. Did he catch it again? He fell into the crowd. So it's a home run. They called him out. He did it again.
And that was in the 9th inning, and might have led to the greatest picture I've seen in a really long time. Is Joe Adele standing triumphantly in the stands, having caught it with the fans going bananas. They won 1-0, and the Mariners hit what could have legitimately would have been 3 home runs if not for Joe Adele, which led to the Mariners humorously putting on a whiteboard the next day, game plan, don't hit the ball to Joseph Adele.
Smart.
Is this, and I'm not trying to be hyperbolic with it, is this the greatest defensive performance of all time? He did it 3 times, and the last one, he fell into the crowd because it's a short wall in right, as I just knocked my water bottle off the table, in the short fence in right. And even the announcer was like, well, that's a home run. He fell into the crowd. No, they called him out!
I'd have to go look at all the defensive performances ever in the history of the game, because Aaron Judge in right field for the World Baseball Classic was pretty awesome, just throwing people out.
True.
We've seen Puig throw some people out, too, that we were like, what? Puig had some exceptional games. This is awesome. Like, for your pitchers, all your pitchers that night need to tip you extra. They need to make sure that they come by and give you a cold beer or something, whatever it is.
In the moment, every single one of them threw their hands up in the air like, oh my goodness, I can't believe it.
The ones, I think every one of those would have been home runs too.
Yes.
Like there were a couple of them that were close, and he didn't really have to jump much. He just stuck his arm up and got it because he's tall. But that last play, that last play is special. Now here's where old man comes into the conversation, right?
Oh no.
Is that an out, Kevin? or if he's not in the field of play, should it be a home run?
I hear you.
He caught it in his half of his body was in the field of play still, and then he fell into it.
Also, he launched from the field of play, so I think it should kind of be like one of those things when you.
So if he jumped into the stands and then he jumped up and caught the ball, no good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think I would have a huge issue with that if he just stepped into the stands and caught it. I'd be like, no. But it's like when you are trying to make the save, the hustle play in basketball. You jump right before the end line, you get the ball, try to spike it off another player. And I was like, I mean, you were in the out of bounds area, but you didn't touch. I realize he touched the ground, but he jumped from, and I want to reward an amazing play. It feels like that would be like really soul crushing to be like, hey, that was great.
Still home run.
Yeah.
I know it's weird, but when guys get pushed out of bounds in the NFL when they're catching the ball, I'm like, I don't like that rule. And I know we love the 2 toes down. We love the toe tap so much. But I'm always like, well, he launched from there. Why does he have to land in bounds? But I get it. I understand that. And with baseball, I agree with you. If he jumps from the stands to catch the ball, no good.
Couple of quick injury notes for you. Hunter Brown on the 15-day injured list with a shoulder strain. And then Mookie Betts goes on the IL with a strained oblique. We'll have to pick up the rally tortoise, replacing the pocket pancakes at another point in the show. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some wankers and winners of the weekend. Next, right here on The Fan.
Tolo means.
is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, are you the person who your significant other or whoever finds something damning
on your phone? Let's say
on
it's
your phone
yeah.
or in your stuff, and your retort is, why are you looking at my phone and in my stuff instead of, oh, yeah.
That's going to get you in more trouble.
Yeah.
Because that's not a defense.
It's a bold decision to go down that route.
Unless it's in a contract that they can never look at it. If it's in a contract, then you can be like, it's in your contract. But most of you probably don't have that in a contract with your lover. So you got to be careful.
That's a good point.
If you're going to do something, just be prepared to be honest about it whenever asked about it.
Okay.
Why did you do this? Because I like it.
Yeah.
Usually that's the answer.
Okay.
Or because I was forced to, because of gambling debts.
Oh, my goodness. Man, you know what I like about your stories, Corey? They always have these twists and turns that I don't anticipate.
I know.
All right, it's time for winners and wankers of the weekend. And I think we need to say winner.
Joe Adele.
For sure. For sure. FC Dallas, Michael Collodi, and us. In FC Dallas's previous 2 matches, they'd given up a total of 6 goals. Now, it is true they were 1-0-1 in those games. But Michael Collodi, the keeper, he comes on the KNC Masterpiece. What happens? 6 goals turns into 0 goals, and FC Dallas puts an ass-kicking on DC United 4-0, which could be the most lopsided score in the history of soccer.
They scored more points and goals, if you will, than I felt like the Rangers and Stars combined this weekend.
Oh. You know what is really sad?
Did the Rangers score 3
I
Saturday and Sunday?
believe the Rangers and Stars combined had 5 over the span of 4 games.
By the way, this
maybe it was only 4 actually.
Is this the highest scoring game ever by a team in soccer?
Because in their last game they won 4-3.
Oh, okay, so that's 7 goals total. Yeah, that's a lot.
But they've really.
How's Musa doing? He doing all right?
Yeah, he's
playing pretty well.
Yeah, he's doing all right. But our guy comes on our
Good
show.
job, Mr. Collodi.
And boom, clean sheet. All right, let's go to, well, you know what? I dropped the ball here. Usually I ask you if you want to start with winners or wankers.
Well, we're already here, Kevin.
Good point. Let's talk about the Buffalo Sabres. They are probably the biggest winner of the weekend. They have clinched a playoff spot. Yeah.
Because of beers, Alec. Because of beers.
That's right. And because of, former Stars coaches. They made the playoffs for the first time in 14 years. I'm not even saying they have to do anything in the playoffs. First time in 14 years.
That was when the Stars stole the cup from them?
No. That was quite a bit before that.
Oh, it feels like pretty close.
It's not. So that now means that was the second longest major sports playoff drought. Now, well, it was the longest before and still is the longest is the Jets, who last made the playoffs in 2010. So they're entering season 16. But at least they could point at the Sabres and be like, ooh,
yeah,
they're like a year behind. But not anymore. Buffalo Sabres, winner of the weekend.
Don't worry about it for the Jets, by the way. Aaron Glenn has said that they have done what they need to do to be awesome next year.
Oh, I will take the under on that.
All right.
Now, winner of the weekend, Nikola Jokic. You mentioned the incredible shot over Wemby. Also, Jokic became the first player in the three-point era to record this stat line. 40-plus points, 10-plus assists, 3-plus blocks, and no turnovers in a game.
Dang.
He'll probably finish third for MVP.
Well, because hasn't he won like the last 9 or something?
Won, I think 3 of the last 4.
Dang, dude. I think he's going to be pretty good, in his career.
Yeah, he's going to go out and
one of these days he's going to
probably already a top 25 player of all time.
Yeah, he wins an extra championship because that wasn't his championship. That was Jamal Murray's.
That is preposterous.
It's actually Aaron Gordon's championship, if we remember who made the big shots in those games.
Yeah, that was definitely his championship. But You're right. If he were to win another championship. And then there's the Detroit Pistons. They have officially clinched the number 1 seed in the East. It is the first time since 2007 they have been the number 1 seed, or 3 years before the last time the Jets made the playoffs. That's probably... Remember when Mike Greenberg was like, we got Aaron Rodgers, look out!
Dude, I really think they should have been better that year. The injury was a problem, but they should have been better that year.
And then from the 8-1-7, they scored more points than Duke did this weekend. That is...
How'd Duke do?
Yeah, they didn't play.
Why not?
Because they had a historic collapse.
What? It's okay, to the champions.
The champions, UConn. Mark it down.
By the way, UConn has not played yet, if you're listening out there.
Yeah.
They play tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the women played, and their coach threw a tantrum that we'll get to later in the show. But if not for the Sabres, is the next winner of the weekend Christopher Columbus High School. First of all, I didn't know you could still do that. Second of all, with Cameron Boozer, winning the Naismith Award, that means that high school had both the top college basketball player and top college football player because Fernando Mendoza also went to Christopher Columbus High School.
Wow, that's impressive.
That high school is in Miami. I don't know why. I kind of thought it was in Ohio.
I did too. I don't know
but
why.
It's not Christopher Columbus, Ohio High School. But thank you.
I was right there with you. I was like, man, this is up north, obviously. This is Ohio, sounds like. Columbus, Ohio.
Because for whatever reason, Alec, I looked at it and I go, Miami, that's weird. And then I thought, why? Why is that weird? What is that based off of? And I thought, do I think it's in Ohio? Maybe I do think it's in Ohio, but no, it is in Miami.
Hold on, I wanted to confirm something here real quick, Kevin. There are still very many Christopher Columbus high schools across the entire country.
Let me ask you this serious question.
Holy cow.
Do you think if you go to Christopher Columbus High School and you get the day off, they say it's for Columbus Day?
Probably.
Interesting.
Do you ever bring it up to the principal? Like, do you walk in and you're like, hey, you ever thought about changing the name of this? And they're like, take that up with the superintendent.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like the principal gets to make that call. I don't think the principal...
Who makes that call?
I don't think the principal is like, season 2 of The Wire is not that good high school. Like, I don't think he gets to make those calls. And it's still pretty good. All right, other winners of the weekend from the 806, Cooper Flagg and Jesus for resurrecting. It's a good point. It's a very good point. Resurrection Sunday. Man, I know some people who get mad if you call it Easter. And they're like, it's Resurrection Sunday. And I'm kind of like, it could be both, though, right?
We can just have a conversation, can't we?
Yeah. See, you're a man of the people.
Yeah, ham.
That's right.
Why do we eat ham on Easter?
I don't know. Why do we eat turkeys on Thanksgiving?
Because of the Pilgrims.
Yeah, well,
pretty sure
we've ditched some of those other concepts that the Pilgrims got involved in, right?
Like the corn thing?
Did you know the Native Americans called it maize?
Mm-hmm. I did.
All right, good. Every kid who's ever gone to school, I feel like that is one fact that they know.
What do they leave out, though?
I don't know. All of the other stuff. All right, let's wankers of the weekend.
Okay, let's do that.
I saw another person who suggested the Rangers and the Stars, probably because of the scoring comparison that you just...
Listen, dude, the Rangers, Jack Leiter had a really good outing. Now,
he did.
He had a high pitch count, but he had a really good outing nonetheless.
Yeah.
And Kamar Rocker, Kevin, I don't think we could have asked for much more out of his first outing for this year.
Especially given the delays and stuff. Yeah. I agree with you on that.
Can he have, the more consistency with that now? Can he have a pattern where he does that frequently and he goes out and you're just like, dang, we do not have to worry about the fifth pitcher anymore.
Right.
He's taken that job. Love seeing the roof open for the Globe Life Field yesterday. That was it looked awesome in those powder blues and Jack on the Hill and the light just naturally shining into the stadium. I loved that part yesterday. But yeah, that was a frustrating weekend, and I feel like Skip's probably really frustrated by it too because they weren't doing, like, they were still patient at the plate. A lot of the guys were still patient at the plate. They just didn't get the results. And then on the other side of things, he goes in and he's like, all right, I'm going to throw in some bullpen guys, and they let him down. So that was a frustrating weekend for Skip overall.
And by the way, people are trying to help. Is it possible that Christopher Columbus High School was in Miami of Ohio? Oh,
that's a good question.
I need to follow up and check on that.
There are 2 Miamis.
Yeah, and probably more, right?
Ooh.
I don't know.
Better not be.
Let's talk about the Islanders. I guess they're the wankers of the weekend. Did you know their head coach was Patrick Waugh?
There are at least 8 to 11 Miamis, Kevin.
Hold on. What do you mean 8 to 11? Do we not have a consensus on this? I live in Miami, Florida. That's just a bad example, son of a bitch. Okay, because my example is going to be I live in Miami, Oklahoma. No, you don't. This is called something else. I don't know why. I went to the one that I feel like we all pretty much agree on.
Arizona, Indiana, Missouri, New Mexico, Ohio, as we pronounce, Oklahoma, Texas, West Virginia, and Iowa, and Kansas.
Okay.
I didn't say Florida, so that's, I don't know, man.
Oh, man.
This list keeps getting longer the more I read it.
This is a weird show today.
There are other unincorporated towns that might be called Miami.
Isn't there a movie director named Christopher Columbus? He did Home Alone and the first 2 Harry Potter movies.
What?
Yeah, it's true. So, the Islanders fired their head coach, goalie legend Patrick Waugh, with 4 games left in the season.
Only to what?
Do you know who they hired instead?
Old Pete DeBoer.
Pete DeBoer.
They want to get to just before the Stanley Cup.
I mean, maybe, hopefully better. But also, the thought was that they were like, hey, look, let's get ahead of the hiring cycle. Let's go ahead and hire Pete DeBoer right now. That's the person that we're going to hire anyway. So the Islanders, on the one hand, are they wankers for firing Patrick Waugh 4 games before the end of the season? Or are they almost winners for hiring Pete DeBoer?
This is. I mean, Pete DeBoer's a good coach, dude. We got to see it firsthand here. I think history is going to have an interesting approach to how everything went down later on.
Okay.
I think there's going to be a couple conversations over some beers that leak out that are pretty interesting there. But he is a good coach, and yes, we're seeing this right now a lot within the NHL world. This is what, the 3rd one? This is late here in the season with time left. Some teams going into the playoffs, and they're just like, nope, we're making sure before the playoffs we get this done. So this is wild.
Now, I've seen multiple people listing, and I get it, Robert Garcia or Chris Martin or a split decision on Jock Peterson as the wankers of the weekend. And then I wanted to bring this one up as well.
Somebody said Skip Schumacher for consistently putting in 2 relievers that have blown games for us since last year.
I get it.
What is he supposed to do?
Yeah, and that's the tough decision. Who would you rather have in there instead? And I think for a lot of people, isn't the answer anybody else?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Because sometimes
everything's unproven right now.
Sometimes people will be like, well, you can't do that unless you have a plan. And then there's other people who are like, yeah, absolutely you can.
Go buy a closer.
Because, your plan doesn't work, so let's do a different one.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Is NBA competitiveness the wanker of the weekend? This was wild to me. There have been 2 days in NBA history spanning the past 80 years where at least 9 games were played with an average victory margin of at least 24 points.
Wow.
One was Saturday, I believe. The other one, it was either Friday or Saturday, I'm sorry. The other one was the Sunday before.
Really?
So they've both happened in the last week or so. And I know it's at a time where people are like, and we need to expand, huh? When they're like, it's not particularly competitive right now, and you want to expand. Cool.
You understand why the league wants to expand.
Sure. Yeah, money.
Yeah. they don't have the talent nor the coaching to represent both of those and keep things tighter. And they also don't have the discipline within the league to say our stars are going to have to play all these games.
Right.
They're like, and the players don't want to. So they're in that weird place where you keep showing up, they keep seeing that the money's profitable. They're not going to worry about those other things. So, Kevin, that might happen more and more in the future now.
And for all the people texting in, they want to discuss more with Jock Peterson. Totally get that. We will pick that conversation up at noon today. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus, you asked for it, more glizzy conversation.
Oh, no.
Next on The Fan. KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Remember, in the noon o'clock hour, we'll be giving away 4-pack of tickets to the FC Dallas match on Saturday. By the way, I will be at that match as well. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call.
Yeah.
The pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. You might want to turn your mic on, maybe.
Oh!
877.
The whole day is ruined now.
877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, you thought we were done talking about glizzies.
I prayed we were.
Well,
but I guess my prayers were answered enough over the weekend.
That's right.
Aiden is very excited out there.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. We'll get to what might be my favorite promotional item in minor league baseball here in just a little bit. But before we set the table for the question of the day, you heard Eric Chiafalo say it a few seconds ago. We got the Pluckers path to the draft again this year. We are going to be doing the draft party for round 1 of the draft at all 9 DFW locations. I will be partnering up with Lucius Alexander at the Arlington location, and he told me that location is a party every single year. So come and have fun with us. Corey, you're going to be at the Allen location?
Yes, Allen was rocking last year. I loved it, had a great time.
And then Kevin, you're going to be at the Dallas location.
Are you sure?
I just read what I'm saying.
It's not anybody in this room or adjacent rooms, but I heard somebody is trying to cause chaos with that schedule.
Yeah, I know RJ Choppy was trying to as well.
No, it was definitely Choppy. He announced it on air this morning.
He said it on air.
Okay.
So, yeah, he's trying to barter his way into flipping around.
He said, I don't usually like to rock the boat. But I'm definitely rocking the boat on this one. He was like, actually, I'm pretty sure the line was, I'm knocking everybody out on the boat on my way down.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Choppy does definitely feel like a person if he's like, no, if I'm going down, I'm going to try to take everybody down with me.
That's valid. I could see it.
But most likely he's like, but I'm still not going to bring up a conflict to go down. Like I'm going to avoid it at all possible.
And
that's fair.
Instead, we'll just bring it up on 100,000 watts. That's how we'll do it. Unintentionally. So come hang out with us for the Pluckers path to the draft. Guys, look at the National Day calendar. There's a lot of random days today, including National Siamese Cat Day. Because, haven't thought about those in quite a while, but they have their own day. But today is National Student Athlete Day.
I'm sorry, Alec, just real quick.
I'm scared.
I'm hoping people can help me out. What's the Disney movie with the kind of racist Siamese cats that they have to put the disclaimer
Lady and the Tramp.
on first?
Yeah.
That's Lady and the Tramp?
It is.
Oh,
I was just singing that in my head, and then I was like, I don't think I can sing that out loud.
You should not.
How do I erase it from my head?
Men in Black style?
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind style.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Shock therapy.
Oh,
maybe.
That's intense. It is National Student Athlete Day, guys. So, the question of the day today, what is your favorite memory from school sports? 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. Most of us have played it, or you were forced to in PE class to play some sort of sport. Everybody's got a good story to tell.
Okay. Can I tell a selective part of my favorites of what would make it my favorite story? Okay.
Sure.
So I was in middle school. I was playing basketball. The girl who was my first crush was at the game. And I saw a play developing right in front of me, and I jumped the pass route. And I was like, oh, my God, that guy's so going to pass it right there. Jumped it, took the pass for a breakaway. And that is the portion of the story I would like to tell.
It's a good story, bro.
As long as you don't have any follow-up questions.
I have a follow-up question.
Damn it.
How did the rest of the game go?
See, you went too far with your scope of your follow-up question. Your follow-up question should have been, you had a breakaway, so you made the layup? No, I missed the layup.
Happens to the best of us.
It was too much pressure of being all alone. If it was a contested shot, I think I would have made
Isn't it weird how that works?
It is.
Because I swear I've missed in my very short time playing basketball, I missed more wide open shots than I did contested shots.
Yeah.
Just because I overthought it. And that's why I don't play basketball to this day. Plus, I'm not very tall, so that doesn't work. Corey, you got a good story to tell?
There are a few. Middle school, elementary school, threw no-hitter. Coach pulled me out before the last batter, though.
What?
Yeah, I hit 3 people in that game, but nobody hit me. But Coach came out and said, "Are you tired?" And I said, "No." And he goes, "All right, bring in the other guy." And I was like, "What?" And then that guy gave up a single, and I was like, "Son of a gun."
Do you feel like if he would have said yeah, he would have been like, well, suck it up and get this last
Coach
out?
Jeff, what were you thinking?
Oh, that's how you know it was at that level. This is Coach Jeff.
He was young, too. He was one of those, young guys that just wanted to coach. You know, he was just like, I just wanted to coach. And he was awesome. He was
Did
great.
he ever communicate to you guys if you were in an inside or classroom setting by sitting in the chair with it turned around the other way so you really knew that he understood you
all
guys?
the time. But that same weekend, I won a taekwondo tournament.
Oh!
And
What?
In that tournament, one of the higher, our instructor's daughter, she was awesome, and she was in our group, and I was supposed to fight her next, but she lost to this other kid. Well, this other kid kicked her in a place and made her cry. Like, she was crying, dude.
Oh.
And I was like, oh no. And so they kept my teammates were telling me all these tips and stuff. And he did a jump kick at me, and I just stuck my foot up in the air, and it hit him in the junk, and then he was done, and so I ended up winning. So
you won by kicking someone in the balls?
Yeah. I just stuck my foot up. I was like, I don't know what to do. Stuck foot up, bam. So that weekend, my dad went on a hunting trip. So he missed both of these moments in my career.
Aww.
And I came home and showed him the trophy and everything, and he was just like, this is amazing. So those are 2 core memories that stick out, but playing football.
You were Bobby Hill.
That's my purse. Playing football and baseball, baseball tournaments were just so much fun. Playing football, just being part of the team, that's my favorite part of it, was just being around the guys, just being in the dugout, just being on the sidelines, being out there and having a special moment in a special game was an absolute blast. Maybe also that one time our quarterback threw an interception and I chased down the cornerback and then slung him out of bounds.
Yeah.
And my coach was like, I didn't know you were that fast.
You learn something new every day.
Was that your version of them telling Mikey trick after?
That was the same game, Kevin, that I poured ice on my head, and then a piece of ice got stuck in my shoulder pads and then melted as I was getting ready to snap the ball, and I snapped it early and got called for a false start. My coach was like, how do you false start as the center? That doesn't make any sense.
I always wonder that.
And I explained that a piece of ice had melted and gone down my butt crack.
Thank you. From the 214, Kevin pulled a boozer in that basketball game. Yeah.
By the way, did you hear when people were like, they called that foul, it wasn't fair? Boozer got elbowed in the face and had a face fracture. They didn't call that a foul.
From the 817, David from Midlothian scored my only touchdown of my high school career on a fullback dive. Bounced to the outside and to the left and took it 35 yards and scored.
Hell yeah.
That's got to be awesome as the position that, does the dirty work. Nobody thinks about it. And it's like, oh, let's get a couple yards here. Let's get closer to field goal range or something. You're like, nope, how about I go all the way to the house?
I love it.
Corey, I'm right there with you. You mentioned the tournaments. For me, it was track meets, just because everything outside of actually running that happened. All of the dumb stuff that we would do in between our events, like anytime one of the distance guys would go to run the 1600 or something, you knew you had a few minutes to dig through their stuff or hide their backpack. Yeah. So I remember vividly one time in 8th grade at a track meet. It might have even been the district track meet in 8th grade. One of our friends, he was like our best 1,600 meter runner. And so he was all amped up and everything. And we're like, we're going to totally ruin his runner's high. We knew he was going to get first place. He was that good. We're totally going to ruin his runner's high. So we found his phone in his backpack and we kept on just spamming 000 on his password to keep on getting it wrong, and we locked his phone for like 2 hours.
Oh gosh.
And he did not celebrate that win whatsoever. He won the district title, but he was like, dude, I can't text anyone. I can't take a picture of my medal. I can't post it on Instagram until tomorrow. What are you talking about? He was so heated. So we would do stuff like that, just fun little pranks and everything. And then just getting tons of fruit snacks from the coaches and stuff. I was having inhumane amounts of fruit snacks before track meets.
How many today? How many fruit snack, the little packages, could you eat?
Whole box.
Yeah, the value box too.
Oh, 16, 24?
What you just name an amount.
24 packages.
Yes.
All right.
Name another amount.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
No, I'm not saying I want to.
Oh,
I want to.
I think
and
I
will.
would.
Great.
And speaking of that, hey.
He said, oh, great.
Yeah, speaking of that, we're going to be at the Globe on Wednesday. And I say we this time as
Are you coming with us?
I will be there. And it's $1 hot dog day.
Oh, dip.
So I feel like a challenge may be in order because I don't know how to say no.
Is there any part of you that feels like AM on the FM got cut on Friday because you didn't come to the game?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
You know, I saw how many people were going to be there, and I was like, you know what? No, I'm not going to go. I'm just going to stay back. You know, traffic.
We get so many interviews.
Yeah, it was awesome. And Chris Young even sacrificed his own soul, it sounded like, to do that interview.
He listened to my advice afterwards. I gave him very specific advice to help for the sore throat, and I believe he might try it.
Does it involve consuming an entire thing of throat spray?
Yes, it does.
Okay, because I've actually tried that before, and it has worked in the past. Not
It's
even off of
weird.
your own advice.
Yeah.
I was just desperate one time because I had a high school football game to call, and I was like, I need something to work.
When you take a shot out of the sore throat medicine, people think you're a psycho.
Well, it does work, even though the bottle says
Did you get that tip from Kyle Yeomans?
No.
Kyle Yeomans.
I just had a bottle of that spray, and I was like, you know what? Spraying it isn't working. I'm going to consume it. And it worked. It does work.
By the way, and I think he's going to try it because Chris Young had a follow-up question about that.
He did.
Awesome.
Yeah, he did.
He was very interested in Kevin's approach to being the throat goat.
Oh.
That's Nancy Reagan.
Sorry, what?
That is, I'm not going to say who. I think he might say it on air. Somebody at this station is the person who informed me of that. And then multiple other people at this station were like, oh, yeah. I will not reveal that person's identity.
I have no clue what you're talking about,
I will
Kevin.
not reveal that person's identity unless they choose to.
See,
from the 469, I'm sorry, Alec. I don't think you're supposed to swallow that throat spray. Kyle told me the same thing. He goes, it says not to do it, but you'll be fine. That is an exact quote from Kyle Yeomans.
How many times in life, really just in the span of a week, do we do that where it's like, it says you shouldn't?
Sure.
But we're going to do it anyways because why not? From the 214-999 challenge, I'm hearing from Alec. That sounds scary. That's a lot of calories and food and beer. So probably not, but...
Oh, I'm getting those fruit snacks, though.
Okay, I'm serious. I love fruit snacks.
For Wednesday or for tomorrow?
Oh, that would be a good bit at the ballpark. Yeah.
Will they let you bring them in?
Yeah. It feels like they let things pass through. And I would just like it if we could actually say the sentence, don't worry about him, he's eating fruit snacks. And like, he couldn't ask a question to somebody because he was in the middle of eating fruit snacks.
That would be hilarious. Sorry, Skip, I can't ask you a question. I'm eating fruit snacks. Guys, you wanted more glizzy talk, I heard.
I did not.
I never asked for that.
You're lying. In your heart of hearts, you wanted more. So this might be the best giveaway in baseball, and it's in the minor league scene. And this is not an April Fool's bit. I researched this. They are actually giving this away at the Madison Mallards baseball game. This giveaway is happening on July 18th. It is called, presented by Festival Foods, the Wiener Wallet. It is an actual holster. It is a real, it looks like an old Western gun holster that is designed to hold hot dogs. And they tweeted this out at Madison Mallards.
All right. I'm not going to lie. This looks pretty cool.
It's a holster for your hot dog.
Yeah.
A place to tuck your tube steak. A carrier for your coney.
I don't know about that second one.
It's the Wiener Wallet. It is a very real thing. So you can purchase tickets. It is real. I believe they're actually sold out now because it went viral.
Because of this segment.
Yeah. $21 to get yourself a Wiener Wallet. And it was so popular that they have now tweeted they will ship these to you. So if you just want to buy one, you can buy one on their website and get yourself a Wiener Wallet.
I think it's genius because now you can hold 2 beers. And napkins,
dude,
while also carrying your hot dog and your condiments. Some places the condiments are like the squeeze things, and they squirt. I wonder if they'll how does that work if you have to have the squirt one, Kevin?
I don't totally think I followed that. I'm so sorry.
Just make sure you have extra napkins.
Yeah, why did you freak out about answering the squirt question? Back to you, Alec.
Yeah, so the Wiener Wallet, it's a real thing. Look up the Madison Mallards website.
The second you said it, I even remembered the date and looked it up. It does look pretty cool.
Do you wear it do you wear the holster part on your hip or right in the front?
No, I think that would be too on the nose or on, I would holster it and be like,
someone on Facebook called it a glove box.
I kind of wish I hadn't done that now.
Yep, that's on video. The glove box for your glizzy is what somebody is calling it on Facebook.
Awesome. I love it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the biggest non-draft questions of the day. Next right here on the...
in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
49 seconds to play. Second quarter. Warren looking. Looping out of trouble. Trying to set up receivers. He's going to throw against his body to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Spectacular.
KC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Now let's start with Mansour Delane. Mansour Delane is going to visit the Dolphins and the Giants this week. Obviously, that is a player that we have talked a lot about. But speaking of the Giants, I hear from the other two people on this show that Dexter Lawrence has requested a trade. He is fantastic.
Yes. Pro Football Sports Network, PFSN, I guess they're trying to take over now, last year he had a 77.3 defensive tackle impact score. That ranked him 38th amongst defensive tackles last year.
Oh, man, that's way lower than I would have guessed.
The year before was an 82, he was 19th. The year before that, it was a 90, and he was 5th. And, that's the production we're used to from him, as being that high.
But you think it's on the downslope?
As things have gone along, just those things tend to... Now, and again, that's a good defensive front.
Yeah.
That's a very good defensive front right there. So their front seven was really good. He's 28. I don't think he's out of his prime. I'm not sitting here saying the Cowboys need to go out there and trade for him.
No, I hear you.
But I'd love to trade for him.
Oh, I was on your side.
I've always loved the kind of player he is because he's a beast up front. But last year's, and the trend that looks like it is, kind of meh. Plus, Kevin, he's been an all-pro. He hasn't been an all-pro in 2 years.
Okay.
Second-team all-pro is the best he's ever had. So has he ever really gotten the love that he deserves in that respect?
Okay.
I don't know.
Interesting. All right, speaking of players getting the love that they think they deserve, Joey Porter Jr., he came out and said he feels like he gets unfairly criticized for his penalties, while also adding that he thinks he's a top 5 corner in the game. Now, do I think this coincides with the fact that he is eligible for a contract extension? I do not think that is a coincidence. But what do you think about the bold claim from Joey Porter Jr. that he is in fact a top 5 corner in the NFL?
I can see how he thinks he's on the come up for that. I don't think he's in that category. I'd have to go back and retract because, man, Trayvon Diggs just 2 years ago was one of the top 5 corners in the league in a lot of respects and things. So I think he sees himself in that area, but I don't think he is. But, you want to be paid that way. Derek Stingley, Surtain, Sauce Gardner, Trent McDuffie, Witherspoon, those are 4 that I think of first, 5 that I think of first. L'Jarius Sneed, do you think he's one of those top corners also? But I think that I would rank it a little bit differently. I don't think he's there yet.
All right. Now, a few more things before we get to the non-draft questions. Betting odds at this point have shifted to the Cardinals or the Jets as most likely to draft Ty Simpson. Now, in some of these cases, it might be a trade back into the first round, or the Jets, for example, obviously have other draft ammunition in the middle of the first round.
I think they need to hurry up and draft him at 2.
Sure.
If they don't do that, he could be gone.
Well, yeah, and that would be amazing because at 12:20, I'm going to tell you how the Cowboys could trade up to 3 if you want.
What?
From the 214, what the hell would we add a defensive tackle for? Fun.
Okay.
Just remember whenever I wanted all the shortstops?
Yes.
You got Trevor Story, Corey Seager, and Marcus Simeon, and Mike goes, we'll be lucky to get 1. We won't get 2. And then we got 2, and Mike goes, holy crap, can we get 3? And I was like, that's what I'm saying, Mike. So, yeah, let's get all the defensive tackles. What happened last time we did something like that, Kevin? We won a World Series.
Okay. Because we got all the defensive tackles?
All of the best players at one position.
Gotcha. Now, other draft stock news, Jordan Tyson. There are multiple people. Remember we were talking about the clear number 1 wide receiver. We talked a lot about Carnell Tate. There are multiple people saying that there's a lot of teams out there that have Tyson as the number 4 wide receiver. And if there's going to be a wide receiver that slides, it's looking more and more like it would be Jordan Tyson. I know we talked about him the other day, but I want to go back to you, Alec, for just 1 second. Your thoughts for people who have missed it over the past month or so on Jordan Tyson.
He's a really good player. I know the only thing that you can really knock him for, in my mind, is the availability factor. But I talked about it a little bit last week. Everything that I can put out there for you about him, he had 2 bum hamstrings in a game last year and finished the entire game. Like, he is a gamer. But he's a little bit of an issue when it comes to some of those focus catches. He'll drop a few on you, but he can play every single receiver spot. He's really sudden. His routes are just awesome. They're crisp. He can literally do anything you ask him to if he's on the field.
I'm just looking right now. Kuiper has him 1. Miller has him 3. Reed has him 3. Yates has him 2. I'd be interested to see who they have, because if they have like a Denzel Boston in front of him, that's an interesting conversation there. I wouldn't see I don't know if anybody would put Omar Cooper in front of him.
I think they might. That was the name that came to my mind.
The toughness factor's interesting there, but like I understand Carnell Tate and Mekhi Lemon. I get that. Then I'm having a different conversation when it comes to Cooper, Boston. I don't think Concepcion is that high up on my list. But I'd take Jordan Tyson in a heartbeat, dude.
Now, a lot of people are kind of watching this situation. One of my non-draft questions for the day: does Lamar Jackson get an extension, and how long will he be at these off-season workouts? Because you're getting to the point, what do voluntary mean? I believe he did show up to the first one.
All right.
But what do voluntary mean and all of that good stuff? Do you think he's going to get an extension, and do you think he will be a participant in these off-season workouts?
Oh, this is an interesting conversation, because doesn't Jerry Jones hold Dak Prescott over everybody's head?
Yes.
Well, Dak was in a contract negotiation. He kept showing up to practice. He also has one of those "Don't Hit Me" red jerseys that he gets to wear. And then you add in Lamar Jackson already had a very, very in the public contract negotiation with Baltimore previously. I think the best thing is to just show up and do your job. Just keep showing up, do your work until you are no longer under contract. And then once that happens, then you have a different conversation. But I think he should. I definitely think he should. He's the best player on that team.
Is Jonathan Grenard still available?
No? Yes.
I'm asking. The linebacker for the Vikings.
Oh, for the Vikings, yes. Is he still available for us or from the Vikings?
I mean, no, I don't care what he's going to do for the Vikings. I'm saying, is he still available to the rest of the league? And naturally, that would include the Cowboys.
I think he should be. If he was available months ago, why wouldn't he be right now? Like Max Crosby, them saying he's not available or not going to trade him. Yes, you are. The right trade, the right compensation comes to you.
So you don't buy the idea that they wanted to trade him and then it fell apart, and so now they're going to not trade him?
Yeah, no, I think I think Grenard's still available. I just don't know how interested people are in him.
Okay.
And that's what I think is interesting, is how quickly that became a big thing. And then all of a sudden, it disappeared very fast because a lot of people, the market for him just kind of dried up a little bit.
Are you more tired of talking about if George Pickens will get a long-term extension or if Aaron Rodgers will retire?
Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Because I'm still fascinated in a lot of the things.
Yeah.
I still think the Mulligetta and Jones relationship is a fascinating drama that we're watching unfold before our eyes.
Do you think it's not as kumbaya, business is business. Didn't work out last time. Maybe it will next time.
I have no clue what's happening there.
Okay.
They're saying they still haven't talked? Is that because the Joneses just don't pick phones up? Is that how, that's what's keeping this from happening? No matter what, we want to make sure we have a long-term plan for George Pickens. We just don't have a long-term goal of picking up the phone and having the conversation on that plan. How do we get the $42, $43 million?
Right.
If you're Mulligetta, are you saying I want 45? I know that he just got this, but I want more now because that's how I don't know where that lands.
By the way, the NFL and the NFL Referees Association, they're going to talk again this week, and the owners will be involved this go-around because remember the Referee Association last time was like, oh, okay, so you sent nobody who has any ability to negotiate? Thanks a lot for that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, I cannot wait to see the feedback for this. Is the Rangers' Jock Peterson experiment necessary, a waste of time, or an investment that'll eventually pay off? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan with Adam Schefter with a fascinating pseudo update. In the next few weeks, it should be decided the Bears stadium situation, and per Alec, if Illinois doesn't pass legislation to get this thing going in Arlington Heights, the Bears would then move to Indiana. I just cannot envision a way in which that actually happens, but who the hell knows? All right, let's talk about Jock Peterson. Is the Jock Peterson experiment necessary, a waste of time, or an investment that will eventually pay off? Now, there's a few different reasons this came up. First of all, it was Jared, I think 2 days ago, that pointed out that 2 years ago, Jock Peterson had a 900 OPS against right-handed pitchers. Just throwing that out there, and he got crushed in the comments. People were just like, oh yeah, because he's so awesome now. And it just went on and on. And it gave me another perspective of how much people just despise Jock Peterson. Peterson. And what he has done or not done for this season thus far. And then to start the season, Jock Peterson went 0 for 16, and he started to get booed yesterday. And then he came back and had a home run. It was on Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. No, it was yesterday. Sorry. All of those losses got confused in my head. And then he got booed after a strikeout in the fourth inning. And then Skip's saying, hey, we feel like he's getting close. We want him and we need him to produce. We're better when he produces. There's no doubt about it. Hits the home run. The Rangers' only run of the game. So, Jock Peterson specifically, is it necessary, a waste of time, an investment that'll pay off, something else entirely? What say you?
I think I'm still on the give it 1 month and then I'm done.
Okay.
Like that's what we established was 1 month is what I'm going to do. Now, whether that 1 month is going to be a waste of time is going to be seen in that month.
And you won't know until...
We'll find out.
Yeah.
Were you there? And so I'm going to give it that 1 month. My feeling going into it is it's a waste of time anyway. You have the guy already in McCutchen to do the job, but I understand what they want. A, they want to prove that the signing wasn't a waste of time. They didn't just go waste a bunch of money by signing that player. B, they also want to have the option of going to McCutchen or Peterson. Ultimately, if both of them are swinging well, you're good. This does help your team. Skip's not lying about that. Our team's better when he is. Yes, because he can do a lot of different things. Is he done? Does he lack focus? Does he need everybody to boo him so he goes up there and hits a home run so that he can yell, keep talking S to all the people as he's rounding the bases? Maybe he does need that. Maybe that is what he needs in order to... He might,
because he gave a quote that I thought was a little whiny.
Yeah, like, you remember the Bryce Harper home run, whenever he hit that for Team USA, and I was like, he just MF'd everybody in that place. He walked around going, you, everybody. And I think that's like, there's something about Jock that he just needs this... I don't know if he has that internal motivation anymore to be that, or if he has the hands to do it anymore.
I think I'm more the physical tools than the other part, but here's the first wave of feedback, and holy moly. From the 972, they said, screw Jock Peterson. Why are we putting ourselves through this? Jock Peterson has been a big swing and a miss, and right now his contract is an albatross. From the 972, Jock Peterson needs to go, and then said he is too conceited and not a team player whatsoever. From the 806, Jock is a failed waste of time. And it goes on and on and on and on and on. But keep that feedback coming in because we'll loop back around to that.
He's never produced for us.
Fact.
That's a real thing. He hit 173 since he's gotten here, like total.
And that's, honestly, it feels lower than that. But there's this misnomer last year that he finished the season strong. False, false, false. So you take a look at the breakdown. It was just a handful of games for March and July. So let's skip over that. In April, horrid. 115 batting average, and you're like, that's an old-timey stat. Fine. 414 OPS. It was one of the worst months, and I'm not making this up. It was one of the worst months for an everyday player in the history of modern baseball. For the month, he had 61 at-bats and 1 RBI. And then in May, he was better, I guess, but still awful. 167 batting average, 688. And then what we seem to keep clinging to is August and then 2 years ago. Because in August, he was really, really good. And I think that's where the narrative came from, that he finished out the season strong. But the season doesn't end at the end of August. Skip ahead to September, 194 with an OPS of 550. So while he was absolutely tremendous in the month of August, he really, really was. He was terrible again in September, and the start to this season has been absolutely terrible. And even we talked about with Jared, he goes, look, this is going to be an important run of games because he's going up against a whole bunch of right-handed pitchers. And I know he hit the home run and rock on to that, but that's not going to be enough. Now, there are secondary stats that say maybe he is on the cusp or he is getting close. Here is an example. He also walked in the 8th inning, so another thumbs up in that category. His average exit velocity, 97.2 miles per hour. Hard hit percentage, 75%. Both of those were in the 99th percentile league-wide through the first 6 games. So that argument can be made. He is one of the most unlucky players in Major League Baseball to start the season. And I think if not for the baggage of last year, maybe you would consider that. And I think Jock Peterson kind of feels that way as well, because he was asked about his struggles and he said, quote, I think a lot of people blow things out of proportion. There's still opening day paint on the field. You guys can view it as you want, but we're like 8 games into the season, so there's a long way to go. And
if you'd had a good season last year, nobody would say a word 100%. Right now, 8 games in. But it's the carryover from last season.
Yeah.
And Kevin, Chris Young talked about the volatility of last year's lineup and how you had dudes who could either hit home runs or strike out 5 times. Like, that's what the feeling was you were going to have. That's why Adolis Garcia, Jonah Heim are no longer here. They say that this team should have less volatility in it. Kevin, look at Peterson's career. It's a roller coaster.
Yeah, no,
There's
right.
no true consistency in his career at all. And so that's the other thing about him is this is the player that he is. He'll have, good moments where he's a really hot hitter, and then he is just non-existent. So again, you're acting like the new season is a fresh start for you and Rangers fans. That's not the approach that Rangers fans are taking it to. The approach that the Rangers fans see it is, since you got here, you've been a 174 hitter with a 602 OPS.
Yikes. OPS is catastrophic.
That's your Rangers career right now. And so for that, it's not like that's just simply not good enough at all. You have 69 strikeouts to 37 walks. That's what Rangers fans are upset about, not how early in the season it is and that you haven't produced yet. It's the fact that you're a year and a few games into this season and we're still trying to figure out what the answer to that question is. That's the frustrating part as a Rangers fan.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think about the best way to phrase this because this might be an unfair statement. And y'all might tell me, hey, I think that's unfair. But I think it bothers a lot of Rangers fans. It bothers me that he opted in to the other $18 or $19 million in his contract when he had a god-awful, historically terrible season. But on the flip side...
What would you do?
Exactly. Yeah. I would do it.
All of us would do the same thing.
And then the other thing I would say on the flip side is, well, the contract was written that way for a reason. You know, like maybe Jock took what he felt was a bit of a pay cut coming here, knowing that the option would kind of protect him. And that's the thing. We talk about it all the time. You don't want a double standard when, like, we give the Rangers a pass for doing X, Y, and Z and maybe screwing over a player, but you don't want to give Jock Peterson a pass. But I think that rubs some people the wrong way, because that's why you can't DFA him, or I cannot envision a world in which they DFA him anytime soon. I'm not saying they shouldn't, or his production doesn't warrant it, but with the owners being maybe not as free spending as we would like, I feel like is the most polite way to put that, you're going to get rid of $18-19 million in contract and then go back to the owners and say, but we really need a closer.
Yeah, we're going to get it this time.
I just don't see a way in which they're like, well, I know you pissed away that money, but this time it's going to be different. At least not with this ownership group. There are probably plenty of other teams that are like, no problem. But with this ownership group, it does not feel like that's going to be the case. And so for everybody who wants him DFA'd or whatever the case is, I think that's why that's not going to happen. Now, the other question becomes, but does that mean he needs to keep playing? And does that mean he needs to keep being fifth? Every time you trot him out there in the batting order, I have to admit, and I know managers would love nothing more in the world than to set the exact same lineup for 162 games, and I get all of that. But every time the lineup comes out, Jock Peterson is sitting there at fifth in the middle of the lineup. I'm like, wow, why? That part I don't get.
Because they feel like if he has a 1-for-4 day, one is going to be a home run with runners on. That's their...
Right.
Like, that's their feeling.
Right.
I don't know what data proves that, because in most instances, won't they roll data out to say, hey, take that for data?
Yes, I do love that. And it just feels like they keep going off of, well, everything would be better if this happened. Everything would be better with this lineup if Jock Peterson was hitting fifth and he was back to 2 years ago form and really crushing the ball. Sure, I agree. I'm sure you agree, and Alec agrees, and all Rangers fans agree. That is not a strategy.
Everything would be better if I pooped rolls of $100 bills.
Man, that would be sweet.
Guess what?
That is not the case.
Not going to happen anytime soon. I don't think so. I got to make another plan.
Yeah. I mean, look.
Would I share that, Kevin? That's the question.
Ooh.
Or would I just be like, no?
That's a good question.
Flush it right down the drain.
I thought maybe we would get some feedback that said the investment is going to be worth it, especially when we brought up some of those second-tier numbers that show he's in the 99th percentile of hitting the ball hard, and hopefully that will turn around. From the 5-1-2, waste of time, he's done. From the 2-1-4, waste of time. From another 2-1-4, waste of time 150% of the time. Another 8-1-7, waste of time. And it just goes on
when you break the record with 0-41...
Yeah.
When you do that in the past, Kevin, people aren't going to forget about it.
Yeah.
They're going to be like, that's what you are, and you need to show me that you're anything other than that.
Yeah.
And Kevin, the start of the season hasn't. Now, you hit a home run early the other day.
Yes. Your only run.
That's the only thing you've done well. Do it again.
Yeah.
Keep doing that instead of being the volatile player that we're talking about you being.
Does it become even worse when he becomes like the poster person for the Rangers' bad offense? Because that's probably not fair.
There's other people, yeah, for sure.
There are, but it feels like Jock Peterson is the guy. Like when he struck out, obviously an important situation yesterday, man, my timeline was flooded with get rid of this guy, get him off the team, and then he hits a home run, and we don't hear, thankfully, Jock hit the home run, so he scored a run. It was just left with, this offense sucks, and I don't like Jock Peterson.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the feeling. By the way, Kevin Gulletson said Roddick Foxa is getting close to returning faster than they thought. He did skate today. He is not expected to play tomorrow. He also said Bastian will be out 3 to 4 weeks. They hope everyone will be back for game 1 in the first round, and Tyler Myers could play tomorrow.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We will have that FC Dallas ticket giveaway, talk about the Final Four, and start with this. Do you want the Cowboys to move up into the draft? If so, for who and what? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Experts.
More on 3rd and 8. Pressure, and they get to him. He is sacked by the best in the biz, David Bailey.
KSC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This is interesting right off the jump.
Yeah.
Nope. Sorry, not excited about drafts anymore. Not many of these picks make it to a second contract with the Cowboys. A lot of them do. The Cowboys are one of the highest percentage teams in the entire NFL to have players get to a second contract with the team. And I've made the argument at times, I feel like they inflate that number by re-signing people that maybe they should not have.
All right, CeeDee Lamb did. Micah did not.
Yep.
Is that kind of, I guess, Diggs made it to his second, but did not fulfill it. I'm just kind of looking back. There's still plenty of Cowboys that have made it there. Now,
their percentage is pretty high.
Yeah, it's still pretty high. But I'm excited about a number of these players because you have 2 first-round picks.
Right.
And I think that's 2 impact players.
Minutes. For a few more minutes.
He's trying to get rid of our picks, Alec.
Oh, no.
You have potential 2 impact players that you can get in this NFL draft, where I'll be at the Allen Pluckers location. Kevin, for now, will be at the Dallas Pluckers location.
I think Choppy's going to mess up my location.
How?
I said I don't think.
Oh, okay, all right. And Alec, where you were going to be rocking?
Arlington with Lucius.
So it's going to be awesome. But yeah, you have 2 first-round picks that you can use to get impact players.
Now, obviously, you're talking about being on the path to the draft, and that is brought to you by Pluckers. All right, let's start with this basic question, because you see some of the players that they are doing visits with or wanting to bring in, and I know some people think that the Cowboys are interested in trading up. As a concept, I will break down specific deals for you in a minute. Would you be interested in the Cowboys moving up in the draft?
Sure.
Okay.
As a concept, yes.
Alec?
Yeah, I would be.
All right. So Bobby did a research project, which
that's it. I'm out.
Oh no!
No, I love Bobby.
I thought the findings of his research project were very interesting.
Let's roll.
And so he did a breakdown of first-round trades per the chart. You know, we talk about the draft chart all the time. By the way, make sure you're on the updated chart. And he said basically what you'll find is out of 28 trades up in the first round, 12 were an overpay, 13 were neutral, and 3 of them, the team that traded up got the better end of the deal, which, hey, good job. But for the most part, 25 of the 28 were either an overpay or chart neutral.
Okay.
So I'm going to start with the one that I think people have talked about. I know G-Bag has been pretty hot on this. Would you be interested in trading picks 12 and 20 to Cleveland for 6 and 39? That is 599 points coming in, 616 points going out. That is essentially the loss of a low 4th round pick.
Okay. Give me what am I getting in return again?
6 and 39.
And I'm intentionally going up there to get a Styles.
Sonny Styles is who I think at pick 6.
Okay. That's the kind of player that I would love to put on my team. I would love to have that kind of player. I don't love having to fall that far away because I've kind of fallen in love with some of these other guys at the 20 area that I've been like, I would love to add an Akeem Mesidor kind of guy. I would be fine with a Keldrick Falk down there in that 20 range. There are some other names that, man, actually I'm looking right now. Somebody has McNeil Warren at 25. And so there are some other dudes down there that I feel I could run with. But if I'm going to add a Sonny Styles, that might be nice.
Okay. Alec, what do you think about this concept? And again, I think ideally pick 6 would be for Sonny Styles. I've got other options coming up. Well, let's start with that one.
Not knowing your other offers and proposals, I feel like this might end up being the best value. Just in my mind, not based off of the chart or anything. I feel like the player that you could be getting there, Sonny Styles, I could see David Bailey being the pick there as well if you are moving up to 6. And I like the idea of getting a second-round pick, just having a second-round
That
pick.
could be your J-Rod pick.
Exactly. So you could address your linebacker there. I'm with Corey where I'm like, it stings a little bit not having that other possible premium player there at the back end of the first round, but I think you're getting such an impact player at 6 that I'm okay with that.
And I'm with the 817. If they can throw in Myles Garrett as a sweetener, I'll say yes to this.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't want him.
Sure. Yeah.
They were trying. They've done a lot of stuff.
I'll tell you what, and I know you guys are going to argue against this. You throw in Myles Garrett, I don't need pick 39. All right.
Dude. It's a tough ask.
How are we supposed to get Rodriguez?
Pick 6. I'm just kidding. All right. But now let's really get
That would
crazy.
be his nickname, too, after all the pick 6s he has.
Absolutely. All right. In all of these scenarios, I'm trading out picks 12 and 20. Okay? This time, we're trading with Arizona for pick 3 and pick 65. That's 592 points in, 616 out. That is essentially the loss of a mid-4th round pick. Now, you would only have one first-round pick. You would have no second-round picks. You would have the first pick of the 3rd round, and you would have the 3rd overall pick. This would be if you fell in love with David Bailey, or you think Arvell Reese will end up not being taken at pick 2. So this would be kind of with Arvell Reese or David Bailey in mind, would be my thought.
Not my favorite one.
Okay.
Did you present your best one already? Was Cleveland the best?
I think best is up for debate.
Because I just said I could get
No, I don't think I have.
I said I could get Sonny Styles at 6. Now, I have other people that have him out at 5, so that's another thing there. I still love Caleb Downs. Bailey's an option there, too. I feel like, doesn't the world tell you Arvell Reese is the next option there if he's not gone to the Jets?
Correct.
I don't love having that low of a pick.
Okay, so you like the first deal?
In my later rounds.
Okay. Alec?
To lose my 2 first-round picks and then have that much lower of a pick, I don't think the value for the single player is good enough.
Okay. Alec, 12 and 20 for 3 and 65 via Arizona.
Corey said exactly what I'm thinking. I don't think the value of that single player that I'm getting at 3 is good enough to give up all of that compensation. Having Arvell Reese on this team would be wickedly fun. It would be wickedly fun. I'd rather draft him because he's available at my pick. So if I was that bad this past year and I was picking at 2 or 3, sure, I would be in love with the pick. That's a home run of a pick. I don't want to move up to get him.
Okay.
If I'm moving up to get Bailey, it's going to be at 6. I don't want to give up that much. Like Corey said, be so separated between 2 picks. I can't do that one. It's too rich for my blood.
From the 214, no more picks in a similar range has a higher likelihood of working. Keep 12 and 20 because less of a risk of having a bust. All right, so let's keep that in mind. Now I will move you to what I think you guys will like the best, but maybe I'll be wrong.
Ask Alec a question real quick. Alec, are you shocked to see that Caleb Banks is still in some of these mock drafts with a foot injury? Still in the first round, still that high in the first round, too?
People think he's awesome.
He is awesome.
If he's healthy.
A little bit, but he is, like you said, he's awesome. I don't know. I feel like a contending team should take a risk on him.
That makes sense. If they have depth there, too.
Exactly. I could totally see the Rams making that pick.
Yeah.
I really could. So I guess to answer it, no. I'm not shocked.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. I think y'all will like this one best. We'll start with New Orleans because this is a better version of the deal, but New Orleans and Kansas City would offer you a surprisingly similar deal. You trade 12 and 20 to New Orleans for 8, 42, and 73. So that's 613 points in, 616 out. That's essentially the loss of a mid to high 7th round pick. So the difference is negligible right there. So The same idea would probably be at play with Kansas City. You move up to 8 or 9, I'm assuming, to make your run at Caleb Downs, or if you're really dead set on Mansour Delane. So it would be 12 and 20 for 8, 42, and 73. So you would have the 10th pick of the second round, and I believe the 9th pick of the third round.
Okay, let me throw this at you real quick. I don't know if Ruben Bain would be there, but let's say you took Ruben Bain. Right. Great player. Or you can make sure you get Delane or Downs. All right? So you can get Delane or Downs there, because I'm going to take you down a little more. At 42, I see R. Mason Thomas going at 43 to the Dolphins on one of the mock drafts that I have built. So I now have another edge rusher to add to this mix. I'm still kind of figuring out what I'm doing at LDE, but I have Downs or Delane, and I have R. Mason Thomas, who is a very good edge rusher there. And I can still pick up a pretty good player. I can still pick up another linebacker at 73 that I might like.
And I know part of it, obviously, one of these picks came from the OSA deal, but you started this draft process with 2 picks in the top 100. Now you have 4 picks in the top 100.
Yeah. And I'm looking at 92 with that pick you have there.
Right.
They have Deontay Lawson from Alabama, middle linebacker who they have there. So this is a good deal. Oh, man, Romello Heights there, too. Romello Heights, a lot of fun, dude. A lot of fun. This is a good deal. You get what you want and the ability to get a player that you really like there, right, and you don't have to wait on it. You kind of covet a couple. If they covet the same players we do,
can we
most of the time
can we
they
pause
don't.
on that? That is a great point. If they covet the same people we do, because let's say for whatever reason they covet Ruben Bain, and every piece of information they've been given is he'll be available at 12. Well, then this is kind of a fool's errand. But if it is Delane, if it is Downs, if it is they hear Styles is still going to be there at 8 or 9, and those are the people they covet, then we are back in play. But that's a great point by Corey right there. All right, Alec. 12 and 20 for 8, 42, and 73 to New Orleans.
With the way your defense is set up personnel-wise, I love the idea of not risking missing out on your guy. So, like you and Corey just mapped out, if their guy is one of those defensive backs that we mentioned, I think I would do anything I can to move up and just secure it. And I think this is probably the best value. Like you said, the difference in terms of points, it doesn't really matter. But I like the idea of getting another top 100 pick as well, just because I think inside the top 100, you're going to see positional value start to impact who's available in the day 2 area. So I think there could be a run of receivers early day 2 that push some of these linebackers that Corey really likes and is excited about, like Romello Height and some of those names. R. Mason Thomas, I think, could go further back than they probably should, just because everybody's like, oh, the run of receivers has started, let me go get my guy. So I like the idea of picking up another top 100 pick some way, somehow, and this lets me do it. So I like it.
All right, so 806, they're jumping ahead, and I like it. Kansas City. Kansas City, you have 2 different options. The first one is remarkably similar to New Orleans. New Orleans is going to give you 8, 42, and 73.
Really nice.
Kansas City will give you 9, 40, and 74. All right, so it's fairly similar. But the other option for Kansas City, 12 and 20 for 9 and 29. Once again, you're going to sacrifice essentially 599 points coming in, 616 going out. So you're essentially sacrificing a low 4th round pick. But as we discussed in Bobby's breakdown, half of the time you end up getting neutral value, and half the time you end up giving more value if you're the team that's looking to move up. And so again, same logic that we use with Arizona in terms of, New Orleans, if you can get Downs or Delane or whatever. But now, instead of 42 and 73 coming back, you have 29 coming back. Does that do anything for you guys, or is your favorite deal still the New Orleans deal because of the extra pick?
I'm kind of curious why Kansas City does this. Can we discuss that a little bit? Because Kansas City kind of would love Mansour Delane. Like, that would fit them perfectly. I think they might be able to be comfortable with Jermod McCoy, but like Delane's likely going to be gone if he hits the Bengals or the Dolphins.
True.
And so, like, that's why you're trading up, is to get that.
That's true.
And you're giving them the 20, and so that, I guess that gives them the place where they can play with Jermod McCoy also.
I also wonder if they would look at 20 and say, if there has not been the wide receiver run there, do we get a pick of wide receivers 2, 3, and 4? Or if they have, do they get Jordan Tyson? So you make a very valid point on the secondary front. I wonder if they see that as a good spot for their wide receiver that they don't think would be otherwise available at 29.
Yeah, and then I kind of look down, at 29, Kevin, and that's the T.J. Parker area, the Cassius Howe, C.J. Allen, Avion Terrell kind of grouping.
Probably still J-Rod, maybe.
Yeah.
That's too high for you.
I'm still at like... I got you. In the mid-40s is probably a sweet spot for him, but look, if you want to reach, that's fine.
In your face, Walter.
Zach knows how I feel about this. He's going to be a really good player, I think. Anyway, but like that's where you're in that. Do you like TJ Parker that much? I don't.
Okay.
But I feel like the Cowboys do.
So knowing that the answer could be none of them, do you like trade to Kansas City for 9 and 29? The trade to Arizona for 3 and 65, the trade to Cleveland for 6 and 39.
I like those two.
Or the trade to New Orleans for 8, 42 and 73. Although you could also hit up Kansas City in that spot if you wanted to change it up and do 9, 40 and 74 on that front.
I like the 8, 42, 73.
Okay. And that, by the way, is the best chart-wise deal.
It is.
It is.
Look at us.
That is essentially chart neutral.
I'm sorry, you haven't said your favorite one yet.
I feel like you kind of pressured him right there.
I mean, you can go with a not favored chart one.
Oh.
Or you can be favored with the chart.
I feel like I'm getting backed into a corner.
Okay, the good news, Alec, real quick. The good news is, even if you lose on the chart,
you don't have to be Jack either. You don't even have to trade.
Worst case scenario, you're losing a mid-4th pick. So you're not really getting raked over the coals here.
Yeah, I feel like these are all honestly fair value. It's just a matter of who do I project is going to be available at this pick that I get in the trade. The more I think about it, I'm starting to like the 9 and 29 with Kansas City. Because at 29, I feel like there will be some good defenders left, but if you get wiped out for everybody that you still had a first round or an early day 2 grade at that point that you're comfortable with taking, why don't you call up the Jets and say, hey, you want Ty Simpson? You know, you have move back opportunities with quarterback needy teams. Pittsburgh, you could call them up and say, hey, you want this pick to get your quarterback, get that 5th-year option that we always talk about. I like the possibilities of just saying, we don't like these players. Let's pick up some extra picks tomorrow or next year. So I think I like the 9 and 29. I think I talked myself into that one.
From the 903, trade Pickens to Kansas City, get their 2 picks and keep ours.
I would do that in a heartbeat, and I know that would drive people crazy.
And then we'd have to figure out who all we're adding to our all-defense team and which receiver we might want to add to this group.
You're right, but also I would then have picks 9, 12, 20, and 29. Shoot, at that point, if you want to go get Mendoza, you probably could.
I got a bit of a conundrum question that Choppy brought up this morning.
Please.
Choppy said this morning he doesn't believe that the Cowboys are building for 1 year. He thinks they're in a 3-year window, and they are really building to that one Super Bowl, and it's going to take multiple drafts. And that's where I was like, well, does that leave open the potential to trade for, as Alex said, more picks next year?
Right.
And try and pick those things up? Or are you in a position where you need to nail this one, and that's all you can think about right now? Because, I mean, I think you're always trying to make sure you get this one right. You can't guarantee tomorrow anyway. So you got to figure out what you're going to do here and then work your way to get more picks. The great thing is you have picks down the road. Use those picks to acquire more picks next year if you want to. But if you're looking at this year and you're like, look, we can get this player and this player. We don't love these players. If we can pick up an extra draft pick next year, why don't we do that?
So,
but the more I think about it, is 2 players, 2 rookies enough to put you in not just contention for playoffs, but more than that? No.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. The issue, if you project out that far, I'll just give you an example. So let's say you're building up for 3 years. I'm assuming that means for the 2028 season to try to go get it. That will be the last year on both Dak and CeeDee Lamb's contract. Are they both going to continue to just keep rolling with that? And they're like, sounds good, Chief. Or are they going to want another contract? By that point, you will have had to have made a decision on George Pickens one way or another. The business of this gets in the way of that sort of long-term planning at times, unless you're a team that's god-awful and you're about, like with the Raiders. You can do that with the Raiders because you're like, well, we got Mendoza on the cheap for 4 years, and even that 5th year is not going to hurt us too much. For the Cowboys, if you're projecting ahead in 2 years, all right, last year of CeeDee's deal, last year of Dak's deal, you will have either moved on or still have George Pickens. Are those other people showing up? Or are they saying, hey, every time I don't show up, you give me a massive raise, so I'm going to do that? And then, like, how much does that kill your other depth?
Yeah, no, these are the. I think that Jerry Jones wants to build something too fast.
Yeah,
get it done this year, and then it'll be good enough to carry for the next 3 years. That's where I think Jerry's mindset is we're always trying to hurry up and build and do it. And you kind of end up patchworking it together rather than having a long con completely built. Or maybe the long con's completely built already.
Well, and maybe. But to y'all's point, that's why I'm intrigued by the 8, 42, and 73, because you still have that super premium pick, and then you have higher versions in each one of those rounds, and then still the late third that you shed off the OSA money for. And that gives you, more of an opportunity to hopefully say, it's not out of the realm of possibility that you could hit out in 3 of those 4. And you're like, I feel really good about these players going forward. And then you kind of reset the clock with the money for those players. And so I'm intrigued by that idea as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for participating in this exercise. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec, can you give me cut number 13? Let's talk some college basketball.
Vanderborg comes to the ball. He's going to take it. To make it for 3. Oh, my goodness, Superman.
Now, you have the NCAA Men's Championship tonight. Unfortunately, I already know what's going to happen.
When do you start preparing to watch this thing? Like, do you sit down as soon as you get home and just turn the TV on? And
no,
if it was Duke in it, though, you would?
Oh, for sure. Yeah? I mean, I would not be here right now.
So you don't love basketball? You love Duke basketball.
No, I do love basketball, but it's hard to get amped up when a team that you despise is in the championship. I hope Michigan does to UConn what they've done to every team in this tournament and beat their ass. I just think it's not going to happen. All-time record in the finals, Michigan 1-6, UConn 6-0. They have never been to the final and not won. That's crazy. Now, on the flip side, and this is why I am hopeful, Michigan, they beat Tennessee in the Elite Eight, 95-62, and they beat Arizona in the Final Four, 91-73.
Did you see that coming?
No. I thought that game against Arizona was going to be maybe kind of sort of the de facto national title game, and they just destroyed them.
Yeah, they did.
Michigan has won their Elite Eight and Final Four games by a combined 51 points. That's the best margin of victory in those 2 rounds since UCLA in 1968.
Dang! Did UCLA win that one in 68?
They did. So
you know what's going to happen then.
I hope that you're right. And their coach Dusty May has already stepped out and said, I'm not interested in any other jobs. I'm staying with it. When they did the Fab Five alt cast for the Final Four, they got a 5-star recruit.
Dang.
He jumped on the alt cast and said, I am committing to Michigan. So there are so many things that are moving in the direction of the Wolverines. They're a huge favorite. Depending on where you look, it started at kind of 7.5. It's closer to 6.5 now. There are so many reasons that they should win this game. But I fear that is not what's going to happen. And Dan Hurley is going to keep riding with that golden horseshoe up that program's behind.
Easy.
And I changed it. And they're going to figure out a way to win. I hope Michigan pounds them into the ground. I just don't know if that's going to happen.
I love whenever one of their highest paid players is like, my mom, an agent, told me not to play in the championship game. And I said, unless I can't walk.
Yeah. And
Dude,
even then.
Doesn't that say something to your teammates, too? Like, this is a big game. They all know. But that's that extra boost right there.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
And even then, I kind of think he would figure out a way to make it happen. So what was really interesting is a story from the women's Final Four felt like it surpassed the men's Final Four, partially because one of those games was not competitive at all, and the other one was more or less competitive toward the end. Let's go to cut number 8 and stick with UConn. And perpetual sore loser Gino Auriemma, this is how it sounded on the TV call.
The officials will hold the players now. Dawn and Gino getting into it a little bit on the sideline as Gino has to be held back. And Dawn and Gino, that's part of what makes this rivalry such a compelling one as they exchanged words at center court.
And Dawn Staley eventually, when she walked off, said, I will beat his ass.
Whoa.
I would love, like legitimately love, to see that happen.
So, do you not like Gino? Is this just UConn, more UConn hate?
And he's a sore loser. His team's won like 85,000 national championships. And if anything ever doesn't go his way, he's like, oh, it's unfair to Connecticut. Let's hear that Nimrod talk after the end of the third quarter. This is Gino Auriemma, cut number 9. What I really want you to listen to is when he cries about one of his players' jerseys getting ripped, even though she clearly did that herself, Superman style, after the quarter was over.
Well, Coach, a kind of wild turn of events. Sarah Strong's jersey is split right down the middle. I saw you speaking to the refs about it. What message did you try to convey?
Right. There were 6 fouls called that quarter, all of them against us. And they've been out of our guys down there the entire game. Now, I'm not making excuses because we haven't been able to make a shot. But this is ridiculous. Their coach rants and raves on the sideline and calls the referee some names you don't want to hear. And now we get 6-0, and I got a kid with a ripped jersey, and they go, I didn't see it. Come on, man. This is for the national championship.
All right, well, I did see it, and your own player ripped her own jersey. Second of all, what does Dawn Staley supposedly saying to the refs have to do with the number of fouls that should be called on the floor? Now, if you think she could have got teed up, that's a different deal, but that's not what he said. He was like, 6-0 fouls. And then supposedly she didn't shake his hand before the game, even though there's pictures and videos circulating that make it look like she did, though I'm not positive if that's from that game. So I'm going to reserve judgment
you weren't
on
there,
that.
so you don't know,
I was
Kevin.
not. I was not there. And then he gives this BS apology that does not mention Dawn Staley whatsoever.
That seems to be the thing that is ticking the most people off is that he doesn't mention her name.
And I have always felt the same way about this. If you say it, I want to hear you say your apology. You can put out this stupid Chat GPT apology or whatever if you tweeted out something stupid, because that's the method by which you did it. You got up in Dawn Staley's face to complain because your team got your ass handed to you 62-48, and we'd been undefeated all season. But instead, he puts out this paint by numbers apology that said, I want to apologize to the staff and the team at South Carolina. Not the person he got up in her face and started yelling at her after a big win for South Carolina. No, it was the staff. And of course, Dawn Staley, she likes bits. She did a huge hug with the coach from UCLA before the game, which I thought was a funny bit. And then unfortunately for them, they got destroyed in that game against UCLA. And she said, I like it when good people win. I'm like paraphrasing that, but.
So you think that was a shot at Gino?
100%.
What about the players at UConn, Kevin? What about them?
I'm sure they're great. But all the seniors there won the last 3 national titles or something like that. So
you can't have 4.
Yeah. I mean, look, they'll be fine. And it's just not against their players. It's their coach is a sore loser. He's the winningest coach in all of women's college basketball, and he lost in the semifinals in a dominating fashion. And he's like, it's the refs. I'm not making excuses.
From the 806 Gino's such an angry little man. I can't stand that guy. 817, always a good. Now, Kevin, my question to you. Does this still mean that Fudd is going to be a wing after this tournament?
Okay, so
we have questions.
More than any time in my life, I've been looking up WNBA mock drafts.
Same.
Because when the Wings had their last number one pick, everybody knew that they were going to take Paige, right? And like before, everybody knew Caitlin Clark was going to go number one. This one is all over the map. So, like, Lauren Betts, who won Most Outstanding Player, it looks like she's going to be a top 5 pick now.
Dude, we were watching at the gym. We were watching the highlights of the UT-UCLA game, and the TV cut out in the middle of it out of nowhere, and everybody went, oh!
Yeah.
For a moment, because we were that interested in this.
And so, Awa Pham is maybe who the pick's going to be, center out of Spain, and she kind of has a Cooper Flag vibe to her because everybody took notice of her against Team USA in a World Cup qualifying tournament. So I know different ages, but still. So that's kind of like that Cooper Flag vibe. Are they going to go with her? Are they going to go with Fudd? I actually don't think there seems to be an absolute unified vision of what pick number one is going to be. But yes, I have looked at way more WNBA mock drafts than at any point in the rest of my life combined. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now, it's about that time to give.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
Right now.
We'll win a 4-pack of tickets to go see FC Dallas play St. Louis at Toyota Stadium on Saturday. You can buy tickets from FC Dallas or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. I'll be at that match as well. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block.
That's hits and misses from the weekend next on the Fate.
KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you didn't win that giveaway today, we'll be giving away tickets for FC Dallas on Saturday all week long. I will be at that match as well. But right now...
So the game is on Saturday.
The game is on Saturday.
All week we will be giving away the tickets.
Thank you for the clarification.
Because we can't do that on Saturday.
Yeah, I probably did not word that very well. We'll be doing the giveaway all week long for the game on Saturday. Now, time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Kevin, it appears that UNC has made a hire. UNC is hiring former Nuggets coach Michael Malone, top 5 scorer in the NBA all time, I believe.
That is Karl Malone.
All right.
It's a different thing.
He won a championship, bro.
He did.
He single-handedly won that championship by having...
Man, you have attributed single-handed credit to everybody except for Jokic for that title. You want to give it to Porter Jr.?
Not Porter Jr. He had a little to do with it. It's known as the Aaron Gordon Championship.
Because he knew his brother was gambling on him.
He had the tip-in. I think he had the big 3. So there were some big moments in that one.
Also, did you see that the Chicago Sky got tired of Angel Reese talking S about their franchise and they traded her, not even for a first-round pick this year, but for a first-round pick in 27 and 28.
That's a blockbuster trade right there.
It's true. And then they had to put out a fake thank you post.
Dude, I saw somebody post on Facebook during April Fool's. April Fool's had some really brilliant posts. Somebody said that they put salad in a Dunkin' Donuts box and left it on the counter at work, and people would open up and just said April Fool's, and you knew once you saw the salad. But somebody had a...
Because you're definitely sad about that if you're at the donut place.
This is a reminder that you can print signs for less than $50, and it was a Blockbuster coming soon sign, and that was all I wanted.
Oh my goodness!
I was like, Kevin would love this. How much Blockbuster paraphernalia do you have left over?
I still have at least a shirt, that magnet pin, where like the back of it was a magnet, so you had to reach down your shirt and go click. I still have an old Blockbuster membership card.
You don't have like a case? One of the movie VHS cases?
No.
Like not the one that said Blockbuster on the outside.
Oh, dang, I kind of wish I did. Like the printout?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I kind of wish I did have that now.
Well, now we know what to go look for on eBay. Guys, 877-881-1053. Text in your hits and misses from this weekend. This is going to be a very personal hits and misses weekend for me. Yeah, for sure. I think we're going to start with the misses, by the way. Miss number 1, Rangers offense. Where did it go? What's happening? Should we panic yet?
I'm not gonna say panic, but yeah, that was some crap right there, wasn't it?
When you have Kamar Rocker go out there and only gave up 2 runs. You can't score enough to give him any help when he gives you that kind of outing as a young pitcher. And then the same thing with Jack Leiter. Jack Leiter had a high pitch count early, but does enough for you, and you can't get enough runs. That, like the Mackenzie Gore, the home opener on Friday, you'd love to see more for them and everything. But those 2 young pitchers look like, Kevin, we discussed, they might be ready. Kamar Rocker might be ready to say, the Vandy boys are here. But the offense unproductive altogether.
It's crazy how quickly, and it's like this in all sports, things can change. 2 series to open the season on the road, you win them both, and then 3 days later, you're like, what happened to our offense? And now we have a losing record.
Bad.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, hold on, but we're tied. We're 5-5 right now, Kevin.
Nope.
Right? No?
4-5.
Whatever. You don't have to do that. Let's just imagine we're 5-5.
Okay. I can imagine that.
Tonight.
Yeah.
Get things rolling.
Yeah. Get that big 1-0 victory.
Let's do it.
I'm just kidding. And hopefully it'll be like 9-0.
It could be Boston, though. The Red Sox have started off 2-7, Kevin. And chance began to rain down Sell the team. Sell the team. And this obviously comes off John Henry, like people saying Fenway Sports Group is just like it's business with them, and that's it now. They're starting to get that, but the sell the team chants are starting to happen. How much do fan chants affect ownership?
See, normally I would have been like, I don't know. But, I mean, we just saw the grassroots movement of Fire Nico.
Oh, yeah.
And there is no question fan signs, chants, and protests impacted that. Nobody will change my mind about that. So it could happen.
Who collapsed under that pressure? Did Nico go to them and say, I can't do this anymore?
I don't think so.
Fire me?
I think he was powered by that.
You think that?
Yeah, that's what he did. The fortune favors the bold, and we got this.
What a great line, though. You know? Mm-hmm.
Fortune favors the bold.
I know, Nico. I just said that.
About that. It's just the trade in particular.
Not this time. Sometimes it does. But to say fortune always favors the bold is silly. I'm going to be the first person to try out this new whatever jetpack, and you're going to be like, well, you should have waited.
Oh, I'm going to swim the English Channel.
Yeah.
Not everybody makes it.
And be a cheater. Not at swimming.
Wow.
Too far, Alec? Too far.
Not far enough.
I think this is a miss, but not on the person that you think it is. Chess grandmaster Magnus Carlsen accepted a selfie with his opponent before reporting her for having a phone.
Oh, damn! That's some gangster stuff right there. Oh yeah, I'll take a selfie with you. You just lost.
Alua Nurman of Kazakhstan was seen snapping a selfie with Carlsen before the match. The chess champion then brought a chess arbiter to the table, who then confiscated her phone. Cell phones are prohibited during matches to prevent cheating. Quote on her Instagram after Magnus being Magnus.
All right. I think Magnus might have been on the other side of this. There's an Untold, I believe it comes out tomorrow, about that guy who had the buzzer in his butt for a chess match. That's what happened. I didn't make that up, but I believe that Untold comes out tomorrow. So you have fired up my chess fever again.
Yep. Here's the. Oh my gosh.
See, you were hoping I just made that up, but I was not.
Hans Niemann was cheating at the Sinkfeld Cup chess tournament using wireless.
I'm not even sure. I think I know what he was trying to say.
They're beads, if you will.
Gotcha.
That vibrate him the correct moves. That's so ridiculous, dude.
You found out the truth is weirder than any story you could have made up.
Oh, that definitely changed my mind about the state of chess. And
does it kind of make you want to watch that thing?
Yeah, maybe. I want to know more about the insides and outs of that.
Well,
I don't think you do.
Jeez Louise.
Near miss, as we opened this category up last week with Jake Berger, is Andrea Hurley. Did you hear what Andrea Hurley did?
Is that Danny Hurley's wife?
Because her husband is superstitious as hell. Quote, I had to leave the arena last night, run in the rain, get the beads. Oh, that sounds bad now.
Jeez. Why do we have so many bead stories?
And then I got a police escort back with the holy beads. So evidently he has some beads that he wears during the games that he believes are bring them good luck, because he's superstitious. So she ran back to the hotel in the rain, but then got a police escort back. That's what's wild.
You don't want those people at the hotel seeing what you're doing?
You got so many emergencies in the world, and they're like, hey, these beads.
Yeah. Use the police escort for the right thing, not for a superstitious trinket to be back at a basketball game. If it was like the starting lineup, I'd be like, what happened? I guess.
I didn't. Look, again, Kevin. You said some people think this show is scripted. There is no way that I knew you were going to bring up, that you knew I was going to bring up Magnus Carlsen today.
And that's a legitimate transition because that documentary comes out tomorrow. But what I'm really excited about is I know one of your hits, and I can't wait to see how you're possibly going to try to transition into that based on all the bead talk.
Back to the hits now, ladies and gentlemen.
Please don't do this.
Corey knows DFW.
Okay.
Hit of the weekend, Sean Sharif.
Okay.
Took my suggestion on what restaurant to go to, posted up on the internet about how good of an option it was, and thanked me for it. Corey knows DFW. Most of the time, whenever I say, hey, try this place out, people come back and they're like, that was a fantastic option. Thank you.
I've heard your commercial. Corey knows DFW.
Yes, he does. There's a group called Platinum Chevy. I don't know if y'all have heard about them. I suggested to my friend Kevin
I've kept them in business
to go check them out, and Kevin has definitely kept them in business. So congratulations to Sean Sharif for getting the full Corey effect.
In case you ever wonder in those commercials, yes, for real, I have purchased 4 cars from them in the last 6 years.
Hit number 2. I'm going to give us another one here.
Good.
Our interview with Chris Young on Friday. That's technically the weekend there. Friday, great interview with Chris Young, if I do say so myself. Pat my own back.
Okay.
There was a moment right before the interview where I asked him, I was like, hey, do you have a baseball in your car or at your desk? And he said, no. And he goes, but I have one at my car. And I usually, fiddle with it when I got things going on. So what grip do you go to? And he said, he smiled at me and goes, I usually find myself going to the 4-seamer. And I think everybody out there, text in right now. You all have a grip. What grip do you go to whenever you're fiddling with a baseball? And there's 2 more, Kevin. I have 2 more here.
Okay.
Hit also at the hit of the weekend, the egg hunt basketball. So after we did the egg hunt this weekend, Kevin, all the kids collected in the middle of the room, opened their eggs, and did all sorts of things. Well, my niece had a hoodie on, so Adrian thought it would be hilarious to start throwing candy in her hoodie from across the room. So all the adults are playing basketball, throwing candy in her hoodie. I had a Hershey Kiss, long distance, first shot, bam, nailed it. I was done. I've already made my shot. Adrian then hit my niece in the back of the head with a box of Milk Duds.
Oh, my goodness.
And Carter hit her in the back of the head with a mini Snickers.
Did she get to keep that candy?
She did.
Under the finders keepers law of America.
But I didn't appreciate that Adrian and Carter were using her head as a backboard. I thought that was uncalled for.
That's a good point.
You got to swish that, dude.
Not cool.
Bam. And then lastly, hit of the weekend, and I do believe this was I think this was a Thursday. I think. I saw this. This is really awesome. Sunnyvale advances to its first ever state championship after freshman Abby Dawson nabbed the winner. Macy Martin provided the assist on a cutback pass. Dawson also converted the winning goal in the regional final against Aubrey earlier in the week. Sunnyvale will play last year's runner-up Wimberley in the 4A Division II state championship next Thursday. That's this Thursday, April 9th in Georgetown. Congratulations. Dude, this shot that she made, just an amazing shot off the top post, dude. Nice work, Abby Dawson. We watched her grow up since she was a little baby.
I'm a little worried about this Wimberley match.
What are you doing right now?
I took a look. Wimberley's been on a mission in the playoffs. They have outscored their playoff opponents 28-0 in 5 matches. So that is all hit. You're right. I'm worried about this matchup. This Wimberley team,
dude.
Look, and I should be saying Wimberley, but it's not volleyball.
Wimberley.
So you got a better shot. But that team seems like they're there for unfinished business. But you know what? They don't have Abby Dawson.
Nope, they don't. Freshman Abby Dawson.
Oh, dude. But what if they had Dabby Awesome? That would be pretty sweet.
From the 903, I go to my curveball grip from high school, from the 817 slider grip when I'm really stressing. From the 903, the splitter. From the
Look, Alec is doing it right now.
Is that your two-seamer?
Yep.
Two-seamer right
That's
there.
what I would go with.
Go with the two-seamer, like a little movement. Circle change, getting a lot of love right now. I usually go with the slider. Slider's usually the grip I go to. So I'm telling you, dude, everybody out there knows exactly. You grab a baseball and you start to feel those seams. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And that's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what? I might want to see if I can get more of a breakdown.
Known for beads
crosstalk
on this show.
Man, I'll show you.
What?
Something from Family Guy that's really funny. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Stars and Mavs Super segment. Right.
888-729-4333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Settled down and played up the boards by Robertson. Not past Malinsky. It's across to Devon Taves. Lekanen faces the net. Backdoor. Score! Natchez breaks the ice past the midway point of the third. Colorado has the lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, and it's time for the Stars and Mavs Super segment. And it's almost a guarantee that Dallas and Minnesota will now play in the first round. It's possible that the Stars could get 11, or I guess, they could get 9 of the final 10 possible points, and Colorado could lose all 6 of their final games in regulation, and you would move ahead of them. That does not feel very likely. So you're going to open up the playoffs against the Minnesota Wild. Both teams have 5 games left to go after you lost to Colorado. That pretty much shut the door on the possibility that you would catch the Avalanche, although I know plenty of people out there will point out that you did not necessarily want to catch the Avalanche because you don't want the President's Trophy. Now,
I just want them to play better.
Yes. That is very fair because you're looking at a team that has only won 3 of their last 11 games. And it's kind of tricky because if you look at the last 2 years, you go into the playoffs one time with an incredible losing streak that makes us all be like, I don't know about this. And then the other time you actually were playing pretty well going into it. So I don't know necessarily for the Stars what you can take from that, but for these final 5 games, you're going to need to be playing pretty well if you want to get home ice. Now, I know a lot of people will focus in on Thursday's game where you host the Minnesota Wild, and it is true that could well be the deciding factor in whether or not you get home ice for that series.
That Wild game was one that Robert Tiffin noted as you want to be feeling pretty good with that one specifically.
And you have the tiebreak in that one because of regulation wins. So you're going to have the tiebreak over Minnesota, but you're only 2 points ahead of them.
But it's also kind of it's a ramp up for the playoffs. Get back to game speed, be healthy, be ready for that. It's a good measure, not a measuring stick, because I think you kind of know yourself right now. And Kevin, I'll add this. There were a couple times on Sunday, I know they lost 2-0. It was 1-0 with the empty netter, okay? Yep. But
people wanted penalties down the stretch.
Yeah, there was some stuff I didn't love. But the one thing I did love, and we've seen it a lot more of late, is, Kevin, we're starting to see a Jason Robertson that's making space.
Now,
he is
I'm glad that you said
being physical, and I'm starting to love it.
So Jason Robertson by himself, that's a big deal. But the Jason Robertson, Wyatt Johnston, Mikko Rantanen line. Let's talk about them in that game against Colorado. I realize this can sound like loser talk because you lost the game.
Yeah.
But with 3 of their best forwards together, they had 7 chances against Colorado compared to 4 against the Stars at even strength. So that's a nice advantage. But more importantly, natural stat trick gave them a 5-2 edge in high danger shots as well.
Okay.
Now, clearly you didn't convert any of those as you had no goals in the game, but you'll take your chances every single time if you have an edge in high danger shots, let alone a 5-2 edge. That feels like more often than not that's going to pay off in your favor. So I thought that was a positive in, what was a negative result for the game.
The one thing that I've noticed more about him, Kevin, is if he's on a board, he'll clear people out to give himself. We talked about this last year. Madonna said that some people in the playoffs, the game speeds up, you have less time and space.
Yes.
And you have to be able to either A, get the shot off quicker, but still accurately, or create your own space physically. And our complaint about Robo is he's a little slow and a little not physical. And this year, we've watched him do a little more of it, but it seems to be amping up even more, and it's affecting the whole team. We've discussed how Miko was doing it earlier in the season, and it seemed to affect some things. But he's starting to put his shoulder into people and creating that space, and that's what he's going to have to do in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
I think not necessarily getting the shot off quicker, but just saying, you know what, I'm going to make the space for myself to get this shot in to the net. But the other thing that I love that I'm seeing is he's putting his nose in there during some of these scrums, and that's something else that I like too. Is you can't just act physical. You kind of have to just be physical. It has to be your mentality. And what did they say in Fight Club? Go pick a fight. Now, I'm not telling people to go pick fights, but to learn,
especially not in the playoffs,
to learn more, to make yourself more comfortable in those situations, and to make yourself a more mentally physical player. Sometimes you just got to do those things that it takes, and that's what I'm seeing from him right now.
Because a player who can put up points and score goals is scary.
Yes.
But a player who can put up points and score goals and maybe knock you on your ass.
Yes, it's terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you want to be the dude that on the ice they're going, we got to deal with this dude today, and he's big and strong too. I'm all about seeing more of that out of him.
And let's face it, you could talk about this with a couple of players, but if you don't get physical Jason Robertson in the playoffs, who's also scoring goals and putting up points, you're not going to go anywhere.
You need him.
Yes.
The rest of your lines, can contribute, and they can be effective, especially if that line's better than the second line for the next team, right?
Yes.
But you need him setting a tone alongside that rest of that front line.
Now, as we transition over to the Mavs, we talked a whole bunch about Cooper Flagg earlier in the show, but in case you miss it, over the last 2 games, scored 96 total points. I think a huge deal is he went 5 for 10 from 3, and if Cooper Flagg figures out a 3-point shot at the NBA level, I think he is going to be incredibly difficult to stop. But I wanted to talk about the other team for just 1 second, because the Mavericks actually did get a win, and they got a win at home. Are you sad? And I'm going to use the word sad, and then you can describe it however you want. Are you sad that Luka got injured?
Oh, dude. This is interesting because the effect of Cooper Flagg's 2 games, I thought, wiped every Mavericks fan's memory of Luka. Didn't that what happened? Is now none of them are even concerned about Luka anymore?
I would be pretty shocked if that was the case.
All right.
But for the Lakers, it's gotten really bad. Luka is going to be out the remainder of the regular season with a left hamstring strain. We'll see how it goes going into the playoffs. And then
he's going to Europe, right? To get all that checked out?
For an unconventional treatment, which is interesting because obviously
Christian McCaffrey did that. He went to Germany right after you.
And he wants to clearly get back to the playoffs on what has been an outstanding offensive season for him. And then Austin Reeves, he went down in that same game with a grade 2 oblique. His projected return is 4 to 6 weeks away. So you're talking about you'd have to advance in the playoffs to get him back. But for Luka, that will stop him at 64 games, which means he will not be eligible for any awards. I would have guessed he would have finished 3rd for MVP. Won't be eligible for all NBA and everything like that. And Jason Kidd said it's unfortunate, not just for Luka, but there's others in that same situation. So I ask you this. Are you sad that Luka got injured, or are you kind of indifferent about players on other teams? Not that I know you're not happy about it.
I want to see the best do what they do.
Yeah.
Luka's still a magnificently entertaining player.
100%.
It was so much cooler whenever you knew he was your guy that was going to embarrass somebody on the court and then dog them the whole time.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun. And that's one of the parts that I hate about the trade is, he wants to do that to the Mavericks.
I do.
That's what he wants to do. And I don't think he wants to do that to Mavs fans so much as the Mavericks organization. He wants to embarrass them. But when it comes to SAT, the playoffs are the time where you get to see best on best, you hope. That's the hope. And since we're not there, my interest in the NBA playoffs is going to be very low. Unless Luka was to make the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
And then I would be like, oh my gosh, we're going to have to watch every second of this. Not because I'm not rooting for the Lakers. It would be because I get to watch Luka do something special, which he should have been doing in this jersey.
Sure.
But I think because Cooper Flagg's growth and development and the way he's playing, the kind of player he's becoming, I'm not necessarily that sad or that beat up about it. I am sad for Bronny. To have his dad out there chastising him for not getting the pass on a bounce pass when you could have easily gotten that pass.
Hey, his dad got him in the league.
Come on,
That's only
dude.
fair.
That's a good point. Now he's just destroying him. So I'm more sad for Bronny in that whole situation.
It feels like there's been a lot of coaches not just on the Luka front, but on the injury front. Jason Kidd said it. Luka's having an MVP type season, playing at a very, very high level. For him to get hurt and not rewarded is unfortunate. Hopefully the NBA will look at these cases and find a way to make sure that guys don't get left off the list. It looked like that could have happened for a while with Shea or Jokic. Obviously, Cade Cunningham has fallen into that scenario. So I don't know what the number of games will be, but I do think the NBA is going to revise their 65-game floor for being eligible for awards.
Kevin, NASA is reporting Artemis 2, new milestone. Now traveled the furthest any human has ever traveled, reaching a maximum distance of 252,752 miles from Earth.
That's very cool.
1970, Apollo 13, about 4,102. So
that was out of necessity to slingshot back, right?
Yeah. So we are now that much further. 4,000. That's a lot.
Yeah. Have you ever seen those
53,000 more miles?
Have you ever seen those things where they show you how long it would take to drive to the other planets? Like if there were roads and you just drove in your regular car, it is astonishing to look at. By the way, with the Mavs winning, doesn't help out the tanking a whole lot. They went from the 6th worst record to now they are tied for 7th. So maybe you could fall into the 8th lottery position. Just something to keep an eye out on going into the NBA draft lottery, since that's really all the Mavs have had to look forward to for a while besides Cooper Flagg's general awesomeness. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Matt Damon did not make it to Mars.
Oh, no, I saw it.
That was a movie.
He grew plants.
It was not a documentary.
Coming up next, more on Matt Damon. Man, Matt Damon also thinks fortune favors the bold. And we will chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Burke at the belts. He lets it fly. And there's a swing and a miss, and the ball game's over. Got him on a fastball at 99.7. And I know he did not have that when he pitched for the Rangers. 1, 2, 3 go the Rangers in the bottom of the ninth, all on strikeouts. The Reds have swept the series. They win today 2-1.
Fantasy Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Pretty good. Heggie, how are you?
I'm doing well. Now, we have a couple of options here. We talk about the Rangers' struggling offense. Ooh. We could talk about Sunnyvale soccer. Or when does the Easter Bunny come to your house, if they do?
Let's go with the soccer program.
All right.
Yeah, Zach, what are your thoughts on the Easter Bunny?
No Easter Bunny coming over, unfortunately, but Elijah did stop by and drink our cup of wine.
Nice.
At the Seder. So that was fun. Always good to see Elijah.
Does the Easter Bunny make a surprise visit at night like Santa?
Okay.
That's how our house is.
So
like a tooth fairy kind of sneak attack.
Find out
this seems to be where the point of contention has arisen. I just assumed.
No, he is risen.
Yeah, he is risen.
Yeah, that's right.
He's risen, dude.
What we did as a kid was the Easter Bunny came when we went to church, and that's just how I thought it was. Jess said, because I specifically said, he's not like Santa. And then this morning, Corey goes, he's like Santa. And then I thought, oh no, have I been understanding this entire process wrong and now it affects my children?
So did the Easter Bunny wait until y'all got in the car and then went back inside and put the baskets out?
You know, it was an interesting and very true concept. Took my mom about 15 minutes to see if the Easter Bunny had been there when we came back.
Hold on, kid.
Church.
Let me go check.
Yeah.
Check.
She'd be really
make sure he's not in the house still.
Yeah.
That's funny.
You would think the first appearance of some peeps or an egg would have been the tip-off, but you know, she was just really thorough about it. In a two-parent situation, I imagine it was probably easier.
She's very detail oriented.
Yeah, she really was. So
yeah, our house is always you wake up in the morning and the basket's out somewhere.
Okay.
And that's how it is at our house now.
And you were under the impression that it was a bunny that brought that basket to you.
Laid those eggs.
Okay, let me ask you guys this question. What level of difficulty is the Easter egg hunt, and do you enjoy it making it difficult and watching people struggle?
I love making it as difficult as possible. I'll hold an egg in my hand Just be like, there's still one. Stupid kids. You're never going to find this one.
As long as you stagger, if you have different age kids, stagger the start, that feels key. But I definitely get to a point about halfway through, and I'm like, nah, I'm just going to, if they're plastic A's, just toss them. I was like, there's not one in that part of the yard. Just throw
so you're
them
not interested in making it like an actual hunt?
I do when we do that indoors. So like we hosted the family this year, so we did a separate outdoor one. But for the indoor search,
couch cushions.
Even Jess was like, "Oh, that was a good hiding spot." I was like, Easter Bunny knows what they're doing. But yeah, the outdoor one, I don't think I have as much. Not as much work goes.
I think it's like a sliding scale depending on the age.
Yes.
Of the kids.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Remy was really struggling at times, and I had to go stare at the egg and be like,
right. Or do you do the thing? Do you think they might have put it over there?
Yeah. There's some of that too. You don't want to go too long.
Yeah. I got stuff to do too.
You got a lot of hype and excitement in the early goings.
Yeah.
Man, after the first couple of minutes.
That excitement just drops off a cliff after the first 5 minutes done.
Yes.
Could I also get a ruling on the sunrise service when it's 48 degrees outside?
Ooh. Optional. Optional. I think, especially with the recent.
Are you going to go to service at another time?
No, well, they've got it. They had it at 9 and also 11. But I choose to go to the 6:35 one, 6:31.
Wow.
But it was 48 degrees outside. I had to bundle up. Didn't know. We had a good crowd though. Believe it or not. But would you guys participated if it was 48 degrees at 6:30 in the morning?
I would have. I like the cold.
Yeah.
I think that
I'd hang around for that 9 a.m. one. 9 a.m.'s calling my name.
Yes.
A lot of singing going on in the 9 a.m. one. A lot of singing.
Show off those pipes a little bit, man.
A lot of singing going on.
Let's cut right to the chase.
Yeah.
We had a Good Friday service at our church this year as well. And Jess goes, "Hey, do you want to go to that?" And I go, "I have a question. If we go to the Good Friday service, does that cover the weekend of church?" She said, "No, it does not."
It's just extra credit, man.
Yeah. We didn't end up
more
going
fellowship.
to that service. Yeah, we did not end up going to that service. And I was like, "Hey, I was already at church this week to do the Jesus podcast. I got my church in."
You've been dialed, man.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Sunnyvale is moved to the state championship. Woo! Guys, are we nervous about this Wimberley team? Now, I know usually Wimberley is a volleyball powerhouse.
Is that right?
Yeah, they've
That's
won
well documented.
7 state titles. I had a friend, who I'm talking about, who worked at another newspaper, and he went to go interview to be part of the Wimberley newspaper team. And he goes, "Do you think it's bad if I didn't know about their volleyball team?" I was like, "Yes, I do." He didn't get that job.
That's their identity, man.
So their girls' soccer team has won their 5 playoff matches by a combined score of 28-0.
Okay.
What is our concern level?
Okay, it's a pretty good point differential.
Let's lay these scores out, though, so that you kind of have a good understanding.
Are they ripe for the picking? Because they went from 5-0, 8-0, 8-0, down to 5-0, down to 2-0.
Ooh.
So if
competition getting better.
That's right. If you keep that same 3-goal increment, that means they're primed to lose the state final by 1.
-1.
I think Sunnyvale's differential in the playoffs might be something like 25-3, if I'm just doing math off the top of my head. Okay, and the only 2 goals they gave up was against the Aubrey team that had the girls that were going to Texas and Baylor.
That's impressive.
I've got it at 23-4. If you want to dispute, we can do that.
But sounds good to me.
I would like to dispute.
Would you like to present your evidence?
Yeah, absolutely. He was at the game.
Yeah, he was there, bro.
I was not.
there?
No, I'm trusting the UIL. They could be lying. They've done it before.
You fudge numbers all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, the goal that Godley scored the other night, it was late. It was kind of fluky.
Okay. And the game was over.
Wimberley's the favorite here, but I think there's a chance.
Okay.
Where
are we playing in Austin, by the way? We're playing Georgetown.
Georgetown.
Yeah, it's a beautiful stadium.
It is a really good stadium.
Really nice.
Yeah, been there a few times.
I believe that was the stadium I was driving back from when I still worked at the newspaper, and Corey and Jeff Kavanaugh had Are You Better? and Hitler came up.
Oh, no.
And Kavanaugh waffled for a minute on Hitler, and I'm in the car being like, what the actual hell is going on?
He was like, well, I mean,
for a minute.
Yeah, he did.
You got a pancake in that moment, bro.
You can't waffle
Hitler.
And he was like, well, I mean, he got a lot of people to listen to him. And I was like, oh, Jeff.
There were some leadership qualities that he appreciated.
Yes, that's the line.
Very aggressive in the speeches.
And at that point, I was like, I shouldn't have left. I shouldn't have come to cover this soccer. Any level of concern, it was only 3 games, but to see the Rangers offense and pitching essentially revert back to 2025, where the pitching looks really good, but the bullpen gives it up in the most important moments, and you have no offense to save the day.
It's a big week, isn't it? Hopefully this doesn't develop into too much of a trend. This can happen to any team at any time.
True.
Over the course. And, the fact that it didn't happen in the opening series, that it took the 3rd series for boring, bad bullpen baseball to come to life, I'm going to take that as an encouraging sign.
All right. And
I like that, man.
It did feel a little bit of
optimism.
No, we've seen this before, This offense carryover. I really think there's something to do with this park. I know 2023 happened, and it was real.
Yeah.
But ever since then, it is without
Death
question
to
a
the
pitcher's
deep
park.
fly ball here, man.
They hit a couple of balls. I'm like, damn, how in the world did that not go over the fence?
Yeah.
It's pretty unbelievable, and I think they really do have an issue with that. And I think the players, maybe they're starting to overthink it a little bit too.
Should we all relax like Jock Peterson told us to?
He said he told us a lot of different
told
things.
his staff off. I didn't really love that from Doc. It's kind of like, dude, you sucked for a year, and then you started off the season poor. What do you expect?
It's just fiery competitor, dude.
Kind of just
fiery competitor.
I mean, he's got a hit. Why don't we get off his
point. That was our only run in that game, Dawson. That was all we had.
What about everybody else in that game?
Yeah. I hope that goes ahead and sparks the remainder of the season for him, and he gets back to the Jock that we knew and loved.
What's your confidence level in that?
Probably about 5%, Hagee.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That sound right?
That's enough, though.
But they need to get rid of Chris Martin. That's a serious problem.
Yeah.
That's just a bad evaluation. I don't know why they believed bringing Chris Martin back would be able to do anything for you.
Do you want to keep seeing Robert Garcia in leverage situations?
Fred does. That's Fred's guy.
Rogar.
Oh, because if not him, then who? I guess is the next question. Cole Winn?
Cole Winn, I think, would be a good
Alexander?
option. I would love to see Cole Winn get some more. more.
I mean, the bullpen is the true question mark right now. You're right.
Yeah. That's and Jock, obviously.
Yeah, don't worry.
Although he answered the question.
Who needs a closer? What
Bring back Derek Holland.
What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Heggie, thanks for asking. We will have Sands coming up at 4:20. Rangers pregame at 6:30.
Ooh, I love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, as we're off and running here on a Monday afternoon with you with 2.5 weeks to go until the NFL draft and about 4.5 hours to go until Rangers pregame here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Hosting the Mariners, let's rock. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. And there's Broadus, the former Cowboys scout, the Super Bowl champion. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635, fixing to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are both here. A gentleman named Aiden is now coordinating your video.
Let's go, Aiden.
We have a Carter Freeman replacement, I believe.
It's official. Well-deserved.
Congratulations, Aiden.
Welcome aboard, Aiden.
Aiden Butler.
Watching this guy's come up has just been incredible.
I love everything about him.
Just kicking down barriers.
Yeah.
Jumping over obstacles and finding himself at the top of that mountain.
It's amazing, even though he's a Packers fan and he loves Aaron Rodgers. And I can't stand Aaron Rodgers, and you know that. But otherwise, Aiden's a good guy in my book.
It's going to work roughly as long as Carter did, about 2 hours on the show. He'll get you all set and rocking and rolling.
That's a good point.
And get out of here. But
he might not even take a break during those 2 hours.
Thanks to Aiden for getting you coordinated. Of course, you can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. Cooper Flagg is now officially showing off. Becomes the first teenager to score 50 Friday night with 51 points, and then comes back last night and drops 45. Now the conversation everywhere is, what are we looking at here? Put it into context of what we're seeing here, boys, because
he could be a tradable player in this organization.
Right? Wow.
This is a guy you could get an Anthony Davis.
He's showing he's tradable. He's got value. Whew. Yes.
He's too good to pay, guys. We're going to have to trade him.
Yeah.
He did. He made it look easy, and that's one of the things that I'd wondered about him. And but a lot of his conversions are not even trying that hard. Like, I'm just going to dribble over here, and you're going to play great defense on me. Okay, I'm just going to arch back and then shoot it over you a little bit. And if he's going to make those kinds of shots, where because usually you have to bust your ass to create quality shots, and maybe because of his length and his skill making them, at least the last 2 games. Now, is this 2 games late in his rookie year as he's figuring it out? Like, wow, maybe I don't have to try that hard. I could just kind of dribble around and, make half the shots I'm putting up or 60% of the shots I'm putting up. I don't know. But I do know right now there's more conversations being had in NBA media. Like, is this one of the GOATs in the making because he's done something now that no teenager has ever done?
It's amazing to watch, and I do think you're seeing the fruits now of what Jason Kidd did earlier in the season with him. I mean, he just seems so much more comfortable now, bringing the ball up the floor, being able to create for his own shot. I mean, you're absolutely right. The mid-range game, to me, just stands out in a big way. Like, he's getting off some shots. It's easy for him, but I'm like, man, that's some pretty good defense right there. He's even getting double-teamed, and he's just finding ways to make some crazy
off
buckets.
The glass,
it's crazy.
Maybe.
And he's great defensively. So, I mean, it is super, super exciting. And when you listen to P.J. Washington talk about the future afterwards, like, I do think that's why you get a celebration after the 50-pointer. Because, these guys are losing games, and I understand it. And some people wanted to be the fun police, and it's like, why are you doing that? I get that thinking, right?
Just call him by name, dude. Put Bobby's name on it.
But, Jake and Brennan, Fan University. I know Jake Riepma was not happy with that. To me, I'm like, guys, he's 19 years old. Let him celebrate an awesome achievement like that. It's NBA history. Yes, this team stinks. This team's not winning games. I don't think they really want to win games right now for the big picture of things, but it's all about the future. And these guys clearly love Cooper Flagg. They love playing with him. And the Mavericks, especially if they can hit on a lottery pick this year, are in a great position moving forward. So I didn't care as much. I think the social media team had that all planned anyway when you kind of look at how that was set up. Yeah, I get the backlash to an extent, but right now as a Mavs fan, the difference a year makes where it's like, what the hell, I'm quitting on the team, to now the future is really bright, and Cooper has planted his flag right in our Maverick hearts.
I love it. The Franklin injury attorney text line is open for you at 877-881-1053. 214 says Kawhi Leonard. What else do we got?
Yeah, I mean, that was a good comp for him coming out. as the type of player that he could be, who needs to develop some of the overall shooting, the jump shooting and stuff. You've seen some of that efficiency, especially after the injury around the All-Star break, and like the shot was just not falling, and the efficiency numbers were going down. And this weekend, you saw that come back to life, and the 3-ball in particular on Friday night, where it's like quick screen, bang, pull up. Yeah. Off the dribble, he's doing like step back to the right.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
That was
a sick shot. And like the confidence, you could just see like, oh my gosh, this dude feels like he can make it from anywhere. And if he's going to be able to consistently hit a 3 like that, then it's going to be, because he can get downhill and to the rack pretty much at will. And if they're going to have to respect what he can do from the outside, which you got to see that firsthand this weekend, this is you can pretty much go right to the top of where you think he could be headed here. Like, this is going to be super special.
Yeah, I'd never considered the idea that maybe he could be an elite shooter. It's so early in his career. He struggled with the 3-ball early in his Duke one season, and then he struggled with the 3-ball early, so it'd be an interesting trajectory, but why not, And maybe it's not an elite 3-point shooter, but an elite around the basket in that short to mid-range area where you get all those jump hooks. And when I was evaluating him coming out of the draft, I'm like, I knocked him because I'm like, this guy doesn't get to the rim and finish and make it look easy. He's not beating people with quickness, skill, or explosiveness to the rim. He's getting there and then having to, up and under and jump hook his way or go left-hand swinger. Yeah. But if he's going to make them at that high of a percentage, it doesn't matter. Like it does. And that's why I threw out the comparison to Tim Duncan, because Tim Duncan just destroyed you from the mid-range and in, and worked a lot of stuff off glass, and maybe it didn't look as easy or as highlight worthy, but it was just as efficient as other guys that could get right there and finish over the top of people. So
yeah, just more fundamental that way.
Yeah, a little bit more fundamental. But
he's shown more, right? Do you feel like now you see
absolutely.
This is a guy that now, okay, like he is getting to the rack. He's finishing with both hands. His dunks are ridiculous. And then the floating stuff a few feet out,
that's the crazy,
is super impressive. And then he's hitting turnaround, fadeaway shots. Like at every level, what you just saw on display, if this can be something that he's able to be more consistent at from like an outside shooting standpoint, everything else is there. And then just imagine him getting bigger and stronger and bullying people. Yeah. He's the youngest dude in the league, and he's getting to the rack pretty much at will.
Yeah, and then adding the kind of moves that you're able to add when you get with a ball handling expert and a shooting expert. And, every offseason, I think he's got that grinder gene that will allow him to continue to add to his game as time goes on. I don't think he's going to be complacent with what he's achieved already, which is, history worthy.
Absolutely.
In a lot of ways. Mavs will visit the Clippers tomorrow. They are now tied with the Grizzlies and Pelicans now in the lottery because they, the 45-point game last night. New Orleans is hosting Utah tomorrow, their most winnable game in the rest of their schedule, so that's kind of a must-win for the Mavs. And Memphis hosting Cleveland tonight. If you want to scoreboard watch some Tank, Brian, I know you're always up for that.
Yeah, I'm always up for that. It was difficult explaining to an 87-year-old what Tanqueray tanking player of the game was.
Yeah.
Like, Dad's
trying to tell your dad.
Dad's like,
who's the tanker of the game?
Dad's like, are you cheering for the Lakers right now? And I go, yeah, we kind of feel like I need the Lakers to come back in this game and win, And he goes, well, why would you do that? I go, well, because I was explaining the lottery and all that stuff like that. But he was getting into the whole Tanqueray tanker of the game. We were trying to figure out who that player was.
Nice.
But it was. It was fun to sit down and watch a game, but he couldn't figure out why I was kind of cheering for the Lakers when they were down big, and all of a sudden LeBron started that little bit of that run right before the end of the first half, and so. Its mission was not accomplished last night. I'm glad to see, but what they fell out of this. They go from the 6th to the 7th. right?
They're kind of tied. They're tied with the Grizzlies and Pelicans on, is it 25 wins? Yeah, all three of those teams now are at 25 wins. It was too many efficient nights, and nobody really wanted to pick that torch up and say, hey, guys, I'm willing to put up a high percentage of missed field goals tonight. Everybody that had any amount of shots attempted, was making 50% of them or so, so you end up with 134 points and you beat the Lakers. As they are now a hemorrhaging unit with the playoffs approaching. As the news Friday, Luka out for the rest of the regular season. Then over the weekend, Austin Reeves joins him.
Got his oblique. I think he's got something wrong with him there as well. Yeah, this would be tough. The Lakers down the stretch.
Rookie of the Year odds have flipped in Cooper Flagg's favor, though. After scoring 96 in the 2-game span, he overtakes Con Knippel as the favorite for the Rookie of the Year. Minus 250 now ahead of Knippel at plus 180. Con entered the weekend at minus 300.
Jeez.
That's what that back-to-backer just did for Cooper Flagg.
That is a pretty big flip.
It's a total flip, dude. I mean, before the weekend, you had ESPN and their NBA folks doing like their Rookie of the Year straw poll, and it was like 80-20 in favor of Knippel. It seemed like everything was just moving. This is going to be Khan's award. And then 2 games later, Cooper's back to being the favorite.
Yeah.
Hey, you make rookie history like that.
Historical weekend.
Hornets are a better team now with him, right?
They are.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the turnaround's been absolutely incredible.
That's why I would think that he would have a good shot, right?
He does.
That's why he did, yeah.
He does. And his stats are somewhat close, but Flags are better. Knippel's been healthier. But now with 7 or 8 games to go or whatever it is, Flagg has this massive moment, that is undeniable.
Against the Lakers and all that. Yeah,
it's part of the narrative, making history with the 51. And then, he's right up there with Wilt Chamberlain as far as rookies with back-to-back games all time. And, I think he's captured the imagination of the entire sport here over the last 24, 48 hours with conversations about, are we watching one of the future GOATs here in his rookie year? Rangers did some things well over the weekend, guys, particularly pitch.
Your guy Jack Leiter crushed it, dude.
Jack Leiter's amazing.
He was brilliant.
Kamar Rocker was good, but they couldn't hit with runners in scoring position again and had some bullpen issues, and in the end they got swept by the Reds. And they're now 4-5 on the year. So you have to say,
with the Mariners coming into town.
Yeah, now the M's aren't playing much better. I think the M's are 4-6.
That they are.
So you have a chance here against a divisional rival to make a statement and say, hey, what happened against Cincinnati is not who we are. This is not a continuation of 2024 and 2025. But I guess the move now is to blame it on the stadium, and I think that's valid. And something Wolchuk said during crosstalk, I think stands to reason that maybe it's inside their heads a little bit, and they're thinking they have to swing extra hard to get it out. You can't be doing that.
Well, it was just one piece of post-game audio that just stood out to me from Evan Carter. And, they asked him, he had one of those really hard hit balls that went over 400 feet. And they asked him, did you think that was gone when you hit it off the bat? And he laughed and said, not here. Not at this ballpark. So they're clearly aware of it, and I do wonder how much. And yesterday you did have the roof open. I mean, the wind was a factor. I think Skip was saying that it was blowing out of the bullpen there. But this is clearly, there's a lot of ground to cover out there. And there are balls that are hit hard enough to be homers in other parks. And here, for whatever reason, they're dying at the warning track, and you're not able to get much from it.
Yeah, and it should affect the other team just as much. And, maybe it's not because you're sort of mentally defeated as you're stepping in there, and confidence is such a huge factor in sports.
Definitely,
a lot of things can cost you confidence, but it's tough to get your hands around it, and once you're leaking it, it can be difficult to get back in there. So, again, hopefully this is just a little blip in the radar. Sweeps happen, and it's really early in the season. Probably, to be fair, you need about 40 games worth of baseball to evaluate your team, and we'll try to remind ourselves to be patient with this thing. But I think we're a live wire right now. We're kind of sensitive, and we're hoping for the best, but also, mindful of what we've witnessed over the last couple of years with this baseball team and this offense. And, maybe there's a distinct possibility it's just going to take more from CY.
Yeah, and CY is starting to become public enemy number one to some people on Rangers Twitter. And today I was going back and forth with some fans like, man, to me, there's a lot of 2023 was a JD team, and CY didn't have much to do with it. And I just think that is such a false narrative. Like, JD does deserve credit for certain players and draft picks that were on that team that helped a lot. But, like, Andrew Heaney was a big factor in helping you get there. Monty, the trade deadline, adding him, bringing in Evaldi. There were a lot of pieces that Chris Young specifically brought in that helped you go ahead and propel to win a championship. Notably, the two pitchers that did it for you in Evo and Monty. Oh, and I know Aroldis Chapman gave us a ride through heart attack hell there, but he was also a huge factor in it. That was also a deadline deal. So to just skip over all the things that Chris Young did to help you achieve the one and only championship in Texas Rangers history is, I think, unfair to him. And I do believe that he would have liked to have been more aggressive to add more impactful bats on offense. You didn't have the backing from ownership. And I get ownership side of it where it's like, well, we gave you money and look what Jock Peterson's not doing for us. So why should we continue to fund you? So I get both sides of this, and I really believe we're going to let this thing play out. If the Rangers don't succeed this year, there might be a change there. Maybe it's CY saying, I'm frustrated, I'm stepping away, or maybe ownership wants to go a different direction. But to me, CY is not the guy to be blaming right now. I'm going to stand by him until we'll see how this trade deadline goes.
Yeah, I think CY's done a hell of a job, a World Series winning GM. That's interesting that some folks are looking at that championship, which, clearly had both men that worked on it. I think it's up for each to decide, but there's enough evidence on the roster with the time spent on the job to give credit to CY and JD for that World Series championship. I don't think there's resounding evidence to take any from either one of those parties. They both deserve credit for bringing you that 2023 World Series championship. Men's National Championship tonight, Michigan and UConn 7:50. Wolverines the 6.5-point favorite after throttling Arizona in the semifinal. Huge sports week. We're going to have the Masters with Scotty Scheffler as the favorite. And we got news, Brian?
Yeah, Michael Malone, the former Denver Nuggets basketball coach, just got the North Carolina job.
Yes, that is right.
His daughter's a volleyball player there at UNC.
Oh, so perfect for him.
It works out nicely.
That's so cool.
He has not coached in college since 2001. I think he was at Manhattan, where they were saying that he had last coached. So good for him. 54 years old. He seems like a little bit younger guy than that for some reason. But, man, really good coach.
Yeah, winningest all-time coach with the Denver Nuggets. Chief will have more in the rim session coming up at 4 o'clock. Champ on the other side. Then the top 10. Chuck, where are you taking it?
Yeah, I put it out to a poll, and the Tolos want the top 10 90s kids movies, okay? The best kids movies of the 90s. What was your favorite? That's next in the nation.
105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's head into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your champ.
There it is. All right. Our winner and champ of G-Bag. How you doing, bro? You good?
Awesome, you?
All right. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good, dog. I look over and Dawson's just staring at me. How you doing, man? How you doing? Hey, our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far comes from the world of QVC. Some home shopping network stuff right here.
Stuff.
We got to call her Mary something. Anyway, she's all about pasties and tassels, and she wants you to be aware of her past.
And with the submarine
I wanted to tell you that I got that peasant blouse with the tassels.
Yes.
Tassels.
And I used to wear the tassels on my pasties. Do you know what pasties are?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what they are? Do you know what pasties are?
Yes. I'm going to do.
Okay, well, I had tassels on my pasties.
Answer the question.
Just answer the question.
Marianne, I just want to say this. You are my emotional support diva.
Diva.
Okay, you have just made my whole entire day. Mary's walked off. She's dead on the couch.
Let's go.
I'm having therapy with Mary Ann right now.
Mary Ann is my sister from another mister.
I have never, Mary Ann, you made my year.
Go ahead, Mary Ann. Do you know what pasties are? Do you?
You know?
Yeah, everything about the way she said diva lets me know she makes good mashed potatoes. Listen.
That's right.
Diva.
Diva.
Oh, dude, yes.
You want some of these mashed potatoes, baby?
Yes.
Put an extra butter in
Diva.
Yeah. There's extra butter and bacon in
it's good as hell.
Potatoes right there.
That's a hell of a fat.
Scout's ear you got over there.
Yeah.
I like it.
She got the big old thick elbows. I already know. Diva.
All right, on. Champ faces challengers every afternoon, 5:30, right before we get to L.A. Live. And yes, 972, my thoughts on another solid start from Jack Leiter right around the corner. I'd say that's more than solid.
Yeah.
What do you strike out?
Fantastic.
Nine dudes in 5 innings?
Yeah.
Holy crap. Only one walk? Save some for the rest of us, young man.
Yeah, his K to walk ratio has been pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Angel Reese just got traded.
Lights out, Jack. Yeah, she's going to Atlanta.
Yep.
Diva.
Here's Wolchuk's top 10 and 220.
All right, 877-881-1053. Eric actually sent this to me a couple weeks back. I do love a good 90s kids movie list. Because, I mean, look, we're 90s kids. This is right up our wheelhouse.
Okay.
I'm sure a lot of Tolos
all of us in the G-Bag Nation are 90s kids, brought us.
Yeah, Brian, come on.
You were born in the 90s?
91.
Born in the 90s. Okay. 94, baby.
I was born in 91. Hey, 91. Hey.
We had a
63, 63, yay.
good list here. Good list. Now, I don't know if you guys did see over
So y'all
the
were
weekend.
kids in 2000s, in a sense. Y'all were 90s babies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably a fair way to put it.
I'm talking about 80s babies, 90s kid.
90s kid, okay.
2000 miscreant.
Miscreant.
Things graduated, bro.
That's a good breakdown.
Did you guys see our old head coach with the Dallas Stars is back in the league?
Yes.
Petey DeBoer. Petey DeBoer's going to the Isles. They went ahead and fired Patrick Waugh, the former legendary goalie of the Colorado Avs.
How could they do that to him?
Just like a couple weeks
That's
before the
bad
postseason.
Easter, man.
Yeah, and now Petey DeBoer's coming in here, Mr. Old Game 7. Petey's back. So I did think the tweet that Bobby put out, he just went ahead and benched another goaltender. That was good. That was good, Bob.
Yeah.
That actually is a good line.
Islanders are on the other side of that spectrum. You know, they're willing to do what it takes to win.
They're, the Isles, they've been limping in a little bit, but hey, they got Mr. Game 7, Mr. Perfect 9-0, Petey DeBoer. Who knows? Maybe he's able to take them on a nice little magic carpet ride in New York.
Wouldn't be surprised.
And then Sonny Dykes also got himself a nice contract extension with TCU. So congratulations to Sonny Dykes. Multi-year extension. He is going to be under contract through 2028. His last listed salary was $7 million. So he's going to be getting north of that with the new contract. That's according to Pete Thamel of ESPN. So congratulations to Sonny. All right, let's dive into this thing. The top 10 kids movies of the 90s. What's your favorite?
Kids movies.
877-881-1053. This is more so, like The Sandlot would qualify here. Heavyweights would qualify.
I think the Lion King would, absolutely would qualify.
Lion King's a kids movie, yeah. I don't know that we have any animated movies on this list, though. I will say
no Aladdin?
Aladdin's
That's another
not on
90s movie.
Yeah. Aladdin. Yeah,
Toy Story?
Did you guys ever play the Aladdin game on like Super Nintendo?
No.
Oh gosh, dude.
Was it just because of Jasmine?
It was so
You just
good.
liked it for Jasmine,
No.
Aladdin
Aladdin was legit game on Super Nintendo. Ball knowers are going to text in and say, yes, Eric, you're right.
Let us know how fun was the Aladdin game, because I did not. I don't think that I played this at all.
You missed out, bro.
Yeah.
I was going to say
Derek's telling us.
Tombstone when I was thinking just 90s movies, but now that it's 90s kids movies, that's complicates things.
Give me Surf Ninjas. Give me Three Ninjas.
Yeah, Three Ninjas was great.
Those are awesome. I actually need to rewatch those.
With your kids?
Yeah, I think so. Just to kind of see how
You're
they
going to be
still...
so disappointed, bro.
I bet.
You're going to be so disappointed. They're going to not like your movie at all.
Oh, they're gonna hate on my flick.
Yeah, they're gonna be
you
so
think?
bored. They're
Yeah.
gonna talk about it. Yeah, it's really it destroys you as a parent.
Yeah, this looks old fashioned.
Yeah, like it's so nostalgic to you, and then you show it to your kids, and they just poo-poo it, and you're just like,
why does it look like that?
They beat you up, bro. It's really sad.
Dang, that is gonna hurt a little bit.
Man, Matilda, I think would qualify on this list for me. Jumanji.
Oh yeah, Jumanji.
I loved Jumanji. 95,
crazy,
that movie came out. That was fantastic. Home Alone qualifies.
That's movie
1990.
with Jack Black in them? With Rock?
That's the remake.
Oh, okay.
The original Jumanji was Robin Williams. I think Scarlett Johansson
okay.
might have even been in it.
Okay.
Robin Williams dominated the 90s. You have Hook.
Hook is on here as an honorable mention.
Rufio!
Yeah.
And Mrs. Doubtfire.
By the way, I just want to point out probably 1,000 texts right now about the greatness of the Aladdin video game. Okay.
I don't read the text.
A lot of
so I
respect
can't-
out there.
I can't-
lot of respect out there.
I had Aladdin on Sega. Damn good game.
Okay, that's one.
Yep. There it is.
That's all we needed was
I
one?
think we might have gotten a follow-up. The Aladdin video game was hard as hell, and I mean hard as in difficult. LOL, Rob from Mesquite.
Great
I appreciate
game.
you putting your name on there, Rob. But otherwise, yeah.
Richie and Ennis. big fan.
972, been playing Aladdin on Sega with my 5-year-old recently. Great game. So there you go.
It's awesome, man.
We got a few. Indian in the Cupboard from the 469.
Oh, Indian in the Cupboard.
I don't know. Could we make that today?
You would have to do Guardian.
Just change the title.
Guardian in the Cupboard.
Guardian in the Cupboard.
Well, I gotta remember the content of the damn thing too. If he's all magical and everything, we probably need to chill out.
Yeah, it was kind of weird. TMNT, Homeward Bound. If he's all mad.
Oh, by the way, yeah, dude, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
And Flubber.
Is there ever been a better looking pizza on screen than the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles pizza that they were eating?
They're now making
That's
a
a
TMNT
slice,
pizza
dude.
spot.
Are they really?
Yeah, they're going to try and replicate how good that pizza looked. I don't know. I mean, the cheese pull on that is absolutely.
That's a high bar, bro.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Blank Check is an honorable mention on here. That's like a Disney Channel original movie. I love
Such a great movie. That's a kid's dream,
dude. Yes,
he was living the dream. Whatever happened to that kid?
His Macintosh.
Richie Rich
was the guy that he was.
It was basically like
was it Richie Rich?
It was in a similar vein, I would say.
Okay.
Hook is an honorable mention. Sidekicks. Oh, Brink. How is Brink in the honorable mention and not in the top 10?
People voted for this list?
Brink. Brinker. Yeah, Team Pup and Suds. Hell yes. The Big Green. That's a soccer movie.
Okay.
That's in there. 10 is Blank Check. 9, and this is criminally low. Little Giants. Little Giants has got to be in the top 5 here. What are we doing?
There's an ice tray.
Yeah, that's it.
Ice tray.
Icebox.
Icebox.
It's the box, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Ice tray,
Yeah, I don't know
baby.
He's
what's
like to
yeah.
play with girls. Number 8
My
is
cousin got his nickname from that damn movie. His name is Trey, so we call him Ice Tray, but it's Ice Box.
Is that right? He's got his own version of it.
Yeah, he stole it.
It's my niece Becky. She's pissed. Number 8 is Surf Ninjas.
Yes, dude.
I knew you were a big Surf Ninjas guy.
Rob Schneider's actually in that.
What?
Yeah, Rob Schneider is hilarious in that movie. Now, again, not one I've seen in a long time, so can't confirm that it holds up. But as a kid, that was these dudes are surfing and they're kicking ass, dude.
Surfing and kicking ass.
Does it get much better than that?
No, that's the best.
I think not.
That's the best. The Power Rangers movie is being texted in here. There's some love for that. Mighty Ducks, we will get to. Don't you worry. Ladybug sucked from the 460.
No, it didn't.
I didn't see it.
No, it didn't. Or Rodney Dangerfield, as he was
hilarious.
Yeah, come on, what are we talking about?
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Did you guys see Honey, I Shrunk the Kids?
Yes, that was great too.
Amazing. Rick Moranis.
Fantastic cinema.
Amazing. The original Karate Kid movie. Dunstan Checks In. That's a good one too, with the monkey. It's a good one. Problem Child 2. Can't say I saw Problem Child 1. Kirsten Dunst was in Jumanji. Thank you very much, 682. Oh, Toy Soldiers. That was also, I think Kirsten Dunst was in that one too. That's a damn good movie. 7 is Airborne, which I didn't see, and the cast is pretty good for Airborne. 1993, Jack Black, Shane McDermott, Seth Green, all in this. But that one was a blind spot for me in the 90s. 6 is Mighty Ducks. 5, we've got Home Alone.
Oh, yeah. I mean, geez. To put that at 5 is a little criminal.
Stands the test of time.
What about Leave It to Beaver, the 1997?
Yeah, I loved Leave It to Beaver.
With Shooter McGavin as the dad.
He was the dad.
So it was a remake, movie?
Yeah, it felt real to me. Felt like an original. Felt like an original to me when I was seeing it at 7 years old.
Swin Fan girl? Wasn't she like the love interest in that for our Brink, basically? It was Brink that played Beaver's brother?
Yes, he was in it.
Wally.
Yeah. Wally Cleaver.
Man, I went down this thread the other day.
Was there an Eddie Haskell in this one?
Yeah.
Who played that? Do you remember?
Adam Zolotin.
I don't think he's done anything since then.
Oh, yeah, him.
Everybody knows that guy.
That Adam Zolotin guy. Zalatin.
Adam Zolotin.
But I was
just with the. Oh yeah.
I was down this Shooter McGavin like rabbit hole, and the dude that plays him is willing to go like to great lengths to play it up. Like some people, you see them out in public and they don't want anything to do with the character that they're most known for, but he loves it.
Yeah.
You know. He'll play the villain.
Yeah, okay.
Right there for you. He'll be Shooter McGavin.
He will, dude.
Yeah.
He will snap into character, no problem.
He is freaking obsessed.
Because that's what he's known for. I don't think anybody's being like, oh my gosh, Christopher McDonald. It's like, oh my gosh,
it's Shooter McGavin.
Shooter McGavin.
He's probably trying to get like appearances booked. That's all he's got.
Yeah, he was so happy Gilmore 2 got made. It's like, thank goodness I can get an extra check. He was like begging Sandler for years, please, can we do another one? Oh, the Goofy movie? Hell yes. I actually watched that with my kiddo, and she was into it. She was into the Goofy movie and Goofy movie 2.
That soundtrack goes crazy.
So good. TMNT at 4. The Sandlot. Shout out to Lucius here.
The original.
The OG. Yeah.
Okay, hell yeah. That was so great.
So good.
The next one was 2, too. Yeah. Green onions.
Green onions. I knew it was something. Fried tomatoes, green onions.
Yeah, the Sandlot comes in at 3. 3 Ninjas is at 2.
Sandlot is one of the greatest of all time, especially if you're a 90s kid.
Incredible.
Yeah, that's like our Citizen Kane.
But number 1.
Real talk, bro.
Yeah, Orson Welles produced one.
That's a hell of a summer those kids experienced, man.
Yeah, it was.
Rosebud.
That was one summer.
And then the main guy ends up playing for the Dodgers at the end.
Come on, Benny.
And you got the kid that is the play-by-play guy. Come on. Smalls. That's so
legit.
cool.
That's cinema right
that's
there.
That's incredible.
Yeah. It captured the era so well. I don't know what it was about that era, but there were so many dogs, and you had to be aware of where the dogs potentially were in your routes and in your neighborhoods.
Okay.
Like, where can we not walk because a giant dog might run out of its backyard and start chasing us?
You could really identify with that particular qualm that the kids had.
Absolutely. That ball is lost, bro. We're not testing that dog.
Yeah, no. Well, Beethoven got Texan. Beethoven was a solid 90s movie. Little Rascals, the remake. Hell yes.
For sure.
I love Little Rascals. Dennis the Menace. Air Bud getting checked in. So many good ones. So many good ones here. I love the Texas going off. Of the Ernest movies.
Oh, yeah, I loved Ernest.
Ernest was hilarious.
What do you mean, Vern?
But number 1, and I think this might be Ben Stiller's best role ever.
Oh.
Heavyweights. Tony Perkis. That's incredible what he did with Tony Perkis.
That was so good,
and honestly,
dude.
I kind of think his dodgeball character is like an older version of Tony Perkis.
It's a similar.
I would Perkisize you. Congratulations, you're the fattest boy in camp.
That's right.
Step on the scale. Step up. Joe Ghana.
When they get
age
him with
12.
When they get him with the sit-ups.
Lunch has been canceled. Dude with lack of hustle.
They're hiding candies in their bed frames and crap.
Yeah, they all just. One guy's got the little British kid's got like sausages and stuff all taped to his belly. Like that movie's hilarious.
Classic, dude. Broadus, you're gonna love that movie when you watch it.
Heavyweights is hilarious, man.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
We got a sports hodgepodge coming up, Chief. What
Yes, we do.
Yeah?
This was as unique of a sports weekend as I can remember. 4-head homers, Easter baskets, coach fights, and first sips, all next in the nation.
Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ. Sean.
station here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now for Sports Hodgepodge with the Chief. Here he is, Eric.
As unique of a sports weekend as I can remember, right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10?
You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it is
to
the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
I will beat Gino's ass. I will beat his ass. That is the sports quote of the weekend, unless anybody has a better nominee from Don Staley.
Don Staley, yeah.
Gamecocks basketball coach, and Gino Auriemma of the UConn Lady Huskies getting into a nice little verbal spat there. You didn't shake my hand. Yes, I did.
I did. He got mad because she
got a little tense.
He didn't shake her, or she didn't shake his hands before the game.
Yeah, pregame handshake.
Yeah,
he's alleging
apparently
never took place.
Apparently it happened.
According
to the photo evidence, video evidence.
Okay.
He needs to step down then.
Yeah.
He needs to step down.
He's just not used to losing. It's been a long time, and he forgot how to lose.
Go lose somewhere else then, because
bit of a sore loser.
Like Cooper Flagg recently said, like, you have to learn how to lose.
Shaking hands. There's pictures of this?
Yeah. I haven't actually seen it, but I'm sure there is.
There's pictures of him shaking hands. He even said they ripped the girl's jersey. The girl said, my jersey is not ripped. He just lost it.
Yeah.
He's not used to losing.
Especially that bad. Like they handled him pretty good.
That's tough.
Congratulations, UCLA, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, no kid. They come out of nowhere, man. At least from my vantage point, felt like UConn or the Gamecocks.
I think they lost one game this
my
year.
entire life. Tennessee, UConn, or South Carolina.
Well, I know what you're saying, but, man, usually that you wouldn't consider UCLA, I guess, maybe a national
first time they've ever won it.
For men.
Never won the women's.
Yeah.
Are we gonna get the celebrity match? Are we gonna get Gino versus Don?
One of these Paul undercards?
Well, he needs to step back if all these things happened, I mean, and he's like Luce is saying, just being a bad loser. Yeah, come on, man.
You think if you threw like 20 mil at each of them, they'd do it? Like, let's get the gloves on.
If you threw NIL money at him, probably.
20 mil in NIL.
20 million of NIL money on the line. Would you two fight? I would.
I'd pay to see it.
Absolutely, yeah.
I would. But I want Gino in game angry mode. I don't want him in apologetic mode, which he is today.
No, he's got to take a double-digit loss in a big moment and then go right to the ring.
Boom, right, yes. Let's just stop the game right now and put a square circle in the middle of the court.
I was definitely surprised by that entire interaction this weekend. Now, I would like to take you, I don't know if you guys saw this or not. Now, we do have, courtesy of Aiden Butler, this is going to make an appearance on the fan cam. Okay, first video on the fan cam in I don't know how long. At least when it comes to the G-Bag Nation. But this was amazing. This is Butler versus Highland College baseball. We have a domer homer. Okay, move over Jose Canseco. There's a new place. There's a new place for the craziest play in baseball history.
0-1 pitch. Hit in the air to right center field. It's going to hang up, and it is off the head of the center fielder. That's going to be a ground rule double. No, it's a home run.
Yeah, it is.
It's a home run for Tene Vijas. Oh, my. It hit the head of the center fielder and bounced so far, it went over the wall in right center field. And the umpire, I thought he was going to call it a ground rule double. He indicates home run. Wow. What a change of events. Let's take another look at this. Center fielder coming over. He was calling out the right fielder, had his hand up trying to find the ball in the sun. Oh, it went right off his forehead. Oh, my. Jake Shields is going to feel that one for a long time.
Jake Shields never recovers from that.
No.
I don't see how. I mean, this not only really embarrassing, extremely painful, huh?
And you better have 40, 50 home run power like Jose Canseco, or you're right, you'll never live it down. And even then for Jose, it was tough. But yeah,
bro, it's like 10 feet off the warning track. This is just a routine fly ball. and it is supposed to be an easy out, and it goes off the forehead, and then defying all physics, it bounces backwards and over the fence, even though it's 10 feet in front of the warning track. I mean, truly ridiculous, the fact that this actually took place, and I feel bad for Jake Shields. Like, there is no bouncing back from that. As a college kid, that sticks with you forever, and the internet is forever. Yeah. And I guess somewhere Jose Canseco is feeling
much better,
feeling like, okay, this has now happened twice in baseball history.
Everybody can't be Joe Adele, you know.
Not everybody can be Joe Adele for him.
Amazing.
That was insane what that guy did.
Seattle. Yeah.
I'd say very lucky that it did get your forehead, though, which is one of the hardest bones on the body. Anywhere else on the head could be fatal.
Yeah, if that's a nose, if that's landing on the nose or the mouth, you're losing teeth in that scenario.
Is that your pep talk to him? Hey, man, it could have been worse, bro.
Yeah, nice.
You could be dead.
Might have a future in soccer
right now. Could have caught you in the side of the head.
Could be dead. Yeah.
That's pretty incredible, dude.
Man, I'm just seeing this now, though. It is crazy how far that ball bounces from.
I know.
It doesn't make sense. It's like a bouncy ball on a garage floor.
This is when we need John Brinkus to be back here with some sports science and let us know how this took place.
Let's go.
I don't think you could recreate that.
Is John still with us?
No, unfortunately not.
I got to ask, what's he doing nowadays?
I thought I heard some about that.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Science get him or?
He got himself.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. So we move on seamlessly from John Brinkus to.
Let's go to the Pip Cup.
For LA Live.
We have some sound here. How do you guys grade? Now, this is a slow motion replay of an MLB catcher getting a ricochet into the sack. Okay? This is a slow-mo replay with the Cubs broadcasters giving you their picture painting.
We're in the Easter basket.
That was yesterday. I thought that was fantastic.
And it nailed him perfectly, too.
Oh, dude, it's a bad shot.
It's golly.
You get the launch angle from under.
Just perfect.
That puts you down, man.
Oh, no.
But the audible reaction from the play-by-play guy, and then right in the Easter basket.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it was a great line about the Easter basket, man. Yeah, I got his chocolate bunny right there.
Right.
Oh, my gosh, dude. And then you also had the Washington Nationals celebrating their 21st birthday as an organization over the weekend.
Happy birthday, Nats. You can drink now.
Feels like just yesterday.
That's exactly what they did.
Oh, did they?
I actually pulled it, but I don't know if it's worth actually playing. But they did a ceremonial first sip. Okay,
nice.
there's a 21-year-old girl who was born the same day that they had their very first game, and she's a Nationals fan. And so they had her out there on the bump, and she's chugging Budweiser as the ceremonial first sip for their organization and for her. It was like a big birthday celebration. I've never seen that before.
No.
Ceremonial first sips?
A first sip?
Pretty cool. I like what the Nats are doing.
Don't they do sip and sees to come by and, like, see your new baby?
Ooh, is that what they do?
Yeah,
I'm not even sure.
I think we might have one for our niece here and coming up in a little bit.
Sip and seas. What does that even?
You come by, have a little sip, and say hello, meet the baby, and then get on your way. I think it's kind of so people don't stay too long.
Is the C the cocktail?
No, the C's the baby.
See the baby. Sip the, yeah.
S-E-E. We're going to sip and
use your eyes. Use your eyes.
Okay.
Got to catch a glimpse of that.
We're going to get drunk and pass this baby around.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. That was educational, Wolchuk. But
my
I thought that was a pretty ridiculous weekend. Coupling that with Cooper Flag, coupling that with Joe Adele and what he did for the Angels, which I'm sure you will run through during Around the Bases. Heck of a weekend, dude.
Bang.
Glad we made it.
And we got a Masters weekend coming up. We got an NCAA tournament.
Yes.
We got Rangers Mariners coming up at 6:30.
Glorious time
We got
of year.
Cooper Flag going on a historic scoring rampage.
Oh, yes, and we had a hockey baby born as well at the Oilers game.
Oh my gosh!
Lady goes into labor. She goes into labor, and in the arena, she has her baby.
Oh, that's so awesome!
That also happened this weekend.
That is freaking
How much
nuts.
would people pay for that? You know, could we make a business out of that? I think you could.
Absolutely.
I think
show
you
up
could.
to the stadium during a game to deliver.
Walchuk's next baby's going to be born at AT&T Stadium with the sun right in his eyes.
Absolutely no.
They can make it happen.
Maybe in the red kettle.
Make it happen right there for you.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Just raise the baby out of the red kettle.
Yep.
Can Cooper Beebe deliver my child?
Exactly. Oh, look, a baby. Oh, my God.
It's a baby. We got one down, 3.5 to go. Hour number 2 coming up here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And Wolchuk, what do we got? A little football fix?
Are we talking about the wrong player the Cowboys are moving up for? That's next to the Nation.
But first, I'm talking about the number 1 most dominant local family-owned roofing company.
krld-fm Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys, and we are 2.5 weeks to the draft. Our path to the draft is brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all Pluckers locations Thursday, April 23rd for our annual draft party. Cannot wait for that.
Do we know which one we're going to start at yet?
We don't know. We're usually in Plano. Okay. Usually they have us in Plano because it's closest to the Star. I think that's been for the last 4 years, but maybe they're going to move us to a different one.
Okay, maybe so.
I think probably Plano's a good bet.
All right. I like going to them. I like kind of bouncing around to all of them. But yeah,
like
cool.
the shape
that
of
would
them.
work for me. I'm going to be at the Pluckers in Addison draft night.
It's popping.
7:30, something like that. Hopefully everybody can join me out there. Do you have your assignment yet, Chief?
Yeah, I think I'm going to be posted up there in Grapevine.
Sweet. Lucius?
That super one out there in Arlington, that Liddy one.
That one's legit.
Arlington in the Highlands.
Very nice.
Yeah, it gets alive and popping over at that. That's the last one I went to before I jumped on
It
with
gets crunk over there, dude.
Yeah, that's Club Pluckers.
Yeah, for real.
Nice. All right, we'll be at the Pluckers nearest you for draft night, round 1 of the draft. Here's Wolchuk with his football fix.
Let's do it. Let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side. Left side. Wrong side. Left side.
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Well, who is looking for a house in Dallas, or at least a rental home in the city of Dallas? That
Dexter
would
Lawrence.
be not Dexter Lawrence, although he did request a trade today from the Giants. Way to jump the gun there, Brian. Gonna
Give me
get
a
to that in
Bobby.
just a minute.
Give me a Bobby linebacker.
Arvell Reese. Arvell Reese. So you're getting a linebacker and a guy that can rush the passer. Now, why would he be doing that? Shout out to Brandon Laurie, who caught this on Arvell Reese's Instagram. Make sure you're following Brandon. He does a really good job at doing this. Now, he does train with BT Jordan, who the Cowboys have hired as their new consultant. But here was something that really caught my interest. This is Daniel Jeremiah on with Mina Kimes earlier today. What are the Jets going to do at pick 2? Because that has been a spot that all I see, Arvell Reese.
Take Kyle Brady, tight end, Penn
getting
State.
mocked at 2 to the Jets. Here's DJ.
Dude, I think Tate starts, and I think he's in play like at 2. I think that conversation, I think he's entertained at 2.
Would you have taken him over Love if I had given that choice to you?
No, I have Love, but I mean, I there's a lot of Tate supporters out there. There's a lot of people that need a receiver. I'll say this: if Tate was 205 pounds instead of 192 pounds, and he ran 4.42 instead of 4.53, I think there's a real chance he's the second pick in the draft.
Whoa! Wow!
But that would be crazy.
Whoa!
Yes, please.
Todd
Load him
McShay
up.
also adding to the maybe Carnell Tate could end up going to the Jets at 2 conversation today. There is maybe some momentum building here. And if that were to happen, if let's say Arvell Reese then were to start to slide, Cowboys did meet with Arvell Reese. Maybe that is all right, if this player is able to not go in the top 2, you move up and you go get Arvell Reese. Now you've got an off-ball linebacker. The minute I watched him, thought this guy's going to follow the Micah Parsons trajectory, where he probably starts at off-ball linebacker. Eventually he's going to showcase he's too good of a pass rusher. He'll move to edge full-time. I would just play him at edge. But the Cowboys, with the need that they have at linebacker, you could start his career there and have him freelance some. But the freak athlete that he is, the special player that he is, maybe Arvell Reese is a guy that could be in play as a trade-up candidate.
Oh, you're talking about trading up for him. Yeah, that'd be a hell of a minefield to get him to 12. But
there's no chance that happens.
As a trade-up, do you think they would trade up for a guy that might be an inside linebacker that they're thinking could be an edge?
Yeah, I mean, I think they would consider trading up for Sonny Styles.
Oh, really?
So, yes. I mean, I think Styles, Downs, Reese, and who's the one player I'm forgetting?
Bailey?
No. Yes, Bailey. Yep, you're 100% right. Those are the 4. And maybe Delane.
It'd be interesting to imagine trading up for an outside corner right now. But shoot, great player.
Did it with LSU player way back in the day.
They did.
All for adding good players.
Yeah, and I don't think you're gonna. I'd love it. I'd love if one of those guys, and Reuben Bain Jr. could possibly be the dude that falls to 12 for you, and I'd be personally happy with that. I would not mind that at all. I don't know how the Cowboys feel about him.
I think Cleveland is really, really anxious to get out of that spot at 6. I'd go ahead and try and set yourself up for, make sure that you're in position to, if whoever one of those, whatever defensive players there, if it's Bailey, if it's whoever it is. I mean, whoever you want, Delane, whoever you want to take, just get in that spot and just wait it out. And to me, that makes a lot of sense, especially too. You could probably grab a guy, one of these linebackers, the nickel corner. You could grab one of those guys at 39.
So you're saying you don't even need to see who's on the board at 6. Just make the trade for the pick now. And
get me to that spot.
Because one of those guys will be there.
One of those guys will be there. And I don't want to do that on the clock. I want to do it now where I could set myself up where I can run through some, okay, let's figure out who is going to be there. But I think that at 6, you're going to have your choice of a couple of defensive players, and you put yourself in maybe for an offensive player if you really want to do that too.
Man, that is some grade A chum that their Browns GM Andrew Berry threw out there. That's like a 10 out of 10. You'll see people hint around it, but to say I'm not even sure we're going to be picking at 6. That's as good as it gets for a bleeping light. Like, go get that pick. Definitely. I just don't think there's enough downside from 20 to 39. There's not enough downside to even be worried about it. There's only upside in a trade like this.
Yeah, the most important pick here is going to be the first one you make. That's going to be the guy that's probably going to be the biggest difference maker, at least this year. Go make sure you get the guy that you absolutely love. Don't sit there and wait at 12. I have nothing against Messidor. I really, really don't.
I like Akeem Messidor a lot.
I love Akeem Messidor a lot. But please, if I'm gonna sit there at 12 and pick him, I'm cool. But if I know I can move up and get somebody like we've mentioned, the Baileys, and I'm not even going to include Bain in this thing right now.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm not going to include Bain, but and if you're not going to take McCoy and you're not going to take Bain, then I'm all about trying to go get the right guy for this organization.
Yeah, go get Downs. Downs fills exactly what they're talking about with that nickel role, in my opinion, or Bailey. That's an edge rusher that can help. And maybe it's Sonny Styles. Maybe Arvell Reese is a guy that can slide there. I thought that Reese stuff was interesting today. And Zach Jackson, who covers the Browns for The Athletic, said that he believes if the Browns do get stuck at 6, then Carnell Tate, the wide receiver from Ohio State, would be their selection. So that'd be
that's if the Jets don't take him at 2.
And I'm hoping that the Jets do, because then that would mean Arvell Reese, keep him sliding.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Get the wide receivers gone, take the offensive tackles, keep those defensive guys moving on down. That is good news to hear for the Cowboys. Cowboys also did officially meet with Chris Johnson, my corner from San Diego State, who I love. He also is meeting with the Eagles, so that kind of hurts. Hopefully the Eagles stay away from him, because I think he's a really, really good player. But in the division, yes, all-pro defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence requested a trade.
I've asked the gang of 7 if they could give me a value on that trade.
Okay. So I wonder what he would net.
That's what I'm saying.
If it's something similar to Quinnen Williams a year ago.
I'm going to ask and see what they say.
So he's not going to participate in the team's offseason workout program that will open tomorrow. They've been through 2 off seasons attempting to negotiate a contract, writes Adam Schefter. It hasn't really gone anywhere. So he's been playing under what he believes is his market value there in New York. But that's without question. Maybe their best player, period. Dexter Lawrence is an absolute stud. I would love for them to part with him. You have to play him twice a year.
I do. I don't know. I think Quinnen Williams is better at this point. I think Quinnen Williams is the better player.
Between the two?
Between the two.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I don't think they would get the same type of return that the Jets were able to get for Quinnen Williams.
Which was a 1 and a 2.
Yeah. Yeah, and like Dexter Lawrence, he's still a really good player, but he's not the same dominant version, at least based off last season.
2 years ago, he was freakishly good.
Right. Like, he had a run where he was clearly like the best guy in the middle of a defense, like him and Chris Jones as Aaron Donald was waving goodbye. But last year was a little bit of a step back for him, So I do wonder what type of haul they'd be able to get.
You have Mansour Delane, the LSU corner. He's also visiting with the Giants this week. He is with the Dolphins tomorrow. So we're still getting some news on who's meeting with who.
By the way, I think Miami's bailing at 11. I think you got to worry about Miami. If you're going to sit there, and try and get somebody through to you, you got to worry about somebody jumping ahead. If you're sitting on somebody.
Because every team knows you want a defender at 12.
Yeah.
And so they jump up to 11 and steal the last guy available.
I think Miami's a team that will sell to get, if you're Dallas, you got to be worried about them a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Arizona at 3, even the Giants at 5, and then Cleveland at 6. Maybe teams that are trying to back up out of there.
Yeah.
Kansas City at 9 is a team that might be wanting to go up to secure their guy.
Yeah.
So I'm about going up in this draft. I think you go up and you get one of those 4 guys that we talked about.
I totally agree. I'm not going to sit there and just wait and hope. And I say it again. I think if you sit there and wait, you're potentially looking at Messidor. And that's cool. That's cool if you're, but they need an edge. But go get me a guy that I feel like is the top 5 or 6 player off my board.
If you want to win big in 2026, we need a good impact rookie.
Yeah.
And that's got to be inside the top 10, maybe inside the top 5. And, I get wanting to hit on all 3 of those picks, but boy, that's a long shot, right? Just getting this team to hit on one of its defensive draft picks is hard, but getting all 3 of them, 12, 20, and 92, I'm thinking you're going to have to include 92 if you want to get to 6, or I'm sorry, top 5. If you wanted to get to 3 or 2, you would have to include 92.
Yeah. Well, so here, Barnwell today had picks for every team, like if we did mock trades. And he did do a scenario where the Cowboys move up to 2. Cowboys get the 2nd overall pick from the Jets. They also get a 5th-round pick next year. They have to give up pick 12 next year's 1, which, I mean, there's some – you got to be kind of – creative with that because of the
They already owe the Jets one, don't they?
Yeah, and they do. So I guess the Jets would just have both of your picks.
The Jets would have both your picks.
Because the Jets have the higher of the 2 picks right now. So maybe if you do the deal with the Jets, it's easier that way.
Yeah.
So you give up both your 1s next year going to New York. You're giving up a 3rd next year, but you're keeping 20 in this scenario. So you give up 12. You're giving up your 4th-round pick 112, and then you're giving up next year's 1 and 3 to move up to 2. Is how he says that this could work out for Dallas. So you go up to 2. Wow. You take Arvell Reese. I assume would be the player, unless they just love David Bailey more, and that would be the guy that they want to go get. But that could be for Arvell Reese, and then at 20 you stay in pick, and that could end up being a corner. That could be Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech. That could be an edge rusher. I mean, hell, maybe Messidor stays on the board at 20. I don't think he will, but it's possible.
We don't know how much they love one of these edges, and
Yeah.
if they believe this guy is going to be a dude for us for 10 to 12 years, and he can do everything we need him to do, maybe they want to do that. But I think the idea of moving up to Cleveland and still holding on to the same amount of picks inside the top 100 is so much better. Can we move up and still have ammunition at 39 and 92?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the best world to live in.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't want to be picking at 12.
I agree.
But I mean, if I can get to 6 and still have 39 and 92, that's so much better than giving up everything for 3 or 2.
100%. Because 39 could be Anthony Hill Jr. It could be one of these corners. I mean, there's a lot of players that could be in play there at 39.
Dawson picked a player at 2.
I'm taking Bailey.
Okay.
How about you there?
I'd be taking Downs. And 2nd would be Arvell Reese, if they just don't want to take a safety.
I think I would take Downs.
Yeah, I've got Downs 1, Reese 2 on my stack.
Yeah. It's really, man, it'd be really, really close, but I think I would take Downs.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, I just think, I just love Caleb Downs, but I could understand it if they wanted to go with Arvell Reese in that scenario. All right, Lamar Jackson has shown up to Ravens offseason workouts. I guess he hasn't been doing that a lot the last few years, but you got a new head coach in Jesse Minter, and he's there. So Minter said last week he wasn't sure if Lamar Jackson would be showing up. The 2-time MVP is there. The Ravens aren't going to begin on-field practices until May. We did get the date, I think, for every team in the National Football League when they can start doing that stuff. For the Cowboys, let's see. We got their calendar, key dates, mini camps, OTAs. That's all going to happen right after the draft. They'll have to wait until July, we know, for training camp. But April 15th or May 1st will be rookie mini camps. May 13th will be the rookie premiere in LA where they take their pictures. It'll end up being on cards. And then we'll get the schedule released sometime in mid-May with mandatory OTAs June 1st, June 8th, and June 11th for the Cowboys. So there's your key dates there to look forward to when you get the Cowboys back on the football field.
I love it, man. I cannot wait. You know, it's fun when you get a new coaching staff and you get the guys in practice this week. But we'll be there before too long.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Daily Football Fix is in the books. We got the C-Note coming up next here. Cowboys news of the evening here on 105 through the Fan. I want to chat about Men's Tea Clinic. Nation here. Time for the C-Note. Cowboys News of the Evening. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas. We're just over 2 hours now from the G-Bag of the day every evening at 5:30, where our champion piece of audio faces the challengers. The current champ is this old bird, Mary Ann, calling into the QVC Home Shopping Network, and it's a riot. So stick around for that and more as this show goes till 6:30 tonight. We'll hand it over to Rangers baseball. Can we get just a mock draft Monday? What do you think? You guys want to go over here to Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com?
Yeah.
See what the latest mockers are throwing out here for your Cowboys. How about we go to ESPN? Field Yates doing Reuben Bain Jr. and Zion Young. I think we talked about that one last week, actually. Let's jump to Bruce Feldman. He's going to do that trade with Arizona that Todd McShay was talking about. Was that Friday or over the weekend?
It was over the weekend, yeah.
But we're going up to 3 with Arizona and taking David Bailey. Guys, I kind of love it because I think Bailey is the edge rusher that has the best chance of success in the NFL. Would you agree with that or disagree with that? I mean, with Reese, you're like, can he bend? Is he going to transition?
Right. Bailey, you've seen him do it.
With Bain, you're like, well, maybe the short arms could complicate things. Maybe his ceiling will be 10 sacks instead of 20 sacks. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll find out. But with Bailey, I think he's got it all.
Yeah, he does. I mean, in terms of what they're lacking with the speed rusher, I mean, his ability, the angles that he takes to the quarterback, there's no wasted steps. He's been productive at Stanford and Texas Tech. The college football playoff game against Oregon, even though Tech struggled, he was still brilliant in that game. It was really their offense. Their defense still played pretty well to keep them alive if their offense could have scored any points. But I'd be totally in on moving up for Bailey.
I mean, he was like a team leader, wasn't he, David Bailey? He was an early graduate guy.
Yeah, Stanford, transfer from Stanford, yeah.
But your number one edge is Bain. You like Bain better?
I like Bain. Yep.
Okay, at 20 they go with Denzel Boston. That's Bruce Feldman. Denzel Boston, the wide receiver from Washington at 20. That would be a head scratcher type of pick, wouldn't it? What are we doing sniffing around for a wide receiver?
It would be. I mean, I like Denzel Boston a lot. I just don't know for the Cowboys if that one makes a ton of sense. I think that would just be you're not planning on keeping George Pickens past this year, so that's a player that they liked a lot, and we're going to go ahead and get ahead of it with a contingency plan in place now.
Matt Miller, ESPN, is going to give you Jermod McCoy, cornerback, Tennessee. I just don't know how there's been so much work done around the idea of Jermod McCoy going to the Cowboys at 12 and so many different times. It's kind of been shot down that mock drafters are still throwing him out there. But hey, I guess there's levels to it. There's levels to your insights.
Well, the thing, we're shooting it down on our end because we're kind of hearing from people within the organization, and if in fact that they're just trying to make a diversion, cool. I think he's one of the best players in the draft. I think he's one of the best corners in the draft.
You think diversion's possible here?
You never know, but when you've heard it from two different people, I heard it 3 weeks ago. Zach is starting to hear it now a little bit more himself, and I don't know if people are doubling down. If they took McCoy, I'd be super happy about that. I'd be super happy.
Oh, me too, yeah.
They're starting to, if they potentially are eliminating guys like Bain and eliminating, McCoy, what defensive players are you looking at? Especially if you're going to stand there and pick a player at 12. Mm-hmm. So that's why I kind of feel like I'm hopeful that maybe it is a diversion, but man, it seems pretty strong the way that people are talking about it now.
Yeah, they're very credible reports. And it is smokescreen season, so obviously you can be getting great information, but the entire goal is to, use that information to adjust the market. So what? Nobody feels like they're going to trade up in front of you to take your guy. That's what you're trying to play against.
Yeah, that's what I worry about. Really, I really do worry about that at 11 with the Dolphins.
I feel like Jermod McCoy might end up being the best player in the draft.
I wouldn't doubt what you're saying right there. I think his film is incredible.
Like all these guys could go second overall.
Sure.
Depending on who has the pick and what their needs are. Mm-hmm. There's just, about a dozen or so of these guys, and I think Jermod McCoy belongs in the conversation. So if you got a chance to take him at 12, I would hope the Cowboys would step in there and do it. But I think if you're really paying attention to what everybody's saying, and some of these names are big, you should at least have a note about that in your write-up after you have selected him to the Cowboys. The other pick was Emmanuel McNeil-Warren coming in there for Matt Miller, ESPN, and that's a guy who I like watching play. I think he could be a turnover player. I like how he seems to focus on that ball as it's coming in and be able to kind of high point the ball while he's running with the player. I think there's a lot of things to like about Emmanuel McNeil-Warren's deep coverage ability and his tackle ability. So I think that'd probably be an overdraft based on what people are saying about his draft value at 20. But I think it could be a big time help for the Cowboys. I just wonder if they still want one after adding Jalen Thompson and PJ Locke.
Well, the Traden Stukes from Arizona is coming in for a visit, and that's another guy that's a safety/nickel player. So I absolutely think they're still hunting that type of guy. McNeil-Warren, in terms of being a slot type of dude, I think there's other players that are better suited to do that for me personally. I don't know that I'd have him in that conversation, but he's a good player.
All righty. That Cowboys trade rumor from over the weekend has the Cardinals entertaining offers at number 3, and the Cowboys are one of the teams that are interested in moving up. Would that be a surprise for you guys? It would be a big surprise. When I first heard about it, I was like, okay, cool, let's go get the best pass rusher, the pass rusher that we like. But once you get onto that website, is that drafttech.com that's got the handy dandy
trade chart,
trade value chart? Yeah.
Trade chart. Is that pretty accurate compared to what they use?
What the Cowboys use, pretty close.
I mean, so once I did that, I'm still 18 points short. I'm still, even with 92, 12, 20, and 92, I'm still 18 points short of Arizona at 3.
Don't worry about it. If you're 18 points,
we're good?
We're good. We're to the good. You don't want to go for something where you're basically you're 75, 100 points. You don't want to do that. You don't want to be like a third or fourth round pick different. But if you're looking at a 6 or 7, you're okay.
We're close enough then?
Yeah,
that's way too much to give up.
Yeah.
And I don't see the Cowboys wanting to do that at all.
I think they're going up, but I don't know if it's going to be to 3. But I think they're going to trade
going up is totally on the
6
table.
To Cleveland is just the spot that makes a lot of sense.
Because you're still getting the same quantity of players that you were supposed to.
Assuming they want to kick back that pick, maybe it's a later pick, but I'd love it if that could happen.
I'm on the phone right now trying to get the pick. Seriously.
You're not waiting until it's on the clock.
No. Because I know one thing. I'll get the defensive player I want.
You'll get one of those studs for sure.
If you make me wait 6 more picks after that, I'll take Messidor. But I think that's where you're at. I think 6 picks later, the difference between 6 picks later could be potentially getting Bailey or getting Messidor.
So what does
6 spots?
Right.
That's what it means.
What's Cleveland want to do in this situation?
They want to take Freeland, the offensive tackle from
Georgia.
Very nice.
From Georgia,
and then they come back at 20 and take another O lineman.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I know everything is pointing to them. They really do like Freeling a lot, and they think taking him at 6 is too rich.
Okay.
Which is why I guess we got the report about Cornell Tate going there if he's on the board.
Yeah.
Because I mean these offensive tackles, that's a reach unless it's Malinois or maybe Fano.
Yeah, and even then, there's going to be questions about, all of these players. That's why, I've heard Brian say numerous times he'd be terrified to be picking an offensive lineman in the top 15 of this draft.
I would, unless it was Malinois. He's the one guy, and I
like Spencer Fano a lot. I would be totally confident taking him.
I have him as well. But I don't have as many questions about Malinois as I do the rest of those guys.
Okay, elsewhere here in the C-Note, Todd Archer has a story up about E.J. Smith's visit with the Cowboys last week. Emmett's kid, he was in Dallas for the Dallas Days workout on Thursday. He's got a shot. He's going to be here. We're going to see him in camp. We're going to interview Emmett's kid in camp. We're going to do this, right?
I think we could. I think day 3, man, that makes a ton of sense.
We're going to draft him. We're going to make a special moment.
I think that could happen.
We're kind of into that, aren't we, Dawson?
I think so.
Jerseys and making stories. Let dreams come true.
He's an absolute stud at Jesuit.
Deuce Vaughn.
Went to Stanford.
Yeah, if you did it for Deuce Vaughn, why wouldn't you do it for E.J. Smith?
He's bigger than Deuce Vaughn, a lot bigger than Deuce Vaughn.
Oh, yeah.
Does he got a chance of being a player in the NFL?
Yeah, he's a tough runner. I mean, I don't know that he'll ever be, your bell cow starting running back, but is a running back by committee type of player. If you have an injury, a dude that can come in and start for you for a game here and there. I think E.J. Smith is a solid back.
We have some details in here on the topic of hosting a Super Bowl. Stephen Jones saying, I will say with all the new stadiums coming on board, it will make it hard. Jerry saying it has to be right. It has to be under the right conditions. There are a lot of nuances and responsibilities that teams and markets take on when you do a Super Bowl. The way the Super Bowl goes, there's a lot behind the scenes trading going on. All of that is a consideration. So they were asked about it last week at the league meetings, and neither one of them sounds optimistic or even that interested. It sounds like it might not be worth all the hassle to them.
I'll tell you, the amount of money they're about to make on the World Cup.
Yeah, that's true.
Is it a lot?
Makes up for it all.
Makes up for it all. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait, man.
They probably got PTSD from the last time they did it. That's why he said conditions. He did the quotes, conditions. He meant weather conditions.
Are we still being sued for that? Are we
Maybe.
Are we still in litigation of that one?
That's a good point. Maybe they legally can't host a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it did get ugly as they tried to add a bunch of seating in the days leading up to it to sell additional tickets and make extra money, and then it didn't come together right. I'm sure some people, but not all, remember it. It was 16 years ago now, but a lot of those seats didn't come together, and people went to the Super Bowl at AT&T Stadium, and they had to watch the game from a room on TV inside the stadium because their seats didn't work. Couldn't get them cleared with the
we had a massive snow.
Safety.
Didn't we have
and all
an
that.
ice storm, really bad ice storm?
Yeah, there was another lawsuit in 2014 they had to settle with the NFL because somebody got hurt with ice falling from the stadium the same week as the Super Bowl. So that also went down.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that one kind of wasn't their fault.
No, that's
that one
just
just
there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah,
that's
but maybe they're not ready. Maybe they're not ready for a cold weather situation and to put the NFL's liability at risk like that.
They haven't even gotten to the national championship for the college football playoff back, right? They just had Ohio State, Oregon back in 2015, 16.
I think the Cotton Bowl is about to roll it back around, though.
I feel we're 10 years removed. Why hasn't it happened yet?
It's fascinating, though, and something tells me there's got to be an interesting article from Wickersham or somebody, coming in the not too distant future. Yeah, let's get Don Van Natta on the scene, dude. He'll spell it out. We got Krusty's Corner coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, let's continue on the draft talk. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ. Sean is back. We've got a national champ in college basketball, and hopefully
Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. And thank you to Greystone for being a part of this one as well. Can I have my public service announcement for cooking here?
What do you got? Dude, thank you for the beer can chicken apparatus.
Oh, yeah. How'd that go?
Came out nicely, dude.
You did?
Came out real nice.
Nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be a new staple.
Well, I'm glad you can use it.
Thank you for that, dude. Hardest part was not just chugging the beer.
Yeah. Well, you could pour like half of it, then chug the beer.
That was the play.
Did you fill it all the way up?
No. I didn't fill it all the way up.
Yeah.
You said go up like a third or whatever,
exactly.
2/3.
There you go. I'm glad it worked out for you.
It was great.
You can put some stuff into that. You can put spices and stuff in the beer. Okay.
I saw Matt Pittman. That's what he was doing. I was like, shoot, I'll throw some garlic and stuff in there.
Yeah, that's
keeps it juicy, man.
It does. It really, really does. All right, this is my public service announcement for you folks out there that like to cook.
I know.
If you're using a mandolin, make sure you use the safety guard on it. I basically took the end of my finger off.
Ooh, I think Michael Jordan did that once with a cigar cutter.
The tip of my finger.
He lost that in the bed, I heard.
In a bed?
Yeah, it was the pinky, wasn't it?
If you're using a mandolin to make your onions really, really thin, or you're using it for salads to make cucumbers, put cucumbers in your salad, use the guard or use a glove or don't be an idiot. Don't be an idiot like me.
Got your index finger?
Got my index finger.
You just chop it off?
Here, I'll show you.
Oh, do we want to look? Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, it took a nice little chunk out there.
Take a chunk off the end right there.
Mm-hmm.
They say it'll grow back. But right
That's
now
a tough one.
it's pretty.
Has it been a pain to have to clean and maintain?
Oh yeah, it's clean. Matter of fact, the doctor that hooked me up was a Tolo.
Hell yes.
He's like, man, I didn't expect to see you on a Saturday afternoon. And I said, I didn't expect to be in here because I was trying to make a salad. But I was trying to cut up those vegetables.
Dude, salad hazards are real. Remember that happened to Dusty May. Cut his throat. And he was he missed an extended period of time for the Dodgers because salad little lettuce cut him in the throat. Now you're cutting your finger on it.
That's right.
It might be just a stay away.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, just don't eat salad.
Just be careful.
You know what? It's for rabbits anyway.
Just be careful if you're out there using the mandolin. Make sure you use the guard. Make sure you use a glove. Don't be like me.
You're watching all these guys with their knife tricks and their high dexterity moves.
I admire these guys and gals that cook the way they do. My favorite thing to watch on YouTube now is a channel called Bon Appetit, and it's and they go and it's these Michelin chefs around the country. Love it. love to watch their stories and how they prep and all that stuff like that. So that's my new thing. I don't even watch TV anymore.
Cut with caution, man.
Cut with caution. All right. I want to talk about, if I could, let me ask you this. Would you guys be interested?
Okay, professional chef here. Use a cut glove when using a mandolin.
Thanks, chef.
That's the 214.
No, chef. Thank you.
I didn't know that there were.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that thing either.
Yeah. He's absolutely right.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot. Yeah. And listen, the mandolin.
That's really the big takeaway
he
here.
says one just to have.
No,
he says he cut the tip off a finger of his back in culinary school.
Here,
I like you specified.
Well,
been a cut glove guy ever since.
Ever since that it's happened, I'm now kind of like, I still want to use the mandolin because it's a great way
Don't play scared.
It's a great way to make the vegetables. Like if you want to do like saute them and get them thin, it's a great way to do it. And you do it with potatoes. You can make you make potato chips.
Sweet potatoes.
You do
potatoes.
it. Okay. But yeah,
Put on a fork,
chef's
take a
right.
bite.
Thank you for the insight, chef.
It's a bust.
Use a glove, use a guard, use something. Because don't be an idiot and don't have to show up and
Don't be an idiot.
Never go full Broadus with the mandolin.
Yep. Never do. All right. Can I interest you guys in a defensive tackle?
Say what?
I just in the draft. Can I interest you in a defensive tackle?
Gavin's out. I saw the eye roll.
Is it the Big Citrus?
No.
Because I do like that nickname.
Oh, I love the big Dominic Orange.
Are we talking about? Just a space eater?
No.
Talking about a penetrator?
A penetrator. But I got some particulars about this young man.
Which penetrator are you looking at here?
I'm looking at the penetrator that goes to the Naval Academy.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, we're going right to the penetration station.
Lando.
Cowboys usually prefer Penn State penetrators.
Yeah.
It's true.
This is one Landon.
It's a Micah Parsons joke and a Sandusky joke all wrapped into one.
Wow. I wanted to make sure that I wanted to talk about this guy because I was late to the game. I was late. Like almost 200 players in, I was late to the game on this guy. This guy's, in my book, a fourth-round player.
This is a guy you would have been super ticked off if this could have been your Puka.
You're gonna love this guy because he's one of the freak athletes of this class.
This guy might. It's funny, and I'll ask you this, Wolchuk, when I'm done. I'm talking about a young man named Landon Robinson.
Okay.
From the Naval Academy. Now, here's the measurables for Landon Robinson. He's 6 foot, 287 pounds.
Oh, wow. Squatty.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very squatty.
Very squatty.
I think he kind of reminded me a little bit of Kalijah Cansey from Pitt. Came out a couple of years ago.
Okay, yes.
Not quite as well-rounded, but he's got some certain attributes in size comp.
I was watching.
He sawed off.
I was watching him play, and as I'm going through it, I'm watching play against Notre Dame, and they're kind of not blocking him. And I'm watching, like, the Memphis game. They're not really blocking him very well. He was at the East-West game. Yeah. Saw him there. And I was thinking, man, I saw him at the East-West game. I'm thinking, this is an interesting player, but he's short. And watched him get short. He's short. And then I started watching the tape, and I said, this is a guy that Les Snead at the Rams would draft.
Oh, yeah.
This is Poona Ford.
This is
very similar.
This is
but
Les
faster.
Snead. Yeah, this is a Les Snead special right here, is what this guy is. But I was just thinking, at 6'4", 287, who was our guy last year that we had that was 5'10", 5'11", the center?
Oh, UNC.
From North Carolina last year.
Oh,
he went to the Rams as well.
Will Lampert or something
Willie
like
Lampert.
that? Yeah.
Willie Lampkin.
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 That was my guy.
Willie Lampkin.
I loved him.
Yeah.
Mighty Mouse.
But this guy right here, and I'm telling you this guy has got unbelievable leverage, the first step quickness. Mm-hmm. He's a violent pass rusher.
Hands are super fast.
Hands are super fast. He could split double teams at being 6 foot, 287. He just doesn't have the traditional size for an NFL lineman. And because he's just not the tallest guy, but gosh, he plays hard.
Dude, he was 13th on the Feldman Freaks list.
Yeah, 2 years in a row.
I didn't know anything about this guy until I saw him at the East-West game.
Okay, Eric, get ready to change your undies. All right, he was the strongest player at Navy. What do you think he squatted?
I'm looking at it right now.
You see it's 665?
795 pounds.
Bench, 465.
465 on the bench press. The vertical?
33 inches.
33-inch vert for this fella?
Yeah.
And a top speed of over 20 miles per hour?
He wasn't invited to the combine.
That is a joke.
So crazy.
This is not a combine player. But I was just watching tape, and I'm like, okay, I got the name to watch, to study. Botch Lombardi does a great job when I work with him. He gives me some names. He's like, watch this guy. But I don't know, Zach. What do you got on him? What did you think?
I agree with you 100%. I've got him in the 4th. I think at 112, I'd consider him. I mean, is he somebody that the Cowboys absolutely need when you have a bunch of,
I'm just saying
the depth though at defensive tackle.
Well, maybe not for the Cowboys. Maybe not for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think Seattle, the Rams, even Kansas City. These teams that are okay with some undersized defense. He's not going to be for everybody.
Just the good teams. Just the awesome teams.
New England with Vrabel, I could see loving this guy. Tennessee's got a good eye at times for defensive tackles. They got a new coach, but he's a slippery kind of guy. He's tough to. He's hard to move. He's super strong at the point of attack.
Yeah,
and I just love his burst. I mean, he's super quick. The hand fighting that he's able to do. He can split the guard and center. To your point, I think.
Are we too high? Let's ask you this: are we too high on a guy that's 6 foot, 287 pounds?
I kind of champion the small guys. So for me, I mean, I've been fighting for the tiny corners. Finally, the tiny corners getting some love this
Tiny
year.
man lover, Zach Wolchuk.
Yeah, I like the undersized dudes that just play with heart and fight their ass off.
In 2024 versus Army, when Army was ranked 19th, he had 13 tackles, a forced fumble, and he took a fake punt 29 yards on a 4th and 5 in the 4th quarter.
Yeah. He's a fun player.
I mean, dude. I like this guy.
I tell you what, I'm a big fan of this player. I just wonder if we're in a day and age where the measurables are too much. If you just watch the tape, you'd absolutely take him. But do you think there's a chance that he would go undrafted because he's 6 foot?
I had our guy Lampkin in the 4th last year, and he went undrafted. Now he's with the Eagles. Yeah. So maybe. But I think he's too athletic, and he fits a spot that it's hard to find guys that are difference makers at defensive tackle. So I think he will go day 3 at some point.
Have I asked you guys this question, speaking of the Cowboys? Did I ask you the double dip question? Where you would double dip?
Which position?
Which position you would double dip at?
In the first round?
Yeah.
Or just in general?
First round.
Like 12 and 20, you're taking the same position?
Taking the same position. If you got to say you stood there with your picks, is there a position that you would double dip at if you're the Dallas Cowboys?
If we were still in a world
give
where...
me a reason why you would do it.
If we were still in a world where Styles was going to be there at 12, and you could tell me you're taking it's Styles and Jacob Rodriguez,
gosh, yes.
I'd be like, okay, yeah, now you're talking about a decade of dominant linebacker play, and you're going Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman on this thing, or Greenlaw and Fred Warner or something, just dominance right there. But based on what is most likely to be there, I think there's a chance that Bain falls to you at 12 and Mesidor at 20, and just give me Bain and Mesidor, and I'll just go with that. You can't have enough defensive linemen that played him good football.
Yeah.
So I'd go Bain and Mesidor. You could go any position here, but based on the players you think could be there, I would go D-line.
I think we can get Styles and another linebacker with the trade with Cleveland. What's the linebackers look like at 39, you think? Who's on the board right there?
Anthony Hill Jr. from Texas.
I mean, maybe J-Rod.
Maybe. I really think he's going to go late 1. I do. But if he's there at 39, hell yeah, let's party. I think C.J. Allen from Georgia is going to make it unless Tampa Bay takes him. The Bucs could take Mesidor too. I think they like Mesidor quite a bit. But at 39, I think that's a great spot for Anthony Hill Jr.
I wonder if you would take an inside and an outside linebacker.
Okay.
Oh, so you're going to do the thing where it's an outside linebacker, but it's your edge rusher, right?
Cincinnati.
But it's a linebacker, but he's actually like your edge.
He's your edge rusher.
Yeah. But see, you could do that with if you could get Reese.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think Malachi Lawrence from UCF would be a perfect fit at 39. That's an edge rusher that's a stand-up outside linebacker kind of dude.
Yeah. I'm kind of in that. I mean, the more I work through this draft, the more I want them to do the 6 and 39.
Yeah.
Amen.
I just do not want them to. I don't want to wait. I do not want to wait to 12 to figure this out. I'd rather have my fate in my hands And
would you be sick to your stomach if you trade up to 6 and you get Bailey or something, and then it turns out Downs fell to you to 12?
No.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, the first 4 picks are Jeremiah Love and Carnell Tate and Monroe Freeling.
All of the offensive players go.
You'd love either one of the players. You'd absolutely love either one of the players.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't feel bad. I'd feel good that I'd made sure I got one of those guys.
Right.
But if I sit there at 12, I might not get either one of them.
No doubt. Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here on The Fan, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. 2 down, 2.5 to go. Rangers baseball coming up at 6:30. Chief, what is next?
Around the Rim, it's the Cooper Flag Show featuring Cooper Flag alongside Cooper Flag next to the name.
paint that needed attention, and that's when I reached out to CertaPro Painters and CertaPro.com. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And here's the deal. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. So whether inside or out, you can protect your home with quality paint and a worry-free process. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
Hello, Dallas. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America, N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Hi, everybody. Brad Sham for John D'Angelo. If you have a house to sell that needs work, you need to talk to John D'Angelo. John buys houses, usually older homes that need work. Condition is not an issue. John will share current market information with you so you can make an informed decision, and you'll feel at ease dealing with John. You'll notice and appreciate the considerate way he does business. Call John D'Angelo today at 214-320-8816 or visit JohnD'AngeloInc.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppa here for one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas. Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep on the east side of DFW between Highway 80 and I-20. And, of course, it's Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Right now, take advantage of the Declaration of Deals sales event at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, one of the biggest selections you're going to find anywhere. Brand new Chryslers, Dodge, Rams, and Jeeps. All start the process online. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. And then you drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Hour 3 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers baseball's coming up at 6:30. They're going to host Seattle. Looking forward to that. But let's celebrate this Cooper Flag guy with a little afternoon rim sesh with the Chief.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. And the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Cooper Flag becomes the youngest player in NBA history to record 45 or more points in back-to-back games and retakes the leader spot for the Rookie of the Year.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, incredible. Almost surreal, I'd say, what we're going through.
Yeah.
To imagine what expectations were at the beginning of this and the Pandora's box of what it is for a first overall pick and how good or bad it can be, for it to be this good is it's really unbelievable, and it imagines you to get back into that mode of thinking, have they found another championship player? I remember around this time in Luka's rookie year, it was like the thought being, oh yeah, it's a matter of when, not if. This guy's going to take you to a title.
Yeah, for sure. Like this is exactly what we were all hoping to see, and to see him be able to just explode offensively this early in his career, where he can have games like this.
Yeah,
and be able to put it all together. I think a lot of it, so much of it for me, comes down to, can he be consistent with the jump shot? And you've seen times where it's looking more consistent. He doesn't really shoot a ton of threes, and his three ball has not been great this year, but that certainly changed on Friday night versus the Magic, where he was hitting threes at a pretty abundant rate, going 6 of 9 from downtown. Like, you want to see him be confident to where he is shooting more. There's so many games where it's like it's 1-3 attempted for Cooper Flagg, 2, 3 threes. Like, you want to see that get into where he's taking 5, 6 threes a game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just want him to be able to have that in his arsenal, and for defenders to have to respect that. And performances like what he had on Friday night, and then doubling down on last night versus the Lakers, and just being able to put performances like this together is incredible. Like, he's been able to get to the rack all season long, and now to see him score at every level where it's like, okay, now it's the mid-range, now it's the three-point shot, and the competitive spirit here. Like, I'm wondering what fueled this. I think it's on Friday with all the Concanipple love. You're doing straw polls with ESPN, and it's 80-20 in favor of Concanipple. He's your rookie of the year. All the noise about Concanipple. You have the Luka return for the weekend. Luka's supposed to have a huge weekend here in Dallas, whether he's playing in the game or not. They're thinking he's doing events. It's like, it's all about Luka's coming back. I think that lit a fire under him. And then you have Kidd and Najee Marshall being ejected, and all of a sudden it was like, okay, watch this, dude.
Yeah.
In that fourth quarter, it was ridiculous.
Well, you just had the whole Luka trade stuff get brought back up because of Cuban saying Kidd was involved. So now Kidd's got to be asked questions about that, and it's like, you know what? Kid wants to move, and let's turn the page here. We got Cooper Flagg. Cooper Flagg's going to give you a reason. Yeah, you guys, you're fine. I'm here now. Let's not worry about this. But he's on pace to be the first rookie to lead his team in points, rebounds, assists, and steals since Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that is freaking unbelievable.
There are
so many Scantron.
So many Jordan and Wilt Chamberlain comparisons that are coming through here.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's really all it is. It's like Wilt. Yeah. You see some Allen Iverson stuff.
You bring up a really interesting question, though, that I've been thinking about for the last minute or so, which is what fueled this. And I guess in my mind, I have not thought that Cooper Flagg is that guy to be motivated from the outside noise. I've thought of him as just a young player who's trying to find his way amidst welcome to the NBA moments. And maybe this was just a breakout from him struggling and trying harder, to have an efficient game. And this is just ultimately the result of his talent. I hadn't really thought that maybe he was that kind of ultra competitor that's taking that outside stimulation and putting in incredible Hulk type of performances. And I don't know if I want it to be that way or not. I really like the idea of a quiet, humble kid who's just going to work hard on both ends. As sort of the ultimate post-Luka elixir that you need. Just the perfect superstar that's humble and hardworking and, lets the chips fall where they will.
Yeah, and I think he's shown that he is that guy, and then certain things can really ratchet it up even more. And he can find other things to sort of fuel him, and you get him in that assassin mode. And that's something that we loved about Luka.
Yep.
Yeah. Like late in games, road environments, people are chirping. Yeah. And okay, watch this, dude.
And I thought in that breakout game, the 51, like there were some heat check shots that went in.
Like he was playing with ultra confidence, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't seen him just pull up, like, especially again with the three balls where he's not really trying to take that many of those. And then all of a sudden it's like, I'll shoot 9 of these and I'll just pull up on you. And I'll do a step back to the right as a right-hander. That ain't easy.
No.
That ain't easy at all. He was making some tough shots, and then tough shots in the lane, in traffic. Yeah. And be able to have the touch that he has. And then he's also got just the dominant dunk ability where he's putting dudes on posters left or like get out of the way. So like he's really showing a lot here.
Full arsenal.
That makes you feel okay, dude. When you can really hone in on having the consistency with your jumper, everything else will fall into place, and you know what type of defender he is.
When that jumper starts falling or continues to fall, that's when it gets to okay, maybe multiple MVPs.
Right.
Maybe he's going to be the guy to be the best player in the league for a while and win multiple championships with. I don't think it doesn't have to be elite outside shooting, but if it is, it will put him in the conversation of guys that have it on the
easy mode. I mean, he wouldn't have a weakness in his game.
Yeah. If you're talking about elite outside shooting, then you're talking about far and away the best player in the sport. But if you could just get to respectable and good, and then have these nights where you're just you've caught a hot streak and you're just going berserko. Mm-hmm. But I mean, to be this age and be able to drop 50 spots on people, and do it efficiently
with great defense.
Right.
That's the difference. Like a guy like Kyrie Irving or Damian Lillard, they're incredible offensive players, but awesome defensive performances are going to neutralize them in big moments. I think what you saw in the last couple of games from Cooper Flagg is he might be one of those guys like Kevin Durant in his prime, or maybe like Wemby is now, that there's nothing you can do right now to slow this dude down.
100%. Yeah. And I saw this from Stat Muse. Fun fact, Cooper Flagg has more points in his last 2 games than Con Knipple has in his last 6 games.
Woo!
Wow.
He's cranking up the heat right now.
How important is the general manager hire then for him? You guys talk about his development and all that and what he potentially can do, but how important is the guy kind of building the team around him?
Oh, what? That's going to be.
This is going to be a big pick.
Huge.
Yeah.
Because
we're winning championships.
What if all of a sudden, you're talking about like the championships and stuff like that, but what if he's one of these guys who's just a star and they never get players around him?
Well, it sucks to be that guy. It sucks to be a fan of that team. Eventually, by the end of it, you're bored by the playoffs, and it's just a constant reminder of what he can't do instead of enjoying what he can. But yeah, the GM's going to be ultra important for winning a championship or winning multiple championships, because you can't keep teams together anymore.
No, you can't, and that's what I'm saying. I would hate for them to waste this type of talent, just nickel and diming it and not really doing what they need to do, or picking poor players, spending money the wrong way, bad coaches, whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
But you get the opportunity to get a guy like this who could be legendary type of a player.
Mm-hmm.
But you
can't screw that up.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to put the pressure on you. Now, in this player era, like Giannis in Milwaukee, we see it all the time.
Yeah.
You guys aren't putting a team around me, I'm going to leave.
Yeah.
So he's got that in his back pocket.
And sometimes, a team like Milwaukee tries everything they possibly can and pushes every button, but it doesn't equal elite roster, so the guy leaves anyway, and it is really tough, to be in one of those situations. But I don't know. I forgot what I was going to say. Back to you, Chief.
Okay, so we also have the Luka injury.
Yeah, which is a bummer, and I guess initially he was ruled out for the year and the playoffs probably. Now he's going to try and come back for the playoffs and go seek help in Europe.
Yeah, he's getting the specialized medical treatment.
He's going
in
over
Europe.
Him and Tiger roommate now.
Well, this isn't the drug rehab.
Oh no,
they'll be across the street from each other.
Airbnb, yeah.
Grade 2 left hamstring issue, and I guess he's going to get them stem cells. That's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
And the doctors on Twitter are like, if they do this right, 3 or 4 weeks, he could be back.
Wow. I didn't realize there were still treatments that you had to go overseas to get. That's unfortunate that he's got to do that.
I know. It really is.
Maybe he's using it as an opportunity to go see his kids at the same time.
Yeah, a little 2 birds situation. I get that.
Yeah.
Family man.
But that was, JJ Redick's being criticized for playing him because he was clearly gimpy, like early in the second half of that game on Thursday night or whatever it was, and they just kept playing him, and it backfired in a big way. Now, you saw it. If the Mavs are able to beat you, you don't have Luka and Reeves. Lakers are completely, and that's with LeBron having a great game last night.
Yeah, it's brutal for them. I think it's brutal for Luka fans. It is. I think if you're a pure Mavs fan, or if you are a Lakers hater, as I have been from birth, it's worth appreciating the fact that now two playoff windows in a row. Maybe they're not going to have enough to get it done. We knew that already, but now this prevents them from maybe generating the kind of momentum. The month of March was terrific for them. Would they go 14-2?
Yeah, they were legit.
They were building towards the momentum, and now this burst their balloon once again. If you want Luka back with the Mavericks, this is a continuation of that potential story arc.
Well, this was Jason Kidd responding to Mark Cuban and the podcast comments about Kidd's involvement in Luka's trade. Here was your head coach.
Did you feel blindsided when you heard that?
Blindsided? Maybe that's a good way to put it. When I found out about it, I just looked at it as this is cute. And he has a right to his opinion. opinion, but I'm here to tell you the truth. I'm not here to hide or run. I'm here to tell you exactly what happened, and that's what happened.
Yeah.
So he's
I got people in the Mavs.
Full denial.
I got people in the Mavs that tell me he's not lying. So we'll see.
I kind of believe him. Maybe I shouldn't, but I kind of do. Maybe I just want to.
Yeah, it's weird, man, when you have two guys that are being pretty brash in their thoughts on something and their opposite thoughts.
Yeah.
It's hard to know.
I believe,
who's
but at the end of the day, like, Mark, you hired both these guys.
Yeah.
Like, you can say now what you want, but you liked them enough to hire them both.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get a lot of fire Kidd.
He never said anything about Jason Kidd until now. He's kind of being a little petty, maybe.
The guy doing all the talking is kind of a bitter guy right now.
Yeah.
I tend to if you've got an axe to grind kind of guy, and you sold the team, you made your $2 billion, move on. Don't talk about regrets and all this stuff. You made the determination. You and your team vetted this group. And they had the money. They signed things over. They paid you. They put the money in your account. You can't go back and have buyer's remorse that way. You've got to find it. But he seems like the guy that's kind of like they kind of kicked him to the little kids table, as I said earlier, and he's taking it very personally right now. I believe Jason Kidd here. I absolutely believe Jason Kidd.
I don't know who to believe, to be honest with you. I don't feel like Jason Kidd has come off as the most honest guy from the very beginning through this, from that initial press conference through that clip right there. But I also understand that Mark Cuban is a guy of significant ego, and he has been petty in the past. But I just think it's highly likely that everybody here is trying to position themselves to look the best in the eyes of the fans. And maybe, based on what people know to be the truth, they're both speaking their truth. I don't think Mark Cuban would just make this up. I don't think he's so butthurt that he's like, watch me go drag Jason Kidd for nothing.
I would, because the way he came out and talked about Finley, didn't know anything about it. There's people in the organization say that Finley was part of it. Yeah. So I think he's trying to position Finley in a way where there's no blood on his hands.
So if he gets the GM job?
If he gets the GM job, and he could bring Mark back in the circle.
Yeah.
I mean,
it
makes sense.
It is possible that the same exact events could be interpreted differently, depending on, what your perspective was or what your level of info is. And, maybe Mark Cuban is that mad to be out here making stuff up, but that by itself is tough because you have an established relationship with him, and you hired him.
He's done a great job.
Yeah.
Anytime he's really gotten to the conference finals, he's been a good coach.
Things did get sideways, though. Remember when Jason Kidd left the Mavs as a player after the championship?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they didn't have a great relationship.
Maybe this is just a rekindling of that tension from the past. Well, there it is, a proper rim session here for you on a Monday afternoon, a historic basketball Monday afternoon, thanks to Cooper Flagg. We got Jared Sandler set to join you and talk Rangers baseball coming up next here. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
All right, Dawson back here with you. Wanted to chat about Men's Tea Clinic before we did anything else, though, because if you feel like you are running on empty out there and you want to have that younger, more energized version of yourself back at a moment's notice, go to Men's Tea Clinic, 972-GO-MEN'S Tea, mensteaclinic.com, and their testosterone replacement therapy program that our Tolos describe as life-changing is waiting for you. Very affordable. You might hear people talk about hormone replacement therapy, and yes, it is like a a fountain of youth. Yes, it will get you supercharged and optimized. You're going to feel great. The health benefits, performance upgrades across the board are there. But it's not expensive. Okay, very affordable cash options. They take your insurance as well. Men'sTClinic.com, 5 DFW locations, 972-GO-MEN'S-T. And, once you check into the Men's T Clinic nearest you, you will see for yourself why our Tolos describe them as life-changing, and you'll understand the greatness of testosterone replacement therapy. But that's not all they do. They have hair replacement, bedroom wellness, and natural therapies to improve your joints, get you back in the game for a weekend warrior type of stuff as well. 972-GO-MEN'S-T, Men'sTClinic.com. Salute.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
From the stockyards to the Star to the Perot Center, across DFW, the #1 property tax firm is North Texas Property Tax. Local experts that attained $1 billion in reductions for our clients last year. More savings and more personal service. We cater to high-end homeowners exclusively in Dallas, Tarrant, Collin, and Denton counties. No reduction, no fees, no risk. Save more, get more with North Texas Property Tax.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Mr. Smith, there's someone here to see you.
Who is it?
They say they're from the IRS.
No need to panic. Get tax attorney Nick Namath on the phone right away.
Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath with the law offices of Namath and Flores. If you're facing IRS wage levies, garnishments, tax liens, or unfiled returns, whether business or personal, call me now. Nick Namath, the Texas tax attorney at 972-484-0-TAX. That's 972-484-0829, or go to myirsteam.com. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Puka, Bella, I'm sure you've noticed some changes.
Who are you talking to?
I'm just practicing for when I have to tell the dogs about the twins. Because they'll
be fine in the spacious third row seat.
But the twins
can sleep peacefully thanks to the rear manual sunshade.
And what about the
extra cargo space for strollers and dog beds?
I guess you're right.
Can we go to the hospital now? The contractions are getting closer.
The 3-row Lexus TX. Because everyone should feel like the center of the universe. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Back pain, muscle strain, or a stomach ache? Skip the internet search and talk to a healthcare professional. Call Medical City Healthcare's Consult-A-Nurse to connect to an experienced licensed nurse who can provide health advice where and when you need it. Consult-A-Nurse is available 24/7 and it's free. Call 844-70-NURSE. When it's a question of your health, don't leave it to guesswork. Medical City Healthcare Consult-A-Nurse, the official healthcare system of the Texas Rangers.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Sean and RJ here with Base Power. Don't wait for peak storm season to prepare for it. That's why thousands of Texans are switching to Base Power. With Base Power, you got automatic whole home backup for up to 95% less than a generator.
For a limited time, get $100 off with the fan while install slots are open. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan, and take advantage of the $100 off offer by being a Tolo with Sean and RJ at Base Power.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Plucker's Wing Bar.
It's time for the annual Pluckers Draft Party on April 23rd. Join us at one of the 9 DFW Pluckers locations for specials on their wings and beer. Make sure you stay the whole time because as the night gets going, the specials get better. Find a location near you at pluckers.com.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers baseball is coming up at 6:30. A lot of good stuff to talk about, even though they got swept by the Reds, and Jared Sandler is set to join us to do just that right now here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333 with Franklin Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, looks like a lot of people siding with Jason Kidd on this one. And we'll see how this plays out. I would just say none of us were there, right?
Yeah, we don't know for sure.
None of us were there. Jason Kidd was there. Mark Cuban was there. I don't think Mark Cuban has a history of lying to the Mavericks fan base, does he? Does he have a history of being dishonest, making stuff up?
I don't know why. Why would he then go after Jason Kidd then the way he has? Why wouldn't you try and deflect it away if you really were caring about the organization, all that? Why do you bring the current head coach into the light?
Maybe he feels like the head coach was part of squeezing him out.
That's probably it. That's what I'm saying. This is a bitter,
and he feels like maybe the coach is getting away with something.
Yeah.
But just because
so he's making it personal, then is what he's done.
Well, I mean, is he making it personal, or did Jason Kidd make it personal by wanting to trade Luka? And Mark Cuban is just telling the truth. That people that don't side with him see as personal, but he's just sharing with you what really happened.
I think that Mark Cuban is just bitter. I just think he's really bitter, and he's taken a platform to go after people that listen. You're right. I mean, I know people I talked to, the Mavs, were saying that's not the case, and my guys could be completely off, but I don't think there's any reason for Mark Cuban to bring, like, if you want to say, hey, listen, it was unfortunate, we made a trade, it didn't work out. If you want to say that, but to drag people in who are currently the head coach, and if he feels bitter at Jason Kidd for pushing him to the little kids table after he sold the team, and he's thinking he's going to be able to have a say in what happens with all this.
Yeah.
No, once you put your name on that contract as far as selling, you're done. You don't get to be the governor, and you don't get to be the guy at meetings, and you still don't get to be the guy that is a mouthpiece for this team. You had that opportunity, sir. You sold that right to do that.
All right, there's other branches on this, and maybe we got plenty of show left. 2 hours to go until Rangers pregame. Maybe we'll pick this conversation back up as Jared Sandler joins you now here on your home of the Rangers. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you? Sands, we got you?
Oh, I got you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you. How concerning is it for you to get swept by the Reds this weekend?
I mean, not great at home, and
Looks like we're losing him.
Where the heck are you in the stadium now, Jared? Are we in the bows?
He usually walks to a good spot.
I think
he knows a spot in that stadium.
Yeah, this is his toilet time. I know his schedule, man. This is his toilet time. He's in a stall.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that could do it. I wonder.
I think he's doing.
He's doing during an interview.
I wonder if it's the same dead spot that's crushing our home run abilities out there. The offense.
He's right there at that 410-foot mark at center field.
There's something in the air.
Ridiculous.
I think the home run yesterday went 365 feet, and there's other much more briskly hit balls. There's got to be something to it, and I think at this point you might have to get the roster entirely turned over because it seems like it's messing with the players' heads as well. But on the Mark Cuban and Jason Kidd story, I think it's unfortunate right now what's happening to Jason Kidd. But at the same time, Jason Kidd sat there at the podium and had Nico say, "We're aligned on this." So I don't know how Jason Kidd managed to get the public perception that he didn't do anything, but from the very beginning that the trade happened, Nico was saying that Jason Kidd was apparently aligned on basketball or business or whatever it takes, and I think in the weeks and months afterwards, Jason Kidd acknowledged that Nico did a nice job, and was aware of what it takes to make a championship team in this new era of the salary cap.
Yeah, but what is he supposed to say in that situation? You're the head coach. That's still currently your general manager. You're not going to go out publicly and just totally disagree with your current GM, and you're the head coach of the team in season. You kind of got to try and rally the troops at that point.
All right, Jared Sandler joining us now once again here on The Fan. Jared, how we doing? Jared, do we got you?
Jared, are you doing again?
Jared,
unbelievable, Jared.
I just butt cracked here.
Can you guys hear me?
We got you.
He lives.
Jared, tell us about these Rangers, man. What happened against the Reds?
Yeah, so not great. I'm trying to find a spot that's going to have way better service.
You
down
sound
the
good.
Field, but I sound okay right now.
Sound good.
Okay, I'm not going to move. We'll see how long it lasts.
Damn it!
Famous last
you
words.
Moved.
Let's see how long this lasts. Jared, thanks for giving it a shot. I mean, he does have the pregame coming up at 6:30, and you'll get plenty of Jared Sandler's thoughts on this baseball team. I think for all Rangers fans out there right now, it's not something they're outraged about or looking to scapegoat anybody. I think for a lot of people, it's just a quiet oh crap, is this who we really are now after seeing 2024 and 2025 and then the start that you had? And I don't know what's going to make that feeling go away. Maybe a couple of months of good baseball, but the first time you play a bad series, if you had started and won everything and you got to this point and now you were at 6-3, I think the feeling would still be there. And I don't know what it's going to take. For decades, we could trust these Rangers were going to hit. And anytime you would struggle, just look down there at that lineup. Now I try to do the same thing. I look at that lineup and I see 5-6 guys, some nights 7 or 8 guys that give you confidence, but then they go out there and have a series like that and remind you so much of everything that has happened post-World Series. I think it's just a quiet acknowledgement that this is probably who you are right now, or a fear that this really is who you are. And, of course, Brandon Nimmo and Andrew McCutchen aren't going to save you. Danny Jansen's not going to save you. As fun as those conversations were to have after a couple of series, well, those guys aren't, catalyst type of performers.
No, but you're supposed to have your catalyst. You're supposed to have Seager and Wyatt Langford and, to some extent, Berger being more consistent for you.
Well,
and
what so far.
Exactly.
That's he's going to have to. He's the guy that you think will turn it around because he hasn't had the stinker. The rest of these guys, like Peterson, just might not be working out. Berger's been good this year. Josh Smith, I think, has had a really poor start to the season.
Yes,
and that's shocking because he has started off really, really well the majority of the time, and then it's the second half of the season you worry about. But yeah, it was 3. You pitched really well again. It was very deja vu of what happened last year, where you're pitching phenomenally well, you're losing games 2-0, 2-1. right? And you just can't come up with hits. So the magic number seems to be 4. They're 4-0 this year when they score 4 or more runs. Can you get to 4 runs? You got to have a good chance to win if you do that.
Yeah, and Brandon Nimmo at the leadoff spot is giving you a chance.
He's been fantastic.
I mean, he's hitting .389, and he's getting on base like 47% of the time. Seager and Langford need to be doing something with that.
They absolutely do, And
the big thing was moving Seager back in the lineup to give him more opportunity to get guys on base to drive in.
Yeah, and he hit 3 runs in the opening road trip, but he soured like the rest of the lineup did once they got back home.
And outside of Saturday and Sunday, it's been 3 runs or more. Okay, I don't think it's as bad as it's been over the last couple of years. And the great news is, with what Leiter did and what Mackenzie Gore has flashed and what Kamar Rocker did over the weekend, this is legitimately a pitching staff that's 7 or 8 deep with quality arms, and maybe the top 4 is going to be the best top 4 that you have, assuming that DeGrom and Eovaldi do what it's expected. And Jacob is on the hill tonight, pregame at 6:30, first pitch at 7:05 against the Rangers. Logan Gilbert, then Kirby, then Wu in the finale. But it's 3 righties in a row against your Texas Rangers starting at 6:30 here on the Fan. Little mixed bag coming up next, Wolchuk.
Yeah, let's mix in some Andrew Luck. We'll talk about the national championship tonight. Who you got, UConn or Michigan? That's next in the nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. Nobody cares about your bracket, but today we do, so we will talk about the final and how you finished. Plus, weird question, would you be disappointed if Cooper Flagg had the career of Allen Iverson? Join the show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
What's up, everybody? With Westwood One Sports. Coming up on Saturday in the big college basketball tournament. Can't wait for this game. Michigan and Arizona. Michigan currently about a 1-point favorite. Total in the game 157.5. And I like Arizona a lot in this game. I think Arizona has the best team. I think Arizona wins and route to a championship. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, Dawson back here with you. Wanted to chat briefly with you about the Frankels because life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Sometimes when you least expect it, everything's going great, you're heading home, and then negligence finds you. If you're hurt, not your fault, call the Frankels. They will make sure you don't settle for less. The guilty party, they're going to get the best possible attorneys and fight and battle to get you to settle for less, and they're good at it. The great news is the Frankels used to work for some of those insurance companies, learned all their tricks and tactics that they've used over the years to get you to settle for less, and now they use that information to protect us, the victims of negligence here in North Texas. Scott and Mark Frankel are the best. Like I said, they used to work for those insurance companies, and they only get paid when you win, so no out-of-pocket cost, right? The guilty party is going to get the best possible attorneys. You should as well, and for us here at The Fan, that has always been the Frankels. Scott and Mark, 214 or 817, then nothing but threes. That'll get you a hold of the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com, principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Many people are looking to buy a home, wonder about down payment assistance programs. Well, TexasLending.com has down payment assistance programs, and there are great deals for you. When you're trying to buy that home, you're looking for the lowest out-of-pocket, with the lowest payment possible, and that's what TexasLending.com is here for. We have loan officers who care, and they close your loans fast. Call TexasLending.com, 972-387-4600. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci. They're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Everyone has a horizon, The line you can't see past. Before it, the familiar. Beyond it, the unknown. Enter the Lexus GX. It's designed to be capable. It's designed to be luxurious. But most of all, it's designed to get you past your horizon. And the nice thing about horizons is that once they're crossed, there's always another, patiently waiting its turn. Live up to it. The Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Caught in an online health advice rabbit hole? Get real answers from a real healthcare professional. Call Medical City Healthcare's Consultant Nurse to connect to an experienced licensed nurse who can provide health advice where and when you need it. Consultant Nurse is available 24/7 and it's free. Call 844-70-NURSE. When it's a question of your health, don't leave it to guesswork. Medical City Healthcare Consultant Nurse, the official healthcare system of the Texas Rangers.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This message is sponsored by BetterHelp, and the leading online therapy platform, BetterHelp, now accepts insurance in Texas, making therapy far more accessible for people who have previously thought it was too expensive to start. With quick coverage checks, easy online matching, and average copays around $23, this removes a major barrier and helps more people get support when they need it most. As I've discussed a lot on these airwaves, therapy has been a game changer in my adult life, and BetterHelp is the next evolution of this as the largest online therapy platform with more than 30,000 therapists and having served more than 6 million people globally with an average rating of 4.9 stars out of 5. Here's how it works. BetterHelp does the initial work for you via a short questionnaire that helps identify your needs, and with BetterHelp's 12 years of experience and industry-leading match fulfillment rate, they typically get it right. Fill out the questionnaire and check your coverage today at betterhelp.com/KRLD. That's betterhelp.com/KRLD. Average copay is based on eligible members. Actual cost and coverage may vary by plan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
March matchups are down to one game. Trade the championship in all 50 states with Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. As the odds move, you can buy in and out of your position all game. Download the Kalshi app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
We've been watching tape since November. We were live from the Combine. And now, turn it on and leave it on all day as we ramp up our Pluckers path to the draft, leading you up to America's best radio draft coverage April 23rd, 24th, and 25th, right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Football's finest with the Chief coming up here at 5 o'clock. It's time now for a mixed bag. Wolchuk.
All right, let's do it. Trayden Stukes coming in. That is the Arizona safety / corner. The Cowboys are going to be interviewing him, part of their 30 visits. So that's another defensive back to add to your list. That's a hell of a player right there.
Super versatile.
He is
absolutely.
He is super versatile.
Really, really good. And the roof will be open tonight at Globe Life Field. So if you're going out there for the game between the Rangers and the Mariners, pregame at 6:30 right here on The Fan. Gosh, that Paul Bart does look beautiful with the roof open. Maybe we can get the jet stream. from the old stadium to pop back into this new one. That'd be really, really nice to see. So we can get some runs going out the ballpark here. Great pitching matchup. Logan Gilbert, Jacob deGrom. Did get some good Stars news today. As Gully said, Roddick Fox is getting close to returning. He's a little bit ahead of schedule. Gulleton also said that Nathan Bastian will be out for 3 to 4 weeks. They hope everyone else is going to be back for Game 1 of the first round. So that would be Rope Hintz included in that as well. Tyler Myers, the defenseman whom they traded for at the deadline, could be back and playing in tomorrow night's game. So the Stars hopefully getting healthy at the right time.
That's all they need, and hopefully they're fresh. It stinks when a guy goes down for a month, but imagine the way that it rejuvenates his body and how fresh he's going to be for the playoff stretch. As long as you can knock off some of that rust, and we've seen this Stars team win on the road their entire window.
Yeah,
they don't care.
doubt.
You can have home ice advantage. They're coming to your house to win. They like it.
Yeah, they do. They do. And Sam Steele's another guy that's going to be back, and hopefully he's in the lineup. So we got encouraging news today from Gully and the Stars overall. The Stars also, they did that investigation. I don't know if you guys saw the video during the Stars goal chant. We had some Nazi salutes going down.
That was weird.
Yep. So they have actually banned an individual from the American Airlines Center after the internal investigation into a group of fans doing that Nazi salute at a home game back in December. Leah Simakopoulos has the story, but that's we don't need that.
He's the Grand Wizard.
Oh yeah. So the banning, I think that's good. I think
it's just one of those guys,
and there were 4 in the video did it, but only 1 has officially been banned.
You're gonna start snitching
on the other 3.
What about the other dudes, man?
Wait a second, they can come back, but I can't. What is this? Come on.
We'll let you back in 10 years if you give up the names.
I think they made a good decision here. Good for the Stars. Now, let's go to the NFL. Andrew Luck. You guys remember all of a sudden abruptly, Andrew Luck just decides, I'm retiring. I'm leaving.
I'll never forget it.
It's crazy what's going on with Andrew Luck there. I was just absolutely stunned the day it happened. Just start spreading around.
He's an academic.
Game.
He's an academic. He probably wants to be able to use his brain and all that.
He loves books, right, Eric? He loves books.
He does.
He wants to use his brain and all that.
He likes to read. Square.
Yeah. He's one of those nerdy Stanford dudes. He's not even built to play the game. Well, here was Eric Ebron, his tight end at the time when he was with the Colts, and he had this story about Andrew Luck's abrupt retirement.
Andrew then decides that he's so tired of, he don't tell nobody this is the backstory. He's so tired of injury and he just doesn't want to do surgery. You know who the man is around there that gets on everybody's nerves. Big draws over there behind that desk. He tells Andrew, this is word, bro. He tells Andrew, you're either playing this year or we're moving on. Who the would tell Andrew Luck that? Right?
That's crazy. I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Andrew Luck now says, I'm not going to be ready. I'm tired of playing with pain. I retire.
He's gone. Now, initially I was like, okay, if your GM gives you this type of ultimatum and you're Andrew Luck, you're the face of the franchise, and the Colts have been searching for a replacement ever since, let your quarterback get healthy, dude. You don't just say, okay, we're moving on, or you're playing.
Was Big Drawers in this story Jim Irsay or Chris Ballard?
This was Chris Ballard.
Chris Ballard, okay.
This was Chris Ballard.
Was this Ballard or was this the guy before Ballard?
No, this was Ballard, because Ballard's been there for 10 years now.
Okay.
So Luck today.
Who was the guy that was
before Chris Ballard?
He's with the Eagles now. Oh, I'll look it up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Andrew Luck.
You knew these things.
Commented, 10 years ago, dude. I've slept since then. Mike Chappell interviewed him on Fox 59, and Chris, he had this quote about Chris Ballard. He said, we have a wonderful partnership, especially through my decision to retire, and we remain close. Any notion of internal pressures that influence my decision are without merit. So he is saying that Eric Ebron is ball sacking us with this story. Well, it's a good story. He is defending Chris Ballard that he did not give him said ultimatum. But if I was a Colts fan and I heard this, and I'm like, look, Chris Ballard, you guys have kind of had us flirting around 500. You've had 1 playoff win in a decade. Dude.
Ryan Grigson, that's who I was thinking of.
Okay. Kick rocks. We're good here. We can move on from you as a general manager.
Yeah. If I was Jim Irsay in this situation and the story was conveyed to me as such, I would pick up the phone. I'd fire Chris Ballard. And then I'd call Andrew Luck and say, hey, how's it going? I just fired Chris Ballard.
Do you want to come back and play?
Yeah.
You want to leave your GM duties at Stanford and come play for me again? That'd be fun. But I guess they got Daniel Jones, so they're good. They're set at quarterback. Danny Dimes is their guy. They went ahead and paid him, and they overpaid for a wide receiver, too, in Alec Pierce. But we wish them the best, and we hope that the Colts go ahead and Colt once again. Let's get to, what's your level of interest tonight? UConn, Michigan. Hagee's saying this thing's already done. He knew how the end result was going to be as soon as UConn beat his Dukies in the Elite Eight. UConn's going to win. But you look at both these teams, we got a good amount of money on both rosters. You got over $10 million for the UConn team and $8 to $10 million for this Michigan team when they're trying to, Pete Narcos went ahead and found that for the NIL stuff. But UConn, they're scoring 9.3 points per game directly off screens. They're a big-time screen game. They've been dominant. Michigan, I did not expect to beat Arizona the way they did in the Final Four. I thought Zona might be able to win this thing. Michigan just destroyed them. So between these two squads, Michigan trying to get their second national championship. UConn never lost a national championship game. Looking to go, what is it, 7-0? I think they're 6-0 right now. You guys taking the Huskies or you taking the Wolverines?
Well, I'm going to take the Huskies on the money line if I'm going to bet them. I mean, they're 6.5-point dogs. That's a significant dog. They got something, though, including a championship formula.
Yeah, you can't underestimate the heart of a champion.
No.
But
Dan Hurley going for 3
Michigan
for 4.
has been on such a tear, dude. Like they are
by 30.
Yeah, they are mopping the floor with teams. They're not just scraping by. And to do that to Arizona, who, I mean, most people were saying like Arizona and Michigan, those are the two best teams, and they ran them completely off the floor. The Lindeborg injury, though, that's the only thing that really throws a wrench into this. If Lindeborg was 100% healthy, he's been a dominant force for Michigan. I think it would be a no-brainer. Michigan gets the dub, but the Lindeborg stuff makes things a little bit more interesting here because that guy has been so good, and now he's clearly banged up.
Yeah, and one point that I did find interesting was in Michigan, they were 0-2 in games with 63 possessions or fewer, so they want to go fast-paced. So if you're Dan Hurley and you're a UConn, slowing the game down is really in your best interest here. So for me, I mean, I can't really bet against Dan Hurley and the Connecticut Huskies in a game like this. He's going, if they win, he's a coach that's now taken him to 3 of 4 national championships. I mean, that's got to be like all-time. He's in that conversation.
All-time
John
stuff.
Wooden?
Yeah. His recruiting, his in-game coaching, his personality, like everything about this guy is incredible. And some of it is very polarizing, so this might be the jumping off point. Like if he has another thing tonight that he should get ejected for but doesn't get ejected for, could be a massive story. So I tip my hat to all of that stuff. But to answer your question from a few minutes ago, I'm still more interested in, are the Rangers going to hit?
Yeah.
This is for a champion, but I don't care nearly as much as I care about can the Rangers get to Wilson.
I'm with you. I'll have the 3 TV setup going on. I'll probably have to have Mickey Mouse Clubhouse unless I'm able to get my daughter to bed on time tonight.
Trifecta Sports TV.
That's
night.
the other thing is trying to parent with these big moments going on. And
I've had to learn that balance over the last 2 years, and there are times where it is a struggle.
I mean, Chief's got a maid over here. Somehow his kids are oftentimes asleep before you get home.
Yeah, well, the time change has thrown a wrench into that. Yeah, because now they're doing the thing like we all used to do. Why am I going to bed when the sun's still up?
Oh, dude, that was so maddening.
That is a fight,
now
and I get that.
Like, I absolutely want to go to bed when the sun's still up.
Right.
Take a nap during the day.
8 o'clock is 8 o'clock, okay? I understand it's still sunshiny out there. So we got the dark curtains in there to try and fool them a little bit. But it's tough, dude. It's tough. This time of year, they're still awake when I get home.
I love it. It magically gets dark every night when they get into that bath.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's like, hey, guys, look in your bedroom right now. Don't look anywhere else in the house. Just look at your bedroom. See how dark it is in there?
It's nighttime. Go night-night.
Choppy asked an interesting question this morning. Is
impossible.
Is stealing food out of the company refrigerator the number one faux pas of business? Of an employee? Is stealing fridge
that's
food.
You don't do that. That's just rude.
You're stealing from your common man.
Yeah.
If that was Odyssey food over there and corporate's like feeding you, it's fair game.
Right.
But when it's somebody else's item that they've trusted their coworkers, That's pretty.
It's pretty egregious.
Thievish.
Yeah.
So is there any other ones? Is that number one?
Well,
I did
it can get a lot worse.
Basics, stevia drinks, or whatever, Zevias or whatever.
He was so
the Zevias. Yeah,
we
those
were working at night, and he would load it up with like 12 of them in there. I'm
Those
like,
are expensive, too.
He's not going to miss one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just one of these.
Mike can afford
I'm not going
it.
to take the last one.
Yeah.
But when you got double-digit cans
Were you
of
close to
something
ever
in
taking
here,
the last one?
I definitely thought about it.
And then like replacing them?
Yeah. No.
He wouldn't
I
replace
wouldn't
them.
replace them. I would just
Yeah.
I'd be gone like a thief in the night. Baskey would
so
show
you
up.
go to him and be like, "Hey, man, I was the guy that was drinking them."
Yeah, at one point during a crosstalk, I had to raise my hand on those. But I didn't steal the Think Thin bars. That was the one thing, because that was one he was super ticked.
No.
I was like, hey, I wasn't stealing the Think Thin bars.
No, I would take one from him, but I was bringing boxes in for him.
Yeah, you did start to do the replacement.
Yeah,
I
you
did-
replace.
Well, I didn't steal the initial ones, but when he mentioned that he had them, I started taking them, but then also replacing them.
Yeah.
But I think in the hierarchy of things you could do to your coworkers, like the stories of the peeing in the coffee pot guy, you know?
Oh my
Have you seen those?
That was real?
Yeah, that was real.
Well,
yeah.
that's
Choppy,
disgusting.
they were talking about too, like
that's like
bathroom etiquette too. Going
what
there
are
and
they
blowing
talking
out
about bathroom etiquette?
Yeah.
blowing out the bathroom.
They're walking in there
Where does
barefoot.
that rank?
That's
And
gross.
I'd rather have you take my food than blow up the bathroom.
Well, look, you can't.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like blowing up the bathroom was like on the last on their list.
If you got to go, you got to go. And look, I'm somebody that will hold that, and I will risk terrible things happening to my innards. All right, I'm going to wait till home base. I just can't do that in public unless it's like a legitimate. We're going to have an accident here. We're prairie dogging, and we got to go make this happen. But if you blow it up when you're sitting down on that throne, you don't know necessarily how that's going to go.
You know, you don't.
Right?
You don't. You
That's
really
just,
don't.
You know, that's
No.
just being a human being.
Yeah. I mean,
You
I'm,
could at least courtesy flush that bad
but
boy.
to Dawson's point, he'd rather have you steal the food than blow up the bathroom.
You would?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just going to leave the bathroom.
That's as bad as it gets.
No, if I
Don't be
open up
stealing
that
people's
fridge
food.
ready for my lunch and it's not there,
yeah,
bad things happen.
you can have my lunch. Just
I mean,
don't
I
take
thought
my
you were going to absolutely
chocolate
fight
chip
Kevin
cookies.
when he stole your lunch.
Yeah, well, because he thought that was a little too fun. He was hiding that thing like an Easter egg hunt. I had to go on the chase for my own lunch.
dude.
Yeah,
That's
that did
right.
piss me off a little bit.
There was some unnecessary hazing, I think, going on at that point. We got 3 down, 1.5 to go here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3. The Fan of Football's Finest is up next, Chief.
2 NFL teams took a big L this weekend. Plus, Broadus said something important earlier today about the draft, ladies and gentlemen.
No,
and we
he
must
didn't.
discuss next in the nation. But first, I have some great news for my people in the 817. That's right, the all-new Alliance Hyundai. It is here, ladies and gentlemen, conveniently located right in Fort Worth, I-35 and Golden Triangle. And hey, I spent a few years in the car business, and I got to tell you, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time Tolo. What he's doing at Alliance Hyundai, it's second to none. From the moment you walk in, you feel the difference. Honest deals, real care, and a team that's truly passionate about taking care of you and your vehicle. You will constantly get the best deals possible on vehicles like the Elantras, the Tucsons, and the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisades, ready to drive home today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's Best Warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000 miles, limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance. And check this out. No appointment needed for same-day oil changes. That's a total game changer, so you can enjoy quick turnaround service. You can relax in their comfy waiting area with the free Wi-Fi, drink, snacks, the whole nine. Come see the difference at Alliance Hyundai today, or check them out online at AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Lakers' Luka Doncic will head to Europe to receive specialized medical treatment on his grade 2 hamstring injury. The team also announced over the weekend that Austin Reeves will miss the remainder of the regular season with a grade 2 oblique injury. LeBron and the Lakers have 4 games left in the NBA regular season that ends this week. As of right now, the Lakers would face the Minnesota Timberwolves in the first round of the NBA playoffs, but are currently tied with the Nuggets in the Western Conference standings. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood prediction markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood prediction markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Hello, Dallas. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America, N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
You follow here, Tolos, and I love CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community, and you can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th, and you can trust them to get the job done right. That's why I love them, because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, starting with your free estimate. When you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 five-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. Do what I did. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're 90 minutes from Rangers baseball. They're going to host the Mariners first of 3 tonight. And Sands has your pregame coming up at 6:30. Time now for football's finest. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. We got quite a bit to get to right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time. A day and a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Thanks to the Buffalo Sabres clinching the playoffs after a 14-year drought. Congratulations to the New York Jets.
For not.
Who become the clear number 1 in postseason futility.
They're going to take Carnell Tate second overall. Let's go.
Still looking for their first interception since 2024 as well.
Yeah, so let's take a wide receiver at 2.
Yeah, it is the Buffalo Sabres snapping a 14-season postseason drought. They clinched the NHL playoffs, so now it is the Jets when it comes to the pro sports teams that have the longest playoff drought. It goes back to 2010. Rex Ryan and Mark Sanchez.
AFC Championship team.
That's the last time, dude.
Man, that is, that's quite the stretch. Tough to be a Jets fan.
100% it is.
But Buffalo's, the Sabres are for real. They got a chance to win the East this year. We might get a Dallas versus Buffalo rematch. Just like Super Bowl style Cowboys, Bills get Stars and Sabres going.
Maybe we can finally get up to Buffalo for one of these things.
Be fun.
That's the last trip I ever went on.
You don't want to go back?
Nope.
Not for a Stanley Cup final game?
Yeah, Buffalo. Hey, listen.
Oh, heck no.
No, I just the trip. It's just it's a hard place to.
Yeah, it's a tough place
to deal with.
It's a smelly place.
The only other franchise that has a current streak longer than 10 seasons in all of professional sports. Does anybody know?
Wait. Say again.
The only other franchise that has a current streak of playoff drought longer than 10 seasons.
Is it baseball?
Is it baseball? Yes, it
Pirates?
is. It is not the Pirates. It is right here in the AL West.
Oh, the Angels.
Angels.
It's the Angels.
Yeah. I don't know. The Angels have been back since they went to the World Series.
They were on quite a run there with
No, they went 1 year with like
Tim Salmon.
Yeah. Yeah, Tim Salmon.
Pretty bad stuff there. Congratulations to the Jets. It's hard to take off-season L's. But
they found a way.
The Jets found a way. So did the Tampa Bay Buccaneers offensive line because they decided to have a nice little competitive eating challenge. The Buccaneers O-line versus Joey Jaws.
Oh, so we got 5 guys
against 1?
4 guys?
Looks like they actually went with just 4.
Okay.
4 of the offensive linemen, one of them being Tristan Wirfs, giant human being. All these guys are giants.
He's not gonna overeat. Is he
Surely we can eat faster than one man.
Yeah, it was a cake eating contest. So it's cake slices, but these cake slices were big. All right, they were huge chocolate cake slices.
So it was 4.
It was 4v1.
Did they get to add up all their cake slices against him?
Yes.
Wow. So this kid, I'd have taken the kid from Matilda.
You get, yeah, that's a good point.
You know?
Or the principal.
Delicious chocolate cake.
So it's 5 minutes. Who can eat the most slices of cake? And by poundage, it ended up being 20 pounds of cake in 5 minutes for Joey Jaws.
Wow. 20 pounds of cake?
He had just under 11 full slices of cake in just 5 minutes.
I'm going to say
the 4 Buccaneers teamed up for 9.5.
Wow.
So, I mean, the 4 of them, giant human beings, could not go toe-to-toe with Joey Jaws.
How many did they eat combined?
9.5 slices.
And how many pounds did each slice weigh?
Well, he put down 20 pounds, and he had roughly just under 11 slices of cake.
Okay.
So those are
giant
I
slices.
kind of feel like if it's key lime pie, I could battle.
Yeah, that'd be more your speed, I would think.
I'm a key lime pie, so I think I could battle. Is there anything you think you could stay close with Joey Jaws?
Well, I'll tell you what, I had...
Like wings, Chief? You don't think you could eat like a...
No, dude.
You couldn't compete with Joey Jaws.
I'm just saying stay close.
Nothing. No.
Like the first minute or two of the game.
No, this dude's a different...
I just think, you're talking about something just totally unlike anything you've ever seen when it comes to the world of eating. I think he would just totally punish me. Within 60 seconds of anything we do, he would have such a giant lead on me. It'd be insurmountable.
He destroyed Kobayashi.
Yeah, like
he was the guy.
Has this son of a gun ever eaten crawfish?
This is like pros versus Joes, dude. He doesn't peel them. He just eats the whole thing.
No, you have to peel the damn
I'm ball sacking you on that.
But no,
I think I wouldn't put it past him.
Does he do a crawfish challenge? Because I
don't know if he has. I don't know if he has.
If he had to peel them and eat them at the same time, I think I could battle with this guy.
Oh, I see what you're saying there.
He has to peel.
It's not a ton of meat.
Yeah, he has to. He has to peel and he has to eat.
I think you might be able to mess with him.
I think I can. I think there's people that can mess with him.
Now it's not a food eating thing. It's a food
shrimp
peeling.
Cocktail. He does shrimp cocktail already peeled. So if he had to peel and go, I think I could eat as
he
much
did 21 pounds of shrimp cocktail.
See, but that was already peeled.
In 8 minutes. The record for crawfish is actually held by Sonia Thomas, the Black Widow. 6.5 pounds of crawfish in 10 minutes, set back in 2011.
I ate an entire tube of Pillsbury cinnamon rolls over the weekend, Saturday night.
Oh,
as soon as Lent was over?
You celebrated?
That's how you went with it? How many did you have?
Well, there's 8. Okay. And then the next morning, she made another tube for the family breakfast.
You crushed it.
And I ate half of those.
Wow.
So it was 12 Pillsbury cinnamon rolls, probably in a 9-hour window. And I'm pretty sure I could eat more of those than Joey Chestnut. But if speed was a factor, there's no way I'm touching him.
No, dude. His get off and to be able to maintain that speed. He comes out of the blocks hot.
He's
and then he
nature.
maintains full speed for the duration of the
Look it up.
contest.
Is he eating cinnamon rolls? Let's see that one. I think Dawson's onto something here.
I don't think any of us.
I love that you have
strong
that type of respect for your teammates, but
it's like saying you're going to beat.
He'd put us down.
Anybody in a race.
I just kind of feel like, Chief, the way you eat wings, you could stay with him for the first couple of minutes.
No chance.
I do appreciate your respect.
Okay, Hostess Donuts. He ate 257 in 6 minutes.
Oh, wow. These the powdered ones?
Dawson's jealous of that.
That's crazy.
That dries your mouth out, dude.
Mini donuts, 343 in 8 minutes.
See, he can battle any type of elements. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. Like, that's like a dry...
These guys are free.
Yeah. Having to fight. I wonder if he's dipping the donut in the water like he does the hot dogs.
Where he has to peel and eat.
Yeah. Well, the peeling adds another layer.
He's going to fumble around and F up the peeling part.
Absolutely.
And you're going to get ahead of him. He's not gonna. He's from up east. He's not gonna peel these things the right way.
I mean, if you give him a couple weeks to practice the peel,
I let him no practice time.
Okay, no practice.
You think he gives guys practice to eat hot dogs? Hell no.
I think they're all practicing year round to crush him, and they simply cannot.
The amount of disrespect for the competitive eating that you have, it's just it hurts my heart.
I listen. I'm
this
amazed.
Guy's incredible.
I'm amazed, but I don't think he can eat crawfish faster than me.
Well,
we need to set this up. I'd love to see this.
He can't draft him up like you either, Broadus. And you said something. You said it over the weekend. You said it today.
Profound.
Was it profound?
In the wipeout scenario at 12, it's no Bain. It's no Styles. It's no Downs. It's no Delane. It's no Bailey. You don't trade up. You're sitting there at 12. Brian Broadus, who are the Cowboys selecting in this scenario?
I said they'd take Mesidor.
Akeem Mesidor.
Yeah.
The edge rusher out of Miami.
It's next best edge, in my opinion. Makes sense.
I mean, I think that, you're saying something with that.
Sure.
Because everybody's wondering, what do you do at 12? And you think they would want to go with Mesidor?
I absolutely do, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So they like Akeem Mesidor in a way that would be pretty large if you're taking him at 12. I mean, most people are thinking, hey, we'd love Mesidor at 20.
Yeah.
But that would be the guy at 12 that you think they would want to go for.
We're also talking about Thieneman at 12, and we weren't talking about him in the first round until after he ran the combine.
Cowboys have shown no interest in Dylan Thieneman.
None. Now, they might like the guy.
They might be keeping that super quiet. Maybe that's a little bit of a sneaky thing. All of a sudden, boom, week before.
Because what you got with Minnesota behind you.
Yeah.
Or Minnesota ahead of you, actually. Actually, excuse me, ahead of you.
See, and that'd be kind of nice. Maybe I'd like the Vikings to get a little nervous. Say, we need to move up to 12 to go get our safety. You can go slide back to 18. How about this? What if Arizona calls you? They say, we want to jump up to 20. We want to get ahead of Pittsburgh.
Want to jump up or fall back?
We want to jump up to 20. They want to get back in, similar to what the Giants did.
They want to get back in.
They want to go get Ty Simpson because they need a quarterback. They go get Ty Simpson.
That'd be a mistake.
And they give you their second-round pick, which is 34, second pick on day 2. They also give you their third-round pick to do so.
I'm all in on that. I got no problem doing that. That's fantastic.
You're going from 20 to 34?
Mm-hmm.
And you're
also picking up their third as well.
Which is probably another high third-round pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a home
Landry
run.
formation sent that over. I was like, I hadn't considered that idea. I like it. That would make some sense.
The amount of text feedback we're getting on Broadus's crawfish claim that he could possibly take out Joey Chestnut is pretty incredible. Now, I do want to clarify.
Is anybody believing him?
Well, I do want to clarify that
I'm asking him to peel.
I don't think speed eating is a factor at all, because if you're having to peel these things, and then eat them.
Yeah.
I think the limiting factor might be in how quickly you can peel, not eat.
He eats shrimp cocktail, which is already peeled.
Yeah.
That's his weapon. It's already done for him.
He's going to eat 20 pounds of that within 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And there's no way you could do that if it was 20 pounds of crawfish sitting next to 20 pounds of crawfish.
I feel like I could eat 5-6 pounds of crawfish at a time limit, but peeling them.
In 10 minutes?
Broadus, I think, has successfully turned it into a crawfish peeling contest.
That's what I have.
Yeah, you have kind of flipped the script on this.
He's going to end up eating the whole damn crawfish because he's not going to peel it the right way.
And he's built for it. He absolutely could. He's Joey Jaws for a reason. Yeah. He could put the clamps on that thing.
I've seen people get shut down completely trying to peel crawfish.
Okay, well then I think you need to set your PR. Okay, so we're gonna have to get, what do you think, 5-6 pounds of crawfish?
I'll
lay it out on the air, and we'll do 10 minutes of Broadus putting his number out there, and then we'll just start peppering Joey Jaws. You can't beat this.
Yeah, just weigh a bag of crawfish and see how much I go through. in a certain amount of time.
All right, let's do this.
We're 100% going to do this.
Okay.
We're going to do this on the air.
I'm going to tweet at him right now. See if we can get this.
Tweet on and at him.
I'm going to
ask him if he's ever done a crawfish challenge.
Yeah. Ask him if he's got the stones to go toe-to-toe with Brian Broaddus.
I think he'd kick your ass.
I think Broaddus has found the loophole to actually take down
but the
Joey
peeling
Bleepin'
part of
Jaws,
this,
bro.
Wow. My money's on Joey, but the peeling part of this is interesting because you can peel.
He will crush me in a volume contest, but will he beat me where he honestly has to, instead of shoveling the food in his face, he's got to work to get the food.
Right, he can't. This isn't just your run-of-the-mill lazy eating contest.
This is where you
got to freaking grind for this.
He takes those hot dogs that are just free form.
Yeah, exactly, free form.
Done. But
he's not having to take those out of the foil.
Yeah.
Those things are prepared and ready to go for him.
Now, how
might have found it. Dude.
How good are we talking, Brian? This crawfish peeling thing that you do?
Oh, I could do it. I could absolutely. I peel for people all the time. I peel fast.
Do you peel shame others?
No, because I want people.
You're coaching them up.
I want people to eat crawfish.
Do you wear gloves?
No, heck no. No gloves. No gloves.
Just raw fingers on my food. Here you go, man. I did this for you.
I got this.
Thanks, Broaddus.
Right here.
Slurp that one up, baby.
But you'd be surprised. Like it's already messy anyway. You know, I'm cooking this stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, your fingers are all up in there, anyways. Your bloody little cut off mandolin finger.
Got his foot in there.
Yeah. Well, I think we need to set this up. Let's make this happen live in studio. We're going to get a bunch of pounds of crawfish, and you're going to set your PR.
Maybe this spring we get to go over to our place to Shell Shack, right?
Absolutely.
And we just put a bunch of crawfish out there and see how we get.
Yeah, we could have an audience. I think that'd be fun. The Tolos would gather around to watch you.
Give you a certain amount of time and see how fast I can get him.
Okay, let's do that, and hopefully you don't end up like the Buccaneers offensive lineman did, just filled with shame, walking away thinking they had a chance. I don't know. I might bet on you. The odds are in my favor.
I'm just betting he can't peel them faster than me. And
I know. That's clearly
that'll be the frustration. And the time
it's all about the peel.
The time will run out before he has a chance to get me from volume.
And then you will be the undisputed greatest eater in America.
Yeah.
I can see Proud Brian standing right there on ESPN.
I'm going to tell you this.
Former scout
I want
Falls
that,
Jaws.
Listen
just eating tail meat.
I want that dude in the straw hat that's the hype-up guy.
Oh, that guy's amazing.
I want a speech about me.
Yes.
You know, that's what I want. That guy's the hype-up guy.
Oh, the
He's
pageantry is phenomenal.
Yeah, he's for real.
Get you a walk-up song and have like a 90-second diatribe on how amazing you are.
That'd be my walk-up song.
Flirt with disaster. Yeah. I love it, dude. All right, let's
Lucius,
go.
you can find that for me, right? Yeah, watch this. Lucius is going to play. Have you ever heard Flirting with Disaster, this song?
I don't. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
Get ready. Get ready. Lucius is about to give it to you here.
Who does this tune?
It's Molly Hatchet.
Molly Hatchet.
So hot.
This is going to be a walk-up song.
That's a great tune. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the greatest eaters of all time.
Peelers.
Peelers of all time. Excuse me. Peelers. Used to be a scout.
Now he's a crusty.
We got to have the hair flowing for this as well, buddy.
Band-Aid fingers. Just freaking ridiculous, man.
Thank you, Lucius. I appreciate you.
It's going to be great.
And thank you to the Chief there for that edition of Football's Finest.
Hey, my pleasure, man.
Unlike any other
Love
I
talking
think
ball
we've
with my
ever
boys.
experienced. Okay, we got the G-Bag of the Day coming up at the bottom of the hour. LA Live at 5:40. We'll get you caught up on everything that's been breaking in the world of sports coming up next year in the nation.
All right, let's chat RS Diamond Broker, though, shall we? Oh, I've had a lot of Tolos hit me up. They're like, dude, your dad is a freaking badass. I'm like, yeah, I know. Happens to be my father, but he also happens to be the best in the business when it comes to whatever jewelry you need. You go into RS Diamond Broker. You say, hey, I'm looking for Robert. That's my dad. Or my Uncle Seymour. They have combined. They used to be separate. Now they're together. RS Diamond Broker, best place in the business to go ahead and get whatever it is, natural mined diamonds, lab-grown diamonds. They're going to give you the best prices, okay? I want you to go to rsdiamondbroker.com. That's rsdiamondbroker.com. You can see the family story on the website. Just go in there and, hey, even check out that beautiful showroom they've got right now in North Dallas, rsdiamondbroker.com. They've been in DFW for over 40 years. Just ask around. Someone you know has done business with us. So let my family take care of yours, Tolo. I know it's tough when it comes to shopping for anything these days. People are going to push stuff on you. My dad's going to make sure you're getting the best price and you're getting exactly what you want. So no matter what it is, maybe it's repairs, maybe it's cleanings, maybe it's a watch, a bracelet, a necklace, we got you taken care of. rsdiamondbroker.com. That's rsdiamondbroker.com.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Follow here with some great news for my people in the A17. The all-new Alliance Hyundai, it is here, ladies and gentlemen, conveniently located right in Fort Worth, I-35 and Golden Triangle. And I spent a few years in the car business, and I got to tell you, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time Tolo. What he is doing at Alliance Hyundai is truly second to none. From the moment you walk in, you feel the difference. Honest deals, real care, and a team that's truly passionate about taking care of you and your vehicle. You will get the best deals possible on Elantras, Tucsons, and the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisades. They will be ready to drive home that same day. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance. And then how about this? No appointment needed for same-day oil changes. Game changer. So you can enjoy the quick turnaround service. You can relax in their waiting area with the free Wi-Fi, the free beverages, the free snacks, and, of course, the very comfy seating. So come see the difference at Alliance Hyundai today, or check them out online at alliancehyundai.net. That's alliancehyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
Twin Peaks is the #1 seed for the tournament. Every game on wall-to-wall TVs, 29-degree drafts from tip-off till overtime, and every scratch-made bite makes the highlight reel. Post up at Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Gavin Dawson here for Men's T Clinic. If you're not feeling like you, I know how hard it can be to take that first step. But once you take it with Men's T Clinic, everything starts lining up. Hormones, mood, weight, muscle mass, and those symptoms holding you back finally end up in the rear-view mirror. 1 in 5 men has low testosterone. So what's next? Endless scrolling's not going to get you there. Do what I did and call a dedicated men's health expert at Men's T Clinic. 972-GO-MEN'S-T. Mention me, get free in-body composition analysis and a B12 shot. menstclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic. 1-800-246-OT.
menstclinic.com. At UCONN, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, UCONN will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
So many of you still have that 3% rate from the COVID years and you want to keep it, but you want to get cash out of your home. It's very simple. A second lien home equity loan with TexasLending.com. We have an automated appraisal. It goes fast. We have great rates, and we have loan officers who care. Call us today. Get that financing done now with TexasLending.com. 972-387-4600, TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Amazon Hub Delivery.
Hey, business owners, it's Tiki Barber. Are you looking to earn extra money? Of course you are. When your business partners with Amazon Hub Delivery, you simply drop off packages to Amazon customers in your neighborhood. Get started at Amazon.com/Hub Delivery.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Here it's the G-Bag Nation on The Fan. We have the G-Bag of the Day coming up at 5:30, LA Live at 5:40. Rangers baseball is coming up at 6:30 tonight. They're right back at them against the Mariners with the first pitch at 7:05. DeGrom is on the hill. Let's take a snapshot of everything that's been breaking throughout your broadcast day. We'll start with UNC basketball, and their search for their next head coach has concluded with a NBA champion head coach, Michael Malone, the Denver Nuggets all-time winningest coach, won 510 games in 12 seasons with Denver, including the championship there, and has spent the last 10 months as an analyst at ESPN, but apparently UNC has decided he is their guy to lead them into the future. And I think the interesting thing there is for former NBA coaches now, the college game has to have a lot more interest now that recruiting is starting to look a lot more like NBA personnel, and you don't have to, put in all the work to constantly be constructing your roster because the transfer portal is what it is. If you can get me to a blue blood school, we just need to look in the transfer portal and say, hey, would you like to play for UNC and see what kind of answers we get. But Mike Malone choosing the Tar Heels there. And then big news out of the WNBA, actually, All-Star Angel Reese has been traded from the Chicago Sky to the Atlanta Dream for a 2027 first-round pick and a 2028 first-round pick. 2 ones. Angel Reese dealt from Chicago to Atlanta. She defended her WNBA rebounding crown last season, averaging 12.6 per game, the only player in WNBA history to average at least 12 per game in a season. And she did that in her first 2 seasons in the league. So, but apparently she's stoked. She says she's happy about the opportunity to move to Atlanta.
Yeah, well, I think the Atlanta's actually good, and the Sky just they suck, and so she was getting frustrated.
Yeah. Could definitely
she wants
see
to
that.
win, baby.
Hey, losing is the worst. Okay, football stuff. Giants tackle Dexter Lawrence requesting a trade, will not be participating in the team's offseason workout program that is underway tomorrow there with Coach John Harbaugh. Lawrence and the Giants have been through 2 off seasons attempting to negotiate a contract reflecting his value to the team over the past 3 years, but there has not been any progress per sources, says the story on ESPN. He has 2 years remaining on his deal, is scheduled to make $20 million this upcoming season. You can't let him go if you're the Giants and you're serious about winning, can you? I mean, he's one of the few really good players that we got. I think Harbaugh wants to win now.
Yeah,
can't let him go. I don't think this means he's going somewhere else. This is probably just the next step in the negotiation.
Unless the team really says, you know what, we're willing to give up the compensation to where you're going to trade him to us, but it's in the Giants' best interest to keep this player around. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, so
get a contract done.
We will. He is getting up there. Maybe it's to the point that New York's like, maybe we should just let him go.
Yeah, but talking to some people in the league, I was kind of doing it on some tech stuff. They said the thing that if you're going to trade for this guy, once again, it's when he wants a new contract.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a problem that, when you start to think about what's the compensation going back.
Yeah.
Are you willing to give up a first and then having to pay a big contract? Or can you get him for like a 2 or a 3 and then, realize that, hey, the contract's going to be part of this. So that's going to factor into this deal for sure.
Yeah, once these players are, towards the other side of 30, the trade compensation it changes so massively. And I think that's why it's really important. Another reason it's really important for the Cowboys to get serious about winning, because Quinnen Williams is coming up there. And, along the line of scrimmage on the defensive side, it's crazy how rare it is that players can make it into even their early 30s much of the way, and especially not mid-30s. It's a rarity. On the offensive side, where explosive athleticism isn't as mandatory for success, those guys can go for a while. But on the defensive side, so if I'm the Cowboys, I'm like, dude, this is our window. It's 2026 and it's 2027, and who knows what our best players could look like beyond that. The word generational has been thrown around a lot over the last 12 months in the world of sports. Who's a generational pass rusher? Is it Micah Parsons? I think that was the biggest one here for us locally. But the topic might be more appropriate for basketball, as Cooper Flagg making history over the weekend. Is this now in the context of one of the all-time greats like Jordan and Magic and Bird and Kobe, or is this just another good player? Well, Mark Followell had the stat last night, the highest scoring 2-game spans for a rookie in NBA history. Wilt Chamberlain has the record with 111. He put up 111 in back-to-back games. He also has the second highest record at 109 and the third highest record at 99 as he came to the league to dominate. And he's got the fourth highest record at 96, but that's where Cooper Flagg is tied with Wilt Chamberlain, 96 points in back-to-back games, and first teenager to put up a 50-burger like Cooper Flagg is definitely crushing. And if he already flipped the Rookie of the Year odds on its head, and he is now firmly in control at about 2-1 over Con Knippel. But if he can continue and have this kind of performance in the last couple of weeks of the season and into next year, I think at that point we could be confident that this guy might actually be able to rival the greatness of Luka. And then if you take it to he's going to be a two-way player, maybe possibly better than Luka. We considering that right now, boys?
Yeah, I think
better than Luka.
I think
everything's on the table.
All around
with this guy.
game, 100%. And with what he's doing offensively at 19 years old, Luka, I still think is going to go down as one of the best offensive players in the history of the sport, top 5. But yeah, I think that it's fair to say that his trajectory is up there.
Yeah, it's been an incredible, 48, 96 hours, whatever it is, of narrative adjustment once again on Cooper Flagg. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
You've got the touch. You've got the power. That song is so good, then it just goes to hell right after that. You got the touch. You got the power. Hey, this is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. Our winner and champ right here comes from the channel QVC. Some home shopping situations right here. We got a caller named Mary. She wanted to tell you about her tassels and her pasties and everything. Some blouse or something she done bought from the QVC. Anyway, she's a joyous person to call to these places. This is day 2 for her right here. Day 2, I believe. Here we go.
And with the submarine
I wanted to tell you that I got that peasant blouse with the tassels.
Yes.
And I used to wear the tassels on my pasties. Do you know what pasties are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know what pasties are?
Yes. I'm going to
Okay, well, I had tassels on my pasties.
Yeah.
Marianne, I just want to say this. You are my emotional support diva.
Diva.
Okay, you have just made my whole entire day. Mary's walked off. She's dead on the couch.
I'm having therapy with Marianne right now.
Marianne is my sister from another mister.
Sister. I have never, Marianne, you made my year.
Where are they broadcasting out of? This got to be Tennessee or something, bro.
Tennessee.
It's got to be,
You've made my year.
Made my year. I love it, though, man.
Somewhere in rural South Carolina. Yeah. I don't know. Atlanta.
Woo. Yeah, Atlanta. Somewhere in Georgia. Sound like Georgia.
Diva.
That lady knows her way around a cinnamon roll as well.
100%. She knows exactly where to get them, what time. Actually, cinnamon rolls are seasonal. We didn't even know that. She knows this.
Okay, you have just made my whole entire day. Mary's walked off. She's dead on the couch.
She's dead on the couch.
Dead on the couch.
She is just dead.
All right, let's see right here. Okay. Let's go to some baseball broadcasting. It was at 620 WTMJ. Home of the Green Bay Packers, Mr. Broadus.
Yes.
Home of the Milwaukee Brewers and the Bucks.
And the Bucks.
Well, the Brewers have a adult diaper sponsor, apparently.
Depends.
And listen to how this broadcaster handles that.
And we've got a pitching change by Chicago. Those are brought to you by North Shore Adult Diapers. Sometimes you need a change for even the heaviest control problems. And the White Sox have had some control problems today. Visit NorthShore.com. Brewers are in control.
Bringing it back to baseball.
That is
The White
good.
Sox have had some control problems today.
That is good, bro. Put that on your air check.
Yes. Well done.
Yeah.
It's great.
Destined for the network. Segues like that.
Gosh. I'm going to hear it one more time.
A pitching change by Chicago. Those are brought to you by North Shore Adult Diapers. Sometimes you need a change for even the heaviest control problems. And the White Sox have had some control problems today. Visit NorthShore.com. Brewers are in control.
They're in control.
That is good. That is good. All right, let's see what else we got, boy. Boom, boom, boom. We got Woolchuck sent me this one. Shout out to you, Woolchuck. Appreciate you, bro.
Of course, bro.
Woolport reporter got a little confused when asking South Carolina's head coach, Don Staley, about the wrong USC recruit.
As a South Carolina Gamecocks will look to bring in Sanaya Hall for next year, how excited are you to have her into this program? Sanaya Hall. Oh, actually, never mind. I apologize for a little bit, but as you look,
did something come over the under the transfer portal?
I mean, like I thought it was like University of South Carolina, but it was actually
USC.
Oh, I got a little mixed up.
Yeah, the other USC.
The other one.
Yeah. We never call South Carolina USC, by the way.
No.
Happens.
She caught it though, huh? Like right after she said it, she was like, "Oh,
wait a second,
crap."
No,
she saw the look in her eye.
Yeah,
like,
Don Staley's looking at her
I
like,
was like,
"What?"
who?
Yeah, Don was going through her paperwork. Like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
When did we get her?
She thought she was going to talk about a player that wasn't actually like that, a guy from Houston, right?
The Mayaz.
Mayaz, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Really excited to have her.
Dixon.
She's
And
gonna be
Aaron
great
Wilson
for
did not
us.
take that well. I got blocked for making a joke to him.
What? Are you kidding
Aaron
me?
Wilson?
Yeah, I put
The guy that said that?
yeah.
The whole internet made fun of him.
Yeah, he didn't like it. I think he went blocking people for
We
that.
know who you are because of this now.
Yeah, it's like, dude, I love your work. I was just having fun, but he did not appreciate
What'd you
it.
say to
infamous,
get
bro.
blocked? What'd you say?
I just quote tweeted, I think, a video that he posted, and I said I just preferred Dixon my ass.
Oh, come on, man. Grow up, fam.
Yeah.
As a South Carolina Gamecocks will look to bring in Sanaya Hall for next year, how excited are you to have her into this program? Sanaya Hall. Oh, wait, actually, never mind.
I'm just scrolling down on the story.
Actually,
never mind. Daisy.
Oh, my God.
This will be my last time to ask you a question, Coach.
Actually.
I just Googled what's a good question for the USC coach. Gemini answered with this.
Yeah.
So I said, never mind.
That's a good question for the USC coach. That's probably true.
All right, what do we know about Josh Gideon? Didn't he have like a weird situation?
Yeah, he had a younger girlfriend
Youngster.
in Australia.
When he was up there in OKC, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think she was like 16 and he was 20 or something.
Yeah. A strange situation right there.
Josh, giddy up.
Then why just giddy up? Then why is Clyde Frazier talking like this, bro?
Oh, no.
Giddy's from Australia. Remember, he was a sex symbol in OKC. All the women, they had jerseys printed up for him and everything there.
Wow, is that how that went? Was it? Is that what he's remembered for?
He watches TV with the volume down, clearly.
Gracious.
Clearly.
Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah, just getting bits and pieces here.
Bits and pieces.
The information's there, but I can't quite recall.
I'll put it all together for you.
Giddy's from Australia. Remember, he was a sex symbol in OKC. All the women, they had jerseys printed up for him and everything there.
Maybe that was just at the high schools, now that I remember it.
Oh, no.
Now, let me Google that.
He was at the pep rallies.
Yeah. All right, yesterday was Church Day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor and politician, Frederick Douglass Haynes. We have a pastor right here giving the musicians a hard time during praise and worship. Got a little uncomfortable.
Overwhelming. That's the whole song. Drown me in your glory. Well, no. Listen. Wait 1 minute. Wait. Stop. Because you're off.
Stop.
Yeah.
Over. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. You can't hear?
Damn.
Well, why you ain't playing what I'm playing? There you go. Give Brother Chris a hand for hearing.
Wow.
I'll tell you what.
Damn, Brother Chris.
These church musicians need a union.
Yeah,
they need a union. They've taken way too much abuse from these pastors. Way too much abuse. We need to fight back. Like, let's see you guys have church without us being here.
My man walked over to him and said, la, 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 la. Like, no, man, no.
We need a union here.
Don't Ray me.
Don't do me like this.
Yeah. No. Don't even do me like that in rehearsal, bro.
It's Easter Sunday. I got my family here and everything,
Sounds
bro.
like Brother Chris punted on rehearsal.
Yeah, clearly. I have another one, too, because it was an Easter Sunday. There's an Easter Sunday worship fail right here.
Celebrate you today, that you took the cross for us, to take our shame and our sin.
Yeah, she said it, though. Yeah. And it's kind of true.
It is true.
Yeah. It's true. It's kind of true, bro. It applies. Yeah. All right, that's it, bro.
It's part of one of those hidden scriptures, I think, lost in time. Easter Sunday worship fail. Pastor giving musicians a hard time. Josh Giddey commentary there from Walt Clyde Frazier. Confused reporter asking Don Staley about the wrong recruit.
Louis Vuitton Don.
Baseball broadcasting there on 620, or is it our champion, Mary Ann, calling it a QVC, asking if they remember what the pasties were for? That's my vote. Chief, how about you?
I'll go with the White Sox broadcaster.
Lucius?
What are the pasties for?
Do you know?
Yeah. Hello, pasties. Can you recall?
Oh, man, I'm going with the sister from another mister.
Brewers broadcast team.
Yeah, that was great.
By a score of 3-2, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Mary Ann calling in and making the day, the year of the QFC broadcast team. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has LA Live.
It's a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
You ain't never heard a crackhead say, I ain't got no money today, so I ain't about to go smoke no crack.
Nope.
You ain't never heard that. Why? Because they do it no matter what. They get it done. Go out there today with that crackhead energy. Go be a crackhead. I mean, don't go smoke crack. I'm just trying to give some morning motivation, man. I don't know how else to say this. Hone in on that crackhead energy.
Yeah.
Don't do crack, but be a crackhead. But not a crackhead. Just have a f***ing good day.
You know how it is. It's Monday, man. Let's start this week off with that good energy. Remember, I tell you about your goals. Write them down. Write those goals down and make them simple. Don't make them too hard. You'll just frustrate yourself by the end of the week because you didn't accomplish anything. Make them simple, buddy. All right, go in this week with some crackhead energy.
QVC located in Westchester, Pennsylvania, where we broadcast
Whoa.
from. Yeah.
They must be transplants.
Philadelphia
They
area.
must be some transplants.
Yeah.
Appreciate that update there, Mr. Broadus.
No problem, sir.
This is LA Live for Monday, April 6, 2026. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip hop crew, PPT, for naming today Monday, Friday. This is just where I go over some things I seen or did over the weekend. Nothing too complicated here, people. LA Live is brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I hope you had a great Easter and a fantastic Passover. If you believe, Jesus was walking around right now. He was out. He was out. He busted out of the cave, and he is doing his thing right now for 40 days. And then he ascends to heaven. Damn right. Everybody have a good Easter and Passover and everything?
Good. Awesome. Good, man. It really was
fantastic. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
Yeah.
10 out of 10.
Wow. That is amazing. Good for you, bro.
Yeah. It was the cinnamon rolls.
There had to be something there, bro. Yeah, we had a good one. A lot of family, a lot of friends, a lot of food, a lot of Gino conversations.
Oh, yeah.
And Gino and Don conversations. But there were no hard-boiled eggs or no hiding the Easter eggs for the kids this year.
Yes.
No little ones anymore?
I shame my dad for it.
I'm about to say deviled eggs. No deviled eggs.
There was no deviled eggs. Now, I did see there was an attempt to boil some eggs because there was 4 eggs in there boiled, but they never left that pot. There's some eggs in there. You can go hide them. I said, well, you got to color them, Pops.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just quit halfway through.
Yep. He blamed it on my stepmom. Well, she didn't do the other. I was like, oh, well, you crashing out, bro. You looking bad right now.
Full Gino right now.
Oh, yeah, she
Sounds like something I'd do.
Yeah. Saturday, I was at the Margarita Fest in Las Colinas. I had a good time out there. Left pretty tipsy, and I got home in time to catch the replay of the college three-point and dunk contest. Anybody catch that here?
No, sir.
Oh, man, that was great. We have some future dunkers. Don't worry about the dunk contest in the NBA. We have some future dunkers on the way. And Shaquille O'Neal's son, Shakir, I believe it is.
Oh.
Shakir O'Neal? If I'm saying it wrong, please help me up on the fan text.
Yeah, I don't.
He plays for Sacramento State. He won the dunk contest.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, shout out to him and Shaq and that whole family. Him and a kid named Nico Ashley. That man can jump out the gym, too. He's from Central Connecticut State. They were going back and forth. That was very entertaining. So, yeah, we got some future dunkers right there. O'Neal closed the deal with a Vince Carter arm through the rim type dunk.
Oh, wow.
Had the whole gym on fire, and that was it, bro. So, yeah, we got some future dunkers on the way.
He jumped over 2 dudes on that one.
He jumped over some tall dudes, bro. He didn't go get like the ball guy and jump over him. He went to go get some centers out there and jumped over them.
The ball dude.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Get the ball kid, get 2 of them in a row. People, he jumped over somebody, but nah, man. He jumped over some real ball players. It's good to watch. And the three-point contest was good, too, but my eyes were kind of watery and wavy at that point, and I couldn't keep up with what was going on. And then I had to take a nap to recover from the margarita and the and the dunk contest.
Smart idea.
Yeah. And later on that night, I caught the Deontay Wilder and Derek Chisora.
Dude. Nice.
The Chisora fight on the Zone. I sent you guys some clips, so you guys just look at those highlights of that fight. It was a war of the washed.
Oh, no.
It was a war of the washed. And I say that respectfully. These guys are gladiators, and they did beat the crap out of each other. Deontay Wilder won the fight by a split decision in a chaotic 12 chaotic rounds. And if you know anything about me, I love chaos. I 100% love chaos, especially if I'm not involved. If I'm just an observationalist in this chaos, I'm here for it. But yeah, it's hella chaotic. 12 rounds filled with all types of fouls. There was punches behind each other's back. They could have stopped the fight a whole bunch of times. Let me turn this down. My locks is in the way. My locks is in the way. Hold on.
The other guy fell out of the ring a couple times.
A few times, bro.
The lumberjack match?
It could have looked that way. It was a war of the wash for real, bro.
Rope.
Yeah, it was a war of the wash for real. And there was punches behind the head on both sides. There were several tackles made in the ring. Tackles on both sides. On both sides.
I'm just surprised how many times Chisora got hit in the head by Wilder just swinging that fist.
Yeah.
It was like he was whipping his hand in there. And I don't know.
That right.
Yeah.
The right is not there anymore for Deontay Wilder,
I guess
by
not.
the way.
Yeah, the power's not there.
The power's not there.
Yeah.
Instinct is still there, but the power is not moving.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Like you said, Chisora was pushed out of the ring several times. Out of the ring several times. One time it looked like he was punched out of the ring. But I can't tell. Deontay was kind of pushing and punching at the same time type of vibes.
Yeah,
it was a sloppy fight.
The balance isn't there.
Yeah.
You know.
It was a sloppy fight, but it was still
fun. A lot of ways
fun.
you can end up out of the ring.
You guys, it's crazy. Both of these fighters are well past their prime. Maybe even cooked.
Oh, man.
Maybe even cook. Like I said, Deontay Wilder's right hand is not there. There is no more power. But these gladiators still went the distance.
They got themselves in pretty good cardio shape, looks like. To be able to go 12 rounds at that age?
Yeah, that Derek dude said he's done after this fight.
contract.
Yeah, he got so tired. He said he's done. He said, I'm totally cooked. The 8th round might have had the most action. Even had a viral moment where Deontay Wilder said, "I'm sorry, I love you," to Derek before he gave him a one-hitter quitter into the ropes.
Smacked him.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Isn't that didn't Ric Flair do that?
Yeah, that's a Ric Flair move.
Oh my God.
I love you. I'm sorry. And then he just whack him. Yeah, he was. Deontay was definitely in tune with his star player at that moment.
That is amazing that he did that. I'm seeing one where did Wilder just slip to the ground at one point?
It was a punch and a slip at the same time. He got punched behind the head and then he slipped. I think it counted as a knockdown because he got touched.
Okay. It looked like a wet floor situation.
It's crazy. Bro. It's crazy. It was crazy. Here's Wilder post-fight.
And I was telling him in the ring as I started seeing his eyes swelling, his temple started to buckle a little bit. I said, bro, you got to live for your kids. I don't want to hurt you too much longer. So I started having fun in there because I saw my brother starting getting hurt. I started weakening his eyes a little bit. And that's what boxing all about. Too many lives have been lost in this ring, this very ring. And then when it's over for us, nobody give a damn about us. No matter what they say,
to this day.
Nobody give a f*** about us. Oh. So you got us fighters have to look after each other. And tonight, I looked after Derek tonight. I didn't want to go too hard up on him because, like I said, I saw his temple, the veins started coming out of his head. And I want him to live for his kids. It's time.
Is that a real thing?
I don't know.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
The boxer would know, I guess.
Vein coming out of his head.
Out the temple area, and that means like, oh man, this guy's in trouble.
Punching the vein out of his head?
Punching the